1 Chapter 1 Beast Tamer Ren Patender 5th E. Today was their 10th birthday. Today luck would decide their destiny at this tender age. Their lifelong aspirations depended on this exact moment. Today they would contract their beast. The ceremony master stood at the altar, his robust frame imposing in the temple's light. His beast, a marble armor spirit evolved to silver rank level 2, pulsed with a subtle argentine glow. The beast had matured after reaching the 5th rank, an achievement few could match and even fewer could surpass. He struck his staff against the floor, the sound echoing through the ancient halls. The ceremony of 10 years begins now. The beast will take the mana that's poisoning your young bodies and save you, he announced, his voice loaded with tradition. Remember, your beast's rank determines your place in our society. Iron for the slaves, bronze for the workers, silver for the privileged. He didn't mention the higher ranks. He didn't need to. The 7th rank, gold one. Across the whole city, only 5 families possessed gold-rank beasts, and the only living human with a platinum creature was the king himself, the only one with a beast of the 10th rank. Click here visual scene in the author's comment. A red egg rested on the altar. The boy who had placed it there positioned himself in the center of the circle. The egg cracked. It began to glow, and then a crimson salamander. The ceremony master's announcement pierced through the temple as Ron Blackfire's red egg burst into flames. From the ashes emerged a scarlet creature with scales gleaming like living embers. Whispers of amazement turned to cheers as the tiny salamander opened its mouth and spat a perfect sphere of fire that danced above Ron's extended palm, an iron-rank beast at its lowest, but with vast potential. Not only could it easily rise to bronze rank, but with proper cultivation it could even reach silver. The kind of creature that, with proper investment, could transform a mere student into someone bound for comfort and privilege. Ron's smile widened, already tasting his future among the elite. With his noble family's proper cultivation techniques, his salamander would surely reach silver rank, guaranteeing him a place among the upper middle class. Even now, freshly hatched, it granted him great strength and the elemental affinity to conjure fireballs, at least as long as his mana veins could last. Next, the ceremony master announced. Ren's heart stopped beating for an instant. It was his turn. The metallic taste of fear flooded Ren's mouth as he stared at his gray egg on the stone altar. Around him, dozens of eggs glowed in other children's hands with promises of better futures, deep blues, vibrant greens, intense reds. Most guaranteed at least a bronze-rank beast at maturity, and the most expensive ones promised creatures with evolution potential up to silver level 3. Only his was gray. The gray egg barely pulsed in Ren's trembling hands. A pathetic heartbeat so weak he had to hold his breath to feel it. Today, this miserable egg, the cheapest available, would chart his destiny. Decide his place in the world. All his parents had been able to get him after selling their last sellable possessions was this gray egg. Not white, not black. Not even brown, gray, the color of failure. Laughter and congratulations for Ron still echoed in the temple as Ren approached the altar. His gray egg looked even smaller now, following the magnificent display of the crimson salamander. Ren mentally reviewed his chances for the 1000th time, clinging to hope. There was a 5% chance of getting a darkness marsh frog. It wouldn't be as impressive as a fire salamander, but with the right cultivation technique, a frog could reach the highest bronze rank, a mature bronze level 2 marsh frog. But he knew it was asking too much, the probability was too low. He had resigned himself. Ren would get the weak plant. Yet even the weak plant with its almost 95% probability wouldn't be the end of the world. An iron rank beast that, well cultivated, could reach the lowest bronze rank, and by avoiding maturity with a secret technique, some people had even managed to take it to bronze level 2. It wouldn't be easy. He'd need to invest every coin earned to buy the secret cultivation technique, work twice as hard as others, but at least he could earn an honest living in the end. It would mean a decent life, the chance to repay his parents even a fraction of what they had sacrificed for him. But the egg had 3 options. People called it the failure's egg not because it usually gave a mediocre plant. They called it that because of those who had the misfortune of drawing the 3rd option. First option, the plant of the mediocre poor people, 94.99% probability. Second option, the frog of the lucky poor people, 5% probability. And then there was that tiny, terrifying 0.01% possibility, a spore. The spore of the unlucky poor people. The weakest creature ever recorded, incapable of even maturing completely within the iron rank. In other eggs, the lowest possibility, that 0.01%, that 1 in 10,000 chance, was a magnificent creature with silver or gold potential. In this one, it was hell, practically a death sentence in a world where power was everything. Look at the failure's egg. Klein Goldcrest's mocking voice cut through the air like a whip. I bet it can't even summon a decent frog. All the children laughed. Ren kept his gaze fixed on his egg. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing how worried he was. Silence! The ceremony master's voice resonated against the ancient stone arches. Remember, this is the most sacred event of your lives. The moment you cease being mere children to become tamers. Ren closed his eyes, trying to ignore the pitying looks, giggles, and contained laughter. His gray egg rested on the altar like fate's mockery, its weak pulse barely detectable under his trembling fingers. The patenter's son, the boy with the gray egg. The sun pierced through the temple's glass and his egg began to glow. Or at least that's what Ren wished he could say. His egg barely emitted a dim glow, so weak that several children had to squint to confirm it was really glowing at all. Please, he begged silently, anything but the spore. The egg cracked. It didn't explode into flames like Ron's. It didn't open in petals of light like this morning's blue egg from which a water undine had emerged. It simply cracked, a dry, pathetic sound like a twig snapping, and from the crack emerged a small cloud of gray spores. The laughter began before the creature finished materializing. A spore, the weakest beast ever recorded in the history of summonings, a being so insignificant it didn't even qualify as a complete iron rank monster. Silence, ordered the ceremony master, but he was trying hard to pretend not to be amused. Ren Patender, extend your hand and receive your companion into your body for the first time. It will cure the excess mana in your body. The cloud of spores floated lazily toward Ren's outstretched palm. It weighed nothing, emitted no heat. There was no sign of the mystical bond that was supposed to form between beast and tamer. It just floated there, gray. Useless, the 0.01%, someone murmured in the crowd. He really got the 0.01%. Ren kept his head high as he walked down from the altar. His parents had sold everything for this moment. They had worked double shifts. He wouldn't give these brats the pleasure of seeing him cry. 2. Chapter 2, Taming Failure, 5th E. Ren's contract bond was established with a flash so weak it barely illuminated his wrist. His beast now granted him a 10% increase in strength. That was all. For a scrawny boy like him, it meant maybe carrying one more small bucket of water or lasting a few extra minutes in the field. Other children received the ability to manipulate magic or elements. Huge increases in speed, intelligence, mana, perception, offensive or endurance attributes, even healing abilities. Every creature from the most common to the rarest granted some percentage of its power to its summoner and received proportional bonuses back. It was an inherent law of the contract. Ron Blackfear growled as crimson scales erupted along his arms, his nails hardening into reddish claws. His canines lengthened into sharp fangs, and a golden gleam appeared in his pupils. The salamander hadn't just granted him an additional 40% power and control over its fire. With each rank of evolution, it would increase his strength by another 40%, while his defenses, speed, and all other attributes would grow by 20%. His entire body was adapting. By the time the salamander reached silver rank 2, Ron would have tripled the strength of a normal human, a 200% increase, 100% in all other attributes plus increased fire elemental damage and resistance. A Tier 2 beast standard buff. Even a simple plant, a Tier 1 beast, what Ren had hoped to get, would have provided a 30% increase to vitality as its primary effect, plus a 10% boost to all attributes that could reach 30% or 40% with proper cultivation. But the spore. Pathetic, someone murmured in the crowd. It's the only known beast that grants no base power, just that miserable 10% strength boost. Ren remained in place, bound by protocol to witness the rest of the ceremony. Each new summoning was another reminder of his failure. A wind eagle that enhanced its master's reflexes. An earth bear that doubled physical defense. A mystic fox that improved perception and intelligence. And then, the final summoner ascended to the altar. Luna Starweaver. Her blue hair framed her face in soft waves over her shoulders as she placed her black egg on the pedestal. One of the most expensive. The entire temple held their breath. The crack that appeared in the egg was like lightning in the night. From within emerged a shadow wolf, a Tier 3 beast, its eyes gleaming with power. The aura that enveloped Luna was almost blinding, multiplied speed, sharpened senses, and the gift of manipulating several types of elemental magic, a power unlocked through her beast's evolution. Increases of 350% or 500% weren't impossible with that creature. A beast with gold potential. The ceremony master's voice was filled with enthusiasm. Extraordinary, less than 1% probability even in a high-quality black egg. Ren watched as the wolf bowed before Luna, sealing a contract that would elevate her above almost all in the city. Click here, visual scene in the author's comment. Throughout the temple, the changes manifested. Almost every child received them happily. It was the moment they'd waited for their entire lives. The weakness they'd felt all their lives due to mana poisoning transformed into a sensation of euphoria and power. The eagle boy developed silver markings on his skin, and his eyes grew sharper. The girl with the fox saw her senses amplify while reddish marks appeared on her cheeks. Each transformation was unique, powerful, a symbol of their new status. Almost all except Ren's. His spore would be the symbol that his status was now the lowest. At least he thought with bitter irony, it can't get worse than this. He had no idea how wrong he was. Then it was his turn to transform. The spore simply dissolved. It melted into his skin without the slightest spectacle, and for a moment nothing happened. Then small luminescent mushrooms began to sprout from his scalp like tiny glowing toadstools among his hair. The laughter was instantaneous. Look. He's rotting. Hey, Patender, are those mushrooms on your head or little penny? Silence, the ceremony master tried to intervene, but the mockery continued. Careful, it's contagious. Don't get too close or you'll grow mushrooms too. The ceremony master cleared his throat after failing to silence the kids, trying to maintain the moment's dignity. The spore, can mature with proper time. It could reach up to 50 centimeters and grant a 20% increase in strength. More laughter. Everyone knew that getting a spore to mature was almost impossible. The cost in resources and time would be astronomical, all for a result that any common beast achieved from day one. Some children even pretended to sneeze and made faces of fear when passing near him, as if he could infect them. Each successful transformation around him only made his situation more pathetic, while others received claws, mystical marks, and changes that screamed power he had gotten. Unpleasant decorations for his hair. Luna was the last to transform. The contract with her shadow wolf covered her skin with delicate black marks that seemed to dance with the shadows. Her eyes acquired a supernatural gleam, and her blue hair rippled as if submerged in water. The aura of power emanating from her was almost tangible, 50% speed and perception plus 30% increase in all her other capabilities, plus the gift of elemental magics in higher ranks. The mushrooms on Ren's head flickered weakly, as if even they were ashamed. In 1 week, announced the ceremony master, you will begin your formal education. The carriages will come to collect you for school as agreed in the contract, where you will remain until maturity, 8 years. Afterward, you will have a brief rest before beginning your military service. He paused. Keep your beasts fused. It is a show of respect toward the sacred bond you have formed today. The ceremony ended. Ren waited until he was outside the temple. Away from the mocking glances, the whispers, even the ceremony master's poorly disguised pity. Only then did he close his eyes and expel the spore from his body. The luminescent mushrooms disappeared from his hair, and the small gray mass returned to floating beside his shoulder. To hell with respect. To hell with traditions. 30 years of his parents' work, they sold their house, saved over 1 million crystals with a frugal life, all to ruin it with his bad luck. As he climbed into the carriage, he didn't even notice the 5 HRS it took until he arrived at the closest stop near his parents' former house. But the last 2 HRS on foot of the path home had never felt so long. Each step was a reminder of what he had failed to become, of hopes that had vanished with that pathetic gray glow. The spore floated silently beside him, barely visible in the evening light. His new companion, his symbol of failure, his destiny. 3. Chapter 3, Taming Sadness, 5th E. The cobblestone streets of the city center had gradually given way to dirt roads. Elegant buildings turned into increasingly humble houses until he reached the outskirts, where his small cabin stood, tilted and worn by time. His poor parents now had to rent what had once been their property. He stopped at the door. The aroma escaping through the door's cracks made Ren's stomach growl traitorously. His parents were talented cooks. It was what had kept them afloat all these years, despite their low rank. With their mature iron rank plants the lowest possible, they'd been incredibly lucky to work in the city's most modest kitchens. Sure, the owner was a great person for not discriminating against them, but their skill was also undeniable. That was the real reason they were accepted there. The smell of sweetroot stew, Ren's favorite, mingled with freshly baked bread. He stood there, hand on the door handle, the spore floating pathetically beside him. Through the window, he could see his mother moving swiftly through the kitchen thanks to her years of experience, while his father decorated the table with the only 3 candles they had left. They had prepared a celebration feast with the little they had. When he finally pushed the door open, the lump in his throat was so big he could barely breathe. Ren, his mother turned slightly before his father. They both looked at the small gray spore, and Ren could see the exact moment hope abandoned their eyes. Still, his mother wiped her hands on her apron and opened her arms. My little Tamers. The tears Ren had held back for hours finally began to fall. I'm sorry, he whispered as he entered, his voice breaking. I'm so sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, my child, his mother wrapped him in her arms. It's not your fault. It will never be your fault. You spent everything, sold everything, and I. His father approached, his steps heavy from the day's fatigue in the kitchens. He knelt before Ren, placing his large hands on the boy's small shoulders. Son, look at me. Ren looked up with his vision blurry from the tears. Remember when I burned an entire batch of bread last year? Ren nodded, confused, and remember what we did. We cut it into cubes and turned it into croutons. Exactly, his father smiled. Sometimes life doesn't give you what you expect, but that doesn't mean you can't make something good with what you have. But I's the spore. It's part of you now, his mother added, and we love every part of you. Hey, his father's voice was hoarse as he joined the embrace. You're our son. It doesn't matter if you have a spore or a dragon. But it did matter, of course it mattered. The dining room was small but replete with love, and the scent of the outskirts' finest cooking. But try as he might, he couldn't enjoy it. His parents had prepared everything they could in their new situation: sweetroot stew, freshly baked bread. They'd even managed to get some wild berries for dessert. The 3 candles illuminated the table with a warm glow so different from the spore's gray radiance. Eat a little, darling, his mother served a generous plate. You've had a very long day. I'm not hungry. Just one bite, his father insisted. Your mother spent hours cooking. But not even the sweet aroma of his favorite dish could overcome the bitterness of disappointment. As tears returned to his eyes, Ren rose from the table. I'm sorry, he whispered before running to his room, the spore following him like a gray shadow of guilt. Ren, his mother called, at least take some bread. But the only response was the sound of a door closing. In the dining room, the 3 candles kept burning, illuminating a table full with food made with love and hope. His parents exchanged glances, both heartbroken, a deep worry visible on their tired faces. The late afternoon's attempts bore no fruit either. I'm not hungry, he shouted when his mother knocked on the door with a tray of food. In the darkness of his room, the boy observed the weak flickers of his pathetic companion. 1 week. In 1 week he would have to face school, the mockery, the contempt. 1 week to accept that his life would be exactly what everyone expected from someone with the worst possible beast, a gray life. In the small dining room, the candles illuminated the exhausted faces of 2 people who had just watched their last hopes turn into gray spores, and the school contract lay on the table. It was mandatory. Once signed, he had to attend the School of Cultivation and Evolution for 8 years. There he would learn to strengthen his creature, develop its abilities, and become a true tamer. In one of the best schools, if not the best, or that was the idea, but 60 years, the father murmured, both of them already 60 years old. Their mature iron-rank plants, mana barely glowed at their eyes and gave them leaves and vines on their hair, the result of a long time of limited cultivation. Their hands, weathered by decades working in kitchens, trembled. We sold everything for this, everything. His fingers moved over the document they had signed last year, the one that had cost them over 1.5 million crystals, the one they'd worked their entire lives for. In their youth, they hadn't had the resources to buy the secret techniques needed to evolve their beasts beyond the basic state. They wanted something different for their son. They had a simple 60% increase in vitality and 20% to all attributes, gained through maturation, not by ranking up. That was all, but their beasts, being mature plants, allowed them to pretend they were bronze rank 1, barely enough status to keep their jobs in the third-rate kitchen on the city's outer line. Luckily, the vitality bonus made them look and feel younger, like a couple in their 40s. Today, however, nothing in their life felt like luck. We sold everything for this, whispered the mother, tears falling on her worn apron. Everything so he could have a real chance at a good school. So his beast could grow to at least bronze, evolve, give him a better life than ours. The school was expensive for a reason. 8 years of training, access to some cultivation techniques, resources for evolution, connections, everything necessary to transform almost any beast into something more. They had dreamed of something better for Ren, a rank that would let him walk the main streets without lowering his head. With a normal plant, Ren would have had the chance to reach bronze rank 2, improve his vitality to 120% upon maturation, and all his base increases to 40%. Maybe even get a job in the city's good kitchens learning from his parents. But with a spore, he can't back out now. The mother clutched the contract in her trembling hands, silent tears running down her cheeks. The payment is made and the laws are clear. Every contract must be fulfilled and every child with a beast must complete their basic education since they passed that law 20 years ago. If only I hadn't gotten sick, we could have had enough. I was so close to buying the brown egg. But that cursed expensive medicine, I should have D. Don't say that, it wasn't your fault. Ren wouldn't have wanted that, the mother admonished. Besides, choosing the best and most expensive school was too greedy on our part. What have we done? Chapter 4 Taming Hope 5th E. They had dreamed of something better for Ren. But with a spore. 8 years, the father sank into his chair. 8 years watching others evolve their beasts while our foolish investment takes away his hope for. He didn't need to finish the sentence. A spore couldn't evolve its rank. There were no cultivation methods to study, no improvement paths to explore, no secret techniques to buy. Many had already tried. Richer people with much more support, the only one who succeeded, was labeled as the worst failure. A fortune spent for an almost useless gain, 20% strength. Since that day, the spore has been the universal symbol of failure. Ren would spend 8 years learning many things he could never apply. His surroundings would be a continuous reminder of what he couldn't achieve. 8 years of mockery being the school's laughingstock. 8 wasted years, because what could he learn about cultivation and development with a creature that couldn't even evolve? Sadness led the father to reminisce about the past, a past that Ren had illuminated. Remember that day? He asked suddenly, his gaze lost in the candle flames. That year when I couldn't find the mana medicine demanded as tax by the kingdom, you remember. It was depleted due to severe mana contamination from that year's hoard, and I had to go out searching for a mana poisoning remedy herb and also found that plant you ate. We thought we had been blessed. She nodded, taking his hand. How could she forget? They had been trying to have a child since their 20s. Almost 3 decades of broken hopes, watching their friends form families while they remained alone. They had lived a frugal life, pooling their resources to form a happy family, interested only in one thing they couldn't obtain no matter how much they accumulated. Almost $1 million, an incredible amount for citizens of their rank. They'd thought about using the money to cure their infertility, but they were already so old. They had given up, but that trip to the bronze ring. The plant I found in that cave, mistaking it for that high-quality 100-year-old sweetroot, he continued. When you ate it, I thought I had killed you. You were so pale, so cold. And a week later, I felt like I was 20 again, she smiled, reminiscing. And the following year we succeeded without planning, without fertility treatments or herbs, without even trying. Our miracles. They fell silent, listening to the muffled sobs coming from Ren's room. Their little miracle, the child who had given them so much life and happiness when they had almost lost hope, now faced a cruel destiny. It's as if the dragon gods were mocking us, she murmured. They gave us a child when we were already old, only to watch him suffer, he completed, squeezing her hand. The candles, almost spent, continued burning, their flames reflecting on the school contract on the table. In the next room, their 10-year-old son cried silently, a small gray spore floating beside his pillow, an involuntary, dreadful reminder of his fate. The feast they had prepared with so much love slowly cooled on the table, untouched, while 2 elderly parents wept for the cruel turn their life's miracle had taken. Ren lay on his bed, tears drying on his cheeks while rage gradually replaced sadness. The spore floated nearby, its weak gray glow only serving to enrage him more. Go to school like this. It was a cruel joke. He could already see the next 8 years unfolding before him like an endless nightmare. While other children would learn to evolve their beasts, to awaken new powers, he would sit there with a creature that couldn't even mature properly. Maybe it would be better to do what some other unfortunate, rotting ones did and… No. He couldn't. He loved his parents and they loved him too much too. He needed to find something to distract himself. He turned to the small bookshelf beside his bed, where he kept his favorite book, worn from countless readings, The Second Contract of the Wandering King. His fingers traced the worn cover, following the image of a legendary warrior that achieved the impossible. According to the story, the hero had found a mystical medicine deep in the forest, something that had allowed him to form a second contract with a beast. It was just a tale, of course. In all recorded history, only the current king and a dozen legendary warriors had managed to obtain a second creature contracted. And none of them would reveal the way to achieve it to the masses, but Ren was still a child, still naive. He looked through his window toward the dark forest stretching beyond the outskirts. The medicine from the story, what if? But the thought died as quickly as it arose. His father, with his mature iron rank plant, had returned half-dead the only time he ventured there. And he had real advantages. A great 60% extra vitality, an adult strength and speed increased by 20% along with all his other attributes, a modest control over plants that allowed him to detect dangers and defend against some monsters, plus years of experience. And what did Ren have? A useless spore and a miserable 10% increase to his childish strength. He couldn't even lift the heavier 60 kg flour sacks in the kitchen. How did he expect to survive in a forest full of monsters? The spore flickered weakly, as if sensing his desperation. "Why you?" he whispered bitterly toward the creature. "With such low chances, why did it have to be you?" Silence was his only answer. In the dining room, he could hear his parents speaking softly, full of grief and worry. He couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't be the cause of their pain, the pathetic end to all their hopes and sacrifices. But he couldn't change anything either. Once the contract was formed, it was for life. The spore would be his companion until the day he died, unless... His eyes fixed again on the dark forest beyond his window, even considering it was suicidal. The mana poisoning would kill him in less than 3 days with such a weak creature in his body. But as he thought about the school contract, about the years of torment awaiting him, what was worse, dying while trying to change his destiny or living 8 years as the school's standing joke? His parents, maybe he could make them happy too. Ren opened his worn book once more, his fingers tracing the illustrations of the dragons. It was believed that all creatures could become dragons by finding the right path of cultivation. According to the book, the Wandering King found much information alongside his legendary medicine, and thus revealed it wasn't the only one. But it wasn't just any medicine he wanted, it was supposedly in the heart of dragon territory, where mana flowed so densely it could be seen in the air. 5. Chapter 5, Taming the Decision 5th E. Ren kept reading. The Wandering King had traveled for months, crossing the lands of each dragon lord. The red dragon, whose scales burned like the desert sun, ruled over all fire beasts and most reptiles. Under his domain, even tiny lizards could breathe flames. The blue dragon reigned in the ocean depths with his majestic fins and gleaming horns, where every marine creature swore loyalty. The green dragon, covered by a thick layer of vegetation, was lord of the deep forests, where every beast and plant danced to his will. In the eternal skies, the white dragon commanded all flying creatures, while the black dragon governed the beasts of night and shadow. The book showed an especially detailed illustration of the articulated dragon, whose domains were filled with giant insects and creatures with exoskeletons. Each evolutionary line, each egg color, was represented by a dragon. Scholars denied the correlation between dragons and egg colors due to variations diverging from logical branches in egg outcomes, but that wasn't relevant knowledge for the child. Ren paused at a page that had always intrigued him: the dragon of decay, lord of fungi, spores, and all creatures that fed on decomposition. Dragons. Reigning above, feeding and creating all creatures of their evolutionary lines. "At least dragons respect their subjects," he murmured bitterly, looking at his pathetic spore. "Unlike humans." But the dragons and their territories were far from the human city, and for good reason. Humans had supposedly chosen to settle in this area precisely because the mana was so scarce that great beasts found it repulsive. They had no interest in it, for humans. This was their only protection. Only the weakest creatures, expelled and rejected by the stronger ones, prowled near the city. In the plains. But for them, reaching the plains was very rare. They had to be injured, dying to dare leave the forest. Without mana, hunger would catch them and they would eventually die from starvation. The mana here in human territory wasn't nearly sufficient. And yet they were deadly dangerous, maddened by the hunger that mana insufficiency provoked in them. Ravenous monsters seeking their next meal, attacking anything that moved. Ren shuddered, remembering the stories his father told about the forest outskirts, how the beasts there had an empty, desperate look, how they ignored their own wounds, driven only by hunger and lack of mana. Even non-predatory creatures turned aggressive, attacking any source of mana they could find. But that was just the outskirts, in dragon territories. Mana would be Ren's worst enemy. With a beast of this level, he could barely enter the first zone in the Iron Ring with the lowest-ranked beasts. Fortunately, the ruins his father found were right at the beginning of the Bronze Ring, and he could enter through the middle of the Iron Ring. Something like that could be possible even for me, right? Sure, he wanted to go to dragon territory and find a miracle like obtaining 2 beasts. However, he would settle for a remedy that could expel his spore from his body or something similar. That way he could try a cheap gray egg again. Something like that could be close to the medicine that cured his mother. Dragon territory or even the Silver Ring were out of consideration. It was way too far, and if he had ventured too deep for too long, the mana would consume you quickly and… Ren slammed the book shut with his heart pounding. Would I really go to that forest? Even thinking about it was madness. With his useless spore, mana might not be a problem, as he probably wouldn't survive even his first encounter with a beast. But while listening to his parents' muffled sobs through the wall, what other choice did he have as night fell? Determination had awakened more than courage in Ren. His stomach growled. Now that he had a clear purpose, the aroma of sweetroot stew that still floated in the air became more tempting than ever. He slipped out of his room like a shadow, the spore floating silently behind him. The floorboards creaked treacherously under his feet, but years of sneaking out to steal midnight snacks had taught him where to step. In the kitchen, the feast his parents had prepared remained untouched. Ren wrapped large portions of bread with stew in clean cloths, also packing several wild berries. His father always said berries helped keep the mind clear when fatigue struck. From the tool cabinet, he took his father's smallest kitchen knife, the one used for delicate work, and a worn canteen, rope, and his father's most precious map. He hesitated a moment before also taking the flint for starting fires. It wasn't much, but it would have to be enough. A noise in the hallway made his heart stop. Footsteps. He snuck back to his room and got into his bed just as the door opened. Ren, his mother's soft voice. Darling. Ren dove under the covers, grateful for the darkness hiding the packed bag under his bed. The spore settled on his pillow, its weak gray glow perfectly hiding the hurried moment. I'm so sorry, my love, whispered his mother, sitting on the edge of the bed. Her hand, rough from years of work but always gentle, stroked his hair. If we could have gotten you a better egg. It's not your fault, Mom or Dad's, replied Ren, and for the first time in hours he wasn't faking the emotion in his voice. It was just bad luck. Would you like some stew? It's still warm. Tomorrow, promised Ren, hating the lie but knowing it was essential for his mission. Thank you for cooking it. She leaned down, kissed his forehead, and the familiar aroma of spices and love almost broke his resolve. Almost. I love you, little one. I love you too, Moms. The door closed softly. Ren waited, counting his heartbeats until the footsteps retreated and the house fell silent. As he often did during his afternoon escapes with friends, he tied the rope. His bedroom window overlooked the back garden, a drop of barely 2 meters. The spore watched silently as he secured the rope to his bedpost. If you're going to follow me on this journey, he whispered to his companion while shouldering his backpack, you'd better at least not get in my way. The night was clear, illuminated by nearly a dozen moons. From his window, he could see the dark forest beyond the city limits. Somewhere out there lay his only hope for a different future. He took the rope in his trembling hands. I'm sorry, Mom, I'm sorry, Dad, and he began his descent. Chapter 6, Taming the First Journey, 5th E. Ren landed softly in the back garden, where his parents' mature iron rank plants maintained an herbs and vegetables garden. Though it wasn't theirs anymore, they could still use it to pay part of the house's rent and cover some basic food for the family. Beyond the garden's wooden fence, just a few meters away, the terrain began to descend. The view of enormous plains lay almost completely hidden by darkness. There were no walls to climb, no guards to evade. Their house was one of the last structures before the civilized world dissolved into no man's land. Only some plantations dared exceed the common cultivation zone, those with enough money to pay for keepers. But they weren't a problem for him. They wouldn't mind another misbehaving child ending up lost. With his house so close to the outer zone of the abyss, not many wanted to invest in lands that could be invaded by hordes of cursed monsters if the army ever faltered. Being in the front line was frightening. But Ren didn't understand why they were so cowardly in his 10 years of life. And according to his parents in another 30, the hordes had never overcome the army, a naive yet intrepid perception, characteristic of this natural-born explorer child in a rather scary world. A huge, empty space. These plains were perfect for cultivation without crystals in his opinion. Not that it concerned his non-homeowner family anymore. He pulled out his father's worn map, tracing with his fingers the lines and annotations he now knew by heart. How many times had he heard the story? His father, desperate to find the medicine for mana poisoning, unable to get it in the market due to that year's shortage. He had been forced to venture into monster domain as many others. Lots of dads didn't return that year, and his father almost suffered the same sad fate. The compulsory mission that had nearly cost him his life. And just when I thought it was my end, his father always said at this part, I found it, a hidden entrance as if the earth itself had cracked open to save me. I thought I had fallen into a night excavator's hole, but it was an ancient tunnel, probably from the era before Mana's expansion. The map showed the path with obsessive detail, every mark, every turn, every landmark carefully noted. His father never cared to explain why he'd been so meticulous in documenting a route he swore never to take again, but Ren suspected part of him always knew it would be needed someday. He got him, since he had always been as curious and adventurous as his father. An hour later, Ren at last stood at the forest's edge. The manaless boundary, not the mana-rich one. He'd been lucky not to encounter any exiled and hungry creatures until this point. It seemed the day's bad luck had finally run out. Ren glanced at his spore. The spore floated beside him while its faint glow contrasted with the dark forest. Here at the entrance it was strangely peaceful. Healthy monsters never ventured so close to the mana-void zone, much less until the plains. Only the hordes did that, and on specific dates. Void creatures followed underground routes that humans had learned to predict and attack to contain and keep them from leaving the abyss. Here there weren't those kinds of problems. Not yet. In theory, whispered Ren, more to give himself courage than to inform his silent companion, we should be safe until we reach the deep Iron Ring forest. Monsters, even Iron Rank ones, hate this zone almost as much as dragons do. Ren repeated to convince himself. He unfolded the map one last time, memorizing the first stage. If his father had found that underground tunnel, if it really existed, it would be his best chance. The monsters wouldn't detect him there, and he could advance much deeper into dangerous territory before having to face the real dangers. He turned to look back toward his faraway house one last time. They were probably still awake, worried about him, planning how to make his life more bearable in the coming years. I'm sorry, he murmured, but I can't accept that future, not without trying to change it at least once. And with that, he took his first step toward the forest. The spore floated behind him, its weak gray glow barely visible under the light of 12 moons. The journey that could change his life had just begun. Click here, visual scene in the author's comment. 3 kilometers had never seemed so long. Ren kept to the exact boundary where the earth was still poor enough in mana to keep most beasts away, just a step out from the glowing trees. Those trees signaled the first abrupt change in mana density. Most beasts avoided the boundary, but not the moon toads. They were everywhere starting here. His father had specifically warned him about these creatures. No larger than a 5-year-old kid, these bluish grain-skinned, translucent amphibians were almost invisible under moonlight, except for their eyes. 3 bioluminescent eyes that glowed with a hypnotic radiance, capable of paralyzing their prey with just a direct look. They weren't particularly strong, barely immature Iron Rank beasts, but their hunting method was terrifying. They moved in small groups, surrounding their paralyzed prey before beginning to secrete an acid that. Ren shook his head. He didn't want to remember that part of his father's stories, or worse still, the night excavators. Slow but enormous beasts the size of a wardrobe that dug complex burrows under the mana-poor earth. Mature Iron Rank beasts. Their long arms ending in huge claws could split a man in half, and though they were lazy and generally solitary, their territories were full of natural traps, hidden holes that led directly to their jaws. Both creatures depended on ambush or traps to complement the poor mana in their environment. A few hours later. The spore floated calmly beside him while Ren tested each step carefully. The ground here was treacherous. A network of excavator tunnels could collapse under his weight at any moment. The huge dead tree had to be near. His father had drawn it in detail on the map, an ancient oak twisted like a claw emerging from the earth, marking the entrance to the secret tunnel, if he could reach it. A bluish flash caught his attention from the corner of his eye. Had that been? No. He mustn't look directly. If they were moon toads, a direct look would be his end. Another blue flash, closer this time. Ren kept his eyes fixed on the ground, his heart was hammering harder and harder against his chest. Moon toads always hunted in groups of 3 to 5. If he'd seen one. A soft, melodious croak came from his left, then another from the right. They were surrounding him. "Don't look at their eyes, don't look at their eyes," he murmured to himself, repeating the words his father had engraved into his memory. Moon toads were slow, clumsy, even. If he could keep his cool and keep moving. The ground creaked beneath his foot. Ren froze. That hadn't been the sound of an amphibian. That had been the unmistakable groan of earth giving way over a night excavator's tunnel. He was trapped between two deadly threats. If he retreated, the toads would catch him. If he took a step forward, he would fall into an excavator's den. And he couldn't stay still, the toads were already. A blue flash appeared right in front of him, just 2 meters ahead. So close he could see the details of its translucent skin, the pulse of internal organs glowing with bioluminescence. Ren closed his eyes, but it was too late. For a fraction of a second, he had seen the toad's 3 hypnotic eyes. His muscles began to go numb. The melodic croaking intensified, now coming from all directions. He could hear the soft padding of their feet approaching, the wet sound of their skin secreting acid. 7 Chapter 7 Taming Danger 5th E. The paralysis was spreading through Ren's limbs when the spore, without warning, fused with his body. "What are you doing?" Ren wanted to scream in frustration. "Now's not the time to be stubborn. A miserable strength increase won't help me here." The glow of the mushrooms in his hair would only serve to attract those predators more. Maybe even others. Making him a more visible target in the night was the most useless strategy in his mind. The moon toads were getting closer. He could hear the rhythmic padding of their feet, the wet sound of their skin secreting acid. The acrid smell already reached his nose like rotting fruit and hot metal, but something was strange. The toad in front of him, the one that had paralyzed him, tilted its head. Its 3 eyes blinked in an erratic sequence, breaking the hypnotic pattern. The croaking turned to discordant, confused notes. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with a bioluminescence similar to the toad's, creating patterns that mimicked the glow of their internal organs. His head's flickering lights became, against all odds, a distorted interpretation of his predators. The leader toad jumped forward, its 3 eyes now fixed on the glowing mushrooms. The confusion broke its concentration, and with it, the paralyzing skill. Ren felt the control of his body return just as the ground beneath the toad began to give way. Everything happened in an instant. The toad, disoriented by the mushroom's light, didn't notice it had landed on a pitfall trap of a night excavator's tunnel. The earth crumbled beneath its weight with an ominous crunch. Its bright eyes widened in surprise as it fell, its previously melodious croak transforming into a shriek of panic. A deep roar rose from the tunnel's darkness, followed by the unmistakable sound of jaws snapping shut. The other moon toads froze, their bioluminescent patterns becoming erratic with fear. Their acid smell intensified, a non-voluntary defensive reaction. Ren didn't stop to think. His legs, now freed from paralysis, moved by instinct. A jump to the right, away from the formerly invisible tunnel edge he could now see thanks to the freshly collapsed earth. "The tunnels," he gasped as he ran, "they form a pattern." Night excavators were methodical, territorial. Their tunnels always followed the same design, a main entrance with traps in a semicircle around it, if the toad had fallen into one. Another crunch to his left confirmed his theory. 2 of the remaining toads, in their rush to chase him, had jumped directly onto another weak section. The earth opened beneath them like a hungry mouth, more roars from the depths, more abruptly interrupted squeals. The last moon toad, perhaps wiser than its companions, disappeared into the night with a terrified croak. Ren stopped, panting, his heart threatening to burst. The mushrooms in his hair still pulsed weakly, but now it seemed more like that 0.01% was just a bit bad. Not so much of a curse anymore. "You," he whispered to his spore, still fused with it, "are still the weakest beast that exists, but thanks, I guess." A distant crunch reminded him this was no time to celebrate. Somewhere beneath his feet, a night excavator had just enjoyed an unexpected dinner of moon toads. And Ren didn't want to be dessert. The dead tree. He had to find the dead tree before. A deep roar made the earth tremble beneath his feet. It was just an excavator, he reassured himself. They wouldn't come out. But the noise attracted something else. A new sound froze Ren's blood, a metallic hiss like blades dragging against stone. The underground roars quieted as if trying to go unnoticed. The new sound came from the deep forest toward the bronze ring where darkness was densest. Ren hid behind a tree. A mirror mantis emerged between the trees, its body covered in reflective plates that fragmented the moonlight. It was huge, 2 meters tall, but something was wrong with it. Its plates, which should form a perfect pattern, were cracked and misaligned. Deep scars furrowed its exoskeleton, and one of its main scythes was broken near the tip. Ren's heart stopped. There shouldn't be a creature like this within 20 kilometers. Mirror mantises were creatures of the deep bronze forest, bronze-rank beasts that would normally never approach a zone so poor in mana. Their bodies were specialized to absorb and reflect the dense magical energy of their territory, using their reflective plates to disorient prey with light and mana illusions. This one had likely been expelled from its territory, probably after losing a territorial battle. The wounds had weakened it so much it couldn't even maintain its natural habitat. And a wounded beast, hungry, forced to hunt in mana-poor lands, was 1,000 times more dangerous than any local predator. The mantis turned its triangular head toward him. One of its eye facets, normally a kaleidoscope of iridescent colors, was now broken and dull, its body mangled and thinned by hunger. The plates on its body tried to reflect the moonlight, but the pattern was erratic, sickly. Instead of the usual hypnotic illusions, it produced only desperate flashes. "Don't look at me, don't look at me," Ren silently pleaded, remembering the basic lessons about hiding from beasts that every child learned. Mirror mantises usually hunted by creating illusions of their prey, confusing them until they stumbled over their own reflections. But this one, in its famished state, created eerie and faulty reflections like a whirling mirror house. A stray flash from its distorted skill illuminated 2 unlucky points behind his hiding tree and created a small reflection of Ren. The creature moved. Despite its wounds, its speed was terrifying. The scythes, even the broken one, cut the air with a deadly whistle. No games, no more illusions, just pure desperate hunger. Ren ran. The dead tree had to be close. His father had mentioned that the twisted roots pointed north, that the bark marked by ancient lightning formed an arrow-like pattern. Behind him, the metallic hiss drew closer. The beast couldn't maintain that speed for long in a zone so poor in mana, but it didn't need to. It only needed to hit him once. A scythe plunged into the ground beside him, so close he felt the displaced air cut his cheek. The monster's shattered plates tinkled like broken bells, its breathing a tortured cacophony of hunger and desperation. Then Ren saw it. The dead tree, its twisted silhouette cut against the night sky. But the mirror mantis was getting closer, the sound of its broken plates a tolling echo of death drawing near. The tree was less than 50 meters away, a twisted beacon of hope. Just as Ren gave the next step, the ground gave way beneath his feet. Chapter 8, Taming the Tunnel's 5th E. Hope for salvation had got Ren distracted. For one terrible moment, he floated in darkness, his stomach lurching as gravity claimed its prey. His back bashed against a sharp slope. Some items flew from its bag as he slipped. The boy twisted in his own axis, clawing at the earth, but to no avail. As panic mounted and his fingers managed to sink a bit deeper into the ground, although doing an insignificant contribution to slow his fall, he saw it. His father's small kitchen knife, and the flint trailed in front of him. In an act of pure instinct, Ren grabbed the knife. The blade plunged into the tunnel wall, finally decelerating his fall with strength he didn't know he had. Earth and stones rained around him, striking his face, getting in his eyes, but he stopped at last. Above, the mirror mantis stopped at the hole's edge. Its broken plates created a sickly kaleidoscope of fragmented moons. The creature tilted its triangular head, evaluating, slightly confused but mostly hungry. No, 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 Ren kicked at the wall, searching for a foothold. The knife was slipping. Luck was yet to be on his side. The earth crumbled and Ren fell again. The mantis jumped just seconds behind him. Its scythes gleamed in the darkness as it fell. Ren saw his life flash before his eyes, 10 short years that would end in darkness, far from his parents without even the chance to. A deafening roar shook the tunnel. The image of the excavator catching him made him drive the knife back in, and in his desperation he saw a small tunnel beside him. The parallel tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for Ren to crawl through. Without thinking, Ren pushed himself toward the tunnel. But the mantis caught up. However, just before it could grab Ren as he entered the tunnel. The wall beneath the mantis opened, revealing the monstrous head of a night excavator. The beast had been hibernating, storing what little mana was available when the collapse had awakened it. And now it was hungry. The weakened mirror mantis twisted in the air, its scythes finding excavator flesh instead of its original prey. The excavator roared in pain, then used its huge claws to catch its attacker. Ren was paralyzed with terror. Less than 2 meters away, two nightmarish beasts fought in a deadly dance. The mantis's broken plates created chaotic flashes in the darkness while the excavator tried to drag its prey into the depths. He crawled, but the tunnel was too short. It led to a bigger chamber with multiple beast entrances. To his right, almost invisible in the darkness, Ren distinguished an opening. A different tunnel, its walls weirdly smoothed. As if man-made, he had no choice. It seemed like the better option, and the winner would be decided soon. He crawled out the small tunnel while 3 meters behind him the battle reached its climax. The mantis's metallic screech mixed with the excavator's roar. There was a horrible crunch and then silence. Ren crawled away from the edge. His breathing was so loud he feared the winning beast might hear him. "I'm alive," he thought, incredulous. The mushrooms in his hair provided the only light in the tunnel's absolute darkness, their weak glow barely sufficient to see his own trembling hands. "Please let the excavator have one, please let the excavator have one," Ren muttered while crawling as fast as he could. Night excavators were territorial and slow. If it won the battle, it would take its time devouring its prey before considering pursuing him. But if the mantis won? A victorious shriek made his blood freeze. It wasn't the deep roar he'd hoped to hear. No, no, no. The mushrooms in his hair barely illuminated the path when a fork appeared before him. The right tunnel was irregular, clearly the work of some beast, but the left one. Ren stopped, panting. The walls were too smooth, too perfect again. Exactly as his father had described in his stories. As if someone had melted the stone itself, son. A tunnel of the ancients, from when humans lived here and shaped rock with beautiful geometrical magic. Behind him, the wet sound of flesh being torn made him nauseous. The mantis was feeding, but one meal was all it needed to regain strength and keep hunting. Ren entered the new ancient tunnel. Now in a much more spacious place. The mushrooms in his hair revealed marks on the walls, symbols he couldn't understand but that were definitely not natural. This had to be his father's tunnel. It seemed to stretch eternally into darkness as he advanced deeper. Ren had maintained a quick pace for what felt like hours, driven by fear and adrenaline. Now his legs trembled from the effort and his breathing was heavy. He stopped, leaning against the wall of the tunnel, exhausted, remembering what his father said about berries helping recover energy and sharpening the mind. He took a handful from his bag and chewed them slowly. As Ren savored the berries, he realized there was no need for wood, the flint, or even try to light a torch. Ren had been cursing them since he'd invoked them, but now they had saved him, given him a weak but decent light, and he didn't even need to worry about fire in a cave, as his father said. "At least you're good for something," he murmured to the spore still fused with him, "even if just as a lamp." Now, with a clearer mind, he began to examine his situation. According to his father's map, he should have found the exit by now. Had he taken a wrong turn, chosen the wrong tunnel? He let himself drop to the ground, his legs grateful for the rest. The water from his canteen was lukewarm but had never tasted better. While catching his breath, he studied the mysterious symbols on the walls. Some seemed to respond weakly to his mushroom's light as if they recognized something in their faint glow. "I suppose I should thank you for the thing with the toads too," he continued, surprising himself by talking to the world's weakest creature. "Though it was pure luck, you probably didn't even know what you were doing." A distant echo interrupted his words. The unmistakable sound of metal against stone, followed by that blood-freezing hungry shrill. The mantis had finished feeding, and this time there would be no more excavators to distract it. This time he would be alone, and now it was coming for him. Chapter 9, Taming the Mantis, 5th E. No, no, no. Ren jumped up when the metallic hiss resonated in the distance, but closer. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with a now strange yellowish glow, but he barely had time to wonder why. The tunnel stretched before him like a black throat. There were no side exits, no places to hide, just smooth, ancient stone and those mysterious symbols. Those symbols that seemed to increasingly glow under his mushroom's brighter, yellower light. Come on, Ren urged himself. Another hiss closer, with the excavator's flesh providing it with new energy. The mantis moved faster. Ren ran. His feet struck the ancient floor as he descended into the tunnel. The air grew colder, denser. His breathing echoed in his ears, mixing with the ever-closer sound of scythes against stone. Screech, screech, screech. The mantis didn't even need to run. Its steady, relentless pace was enough. It knew that sooner or later, like any other hole, the tunnel would end. Sooner or later, Ren would run out of space to flee. A flash, reflected from the mantis's body, illuminated the tunnel behind him. The beast was so close now that the mushroom's light revealed the sickly gleam of the irregular pattern from its broken plates. It didn't matter that it was injured. It didn't matter that it had been expelled from its territory. It was still a bronze-rank creature, and he was just a child with the world's weakest beast. The tunnel began to narrow. The yellow light casted strange shadows on the walls, making the ancient symbols seem to dance. Screech. Screech, the mantis's large, slender body struggled forward, scraping more and more against the tunnel walls. Screitch. Closer, ever closer. Ren stumbled, his knee struck against the stone. Pain exploded in his leg, but terror kept him moving. He rose and kept running, limping, crawling forward. The mantis hissed, the sound now so close he could feel the vibration in his bones. Its broken plates created a nightmarish sight on the tunnel walls, reflecting the mushroom's yellow light in fractal patterns. And then, the tunnel ended. A smooth, solid wall rose before him, covered in ancient symbols that seemed to mock his fate. No way out, the metallic hiss stopped. In the brief silence that followed, it hesitated, unsure to fit in the cramped space, yet the unquenchable mana famine made it start to dig and push. Ren could hear the scythe scraping against stone as the mantis approached slowly, as if savoring the moment. It no longer needed to run, no longer needed to hurry. Its prey had been cornered, only a few more meters. The mushroom's yellow light intensified, as if responding to Ren's terror. Almost at the same time, the wall's symbols started glowing, with the same hue peeling off in small clouds, creating patterns that reminded him of spores. The mirror mantis stopped. Its eye facets reflected the yellow light. The creature raised its scythes, preparing to deliver a blow, but something was wrong. The beast tilted its triangular head, confused. Its broken plates tinkled with a new rhythm, more erratic, more frightened. The air grew dense, heavy with a smell Ren had never experienced before. It was like damp earth and rusted metal, like rotting leaves and something older, deeper. The clouds that came from the symbols on the wall began to move. No, not move, they were stalking. They were never symbols, whispered Ren, the horror of realization hitting him like an icy fist. They were dormant spores. The mantis tried to crawl back, its metallic hiss transforming into something closer to panic. Its plates now reflected the thousands of specks of yellow light detaching from the walls, ceiling, floor, spores that had been waiting for centuries, awakening to the resonance of the mushrooms in Ren's hair. The entire tunnel was alive, and it was hungry. The ancient spores swirled in the air like a golden storm, enveloping the mantis first. The beast shrieked, a sound Ren never imagined such a fearsome creature could make. Its broken plates created a horror show as the spores found every crack, every fissure in its exoskeleton. Ren pressed himself against the back-inclined wall, his heart beating so hard he thought it would burst. The mantis writhed, its scythes cutting the air uselessly while the golden cloud consumed it. Its metallic shriek faded, transforming into a wet, muffled, terrible sound. And then silence. Where the powerful bronze beast had stood now lay only a mound of broken plates covered in yellowish mold. The spores turned toward Ren. The golden cloud swirled like a wave of ancient hunger. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed frantically, but this time there was no confusion, there was no salvation. The ancestral spores weren't normal predators, they were vestiges of a forgotten age, and everything living was their prey. The first contact was like frozen fire on his skin. Yellowish fungi sprouted from his arms, legs, neck, each pulsing with a sickly rhythm that drained his energy. The pain was indescribable, as if every pore in his body was being devoured from within. "No, please," he gasped, falling to his knees. But then he saw it, where the spores had detached from the ceiling, a ray of light filtered through like a promise of salvation. An exit barely large enough for a child to pass through. Ren stood up, his legs trembling with effort. The invasive fungi kept spreading across his body, but something was different. Where the mantis had succumbed in seconds, he remained conscious. His own spore, the world's weakest beast, pulsed with its light as if it were fighting. Every effort was agony. He pushed himself upward, his fingers finding the hole's edge just as his knees threatened to give way. The light blinded him momentarily as he crawled out of the tunnel. It wasn't the outside. Chapter 10 Taming Fate 5th E. Ren emerged into a small cave, its walls completely covered in luminescent crystals that bathed everything in an ethereal, spectral blue light. But he could barely appreciate the chamber's beauty. The ancestral fungi kept spreading, each pulse of the infection scraping away every bit of his flesh and soul. "Please," he whispered, his vision blurring. "I don't want to die here, they would never." His spore fought valiantly, its own mushrooms creating barriers against the yellow infection, but it was losing. Ren felt his consciousness fading, his body growing colder by the second. But the memory of that sweetroot stew he had promised to eat pushed him forward one last time. Then he saw it. At the cave's center, bathed in crystal light, stood a plant that seemed like. It reminded him of the one in his father's stories. The plant, he mumbled, crawling closer as the yellow fungi continued spreading, the one that helped Mother. His fingers brushed the luminous stem just as darkness began claiming the edges of his vision again, faster than before. With trembling hands, Ren pulled the glowing plant free. The yellow fungi kept spreading, but something subconscious told him this was what could save him. This plant can. Though he didn't fully understand, his father had found one like it almost 12 years ago in another tunnel, the miracle medicine that had allowed his mother to conceive. But this one was different. Where his father's plant had been firm and robust, this one was delicate, ethereal. This was the stamen his father had found the pistol. As his last strength withered, Ren brought the plant to his lips. The taste was like liquid light, like remembering a dream. And then he felt it, a deep resonance with something already existing in his body, dormant power and altered genes inherited from his mother, the echo of the first half of the medicine that had made his existence possible. The two halves of an ancient medicine, separated by hundreds of years and hidden tunnels, finally reunited in his blood. The effect was instantaneous. Pure white light emanated from his skin, so intense that the yellow fungi withered and fell like ash. His spore, that supposedly useless creature, began pulsing with a new rhythm, perfectly synchronized with the energy now flowing through his mana veins. To any observer, the spore would have appeared exactly the same, small, apparently weak. But Ren could feel that something had inherently changed within. As if it had evolved into a completely new variant, one that no one had ever seen before. What Ren didn't know, what he couldn't know, was that he had just completed an ancient recipe, a tragically never-finished medicine that required 3 specific ingredients: the male plant, the female plant, and something unique, a host born with altered genes from one half of the formula. He was the missing key. Ren fainted. The mushrooms in his hair returned to their usual color, as if nothing had changed. But in the depths of his being, a dormant power had just awakened, a power that would change everything. Hunger awakened him first, a voracious void that made his hands tremble as he pulled the bread with stew from his backpack. He ate desperately, savoring each bite as if it were the first food he'd ever tasted. The mushrooms in his hair shone way brighter than before, casting shadows that danced with the lights. Ren noticed, but he'd survived too many horrors that night to worry about such a small change. As he chewed the last piece of bread, the reality of what he'd done began to hit him. He'd been seconds from death multiple times, if the moon toads had caught him. If the excavator had found him. If the mantis, if the ancient spores. His parents, what would have become of them if he... I should go back, he murmured, guilt weighing heavier than exhaustion. This was madness, I... Return. The voice was so soft at first he thought it was his own mind, but there was something different about it, something ancient and wise that resonated deep within his being. And then it began. As if someone had opened a floodgate in his mind, knowledge began to flow. He saw his spore not as the weak creature everyone mocked, but as something with huge potential. He understood with crystal clarity every step required for its cultivation, the exact way to feed it different types of fungi, the precise cultivation to strengthen the bond, the correct sequence of evolutions. The bifurcations in its path to power, but it didn't stop there. The mirror mantis, he saw how its plates formed, how it channeled light and mana, the weak points in its exoskeleton where cracks always began. Its life cycle. The night excavators, the way they built their tunnels, the patterns they followed, how they conserved energy during times of scarcity. The moon toads, the mechanism behind their hypnotic eyes, the exact composition of their acid, the mating rituals that determined their hunting patterns. The ecology and biology of the creatures he'd encountered became clear to him now. It was as if he could see the invisible threads connecting all creatures, understand their most intimate natures, their strengths, their weaknesses, their secrets. What is this?" he whispered, overwhelmed by the avalanche of information. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly, and for the first time since obtaining his spore, Ren felt he could see the path before him, not just his own, all creatures' paths. 11, Chapter 11, Taming the Way Home, 5th E. The information in Ren's mind was clear but limited, like a map showing only the beginning of a much longer journey. He could see the first steps of his spore's cultivation with perfect clarity, the specific types of fungi needed, the exact conditions for growth, the strengthening rituals. And there was something in the tunnel he could use for the final step of his Bronze 1 cultivation. The sporocarp should be ready, the mantis body should have been enough for one. But the other parts needed, none of that was anywhere near. The first fungi I need are not iron but bronze rank, he murmured, processing his new knowledge, and they grow in the swamp zones north of Yino, the rival city. Not in this forest. The realization hit him with both frustration and relief. However, there was something else at the edges of this new knowledge, a promise. When his spore reached bronze rank, a possibility would open that made his heart race. A second contract, a second beast. The rest was nebulous, like looking through murky water. But the certainty was there. Each evolution of his spore would not only strengthen it but also expand his understanding of beasts and their paths. Yet that was a task for another moment. I have to go back, he said aloud, this time with resolution rather than fear or regret. I need a lot of materials to start cultivating. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly, as if nodding. It was time to return home. His parents would be worried sick if he arrived too late, and now he had a real plan, not a desperate search but a clear path. Although first he'd have to find a way out of this cave. The mana density in this cave was insane. Ren would be poisoned if he didn't get out soon. How could there be so much mana in a place in the Iron Ring was a mystery to him, even with his expanded knowledge. He glanced at the crystal formations, huge, beautiful, and completely fused together. This was a weirdly joint mana structure, maybe forged someone's work from the past. No way I'm breaking that, he muttered. Maybe in the future. Larger crystals grew harder, exponentially so. Even a bronze-rank creature like the mantis couldn't have scratched it. Ren observed the tunnel through which he'd arrived and decided to retreat. The ancestral spores were still there, dancing in the darkness with their golden glow. But now he saw them differently, understood their nature with great clarity. They're not aggressive by default, he murmured. They attack because they're hungry after centuries of hibernation, but their true method of finding prey is. He stopped, an idea forming. The ancient spores, like all fungi, followed basic behavioral patterns. They sought nutrients, yes, but more importantly, they responded to specific biochemical signals. Ren took some mud. And if I combine this with... A yellowish mold formed where the ancestral spores fell. Ren closed his eyes, concentrating, analyzing its composition. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed, releasing gray spores that mixed with his sweat. He smeared the mud, making a mixture over his spore-covered skin. Disgusting, but now his beast spores gave signals that told the ancient spore colony he was one of them. They should recognize me as another fungal colony now, he murmured. That should keep them at sufficient distance too. He slid back to the tunnel. The golden spores swirled around him but didn't attack. To them, he was now just another fungal organism of the same species, not prey. It works, he whispered, stunned. It actually works. Ren knelt beside the mirror mantis's remains. Under the broken plates and yellowish mold, he could see what he was looking for, the golden sporocarp in a crystalline core, a structure of the beasts that acted as their power center. It was a sphere 15 cm in diameter, now mana depleted after its owner died. Beast cores, he whispered, the knowledge unfolding in his mind, are like proto-eggs. They contain the creature's body plan, information, its mana patterns, its essence. And there's a way to revive them. He took some of the non-broken mantis's plates, those he could carry in his backpack, the core and the golden mushroom from the ancestral spores that had formed while consuming the mantis. While carefully advancing through the tunnel, Ren couldn't help but smile. A few hours ago, he'd been convinced his spore was useless. Now that same weakest monster had given him the knowledge to survive where a bronze-rank beast had perished, and the core in his hands, anyone else would see it as a mere useless trophy. But Ren could see its true value, an option to obtain the mirror mantis. A creature that someday he might want. The ancestral spores tunnel ended up being the easiest stretch of the return journey. Ren emerged covered in mud and a mixture of gray and some stray golden spores, but alive and with valuable treasure in his backpack. He carefully cleaned off the mud and golden spores. Now, facing the return path, everything looked different. Where before there was terror and uncertainty, now there was understanding. The night excavator tunnels weren't a random maze as he'd thought. They always dig in spirals, he murmured to himself, recognizing the patterns in the den's ceiling. And they mark their active territories with deeper scratches on the eastern walls. Thanks to this, he could avoid zones where other excavators might be active while looking for a less steep trap hole to exit through. Emerging into the moon toad's territory, he stopped to listen. The melodic croaking came from the distance, but now he understood its meaning. 3 ascending tones, they're hunting. 4 descending tones would be mating, he whispered. And they always leave one toad watching escape routes while the others chase prey. He waited patiently until the croaking pattern changed, indicating the toads had moved away following some prey's trail. Only then did he move, keeping to areas where the ground was compressed and dry. Moon toads hate hard, dry earth, the knowledge flowed naturally now. Their feet are designed for soft terrain where they can bury themselves quickly. On firm ground, their bodies lose moisture. Even the natural trap zones were obvious now. The excavators always left small signs, oddly placed stones, patterns in soil erosion, pressure dips. To untrained eyes they would look like coincidences, but to Ren now they were like warning signs glowing in the night. The mushrooms in his hair, still shining with that more intense yellowish tone, lit his path as he advanced with renewed confidence. They were constantly showing the pattern of the frog's eyes. Ren was no longer worried about being ensnared by their light, now they even served as camouflage. Every step was calculated, every decision informed by knowledge that just hours ago he didn't even know existed. It's as if I'd been blind my whole life, he thought while skillfully avoiding a zone that showed clear signs of toad activity. And now I can finally see. The night that had begun as a desperate struggle to survive had become a practical lesson about the true nature of beasts. His supposed curse, the weakest spore, turned out to be the key to understanding all these secrets. The magical forest's end finally appeared before him, the last magical trees glowing from what was actually frog urine against the night sky. Ren stopped a moment, unconsciously touching the mantis core in his bag. He had set out seeking a second beast, a miracle to change his destiny. What he'd found was something far more valuable. Understanding 12, Chapter 12, Taming Gratitude 5th E. The edge of the non-magical forest was near. Ren could see the first houses on the city limit, the outskirts about 5 kilometers ahead. Their small lights were dancing in the darkness. Soon he would have to face the consequences of his actions. He paused for a moment, adjusting the backpack with his hard-earned treasures. How could he possibly explain this? The mud, the golden shroom, the plates, the core. Perhaps he could slip in through his window and... A movement in the darkness made him freeze. For a moment he thought they were frogs expelled from their territory. Dangerous, since when hungry and lacking mana they would act differently than normal. He didn't think twice before the lights in his head turned off. But 2 silhouettes moved near the forest's edge, one carrying a dim lamp. Even at this distance, he recognized the way they moved, not monsters but his parents. Ren's father led the way, hoe in one hand. His mature plant was emerging from his shoulders and covering his now bigger arms and forming thorns around the impromptu weapon. His mother followed close. Her own vines were spreading from her hair across the ground, defending their perimeter. Of course, it would have obviously revealed his path and pointed the exact way he'd gone. The map, as soon as they realized Ren wasn't in his room. His father would have noticed the map's absence immediately. How many times had he seen Ren studying it, asking details about that desperate adventure in search of medicine? It was obvious where a child who had just received the weakest spore would look for hope. Ren watched them move in the darkness. Despite their iron-rank beasts, they moved with great coordination, molded by decades of being together and working in sync. He had seen them like this before in the kitchen. But now his new knowledge let him see deeper. How his parents' plants used their bodies as support, extended in specific ways to detect movement, and how their vines created precise defensive patterns with the surrounding roots. Even with only unevolved seedlings, they had developed effective techniques. Ren was tired, covered in mud and gray spores, but alive. And now he would have to face what was coming. The consequences. He gathered his courage and took a step toward the light, just one. Nervousness hit him hard and the yellowish glow of the mushrooms turned on, giving him away. There, his father whispered. A frog so close to the prairie could have attacked Ren. The vines moved with surprising speed, and Ren felt the familiar grip of his mother's plants wrapping around him. For a moment, he considered explaining how mature iron-rank vines had a growth pattern that ends. His mother's cry cut through his thoughts. The vines loosened instantly. Ren prepared for the worst. He now knew the biology of dozens of beasts, understood the most complex behavioral patterns, but had no idea how to handle what was coming. The punishment would be severe, he knew. He had stolen his father's precious map, had run away in the middle of the night, had... His mother reached him first, practically knocking him over with the force of her embrace. His father arrived a second later, enveloping them both in his arms. They were crying. My child, his mother sobbed, squeezing him so tight he could barely breathe. my little one. We thought his father couldn't finish the sentence, his voice breaking. Ren stood rigid, waiting. At any moment the shouting would begin, the scolding, the punishment he deserved for being so reckless. He knew he deserved it. He had acted without thinking. I'm so sorry, his mother whispered through tears. If we had chosen to get you a better egg instead of a better school, even if you couldn't cultivate it properly. We shouldn't have risked your future like this, his father added, his voice trembling. We shouldn't have believed you would get the same plants as us with such certainty. When I got sick, we should have. Ren blinked, confused. Were they blaming themselves? He could have accepted it just like that, but he was different now. His mind was bigger, clearer. But he tried to explain, I was the one who ran away, who stole the map. Who? His father hugged him tighter. We didn't mean to, but we did. We pushed you too hard with all our hopes, with our expectations, with our... No, Ren pulled back enough to look at them. This is all backwards, all wrong, I get it now. His judgment, improved by his new power, made him finally realize they weren't angry at all. They were drowning in worry. You sold everything for me, even the house. Worked so hard to get me a place in the best school, to get me an egg, any egg, and I. Tears began falling down his cheeks, mixing with the mud and remaining gray spores. I just wanted, his voice broke, wanted you to be proud. We always have been, his mother whispered, gently cleaning his dirty face. Always. There was no shouting that night, no punishments or severe scolding. Just 3 people embracing under the light of the now 12 moons, crying together while the mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed softly. And for the first time since the invocation ceremony, Ren understood something that no knowledge about beasts could have taught him. His parents' love was stronger than any disappointment, deeper than any failure. It was unconditional. The walk back across the prairies was silent, interrupted only by his mother's small, dissimulated sobs as she held his hand, as if afraid he might disappear if she let go even a little. At home, the feast they had prepared to celebrate his invocation was still on the table, but now cold. His mother immediately began reheating it. It's not necessary, Ren began, but she was already in the kitchen. You must be hungry, she insisted, wiping away tears while she worked. You've been outside in the night so long. To his own surprise, when the aroma of reheated stew filled the room, his stomach growled fiercely. He ate as if he hadn't tasted food in days, each bite awakening a deeper hunger. His body seemed to cry out for energy, as if the transformation had awakened a voracious appetite. I'm so sorry, son, his father broke the silence, his voice breaking. If we weren't so poor, if we had worked harder, if we could have gotten you a better egg. We shouldn't have pressured you so much with our own worry, his mother added, serving another plate of stew that Ren immediately attacked. You must have felt so. If something had happened to you, his father interrupted, we couldn't, the sorrow would have. Don't pressure him with emotional blackmail, his mother scolded his father. Can't you see he's suffered enough? Being alone in the forest so long, hiding from those frogs in the mud. She approached Ren, stroking his dirty hair tenderly. Would you like a hot bath, darling? Forgive me, his father covered his face with his hands. I'm useless, I couldn't even get you a decent beast, but I promise, I'll go to the forest myself. I'll find a miracle medicine, something to replace that spore or to give you a second beast like in the legends. Anything for you, son. Don't misunderstand me, I love you even if you only have that fungus, but for you No. The vehemence in Ren's voice surprised everyone, even himself. He stood from the table, fresh tears in his eyes. Please don't say that. Don't apologize, I was foolish. His voice trembled but was full of conviction. This fungus, your gift, is the best gift in the world. I was stupid not to see it before. 13 Chapter 13 Taming Knowledge 5th E. Ren bowed deeply to his parents, tears falling to the floor. Forgive me for not thanking you properly. For all your sacrifices, for everything you've done for me. I will triumph at school and make you proud, I promise. The mushrooms in his hair glowed softly, as if nodding to his words. We already are, his mother whispered, lifting him up and embracing him. We always have been. His father joined the embrace. And for a moment, under the light of the now 9 moons filtering through the window, the small family remained united, stronger than ever. Ren smiled through his tears. He had much to tell them, much to explain. But for now, this was enough. He was home. In the bathtub, while hot water washed away the mud and spores from his skin, Ren reflected on his new knowledge. The mushrooms in his hair glowed softly, reflecting in the water like tiny stars. His parents' plant's cultivation path, now he could clearly see what had happened. The knowledge felt like a perfectly detailed manual. Basic plant development. Iron rank maturation phase 1-1. Provide 100 correct development points to rise in rank. 2. If 1,000 points accumulate without specific direction. Faulty development, premature maturation. 3. Incorrect process result. Weak seedling intermediate maturation, only path available in iron rank. They hadn't had a choice. Without knowledge of evolution routes, without resources to buy proper cultivation techniques in their youth, without access to proper guidance, Ren's parents had spent their youth cultivating in the dark. Their plants accumulated development points without direction, advancing blindly until reaching the threshold. Once they hit 1,000 points, premature maturation became inevitable, flawed, irreversible, and far from optimal. Unrealized optimal path. Bronze rank, Bronze 1 common seedling. Bronze 2 strong seedling. Silver rank. Silver 1 weak plant. Silver 2 common plant. Silver 3 strong plant. The water cooled while Ren reviewed this information. It was fascinating and tragic at once. His parents had worked so hard. Ren straightened in the bathtub. There were no evolutionary paths left for them, but there was an option. The knowledge unfolded in his mind, clear and precise. 1,000 days method, true plant maturation. The mature plants everyone knew were actually an intermediate state, a cocoon waiting to bloom. The true final result required 1,000 specific development points. 2 1 point per day without exception. 3 a 3-part ritual that must be performed with absolute precision. The method was deceptively simple. 1. At dawn, the plant must absorb the energy of a common mana crystal drop, confine some on the surface after rains until it completely dissolves. But it must be processed. This energy must be mixed with a drop of vital essence. 2. During midday, the crystal needs exactly 24 minutes of direct sunlight to synthesize the essence energy, not a minute more, not a minute less. 3. At sunset, finally, the essence must be sealed within the crystal with golden pollen from night flowers, common plants that bloom in 10-day cycles at the beginning of the iron ring. It's like daily medicine, Ren thought enthusiastically. And the components are common enough to never run out. They just need to stock. Getting the components wasn't the challenge, precision and consistency were. One failed day and the process had to start over. Most people would give up after trying a new method after a few months, convinced it wasn't working. Additionally, they'd still need a quite expensive rune to seal all the accumulated power from the process. In this case, his parents would need a vitality rune for the last day. Now I understand why nobody discovers this, murmured Ren. Everyone knows effective cultivation methods last 150 days, 180 maximum. But the 5-month perception was also a misinterpretation. In reality, all methods were only 100 days long. But people wasted time at the beginning trying to find the correct rhythm and misjudged the mana crystal's energy levels. Not that he didn't get why they used less mana every day than the most efficient amount. Mana poisoning was scary. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly while he processed this information. It was strange to know so much, every beast. Yet even if he could clearly see the evolution paths and cultivation methods up to silver rank, beyond that, nothing. Everything related to gold rank beasts or higher was an absolute mystery. Perhaps, he thought, when my own spore evolves. But that could wait. Now he had to convince his parents to try something that everyone knew was impossible. 1,000 days. A daily mission, 3 elements, no margin for error. And the result, a truly mature iron plant could reach the strength of a silver 1 plant. It wouldn't be as versatile as a plant that had naturally evolved to that rank, but its base power would be the same. Their extra vitality would rise from 60% to 120% and they would live longer too. He just needed to convince them to try it, for 1,000 days. It's like cooking, he murmured, finding an analogy his parents would understand. You can have the best ingredients but without the correct recipe. He sank deeper into the water, watching how the mushrooms in his reflection subtly changed color. There had to be a way to show them he wasn't making up stories, to show them he really understood things no 10-year-old should know. But first, he needed to better understand his own powers. Information about other beasts flowed naturally in his mind, but there were limits. nebulous frontiers where knowledge faded into uncertainty. One step at a time, he whispered, remembering how his father always said that same thing when preparing a particularly complex dish. Water dripped from the mushrooms in his hair when he finally left the bath. In the foggy old mirror, his reflection stared back, a small, lean boy with red hair and green eyes, luminescent mushrooms in his hair. Nobody would believe that this child could be special. He would have to prove it. Ren awoke with the first light. In 6 days, he would depart for the long 8-year school term, but before leaving, he needed to make sure his parents began the ritual. He found them in the kitchen, preparing for another day of work. Their faces still bore marks from the previous night's crying. "Mom, Dad," he called their attention, holding dozens of mana crystals he had collected over the years in the garden. "Before I go to school, could you promise me something?" Chapter 14, Taming the 1,000 Days Method, 5th E. Ren had dreamed of evolution routes and paths of power, but among all that knowledge, one simple idea had crystallized. His parents were cooks. "Can I ask you something about cooking?" His parents turned surprised. Ren had never shown much interest in the technical details of cooking, and though he always helped, he didn't do it to learn. "When you make bread," Ren continued, "why do you let the dough rest for exactly 12 hours? "Well," his father smiled, always happy to share his knowledge with his son. "That's the time natural yeast needs to." "And if someone told you that you only need 2 hours?" His father raised an eyebrow. "It wouldn't work the same, fermentation needs." "How do you know?" "Because I've tried it, all bakers have tried it. We look for shortcuts at first, but with time you learn that some processes simply need their time." Ren smiled. "And if someone told you you're wasting your time, that 12 hours is too much, that nobody waits that long?" Then his father crossed his arms. "I'd show them 2 loaves, one with 2 hours of rest and one with 12. The result would speak for itself. Even if everyone says you're crazy for waiting so long." A spark of understanding appeared in his father's eyes. "This isn't about bread, is it?" "Mom, Dad," Ren said, drawing their attention again as he held hundreds of small mana crystals he had collected over the years. "Before I go to school, could you promise me something?" Mana crystals this small weren't very valuable. Ren was offering about 500, a significant amount for a child. You needed about 10 to buy a decent loaf of bread. Thankfully, everyone here had weak seedlings, which helped with the food problem since they were very useful in enhancing the fields. An average iron rank worker earned around 50 a day, which provided barely enough extra food variety and payment for rental shelter, but no other commodities. Though Ren's parents, despite also being iron rank, earned around 150 a day thanks to their unique cooking skills. Fern and Reed Patender exchanged glances, the kind of glances adults share when a child is about to say something that will break their hearts. I found a way to make your plants stronger," Ren continued, trying to sound confident despite the lump in his throat. "It's a ritual that takes 1,000 days, but I promise," he added firmly, "that if you trust me and follow exactly what I tell you, your plants will reach the power of a silver rank 1 beast." "Son," his father began with reluctant skepticism. "Like bread, Dad, the result would speak for itself." "Oh, darling," his mother said, kneeling before him, her eyes welling with tears again. "I know it sounds impossible," Ren continued quickly, "but you only need to absorb this each day with these mana crystals and—" He understood what they were thinking, their little boy, desperately trying to convince himself and them that everything would be all right, that his weak fungus and their mature plants didn't mean a future of misery. "Please," he whispered, just promise me you'll try it." His father wiped tears with the back of his hand. "Oh, son, even if you don't believe me, even if you think it's foolish, just do it, please." His parents looked at each other again, their eyes filled with pain and love so deep that Ren's chest ached. "Of course we'll do it," his mother hugged him, her voice trembling. "Every day without fail." 1,000 days, his father nodded, joining the embrace. "We promise." His father looked at 1 mana crystal, then he manifested his seedling outside his body. "What do we need to do?" Ren knew they were just playing along, that they thought this was his way of coping with the trauma of having the weakest beast, of having to leave for school where he would be mocked for years. But they had promised to try. They never had broken a promise to him. And for now, that was enough. The last 6 days had passed in a blur of detailed instructions and practices on how to process the crystals. His parents followed each step with a dedication that broke Ren's heart, not because they believed it would work, but because they couldn't bear to see the hope in their son's eyes fade away. He didn't even have time to play with his friends Anwar, Li, and Tao. Now Ren had 2 years to get them 2 vitality runes. He would have to pay about 20,000 crystals or find a way to. He would see how to achieve it. If the school was as they said, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult, or maybe it would. Now, while packing his last belongings, Ren mentally reviewed the requirements for his own spore's evolution. The components were far more demanding than the mana crystals, sunlight, and pollen his parents needed. Fortunately, the Imperial Academy of Cultivation and Evolution wasn't just any school. It was one of the city's 3 most prestigious institutions, if not the most prestigious. "Do you have everything ready?" his mother asked from the door, holding a food package she had prepared for his journey. Ren nodded, unconsciously touching the mantis core that was next to the plates and golden fungus in his bag. They hadn't believed how he obtained these things, though they pretended to. How could they believe something like that? The mushrooms in his hair glowed softly as he hugged his parents one last time. In a year, when he returned, their plants would have completed a bit more than a third of the ritual. And in a bit less than 3 years, though they didn't believe it possible now, they would reach a power that would change their lives. He couldn't wait to return for the second time and give them their runes as a gift. "Remember, don't miss a single day," were his last words before boarding the carriage that would carry some of the new students. As the wheels began to turn, Ren took a deep breath. The coming years would be difficult. Being the child with the weakest beast at one of the most prestigious academies wouldn't be cute. But he had a plan, he had knowledge that no one else possessed, and most importantly, he had something to prove. The carriage had arrived before sunrise, as Ren lived far from the city and the trip to the academy would take 8 hours. It moved away from the outskirts, heading toward the heart of the city, where the Imperial Academy's spires rose like spears against the dawn sky. It was time for the boy with the useless fungus to begin his true path to power. 15. Chapter 15, Taming Mockery, 5th E. As the carriage pulled away, Ren couldn't help worrying about his parents, though they wouldn't tell him. Ren knew. His new knowledge had shown him subtle signs in their bodies and invocations. There were early symptoms of mana poisoning. His father particularly, that's why he had fallen ill, living in the outskirts for so many years. That poor house didn't have a great location, but its land wasn't small at all. They had sold it for about 500,000 crystals. The house they'd sold to pay for his education they would now have to rent, and with their mature iron rank plants they would barely earn enough in the kitchens to keep themselves fed. At 60 years old, they were already close to the normal life expectancy. While a person could live up to 100, most lives ended by around 50-60, old and burn-out bodies due to hunger, overwork, or untreated illnesses, often mana-related around these parts. Only the base vitality of their seedlings granted them an additional 60 years, a precious gift, but not enough in Ren's eyes. "If they complete the ritual," he murmured, "if their plants reach Silver 1 power. They wouldn't just gain more strength and better job opportunities, their vitality would double, granting them 12 extra decades instead of 6. It would also slowly cure his father." Ren would see his parents only once a year if he managed to gather money for the trip. About 300 crystals should be easy to get, or so he thought. What wouldn't be easy would be getting the runes and materials necessary for his own evolution. Still, it didn't matter. Ren wanted to excel in school and make them proud, maybe even become wealthy and buy them a house in the city. He knew his parents deserved it more than anyone, but everything in due time. He would have 2 years, 720 days to achieve his first goal of getting their runes. The third-year vacation would be in 1080 days, 80 days too late. Then he'd have 8 years to amass as much as he could and become stronger to secure a higher standing. 7 visits total before graduating. Some to verify their progress with the ritual, to ensure they followed each step correctly, and maybe even be able to pay and take them to an elegant graduation where he gets many merits and praise. In the best case, by the 3rd visit they'd already. The carriage crossed through the city districts. After the first 5 hours of travel, the inner city finally began. The first neighborhoods were home to Bronze 1-2 rank families, humble but stable. As the carriage advanced, richer districts appeared, marked by better infrastructure. Successful merchants, lucky silver rank citizens, and some low nobility. Finally, at the heart of the city, rose the estates of powerful silver and gold rank individuals, influential people who shaped the city's future. The carriage was taking him further and further from the outskirts, where his parents would begin another day of hard work, always believing they were following a meaningless ritual just to make their son happy. Ren's fingers unconsciously traced the mantis loot and the golden mushroom in his bag. Before he could contract a second beast, he would need to turn the core into an egg and evolve his fungus to bronze rank. To evolve, he would need 1. First, absorb the essence of death. Charge a bronze-sized crystal with the moss that grows on discarded bodies of bronze-rank beasts. 2. Then mix it with venomous spores from bronze-rank fungi. 3. Finally, seal the process with the mold that forms on some magical runes when they absorb too much mana. He had to absorb those expensive processed crystals for 100 days before consuming the final pieces. The materials needed for the final day were the golden fungus in his backpack and an intelligence rune. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly, as if responding to his thoughts about cultivation. "I'll show them," Ren whispered. "I'll show them that their faith in me, even if pretended, wasn't in vain." After almost 8 hours of travel, the carriage stopped to pick up more students in the noble district. Ren sank into his seat, conscious of the strong glowing of the mushrooms in his hair. Before, he would have expelled his spore to hopefully avoid mockery, but now, the idea of losing that constant flow of knowledge, of returning to ignorance about beasts and their secrets, was unbearable. He decided to hold his ground. A group of 3 children boarded, their fused beasts already granting them cool visible changes, metallic claws, tiger markings, gleaming scales. They stopped when they saw him. "Oh, look who's here," said the tallest, a boy with feline features thanks to his spiritual tiger beast. The rotting boy. "Are you flaunting those glowing mushrooms on your head?" The group's only girl wrinkled her nose. "Can't you at least hide them? It's disgusting." "Leave him," laughed the third, his green scales gleaming. "He probably can't even control his beast properly. Isn't that right, rotting boy? Your spore is so weak it has to cling to your head to live." Laughter filled the carriage. Ren clenched his fists, knowledge flowing through his mind. The first boy's spiritual tiger would reach its limit at bronze 2 rank, unable to evolve further due to a flaw in its core cultivation. Deriving his spirit tiger into a mature earthly tiger instead of reaching greater spectral tiger at silver 3. The girl's beast, a lesser fire eagle, had a defect in its mana absorption pattern that would limit its fire control and mature 2 at silver 1. Deriving her lesser fire eagle into a mature red eagle, instead of reaching greater sun eagle at silver 3. And the third boy's scales. But that knowledge was useless now. It only made it more painful, seeing the defects and limitations in their beast cultivation methods, but being unable to say anything without seeming too crazy. "At least my mushrooms glow," he finally said, his voice firmer than expected. "Your spiritual tiger has a cultivation defect that makes its fur opaque." Silence fell in the carriage. The tiger boy looked at him with both surprise and fury. "What did you say?" "Nothing," Ren turned back to the window. "Just that maybe you should worry more about your own beast than my awesome mushrooms." "What do you know about cultivation, rotting boy?" he growled, his feline features intensifying with anger. "Your pathetic spore doesn't even have true development, doesn't even qualify as a beast." Knowledge burned in Ren's mind, tempting him to reveal more, to explain exactly how the tiger's cultivation would affect its future evolution and show him how foolish he was. But, "Fine, it doesn't matter since you wouldn't listen anyway, I'm just saying what I see," he murmured. "What you see?" The boy grabbed him by the shirt collar. "I'll show you what I see, a weakling with waste on his head who needs to be taught his place." His companions laughed, forming a circle around Ren. The carriage had suddenly become smaller, more suffocating. "Look, he's even trembling," mocked the eagle girl. "Isn't he adorable?" Ren wasn't trembling from fear, he was trembling from frustration. He could see their beast's flaws so clearly, the irregular mana pattern in the eagle's feathers, the instability in the other boy's green scales. Useless knowledge when you're about to be beaten. 16, Chapter 16, Taming Fists, 5th E. Someone with poor percent boost stood no chance against someone with proper good ones, or so Ren thought, but his instinct to avoid pain proved to be stronger than expected. Maybe there was something useful in that new head of his after all. Knowledge flowed through Ren's mind as the tiger boy maintained his grip. A spirit tiger at iron rank granted 40% strength and 20% in all other attributes. At silver 3, those numbers would multiply, 240% extra strength and 120% in the rest. The gap between beasts widened dramatically with each rank, but now at iron the difference wasn't so overwhelming. Ren himself, though thin after his latest growth spurt, had a healthy constitution thanks to good nutrition. He wasn't from a rich family, but his parents always put him first and were competent cooks. His 10% increase in physical strength wasn't so insignificant when it came to moving his light body with ease. What do you know about beasts, rotting boy? The kid with the tiger raised his fist, his feline features accentuated by rage. Your fungus isn't even a real beast. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed. A spiritual tiger's attack pattern always started the same way, a direct punch to the face. It was an instinctive strike aimed at the skull. Focusing on one body part was typical of feline beasts. In this case, spiritual attacks could bypass all physical defenses, even that same skull's bone. And the boy wielding it was too immature, with no real control over his beast. That headshot attempt was more than expected. So Ren could even understand the boy's body positioning before the attack. Hence, he pushed up against the hand holding his shirt. When the other hand cut through the air trying to punch where his head had been an instant before, Ren couldn't help but smile. "Is that all?" he mocked, his heart pounding hard. The boy with green scales, who had been watching silently, narrowed his eyes. "It was just luck, Jin. He's just trying to provoke you. Can't even manage to hit the weakest one with your superior beast. Maybe mushrooms aren't so pathetic after all." A tense silence fell over the group. It wasn't just Jin who felt insulted now. Everyone who had belittled Ren for his spore looked at him with indignation. Was the rotting boy suggesting their beasts weren't any better than the miserable spore? "Shut up," Jin finally roared, his wounded pride transforming into rage. "I'll show you what a spiritual tiger can do." Ren moved by pure reflex, recognizing the pattern once again, his lighter body responding with agility that surprised even himself. "That's enough." The boy with green scales, who until then had only watched, activated his quick movement skill and kicked Ren's foot from behind. Ren stumbled, losing his precarious balance. Ren noticed the attack patterns again, but knowledge only helped if you had time to use it. This time there was no time to react. The fist connected with devastating force, Jin's extra 40% translated into a pure impact. "Who's pathetic now?" Jin growled, but his words sounded more like those of a hurt child than a real threat. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed weakly, all that knowledge and still. The fist rose again. This time Jin was going to use his tiger's real skill. That could seriously hurt Ren. "You're going to learn to keep your mouth shut, fungus." The carriage door burst open, flooding the interior with bright light. The carriage had stopped and the driver opened the door for them to get out. What's going on here? Jin's fist stopped centimeters from Ren's face. The driver warned them that fighting would cost them points if the teachers saw, but he didn't do more than that, though it was enough to prevent the worst. The group descended and the driver left, but before Ren could get away they surrounded him again. With nowhere to escape, the tiger boy grabbed his shirt and dragged him toward a hidden side of one building. "Now then, rotting boy," he smiled, his fangs gleaming. "No one's going to interrupt us while we teach you something about respecting your superiors." His companions formed a triangle, blocking any escape route. The mushrooms in Ren's hair flickered nervously. He would have to use his knowledge with cleverness to try to get out of this. Maybe landing a good hit could help him escape. This Jin kid didn't have a defensive beast, so a punch would hurt him. The problem was the lizard boy. "Look how his little mushrooms are trembling again," mocked the eagle girl. "Are they as scared as he is?" Ren wasn't trembling from fear still, he was trembling from excitement. Could he prove he wasn't so far below them? The fist rose again. "I'm going to teach you why you shouldn't stick your rotting nose in." 3 against 1. The voice cut through the air like an ice knife. Luna Starweaver emerged from the shadows, her wolf materializing beside her like a nightmare made real. Her blue hair rippled with its own energy, and her blue eyes. The tiger boy dropped Ren as if he was too hot to touch. "We were just teaching this rotting boy some manners," he muttered, backing away. "Manners?" Luna arched an eyebrow. 3 beasts with silver potential against the weakest of all. "How? Pathetic for a Strawfang. I'll ask our director to notify your family." "He started it," protested the eagle girl. "He said mean things about our beasts." "And that makes you feel threatened?" Luna's voice was soft but sharp. "A Tier 2 beast with silver rank potential threatened by a Tier 0, the weakest of all. That makes you sound puny. More than him. Am I being mean?" The tiger boy straightened, trying to recover some dignity. "It's not fair that you—" "That I what?" Luna took a step forward. "That I use my family or beast advantage against you. It's like you were doing a moment ago. Would you like it if I did?" The silence that followed made the hierarchy clear. "Get out of here," Luna ordered. "All of you." Chapter 17, Taming the Entrance Ceremony 5th E. This isn't over, rotting boy, Jin growled. We'll see you later. While the bullies fled from Luna, Ren gently touched the mushrooms in his hair. The knowledge they provided was worth every taunt, every threat. He refused to hide them, even though that didn't make things easier. Since the others had hurried to obey, Luna looked at Ren for a moment. There was no sympathy in her gaze, only a kind of calculating curiosity. Or so Ren thought still. Thank you, Ren said when the others had completely left. For helping me. Luna looked at him as if he were a particularly annoying equation she needed to solve. I didn't do it for you, her voice was cold, practical. I did it because I dislike those who abuse their power. 3 Tier 2 beasts against the weakest of all. She shook her head. It's disgusting. Her shadow wolf watched her with its bright eyes, tilting its head as she continued. You do well to stay away from trouble. And frankly, you should consider keeping your spore separate from your body. Those mushrooms on your head only make you a more visible target. I won't, Ren's response was immediate, firm. My spore isn't weak, and I'm going to prove it. Luna raised an eyebrow, studied him for a moment. Interesting, she murmured, more to herself than to him. She remembered this boy from their contract day. How could she forget the only one with a gray egg among so many bright colors, almost all children of rich and powerful families? Luna couldn't get her head around why someone who could only buy that type of egg was at this school. The terrible result at that 0.01% was even more unexpected. He had been so visibly depressed that day, so defeated. But now there was something different about him. Not just the luminescent mushrooms in his hair, but something in his posture, in his eyes. He looked more bright. And she didn't mean the mushrooms on his head. Delusion or courage, she murmured, more to herself than to him. Very interesting. She turned to leave but paused for a moment. We'll see if that confidence of yours lasts at least the first semester, she said over her shoulder, her wolf vanishing into the shadows along with her. Though I doubt it. Ren watched her disappear before he could ask what was so interesting, or why she doubted he could last the first semester, but it was fine, he didn't need her to believe in him. He didn't need anyone to believe, they would see. But not yet. The Imperial Academy rose before him, its towers casting long shadows over the city. This academy's great hall was impressive. Marble columns veined with mana lines rose toward a vaulted ceiling where carved beasts seemed to move in the shadows. The new students gathered in orderly rows, their fused beasts creating a spectacle of colors and transformations. Except for Ren, of course. The mushrooms in his hair stood out like a gray stain amid so much brilliance. Though he was the one who glowed, literally. Welcome, the director's voice resonated through the hall. He was a tall, thin man with a fused gold-rank beast, a lesser royal phoenix whose golden feathers intertwined with his white hair. To the most prestigious institution of beast cultivation and evolution. Ren watched fascinated. His new knowledge allowed him to see some of the phoenix's mana patterns, the complexity of its evolution, though everything related to gold-rank beast cultivation remained nebulous in his mind. Over the next 8 years, you will learn not only to strengthen your beasts, but to understand the very nature of the bond between tamer and creature. Some of you will reach silver rank. A few, very few, might go beyond. His gaze paused briefly on Luna, whose shadow wolf had gold potential. Then almost imperceptibly on Ren. However, he continued, rank isn't everything. History is full of tamers who achieved great feats with seemingly weak beasts. Everything depends on your dedication, your understanding, and above all, your willingness to see beyond the obvious. The whispers began immediately. Everyone knew most of it was a diplomatic lie, a way to console those who, like Ren, had bad luck in their contract. Of course, to Ren the irony of the message sounded different. The professors will assign your dormitories and schedules. Classes begin tomorrow at first light. The director paused. One last thing, at the Imperial Academy we value individual progress but also contribution to society. We don't reward direct abuse based on beast rank. Social levels depend on each other, so you'll lose points for misbehavior but gain points for contributing. Everyone has potential, don't waste it. This time his gaze clearly stopped on the group that had beaten and threatened Ren in the carriage. Jin shifted uncomfortably. As the students began to disperse, Ren noticed something curious. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with a different rhythm near certain areas of the hall, as if responding to a powerful stimulus far beneath the floor. Knowledge flowed through his mind. Perhaps the academy had indeed been built on ancient ruins. Ruins where? He might find the runes he needed without buying them if he was lucky. All first-year students this way, a professor's voice interrupted his thoughts. It's time to assign dormitories. Ren followed the crowd, but his mind was already working. The academy held more secrets than it appeared, and he had 8 years to discover them. 18 Chapter 18 Taming the Grey Wing 5th E. Room 15 Grey Wing, announced the professor, a trace of pity in her voice as she handed Ren the key. The name was a cruel euphemism. It wasn't really grey, it was just where they sent students with Tier 1 beasts of limited potential, though even their Ren's Tier 0 was a special case. He was truly the bearer of a failed Grey Eggs beast. Those were very rare even in poor schools, but here. They hadn't had one in decades. The dormitory was spacious but austere, designed for 4 students. His roommates were already there. Min, a thin boy with a water snake, Taro more robust with a digger beetle, and Liu tall and quiet with a night bat. None of those beasts was an emblem of success. They were perceived as low potential. None were spore bad either though, at least they had evolution potential up to bronze. Or that's what everyone believed, but Ren could see their cultivation roots up to Silver 3 just like any other beast. The mushroom boy, Min smiled when Ren entered. There was no malice in his voice, just a kind of resigned camaraderie. I guess it makes sense they put us together. Ren dropped his bag on the last available bed, aware of the curious glances toward the mushrooms in his hair and the bruise on his eye. Your spore, does it do anything besides glow? Asked Taro. Ren hesitated. After the incident in the carriage, he didn't want to draw more attention to himself. It gives a 10% increase to my strength, he said simply, and it has something else that's good. I don't need lamps. His joke didn't land too well, more pitying glances. An uncomfortable silence followed his words. The others exchanged sad sights, then stared at Ren with the kind of look you give someone who won't accept a painful truth. Hey, Min tried to sound cheerful. It's not so bad. Liu says his bat only gives good perception. But it can be useful when gathering, not everything is about pure power. Taro added. You're right, it's not so bad, Liu said from his corner. I'm a second-year student, but I failed 2 units, that's why I'm still in this dormitory. My first year here taught me that beast tiers and potential isn't everything. My bat seemed useless at first, but with the right training. While Liu sought excuses for his poor academic performance, and then sneakily changed subjects to share advice about life in the Grey Wing, Ren observed his companions. He could clearly see how Min's snake needed freshwater instead of saltwater in its crystals to develop its true potential. How Taro's beetle needed to be fed crystals processed during a specific moon phase to advance along the correct path and avoid maturing wrongly. He wanted to tell them, but the carriage squabble made him tread more carefully this time. Perhaps he thought when they knew each other better, when they trusted each other, he could share some of his knowledge, at least enough to help them avoid bullying. While unpacking near his bed, the mushrooms in his hair pulsed with that strange rhythm again. It seemed he had got just in range to feel it. Not only ruins, there was also a small mana vein around 300 meters down directly under the Grey Wing. Maybe being in the worst dormitory wasn't so bad after all. Especially if what he sensed was correct. Liu, Ren approached the second-year student after the others began organizing their things. Where can I get discarded monster parts? You know, cores, beast remains, materials, bronze-size crystals, and... Liu stopped organizing his trunk and looked at Ren with both pity and amusement. Straight to the point, huh? He sighed. Look, a few decades ago, the academy distributed resources equitably. Every student received what they needed to try evolving their beast, regardless of potential rank, to search for any possible hidden cultivation paths. He sat on his bed, his night bat fluttering restlessly above his head. But everything changed after some weird, expensive tests for weak beasts ended up giving nothing. Now it works on a merit system. You have to prove your worth investing in. Liu grimaced. Basic support is miserable now, barely enough for decent beasts to reach bronze rank with great effort. 1 measly crystal daily. But I need those materials, Ren insisted. Especially venomous fungi, bronze beasts parts, and runes with. Runes? Liu let out a dry laugh. Those are expensive. They only give them free to elite beasts, ones with real potential, and only for passing from silver to gold. The rest of us have to earn them with results. He looked at the mushrooms in Ren's hair. No offense, but nobody's going to waste resources like that on a spore ever again. Why not? Because experiments with fungi always fail. Always, the school keeps records of every attempt. The best result was a mature fungus that gave a 20% strength increase, and it cost more resources than evolving 3 normal beasts to silver. Ren clenched his fists. If Liu knew what he knew now, if he could explain the true evolution paths to the school leaders. But there are other ways to get resources, like the doubling system, Liu murmured. But maybe it's too risky for. Anyway, there's the teaching unit system, he continued. If you manage to pass all 5 units this semester, they'll promote you from iron to bronze 1 student. Instead of 1 crystal daily, you'd receive 10. Only 10 times more, Ren sighed. At silver 1 it would be 100, Liu gave a dry laugh. But that's not until 4th semester and only if you pass the first 3 without failing any units. He looked at the mushrooms in Ren's hair. Though honestly, I doubt you'll achieve much in the battle unit. And cultivation, he shook his head. What happens if I fail? Every 3 failed units you lose a point. If you lose 3 points, Liu made a cutting gesture with his hand. Goodbye to all support for next year. The most you can do is try to pass 3 units and avoid getting expelled from the unit and doubling systems. Ren nodded slowly, processing the information. The academy was brutal for the weak, but the later rewards may be. Listen, Liu leaned forward. I'm telling you this because I like you for being optimistic even with that in your head and honestly feel a bit sorry for you. Don't get your hopes up. Focus on surviving the 8 years. Learn what you can. But don't expect miracles. If I were you, Liu lowered his voice, I'd focus on recovering part of that tuition cost. The fees are high, but with enough work in the safe gathering zones, you could get them to double your resources and recover at least half of that million in the next 8 years. Double? How does that work? Ren asked. 19, Chapter 19, Taming the Grey Wing Part 2. If I were you, Liu lowered his voice, I'd focus on recovering part of what our tuition cost. The fees are high, but with enough work in the gathering zones, you could get them to double your resources and recover at least a 5th part in the next 8 years. Double? How does that work? Ren asked. Tomorrow they'll come to check our belongings. Ren visibly tensed. Relax, Liu smiled at his reaction. It's not what you think, they'll just register the value of the stuff you brought with you. Why? For what you just asked about. The academy doubles the value of everything you get on your own in designated zones, Liu explained. It's through a government subsidy system. The mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed with renewed interest. Everything I get. Everything you obtain with your own hands, yes. Things from your parents or inherited wealth don't count. Only what you gather or process here yourself. It's like a performance scholarship. The better collector you are, the more support you receive. The king has always incentivized people who go out to gather stuff. So if I find valuable materials, the academy matches their value, Liu confirmed. That's why they record what you bring at the start to know what you obtained afterward on your own. Liu lay back on his bed, his bat fluttering restlessly. But like I said, don't get your hopes up with that creature, he murmured. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly, as if responding to his growing determination. What if you're wrong, he asked. What if there's more to spores than everyone believes? Liu looked at him for a long moment. Then, he said finally, you'll have to find a way to prove it. But I warn you, the academy doesn't waste resources on empty hopes and promises. They aren't empty promises, thought Ren. I just need a chance to prove it. And as that thought took shape, the mushrooms in his hair pulsed again, reminding him of the secret that lay beneath their feet. Perhaps there was a way to achieve both things, obtain the materials he needed and secure his place in the academy. Did you hear that? Min flopped onto his bed, his water snake materializing like a blue ribbon around his neck. They double what we find and 100 crystals daily at silver. With that I could. Don't get your hopes up, Taro muttered. First you have to get there. Oh, come on, Min smiled, turning toward Taro who was quietly organizing his things. Don't tell me you haven't dreamed about it. Imagine what you could do with your beetle in the mines. Taro just mumbled something inaudible and continued meticulously arranging his tools. Min has a point, Ren intervened, noticing how Taro's shoulders tensed whenever someone mentioned his beast. Even beasts that everyone thinks are weak could. Exactly, Min sat up suddenly, his snake undulating with enthusiasm. My water snake is iron rank, but I can study a ton and break the mold like the director said. The point is we all have a chance, right? He got up and walked to Taro, putting an arm around his shoulders. Even Mr. Silent here, his digger beetle will be the sensation when it evolves, right, Taro? Taro blushed slightly, but a small smile appeared on his lips. If it evolves, he murmured, but there was a touch of hope in his voice. Of course it will, Min turned to Ren, and your spore, well, at least it glows pretty. Min, Liu sighed from his bed, stop bothering everyone and finish unpacking. Tomorrow's the belongings check and your area looks like a disaster zone. It's an organized disaster, Min protested, but started tidying anyway, his snake helping move things with its tail. Taro returned to his silent organizing, but Ren noticed his movements were more relaxed now. Min's enthusiasm seemed to have that effect on people. The mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed softly as he watched his roommates. Maybe the gray wing was perfect for him after all. That night, while his roommates slept, Ren reviewed his options in the darkness, the mushrooms in his hair providing a faint glow dimmed to avoid disturbing his companions. Getting materials on his own would be difficult. Even knowing exactly what he needed, if they were as expensive as Liu said, obtaining them without academy support could take years. And meanwhile, he murmured to himself, my parents will continue with the ritual day after day. Get their runes first and then. No, he needed to be more efficient. The academy had a merit system, and though everyone expected him to fail, that could play to his advantage. Nobody expected anything from a spore, so any progress, however small, would draw attention. If he could demonstrate even a fraction of his spore's potential, if he could win even moderate academy support with the systems Liu mentioned. Limited resources are better than no resources, he whispered, remembering how his father always said that in the kitchen, even leftovers could become a feast if you knew how to use them. He would have to do both, meet the academy's expectations to gain some support, while searching on his own for the rest of what he needed and doubling it. It would be slower than having full access to resources, but faster than trying to do everything alone. The mushrooms pulsed softly, and Ren felt again that strange resonance with something under the dormitory. One step at a time, he reminded himself. First, prove this student is worth at least the support. Tomorrow will be the first classes. His first chance to show that the rotting boy might not be as useless as everyone thought. He closed his eyes, but his mind kept working, plotting plans, calculating possibilities. 8 years was a long time, if you knew exactly what to do with each day. Chapter 20, Taming the First Class. The classroom was circular, with seats arranged in ascending levels. Ren found himself in the same group as the tiger boy Jin and his friends, who shot threatening glances at him from a distance. Fortunately, Taro, one of his roommates, was also there, though he had arrived late and sat on the other side of the classroom as there was no other place. Luna was there too, her shadow wolf barely visible as an ethereal silhouette beside her. In this first semester, announced Professor Wei, a robust man with a silver rank 2 manticore manifesting in silver patterns across his skin, student groups are random. Afterward, you'll be reorganized according to your performance, so pay attention if you don't want to lose your place. I'll begin the class. Ren observed the patterns on the professor's skin. The manticore had been cultivated primarily with random daylight. There were details suggesting other unused techniques. Wei began drawing a diagram on the board. The basic principles of cultivation have been studied for hundreds of years, Professor Wei began. Every successful method follows 3 fundamental phases and has a proven maximum duration. He drew 3 circles on the board. First, mana absorption. The beast must receive energy appropriate to its nature. Second, processing, how that energy is transformed in the crystal so the mana is suitable. And finally, fixation, how that power is stabilized and made permanent. Wei made a significant pause. Something crucial you must understand, no effective cultivation method lasts more than 6 months. This is a fact proven through countless studies. The most common methods last 150 days, and although some charlatans propose longer processes, the evidence is clear. After 6 months, any cultivation attempt becomes inefficient or downright useless. Ren shifted uneasily in his seat. He knew why this perception was also wrong. All methods without exception were 100 days, but... Luna Starweaver, Wei pointed. Could you explain how these phases apply in practice? In practice, Luna stood, her shadow wolf manifesting in her like a dark silhouette with its own life. First, we must obtain the appropriate mana crystals. These are processed, in the case of shadow beasts like mine, under moonlight. Then they're sealed with specific techniques before the beast can absorb them. Correct, Wei nodded. The type of crystal, the processing method, in your case moonlight, and the sealing determine the final effectiveness when the beast absorbs it and lead it to the correct path of its potential. Excuse me, Professor, Ren couldn't contain himself, but that's not entirely accurate. About crystal processing. Silence fell like a slab. Even the tiger boy seemed to forget his hostility, too surprised by the rotting boy's audacity. Oh, Wei turned slowly and looked at him with evident annoyance. The student with the spore has something to contribute about cultivation. Contained laughter. Mana crystals must be processed differently than broad cases like moonlight. They need to be more specific. For example, Luna's wolf crystals shouldn't just be at night, but on a night with 7 moons. Another example would be your manticore, which could have benefited from crystals processed under the first light of dawn. It would have reached silver 3 instead of. Enough, Wei cut him off. I see we have another expert who thinks he knows more than generations of research. Young man, I studied for 30 years before cultivating this manticore. We reached silver rank 2 following methods proven by generations. To suggest that. Wei straightened, his silver patterns glowing with irritation. 5 points less for the student. What's your name? Ren Patender, sir. More laughter now open. Not that it matters much, Wei smiled maliciously. I doubt a spore will obtain many resources from the academy anyway. But enough, Wei cut him off again. I understand some students try to compensate for their limitations with extravagant theories. But in this class, we'll stick to proven methods. The texts have been proven by generations, Wei frowned, to suggest they're wrong based on, what exactly, readings in a story. Laughter filled the classroom. The tiger boy and his friends practically glowed with satisfaction. Luna, however, watched the scene with intense interest. Ren clenched his fists under his desk. Not only had he lost points he didn't even have yet, he could lose the opportunity to gain the support he so desperately needed. Reaching 100 points in this class by the end of the semester would now be a bit more difficult. I need a way to prove I'm right, he thought while the mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. Something irrefutable. Something not even Professor Wei can deny. The answer had to be somewhere, and he had to find it before his opportunity to obtain resources vanished completely. Ren sank in his seat. He hadn't expected wrong knowledge to be so deeply rooted. How could he prove he was right when everything they knew contradicted the truth? Let's continue, Wei returned to the board. As I was saying, basic cultivation follows simple rules. This was going to be harder than Ren thought. The rest of the class was torture. Every time Wei asked a question, he deliberately ignored Ren's raised hand. When he finally did call on him, it was only to say, "See, this is how you answer with established facts, not absurd theories." As we can see in historical records, Wei continued, pointing to Taro, the digger beetle is a classic example of a beast with mediocre natural limits. None has surpassed bronze rank in the more than 500 years we have of species documentation. Ren saw how Taro's shoulders slumped. His roommate had a ton of books. He seemed to have been studying cultivation methods at home, hoping to find some exception. He had thought about telling him what he knew but decided to wait until he knew him better. However, now. Ren straightened in his seat. This was his opportunity. 21, Chapter 21, Taming the Bet. Ren straightened in his seat. This was his opportunity. His classmate's beetle was perfect, a beast common enough that everyone knew its supposed limit, but with hidden potential that could manifest quickly with the correct method. If he could demonstrate visible results in a few months, he would have more than enough time to achieve it within the semester. Of course, he murmured to himself, first I'd have to convince the owner to try it. And that was the real challenge. Who would trust the boy with the useless spore? Who would risk their beast's cultivation following the rotting boy's advice? Still, did he have another choice? That's not true, Ren stood up. The digger beetle can reach silver rank 3 like any other beast. Laughter erupted. Wei looked at him as if he were a particularly annoying fly. First he questions established methods and now he contradicts historical records. Another 5 points less, Mr. Patender. The records you mention about beetle cultivation, Ren continued, ignoring the laughter, only have one error, the timing of processing. If we process the crystals following the correct specific method. More theories about strange specific timings. The exceptions to such ridiculous theories have never been successfully replicated, Wei smiled disdainfully. According to your expert opinion, what would happen if we follow the documented method but change only that detail? The beetle won't evolve into a greater excavator at bronze as your texts say. It will become a living tunnel instead. Silence fell in the classroom. Taro looked at Ren with hope and confusion. A very specific prediction, Wei leaned forward. What if we put it to the test? If you're so sure, let's make a real bet. If you're right, I'll give you 1 bronze rank material, whatever you want regardless of cost, and 100 points from my teaching unit in my 2 classes. To give you even more time for your wonderful demonstration, don't even bother coming anymore. Since you're so knowledgeable, you won't need my advice in class. You'll thus be able to pass the other classes more easily and obtain bronze 1 support instead of iron, assuming you pass the exams of all 5 units of course, BUT. If you're wrong, he smiled maliciously. If you don't demonstrate the exact beetle species you predicted, I get your full tuition and you lose all school support. Professor, Taro intervened, my beetle. It's your decision, of course, Wei continued. But I warn you, following Mr. Pattender's theories, if they stray too far from the common method, only guarantees your beast will end up at mature iron rank. Are you willing to risk your progress for the fantasies of someone who can't even evolve his own spore? Ren looked at Taro, seeing the conflict in his eyes. It was a lot to ask, risking his beast's future on the word of a roommate he barely knew. Don't worry, Taro, we'll follow exactly the documented method, changing only 1 specific moment of processing. It will be at night, as the professor's literature says. Taro thought for a moment and then nodded. There was no turning back now. I accept the bet, Ren said firmly. If the beetle evolves into anything other than a living tunnel, you win. Wei studied Ren for a moment, as if evaluating whether the boy was really as foolish as he seemed. Deal. As they left the classroom, the Tiger Boys group's laughter echoed through the hallway. Hey, rotting boy, one of them shouted. Are you practicing begging already? You'll need it when you lose your tuition. Taro waited until they were gone before turning to Ren. Hey, he said quietly, I know you were trying to help, but I think this joke went too far. You should talk to Professor Wei and apologize, maybe if you explain you were just. It wasn't a joke, Ren interrupted, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly. I can help you have a better life, Taro. Your beetle has real potential. Look, I appreciate you trying to cheer me up, but my mother got me the books as soon as I invoked this thing. Taro shook his head. The records are clear. In 500 years, no digger beetle has surpassed bronze rank, and now, because of me, you could lose everything. We're only going to change 1 thing, Ren insisted. The rest will be exactly like the documented method. There's not as much risk for me as you think. I have an ace up my sleeve. There's no risk for you. Just play along, okay? Taro hesitated. He had already bought 100 crystals and hadn't yet mixed them with the night essence, waiting to gather the 150 he would need for the complete method. Though I'm lucky it's not a full 180-day method, it's still expensive, he muttered, more to himself than to Ren. And getting 150 crystals is already quite expensive. Those extra 50 crystals will be hard to get within the school. The 100 you have will be more than enough, Ren smiled. We just need to wait for a specific night that's coming in a few days. Taro looked at Ren for a long moment. The mushrooms in his hair glowed with a steady light, as if reflecting the certainty in his words. You know what? Taro finally smiled. I hadn't started the mixture with the night essence anyway. I was waiting to have all the crystals to do it at once. He shrugged. I guess I won't lose anything by trying. If you're wrong, I'll still have time to get the other 50 crystals. After using 100 for 100 days, I'm sure I'll have the rest ready just in case. You won't need them, Ren smiled, I promise. As they walked to their next class, Ren couldn't help but notice how the mushrooms in his hair pulsed more strongly near certain walls. The ruins beneath the academy were calling, but that would have to wait. First, he had to prove that the rotting boy knew exactly what he was talking about. 22. Chapter 22, Taming Battle. You won't need them, Ren smiled. I promise. With the 100 crystals you have, it will be more than enough if we overcharge them. The error in the extra 50 days is in the reduced amount of mana in the night crystal. The beetle adapts to the error late, 50 days late. Though I understand why they don't use larger crystals, mana poisoning is scary, but I hope you'll let me slightly increase the amount, Ren smiled. We just need to wait for a specific night that's coming in a few days so they don't absorb the wrong moon's light and the evolution doesn't stray from the correct path. Taro looked at Ren for a long moment. The mushrooms in his hair glowed with a steady light, as if reflecting the certainty in his words. Could he believe this child with such terrible luck? Actually, his logic told him no, but subconsciously, Ren's overwhelming confidence gave him tiny hopes. You know what? Taro finally smiled. I hadn't started the mixture with the night essence anyway. I was waiting to have all the crystals to do it at once, so. He shrugged. I guess I lose nothing by doing it your way. 500 years of records won't change to give my beetle another option if the professor was so sure there wasn't. And if you're wrong about the amount when overcharging the crystal, the school will give me the potion for poisoning once. At least that support is universal. I'm telling you, you won't need any of that, Ren repeated and laughed at Taro's worried monologue. Yes, but if you're wrong, nothing will happen to me anyway. That's why I'm calm, and I'd still have time to collect the other 50 crystals to finish the common method, though we'll have to dig. They'll only give us 1 iron rank crystal daily, and it's not an earth attribute. Though after using 100 for 100 days, I'm sure I'll already have another 50 just in case. Ha, you talk and worry too much. As they walked to their next class, Ren noticed something. By the way, why didn't you collect rain crystals? They're cheaper, but you could have exchanged them. I had 500 before coming. I even got 15 in the last few weeks thanks to the rains. In the city, Taro laughed without humor. It's almost impossible to find them here. Besides, my beetle needs earth crystals, which are much more expensive. Plant users are lucky, they can use that basic and super cheap crystal in their first rank. Ren nodded, thoughtful. He would also need earth crystals for his evolution, though of a higher rank than Taro's. As they walked toward combat class, Ren and Taro met Min in the hallway. Did you hear? Min smiled, his water snake undulating around his neck. Professor Yang has a stone behemoth. A behemoth? There are only 3 in the whole city. Ren, Min, and Taro had reached the end of the hallway to the next class. The combat classroom was different from the others. A circular amphitheater with an arena in the center, surrounded by ascending stands. The walls were marked with scars from past battles. Silence, Professor Yang's voice thundered in the amphitheater. He was a tall, muscular man with scars that spoke of years of real experience. The stone behemoth in Professor Yang's skin gleamed under the amphitheater lights. The rocky lines covering his muscles made him look carved from living granite, a perfect manifestation for a combat instructor. Welcome to the real reason the government has you in school, Professor Yang smiled. Though before we begin with the important stuff, Yang approached the board, I see in your faces that no one has explained how this school really works. Typical of old way. Since my colleague was probably too busy with theories to explain the basics to you, let me simplify your 5 teaching units. He drew 5 circles on the board. The academy divides its teaching into 5 units. Each is worth 1 point, and you need at least 3 to maintain your support here. Losing 3 points 3 times in a row means you're a failure not worth cultivating. He pointed to the first circle. First, basic knowledge, history, economics, and life. 3 boring but necessary subjects. Without them, you wouldn't even know how to pay your taxes. Several students laughed, passing all 3 counts as 1 unit. Several students were taking notes frantically. He pointed to the second section. Then there's Professor Wei's theoretical classes, cultivation and crystal processing, another unit. Yes, they're important, he rolled his eyes, but theory alone won't keep you alive. His tone suggested he considered this barely more useful than the basic classes. The third unit is exterior gathering, where you'll learn something useful. They'll teach you to survive while searching for cultivation materials. 2 weeks every 2 months will go to designated zones. You'll learn to identify materials, detect monsters, and most importantly, when to fight and when to flee. The mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed with interest as Yang continued. 4th unit, practical crystals. Not endless theories, but real identification and gathering in the caves. Also a respectable unit. You'll learn to distinguish qualities, purity, and most importantly, not to poison yourselves too often by exposing yourself too much to concentrated mana. He straightened and finally, combat, my specialty is battle against monsters. A young woman entered the classroom, her light step contrasting with Yang's imposing presence. My assistant, Professor Lin, is expert in combat against other tamers. His eyes swept the class. And do you know why this is the most important unit? Because no matter how much theory you memorize, how many crystals you identify, or how many materials you collect, if you can't defend yourself, all that knowledge will die with you. The rock in his skin crackled as if emphasizing his words. Outside, monsters won't wait for you to process your crystals correctly, and in the rival city, some humans can be just as dangerous. Ren sank a bit in his seat. With only a 10% increase in strength, this unit would be a brutal unit. This class, his voice was rough as the stone covering him, will determine your baseline. He walked to the center of the arena. The final exam is simple. You'll have to eliminate a real monster. Not one of those weak ones that prowl near the city, but a genuine beast from the outer zones. Murmurs filled the amphitheater. That's why I need to know where you stand. Professor Lin and I will design a specific training program for each of you, based on your performance today. Professor Lin began unrolling a scroll. We'll pair you according to your beasts and attributes. The goal is to show your current capabilities. Yang nodded. Some of you have strength increases, others speed. Some have beasts with special abilities. But now, before cultivating them, is when your individualities as people can matter more than your beasts. We want to see how you use them, how you think in combat. Ah, and one more thing, Yang smiled. In my class, theory is learned through bruises. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed nervously. His 10% increase in strength seemed insignificant compared to his classmates' beasts, even in the early stages. First pair, Lin read from the scroll, Jin and. The tiger boy straightened, his eyes fixed on Ren, waiting for his opportunity. 23, Chapter 23, Taming Battle 2. First pair, Lin read from the scroll, Jin and. The tiger boy straightened, his eyes fixed on Ren, waiting for his opportunity like a predator spotting wounded prey. Tarot. Ren could see the disappointment flash across Jin's face. The tiger boy had been hoping for a different prey. However, as he watched both students descend to the arena, the mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly, revealing the patterns of both beasts with startling clarity. Knowledge flowed through his mind like a crystal-clear stream. The spirit tiger versus the digger beetle, it would be an interesting combination for Ren to study. Each beast's strengths and weaknesses became apparent to him, like reading an intricate map of their capabilities. The digger beetle has a natural ability, Ren thought, the information unfolding in his mind. Earth Shield, a mana layer that reinforces the exoskeleton using earth energy. And the tiger, its spirit claws follow a pattern of 5 strikes before needing to recharge energy. The knowledge felt both foreign and familiar, like remembering something he'd always known but never realized. Enter the circle, Yang ordered, his voice echoing in the amphitheater. Show us what you can do. Taro descended nervously into the arena, his digger beetle fusing with him and manifesting as a brown exoskeleton that covered his skin like living armor. Jin followed with a predatory smile, tiger markings becoming more pronounced on his face, his movements fluid and confident. Begin. Jin attacked immediately, his movements flowing like water. Taro instinctively activated his earth shield, his exoskeleton glowing with a deep brown hue. Jin's fists, enhanced by the spirit tiger's 30% strength bonus, hammered against Taro's exoskeleton. The impacts resonated through the amphitheater like war drums but barely left marks on the beetle's defense. Not bad, Jin smiled, backing away with predatory grace. But how about this? His eyes blazed with golden light as the spirit tiger manifested its fangs, covering Jin's fists with ethereal energy that seemed to bend the very air around them. Spiritual Fang, Ren murmured, recognizing the tiger's basic technique, seeing the intricate patterns of mana that made it possible. The next blow partially penetrated Taro's defenses, drawing a cry of pain that echoed in the arena. The spiritual energy had found a weakness in the physical armor, exploiting it with cruel efficiency. What's wrong, cockroach? Only know how to hide. The exoskeleton had held, but the spirit energy had penetrated like water through stone. Each new blow seemed to find another crack in the seemingly impervious defense. Counterattack, Yang shouted from the sidelines, his voice carrying an annoyed tone. The best defense is worthless if you never strike back. But Taro only retreated, protecting himself with his arms in an increasingly desperate defense. Each new spiritual fang found a different weak point in his armor, like a predator testing its prey's defenses. The problem isn't the defense, Ren observed, seeing the pattern with perfect clarity. It's that Taro isn't using the shield's rebound to counterattack. Each time he absorbs a blow, he could. After the 5th spirit strike, Jin had to pull back momentarily to recharge. It was just an instant, but Ren saw the opportunity Taro was missing, a perfect moment for a counterattack that never came. The fight continued with the same pattern until the earth shield finally gave way before a last spiritual fang, cracking like ancient pottery under too much pressure. Pathetic, Jin taunted between blows, his confidence growing with each successful strike. Is this the level of the rotting boy's friends? I guess trash attracts trash. The fight ended shortly after with Taro on the ground and Jin barely winded, his tiger markings still glowing with unused power. Enough, Yang declared, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Jin, good attack rhythm, though you need to manage your spirit energy better. Taro, your earth shield is solid, but you wasted every counterattack opportunity. Perfect defense is useless if you don't learn to turn it into offense. In a real fight, passivity will kill you. A win is a win, Jin smiled as he climbed the stands, satisfaction radiating from every movement. As he passed by Ren, he added in a low voice, tell your friend to find better company next time, though I guess cockroaches understand each other, but practicing with a rotting boy will only make him weaker. Ren clenched his fists, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly. He could see clearly now the spirit tiger's attack patterns, its limitations, its weak points. But that knowledge would have to wait for a different time to be used. The matches continued, each pair showcasing different styles and abilities. Min used his water snake with surprising creativity, though he lost to a boy with an earth bear. Lin finally called, though she winced at the pairing she read. Ren stood up, acutely aware of every eye in the amphitheater turning to him. Against Kai. The boy with green scales smiled predatorily, his scales gleaming under the lights as he stood. It was the same one who had tripped him earlier, his confidence evident in every movement. The rotting boy against Kai, Jin laughed from his seat, voice dripping with mockery. What a waste, I could have crushed him faster. On the contrary, interrupted Cass, the eagle girl, her eyes sharp with interest. Kai's stone scales are perfect for this. I want to see how the rotting one handles an opponent practically immune to his level of strength. Ren swallowed hard. The stone scales granted natural protection. His blows, even with the 10% increase, would barely be mosquito bites against such defense. As he descended toward the arena, the mushrooms in his hair pulsed with knowledge. The scales had a specific pattern, zones where the protection was weaker, but even so. Scared rotting boy, Kai flexed his arms covered in green scales, each one catching the light like polished jade. You should be. This wouldn't be a normal fight, it would be a demonstration of just how useless the weakest beast really was against a proper defense. Or at least, that's what everyone expected to see. Whispers about the unfairness and how easy it would be for Kai began to circulate through the stands. It's not fair, someone complained through laughter. It won't even be fun to watch. What did you expect, someone murmured, with that pathetic 10% increase? His mushrooms could glow brighter, suggested another, prompting more laughter. The pairings were random, Lin announced firmly. So I don't want to hear anyone complaining about favoritism. Professor Yang nodded, the stone lines in his skin gleaming. Though with some, his gaze lingered on Ren, it doesn't really matter who they fight. The laughter was immediate and cruel. Finish him quickly, Kai, Jin shouted from the stands, so we can move on to the real fights. Yang watched with bored indifference. It was obvious he considered this a waste of time. What could the weakest beast do against stone scales? And he knew a lot about stone defense. Lin, on the other hand, seemed a bit more interested. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed as he analyzed Kai's scales, seeking any pattern, any weakness he could exploit. Begin, Yang ordered. 24, Chapter 24, Taming Battle Part 3. Begins, Yang ordered. Kai launched forward, confident. Why wouldn't he be? His stone lizard scales not only increased his resistance and protected him, but his beast also enhanced his other attributes, including strength by 20%. Ren dodged the first blow, but not through skill. Despite Kai being faster, knowledge showed him how the scales limited certain movements. Kai couldn't raise his right arm beyond a certain angle without exposing a weak point between his ribs. Stop running, rotting boy. The scales on your right arm, Ren spoke while backing away, doesn't it bother you how they limit your movement? Kai stopped for a fraction of a second, surprised. That moment of doubt cost him. His next blow was slower, more self-conscious. Shut up. It's because of the growth pattern, Ren continued, dodging another blow. Scales from other beasts follow the natural muscle line, but in your case. I said shut up. Kai attacked with more force, but now his movements were less fluid. The doubt had been planted. He was thinking about his own scales, about the small rigidities he had always ignored. The mushrooms glowed more intensely. The knowledge showed more, how the green scales indicated a minor deviation in cultivation, how this affected their distribution. Your scales should be almost blue, Ren dodged another blow. The green means they absorb too much earth mana, that's why they're denser on your right side. You know nothing, Kai roared, but his voice betrayed uncertainty. In the stands, silence had replaced laughter. Even Yang was watching more intently. Excess earth mana makes the scales grow irregularly, Ren continued while moving. It's subtle, but your right side is heavier. That's why you always turn left when you attack. The next time Kai attacked, everyone could see it, the slight imbalance in his turn, the way he unconsciously compensated for the extra weight on his right side. Shut up. Rage made Kai commit the mistake Ren was waiting for. He lunged forward with all his might, turning left as he always did. Ren didn't dodge this time. At the last moment when Kai was fully committed to his attack, Ren stepped forward. His hands found Kai's arm at the exact angle where the scales couldn't protect the joint. A precise pull using Kai's own weight. The scaled boy fell heavily to the ground. Impossible, Jin rose from his seat. How could the rotting boy? The whispers and laughter that had accompanied the fight's beginning had transformed into tense silence. No one expected the mushroom boy to even touch Kai, much less throw him down. Humiliation was reflected in the faces of those who moments before had been mocking him, especially in Jin's group. Kai rose slowly, his green scales gleaming with a threatening glow. The amusement had vanished from his face, replaced by cold fury. One thing was playing with the rotting boy, but being thrown down by him in front of the whole class. The atmosphere in the amphitheater had changed. It was no longer a comic spectacle, now there was real tension. Even Professor Yang had leaned forward in his seat, his expression of boredom replaced by genuine interest. Lin and Luna showing even more interest. The way Kai clenched his fists, how the scales on his neck bristled, everyone could see the game was over. The rotting boy had made the mistake of humiliating him, and now he would pay for it. Damn you! Kai stood up, his scales glowing more intensely. Speed mode. The scales on his legs changed pattern, channeling more mana. Suddenly, Kai was 50% faster. The next minute was a nightmare for Ren. Kai's first blow was brutal. Ren could barely raise his arms to block, and even then the impact made him stumble back several steps. Is that all? Kai smiled, advancing. The great beast expert can't even stay standing. Trying to dodge the next blow was useless. Kai was now much faster. The scales on his legs gleamed as he moved, and this time the impact connected directly with Ren's stomach. The air left his lungs. The mushrooms in his hair flickered erratically as he fell to his knees. Get up, rotting boy, Jin shouted from the stands. The fun's just starting. Ren stood up slowly, knowledge flowing through the pain. Another blow caught him, this time in the shoulder. Kai was relentless. Each impact resonated in his bones, each blow finding a new point of pain. Stop the fight, Taro shouted. He'll kill him. But the mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed more intensely with each blow. The knowledge flowed faster now. Speed mode diverted mana to the legs, leaving other points exposed. Yang stepped forward. This is enough. Wait, Lin stopped him, her eyes fixed on Ren. Your scales. Ren spat a bit of blood and saliva, are absorbing the wrong type of mana. Learn to shut up, damn it. That's why speed mode destabilizes you. Kai stopped for an instant, his green scales glowing erratically. The scales should be blue, Ren continued, barely staying on his feet. The faster you move. Please shut up or. Kai lunged forward with all his enhanced speed, his scales gleaming like a green star. Ren, Taro shouted, but again, Ren didn't dodge. At the last second, Ren stepped to the left. His fist, guided by precise knowledge, found the exact point where the mana lines crossed incorrectly. It wasn't a powerful blow, the 10% increase barely made him stronger than a normal child. But it didn't need to be. Kai's scales, overcharged with the wrong mana and strained to the maximum by speed mode, resonated with the impact. The energy pattern, already unstable, collapsed. All the green scales went dark at once. Kai fell to the ground, gasping. His scales, now matte and lusterless, looked like mere patches on his skin. The silence in the amphitheater was absolute. Impossible, Yang stepped forward. Stone scales with a simple. Speed mode, Ren staggered, barely conscious, forces too much mana through the wrong pattern. One hit in the precise point and he couldn't finish. His knees gave way and the world went black. The last thing he heard was Professor Yang's voice. Take Patender to the infirmary. 25 Chapter 25 Taming Lin. Ren woke up in the infirmary. The pain in his body reminded him of each of Kai's blows. The mushrooms in his hair glowed erratically. Finally awake. Professor Lin was sitting beside his bed, a mischievous smile on her lips as she sipped tea. You know. It's the first time I've seen someone win a fight while looking so adorably pathetic, she laughed, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Your form is terrible, darling, your endurance. She clicked her tongue. Well, let's say any novice with any other beast would have more stamina, and your technique, she shook her head. Practically non-existent. Ren tried to sit up, every muscle protesting. Lin gently pushed him back to the bed. Boys who let themselves be used as training dummies need to rest a bit while listening. I didn't let. No, she arched an eyebrow, amused. Oh, sorry, I suppose your face and body heroically stopped all those blows on purpose. Despite the pain, Ren couldn't help blushing. But Lin leaned forward, her smile becoming softer. Your combat reading was fascinating. The way you analyzed Kai's scales, how you found the weak point in his mana pattern, that was extraordinary. Why are you here, Professor? Can't I visit my new favorite student? Yours what? I want to train you personally. Ren blinked, sure he had heard wrong. Train me, but he looked at the mushrooms in his hair reflected in the window. I have the weakest beast. Even if I improve my technique, my limit is. And Lin smiled, but there was something bitter in her expression. Let me show you something. Lin rolled up her sleeve with a theatrical flourish. Look at this. On her arm, white and red feathers gleamed under the light. A swift crane manifested in her skin, its wings forming elegant patterns that ran up to her shoulder. A swift crane, Ren observed, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with knowledge. But the feather pattern. Lin traced the feathers with a finger. Most cranes can reach silver easily. They're creatures naturally gifted for cultivation, with a clear path to higher ranks. She sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes lost in the feather patterns. Mine was especially promising thanks to my family's resources. The professor said it had potential for silver too, maybe even. Well, pretty impressive, right? Or it was until this fool, she pointed to herself, ruined her cultivation through impatience. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed as he analyzed. The pattern clearly showed where the cultivation had deviated. Now it's permanently at bronze 1, having reached maturity, Lin continued, pinching Ren's cheek. So let's say I have a weakness for special cases. Why me? Because, she leaned in so close their noses almost touched, I saw a little genius today. Sure, a genius who desperately needs physical training, but, she winked, that can be fixed. Ren saw a flash of pity in her eyes, though she hid it well behind her playful attitude. And she was right, even a mature beast ruined at bronze 1 was infinitely superior to his spore. At least in others' perception, since he knew the truth. However, Ren could certainly use some extra training. So what do you say? Lin ruffled his hair, making the mushrooms glow. Will you let this ruined assistant professor train the weakest student? The mushrooms glowed as Ren considered her offer. The knowledge showed him that Lin's swift crane could have been extraordinary and that it wasn't completely lost yet. I accept, he said finally. But Lin tilted her head, curious. Someday, Ren looked at the feathers on her arm, I'd like to talk to you about your crane's cultivation. Lin blinked, surprised, before letting out a crystalline laugh. How daring, she pinched both his cheeks this time. The little expert wants to fix my cultivation, one thing at a time, darling. First, her smile turned mischievous. Let's see if you can last more than 2 minutes in a real fight. The teacher stood up. Well, enough rest. Lin pulled a small green pill from her pocket. Take this, it will help with the pain and speed up your recovery. Ren swallowed the pill, feeling a pleasant warmth spread through his body. The pain didn't disappear completely, but it became more manageable. Now to class, Lin helped him up. You have practical economics after battle class and you can't afford to miss it. With your special condition, you need to excel in all theoretical units if you want to maintain your support. Ren nodded, understanding where the advice came from. Lin believed that with his spore he would need every point he could get. I'll see you after classes, Lin smiled as she gently pushed him toward the door. And this time try not to provoke anyone who might break your bones before you heal, okay? The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly as Ren headed to his next class. The lingering pain reminded him that, despite his victory, he still had a long way to go. Ren arrived limping to the economics classroom. Professor May was already in the middle of her explanation. "That's why understanding crystal economy cycles is crucial," she was saying while drawing graphs on the board. "The value fluctuates according to the season. Rain crystals, for example, are cheaper during the wet season." Taro waved to him from his seat, pointing to an empty space beside him. "Smart merchants," May continued, "buy when prices are low and store. But they must consider storage costs and degradation risk." "Mr. Patender," May stopped, her voice sharp, "is punctuality not important for?" "Professor," Luna interrupted from her seat, her voice cold and precise. 26, Chapter 26, Taming Crystals. "Mr. Patender," May stopped, her voice sharp, "is punctuality not important for?" "Professor," Luna interrupted from her seat, her voice cold and precise. "Professor Yang sent him to the infirmary. There should be a note I left on your desk. Please continue the class." May checked her desk, finding a paper she had ignored. "Ah," her expression didn't change. "Take your seat, Mr. Patender. As I was saying, smart merchants buy when prices are low and store. But they must consider storage costs and degradation risk." Ren slipped in beside Taro, ignoring the whispers around him. As Ren sat down, he noticed his companion had taken detailed notes from the first part of the class. "A well-stored iron crystal," May continued, "can increase its value by up to 30% if sold at the right time." Most still saw him as the rotting boy. They thought it had been luck. A single quasi-victory wouldn't change their perception. He would have to win many times more before anything really changed. But Luna had defended him again, even if perhaps indirectly. After economics came crystal gathering class. "Welcome to the crystallography laboratory." Professor Song placed several samples on the main table. "Before taking you to the mines, you must learn to identify what you're looking for." He lifted a crystal the size of a fingernail. Iron rank crystals like this one are the most common. Each student with basic support will receive one daily. Notice the opaque glow, the irregular structure. Perfect for iron rank beasts, but he pulled out another crystal 10 times larger and brighter. Compared to a bronze one, the difference is obvious. The students leaned forward, fascinated. Bronze rank ones are rarer and more expensive. Each is worth 10 iron ones. After 6 months of steady progress, you'll be able to receive one of these daily. If you pass your exams, of course. Luna, in the front row, watched with interest as the professor lifted a crystal the size of a strawberry. "Silver crystals are worth 100 iron ones. And gold ones," he held one the size of a fist, 1,000, though I doubt many of you will need them. His gaze lingered on Luna, whose shadow wolf had gold potential. While the professor continued explaining each type's properties, Ren calculated mentally. The crystals he would need for his evolution were bronze rank, 10 times more expensive than what Taro would use. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. Somehow he would have to find a way to get them. Truly motivated students wonder how to obtain higher rank crystals. The professor smiled at the eager looks. "There are 3 paths to prove you deserve the next level of support in my semester exams." He drew 3 paths. The first and most direct, evolve your beast to the next rank. Though his smile became knowing, most prefer to study more before risking their cultivation, so few take this route. Several students nodded. A mistake in evolution could ruin their lives. The second path is presenting a thesis detailing your evolution method. You must demonstrate deep understanding and a viable plan. He pointed to the second branch of the projection. It's the most popular option. Ren noticed how many of his classmates relaxed. It was the safest path. And the third, the professor made a dramatic pause, prove you can get the support by yourself. Murmurs filled the classroom. If you can obtain crystals and synthesis materials on your own, without buying them with your family's money of course, they can be from within the school or acquiring them in practical classes, the academy will match your collected amount. His eyes gleamed. That's why we're an expensive school, but that's also why you can recover much of your investment if you demonstrate capability. His expression turned serious. Of course, venturing to get materials has its risks. The academy isn't responsible for your safety if you choose this path. That's why most prefer the thesis. Though regardless of the path you choose, you must pass the theoretical exams of all your classes to advance. Knowledge is the foundation of all successful cultivation. Now, Song smiled, who wants to see where we find these treasures. The students straightened with renewed interest. They're safe areas, of course, he smiled, specifically designed for students to practice gathering without excessive risks. Though, that doesn't mean it's easy. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed. If there were official practice caves, that meant the academy had a whole network of tunnels under its buildings. Perhaps the ruins, he sensed. Don't forget to bring your book on crystal types, the professor interrupted his thoughts. You'll need them to identify valuable deposits. As students began to leave, Ren couldn't help but smile. The practice caves would be perfect cover for exploring deeper where the real secrets waited. Welcome to the East Cave, Professor Song led them toward a reinforced entrance. One of our 4 practice zones and conveniently the closest to the Grey Wing. Ren and Taro exchanged a significant look. The proximity wasn't coincidence. Poorer students tended to spend more time in the mines. The practice mines were well-lit tunnels, nothing like the natural caves outside. Groups of older students worked on the walls, carefully extracting crystals. The tunnel descended in a gentle spiral with depth markers every 25 meters. Song pointed at the walls. These are safe practice areas. But remember, even here, a mistake can be costly. You must learn to identify veins. We don't want you confusing a solid deposit with a liquid one and getting poisoned by mana gases. Also, mana density increases exponentially with depth, explained Song, stopping beside a 50-meter mark. The first levels are completely safe. The mana is barely more concentrated than on the surface. But observe this. He pulled out a detector crystal, a simple instrument that glowed in the presence of mana. At this depth, its light was dim but constant. Every 50 meters, the concentration doubles, he continued as they descended. At 100 meters, where our regular patrols end, the density is 4 times higher than on the surface. And the monsters. As if on cue, a distant roar resonated from the depths. Several students tensed. 27, Chapter 27, Taming the Academy's Depths. Every 50 meters, the concentration doubles, Song continued as they descended. At 100 meters, where our regular patrols end, the density is 4 times higher than here on the surface. And the monsters. As if on cue, a distant roar resonated from the depths. Several students tensed. Beasts are attracted to crystal deposits, Song smiled at their reaction. The deeper you go, the stronger the mana density, and the more dangerous the visitors it attracts. And remember, these aren't normal monsters, they're the abyssals from the hordes the army fights. Several students tensed again. But don't worry, Song smiled. We maintain rotating guards down to 150 meters to eliminate any displaced monsters. The mana-hungry beasts in this zone are more pathetic than dangerous, really. If you want to understand how it's similar to the outer forests, though concentration increases more rapidly down here. At 100 meters, the density barely equals that of the iron ring outside, relatively safe. Though at 200, he made a significant pause. Well, let's say there's a reason only specialized teams venture that deep. They stopped in a small cavern where crystal veins glowed faintly in the walls. Ren examined the veins. Knowledge flowed. These iron crystals were just the beginning. The ones he needed, the bronze ones, formed lower down where mana was denser. Song continued, answering another student's question about monsters while demonstrating basic extraction techniques. The monsters in the depths are in many ways similar to those outside. When they lack mana, they become hungry and aggressive. The difference is that here they have nowhere to run. There's only one way out when hunger drives them mad. Another roar, deeper than the previous one, emphasized his words. But Ren barely listened. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed ever stronger, as if detecting something in the depths, if the practice caves connected to the ancient ruins. However, Song smiled while storing his pick, not everyone fears them, some particularly. Motivated students sometimes form teams and risk going beyond the safe zone. I don't recommend it, but if someone is foolish enough to try. He looked meaningfully at the Grey Wing students, at least do it in groups. Ren observed Taro working on a nearby vein. His digger beetle, even unevolved, had a natural advantage in tunnels, if he could help him reach his true potential. He needed those bronze crystals for his own evolution too, but more than that, he needed an ally. Song distributed basic mining equipment, small picks, simple detectors, containment bags. Professor, a student raised her hand, is it true we can keep what we find? Absolutely, Song nodded. Any material you obtain by your own means in these mines counts. But remember, only what you extract yourselves and only in designated areas. Though I doubt many of you will need to search so deep. Besides, after the first year, these caves barely provide useful materials. His comment was clearly directed at wealthy students who didn't need to risk themselves for a few extra crystals. Next week, Song concluded as they returned to the surface, we'll begin real excavations. Study your notes on crystallization patterns. Ren calculated. The ruins must be beyond 200 meters where guards didn't patrol. It would be dangerous, but with the right knowledge. He just had to find a way to reach them without being detected. Professor Song led them back to the building and set them free. Having finished crystal gathering class, Ren and his companions found themselves in a flow of students heading in different directions. No more classes? Ren asked, confused. Liu, Taro called to their roommate who was coming down from an upper floor. Where's everyone going? Liu joined them, his night bat barely visible as a shadow on his shoulder. Ah, right, you're new. The day ends early. Early's Min raised an eyebrow. The academy has a particular system. Liu began guiding them through the hallways. After basic classes, students are expected to be proactive. He stopped before some enormous doors, the library doors. The academy library was impressive, shelves rising several stories, sections clearly marked for each beast type. Classes end early, Liu explained while guiding Ren, Taro, and Min through the corridors. They give students time to familiarize themselves with the library and gathering zones. You can study cultivation techniques specific to your beasts, Liu continued as they entered. Or you can go to the gathering zones to start collecting materials. The decision is yours. Most rich family students will go straight to the library. He pointed toward a group already occupying the best tables. They have resources to buy materials, so they focus on theory. And us, Min asked. We, Liu smiled knowingly, usually divide our time. Some hours in the library, some gathering. We can't afford to ignore any opportunity. Ren observed the shelves dedicated to fungi and spores. They were considerably smaller than other sections. The library is organized by ranks, Liu explained. Basic techniques below, advanced above. Though he looked at the mushrooms in Ren's hair, I suppose in your case. I'll only need the basic section, yes, Ren completed the phrase, though the mushrooms in his hair pulsed with deeper knowledge. For today I recommend an hour here, Liu consulted a wall clock. Then we can eat and finally check the gathering zones, though the first days are the worst, more competition for easy veins. Min was already examining books about water snakes. Taro hesitated between the insect section and the terrestrial beasts one. The academy expects us to be independent, Liu continued while searching for a book for his bat. Classes are important, but what you do with your free time, he smiled, that's what really determines your success here. 28 Chapter 28 Taming the Training. The academy expects us to be independent, Liu continued while searching for a book for his bat. Classes are important, but what you do with your free time, he smiled, that's what really determines your success here. Ren nodded, understanding. It was a system designed to reward initiative and personal effort. Though the real knowledge was already in his head and surely wouldn't be in any book, at least he could accompany his roommates and learn how others had tried to cultivate creatures like his. After a while of studying, the boys went to eat. The iron dining hall occupied much of the first floor. It wasn't an unpleasant place, clean floors, well-maintained wooden tables, wide windows, but compared to the other dining halls visible from there. It's part of the incentive system, Liu explained when he joined them at the table. From here you can see the bronze dining hall, and from there you can see the silver one. Ren observed his plate, white rice, boiled vegetables, and a small portion of meat. The food was adequate. The ingredients seemed of good quality, but the preparation was deliberately simple. They could make it taste better, Liu pointed with his chopsticks toward the other dining sections. But then, what motivation would you have to rise in rank? At least it's nutritious, Ren sighed while eating. As a cook's son, he could notice the lack of spices and the slightly overcooked point. Hey, it's better than having to make and pay for it ourselves, though I do miss the taste of salt. Little pupils. The cheerful voice made several heads turn. Professor Lin advanced between tables, attracting looks wherever she passed. It wasn't common to see teachers in the iron dining hall, especially one so attractive. Oh, Liu dropped his chopsticks. This is interesting. What is? Asked Ren as Lin approached. Master Lin never comes here, Liu lowered his voice. She's something of a legend in the academy. A legend? Min leaned in, interested. Her beast got stuck at Bronze 1, a shame, but her combat technique is incredible. They say she can defeat even masters with silver beasts in controlled duels. That's why she keeps her position here despite. Despite what? Asked Taro. Politics in the academy are complicated, Liu observed as Lin approached. Normally, a master with a beast of such low rank would be. Lin stopped at their table. Liu stopped talking. Oh no, she murmured, seeing Ren's half-empty plate. No, 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 you need to eat more than that. She sat beside them, ignoring the surprised whispers. How do you expect to develop muscles with that miserable portion of meat? No, 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 you need at least triples. Professor, Ren blushed when she started filling his plate with more food. Students at nearby tables watched the scene in amazement. Some had even stopped mid-bite. The food here is, Ren began. Simple, bland, graceless, Lin smiled. Of course it is. But she pinched his cheek while serving him more. You need the energy for my training. Nearby students watched open-mouthed. Professor Lin sitting with the gray wing students, personally serving food to the mushroom boy. Taro looked nervously around. Shouldn't we go to the mine after this to get crystals for cultivation? Oh, he'll have time for that, Lin smiled while watching Ren eat every bite. After I'm done with him. Professor, Liu bowed respectfully. It's an honor, he blushed. Master Lin gives the best combat advice in the academy, Liu explained, glancing at the others, though normally she only helps older students who have proven their worth. Oh, but this little one proved something today. Lin ruffled Ren's hair, making the mushrooms glow. You don't see someone use pure knowledge to defeat a technically superior opponent every day. The whispers intensified. Though first, she pushed another plate toward Ren, we need to work on your physical endurance. I can't have a student who faints after one fight. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed nervously as she kept filling his plate. For some reason, her playful smile scared him more than all of Kai's blows. Professor, Min asked, fascinated by the whole situation, is it true you once defeated a silver beast master? Oh, that old story, Lin sighed theatrically. Just luck, and the poor man was distracted by, well, that doesn't matter. What matters, her smile turned predatory as she looked at Ren, is that our little expert needs to learn that knowledge without technique is like a knife without an edge. But first, she pushed a third plate toward Ren. Eat everything. You're going to need the energy for what's coming. Lin's smile promised a training hell, but for some reason, Ren couldn't help smiling too. For the first time since arriving at the academy, he felt he'd found someone who truly saw his potential. Is this the training field? Ren observed the secluded area behind the gray wing while holding his enormous belly. It was a simple but functional space with packed earth ground and some basic equipment. The main fields are more impressive, Lin smiled while stretching, but here we'll have privacy. First things first, we need to build a solid foundation. Aren't we going to practice combat techniques? With those noodle arms, Lin shook her head. Your spore gives you 10% more strength, right? But 10% of almost nothing is still almost nothing. She approached a pile of logs. Most students depend too much on their beasts. A spirit tiger can give 30% more strength, but if the base body is weak. Like me, Ren lowered his gaze. Like you now, Lin corrected, but that's going to change. You're going to train until that 10% really means something better than another's 30%. Vomiting is forbidden. The next minutes were a succession of basic exercises, push-ups, squats, running, nothing spectacular, nothing magical, just the fundamental work needed to build a stronger body and prevent food from escaping his stomach. Technique will come later, Lin explained while correcting his posture. First, you need the strength to execute it properly. By the time they finished, Ren could barely stand. The mushrooms in his hair glowed faintly as if they too were exhausted. Same place tomorrow after classes, Lin threw him a towel. And Ren. Oh yes, this is just the beginning. 29 Chapter 29 Taming Recovery. Ren barely managed to drag himself back to the gray wing. Each step to the room was torture, and when he finally reached his bedroom, he only had strength to collapse on his bed. He didn't know how long he slept until the door noise woke him. The pain in every muscle reminded him of Lin's brutal training. It was better than expected. Min's voice came from the hallway. Thanks for showing us the best spots, Liu. The deposits near the surface are the easiest to identify, replied Liu as they entered. The trick is recognizing the crystallization pattern in the rock. With time, you'll learn to distinguish promising veins from depleted ones. Oh, you're awake, Taro noticed Ren's. How was training? Can't move anything without it hurting. Ren tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Just basic exercises, though they didn't feel so basic after the first hour. How did it go in the mines? He asked, trying to divert attention from his pitiful state. Liu taught us the basics. Min dumped his bag on his desk. I got 10 iron crystals. They're not very big, but for the first day. 12, Taro smiled, showing his own collection, though they're quite small. Liu displayed his findings more calmly, 15 iron crystals and 1 bronze. Experience helps identify the best veins. Though don't get too excited, Liu began organizing his findings. Crystals are just the beginning. For a complete cultivation, you need processing materials and sealants, for example. He listed components, each more expensive than the last. To process your snake's crystals, he pointed to Min, you'll need maybe marine coral extract and moon algae. For the final sealing, probably mermaid scales. He turned to Taro. And your beetle will require metal powder or mana-rich earth from the depths for processing. For sealing, you might need pulverized magical obsidian crystals. He began listing other possible components and their costs. For processing, you'll need those specific materials according to your beast. And the final sealing, he shook his head, that's usually even more expensive. Actually, Ren sat up with difficulty. Processing can be simpler than you think. Oh really? Liu arched an eyebrow, his tone between amused and skeptical. Min's snake is a freshwater one, not a sea one. It will only need night water lily extract, not marine coral or moon algae, and Taro's crystals. He looked at his companion, only need to be processed under the correct moon's light. It's just the final sealing that will be more complicated. Only moonlight? Liu gave a short laugh. The records are quite clear about processing requirements. Centuries of research. The records also said the beetle couldn't pass bronze, muttered Taro, remembering the morning class. Liu shook his head with both amusement and pity. I understand you want to help, but processing isn't something you can simplify like that. Each component has its function. My beetle does respond better at night, Taro intervened thoughtfully. Even the books mention its nocturnal nature. A beast's nature is one thing, Liu sighed, and crystal processing is quite another. But I suppose, he looked at the mushrooms in Ren's hair, that after what the guys told me about your demonstration today and being trained by Professor Lin, you're entitled to some peculiar theories. Ren held back a smile. The real challenge wouldn't be processing, the correct moonlight was free after all. The real problem would be getting the sealant for the final evolution in 100 days. As I see things, Liu began storing his crystals, it will be an interesting semester, though I suggest focusing on proven methods before experimenting with alternative theories. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly. He didn't expect them to believe him immediately, especially Liu, who had spent a year studying traditional methods. But when Taro's beetle evolved correctly. Taro looked at his crystals thoughtfully. After seeing Ren defeat Kai using knowledge no one else seemed to have, maybe alternative methods were worth considering. By the way, Min changed topics while storing his crystals. What other exercises did Master Lin make you do? Ren groaned, the mere memory making his muscles protest. I'd rather not talk about that. The next morning, Ren stopped in front of the crystal processing classroom. Wei taught 2 classes, and although the professor had been clear about the bet, he wasn't sure if he meant both classes. When he entered, the kids' laughter started immediately. Look who came, Jin smiled from his seat. Didn't the expert have anything better to do? Wei stopped his explanation about processing methods, raising an eyebrow at seeing Ren. Ah, Mr. Patender, Wei smiled with false cordiality. I didn't expect to see you here. Shouldn't you be busy preparing your demonstration? His voice dripped with amusement. I thought I should attend to make sure anyway. Nonsense, Wei waved a hand dismissively. The bet included both classes, right? Asked Ren, ignoring the giggles. Of course. As I said yesterday, you have much to do helping Mr. Taro with his beast and preparing for your other classes. Wei smiled with false kindness. Don't worry about attendance, you'll have it perfect if you win the bet, and if you lose, his smile turned sharp, well, attendance will be the least of your problems. So you can go away, he stopped, correcting himself with exaggerated courtesy, retire quietly to work on it. Ren nodded slowly and left the classroom. The laughter increased as he left. He could hear someone comment, did he really think he could come? Before the door closed, the mushrooms in his hair pulsed while he considered his options. Free time before battle class. The library wouldn't be much help, at least not in beast topics. Most texts just repeated the same limited information. And though May's economics class was fascinating, for now he had all the basic concepts clear, so the library was excluded for today. I could take advantage to collect some crystals, he thought while heading toward the practice mines. If I start now, before other students finish their classes. Oh, but look who we have here. Ren froze mid-step, that cheerful voice. 30 Chapter 30 Taming Foundations. I could take advantage to collect some crystals, Ren thought while heading toward the practice mines. If I start now, before other students finish their classes. Oh, but look who we have here. Ren froze mid-step, that cheerful voice. My favorite student, Lin appeared from nowhere, practically materializing in front of him. What are you doing wandering the halls at this hour? Shouldn't you be in class? Professor Wei gave me permission to. Free time, Lin's eyes sparkled with a joy that made Ren instinctively step back. What a coincidence, I have this hour free too. Actually, I was going to the mines too. Exercise, Lin grabbed his arm. How dedicated, I was just thinking you needed more work on your core endurance. No, I meant to collect crystal. Excellent idea, Lin began dragging him in the opposite direction from the mines. We'll collect mussels. Though she pinched his arm, first we need to find them. Where did you hide them, little one? Professor, I really need to get some materials. Oh, you also need to get some endurance. And look, we have all morning to work on it. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with what seemed like resignation while Lin dragged him toward the training field, humming cheerfully. You know, Lin smiled while opening the field door. I think today we'll focus on leg exercises. Since you seem so eager to go to the mines, I'll help you prepare for all that walking. Ren sighed. Apparently the universe had other plans for his free morning, very painful plans. Come on, one last set. Lin smiled while Ren struggled to complete another series of exercises. Every muscle protested from the previous day's training. The push-ups that were already difficult had become almost impossible. Can't, Ren panted, his arms shaking. Oh, Lin crouched beside him. Does the little expert give up so easily? After beating a boy with stone scales. That was different. True, that was luck and knowledge, she pinched his cheek. This is hard work, which would you prefer backing you up next time? All of them. Ren tried another push-up, but his arms gave way. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly as if they too were exhausted. Lin watched him struggle a moment longer before sighing theatrically. All right, I suppose I've been a bit cruel. She pulled another green pill from her pocket. Here, this will help with recovery. More magic pills. Nothing magical, just my basic fatigue medicine, she winked. Can't have my student dying on his second day, right? As the pill's effect spread through his body, Lin helped him complete the last exercises. The pain didn't disappear completely, but at least now he could move without wanting to scream. Just in time, Lin heard the bell. Time for battle class. Can I take a break? After I gave you a pill, she dragged him toward the main field. Besides, today is special core training for everyone. The main field was already full when they arrived. Yang watched as students organized themselves in rows. After yesterday's evaluations, he announced, it's clear most need basic strength work. Powerful beasts are useless without a solid foundation. The exercises that followed were similar to those Lin had made him do, but Ren was already exhausted before starting. Look at the rotting boy, someone whispered when Ren stumbled during an exercise. Already tired. What did you expect? Another answered between laughs. With that pathetic spore. Less talk, more movement, Lin passed between the rows, correcting postures. When she reached Ren, she murmured, don't mind them, they're only doing the exercise once. Ren nodded, understanding. While others started fresh, he had 2 training sessions under his belt. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, he was working triple. Patender, Yang called when Ren failed another exercise. Was yesterday's victory luck after all? More laughter, but Ren noticed something in Yang's voice. It wasn't mockery, it was a test. No, Professor, he stood up, legs shaking. I'm just working harder than the rest. Harder, Jin sneered from his row. Is that what you call being pathetic? Continue, Yang ordered, silencing everyone, but Ren caught a slight smile on his face. As class progressed, Ren kept pace through pure determination. Lin was right. If he wanted to compete at his best, he needed to work harder than everyone else. His spore gave him knowledge, but the body to use it, that he would have to earn. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed stronger, as if approving his resolution. The laughter and mockery continued, but now they felt distant, irrelevant. It didn't matter what they said. They only saw the present. He was building his future, one aching muscle at a time. Wasn't so bad, Lin smiled as students left the training field. You just need to build more endurance. Ren, still panting, looked at her incredulously. Oh, and about mornings, Lin began collecting training equipment. Since a certain professor gave you free time, we'll continue with the routine. But, she raised a finger at Ren's horrified expression, you can dedicate afternoons to collecting crystals. Oh, really? Of course, we'll have night training, but it'll be lighter just to maintain the improvement pace. Her playful smile returned, and I always have more recovery pills. Ren didn't know whether to feel relieved or worried, though the promise of another pill at day's end was tempting. May's history class proved surprisingly basic. While the professor explained the formation of the first cities and their relationship with low mana concentration zones, Ren found he already knew most of the material. His old father had liked to tell him all sorts of things. The first cities were established in areas where mana was low enough to keep powerful beasts away, May explained. That's why our city is where it is. The mana here isn't enough to maintain even iron-rank beasts without cultivation. And that's why the ruins under the academy are so interesting, thought Ren while his mushrooms pulsed. A place with dense mana under a naturally mana-poor zone. Finally came the crystals gathering class. Song handed out their mining equipment, small but sturdy picks, basic mana detectors, and special bags for crystals. Ren, Min called him as they headed to the caves. Liu taught us some tricks yesterday, want us to show you. 31, Chapter 31, Taming Mining Lessons. Finally came the crystals gathering class. Song handed out their mining equipment, small but sturdy picks, basic mana detectors, and special bags for crystals. Ren, Min called him as they headed to the caves. Liu taught us some tricks yesterday, want us to show you. Crystals near the surface usually form specific patterns, explained Taro as they descended. Liu says you have to look for lines that cross at 60-degree angles. He also taught us to distinguish between mature and premature crystals, added Min, pointing to a vein in the wall. See how the color is more intense in the center. That means it's ready for extraction. Ren watched, fascinated. The knowledge flowing through his mushrooms confirmed what they were saying but added details. How the crystal's arrangement indicated their purity, how mana lines converged at specific points. And most importantly, Taro lowered his voice, he showed us how to avoid unstable zones. Some tunnels look safe but... A distant cracking sound emphasized his words. Liu says accidents are common among overeager novices, Min shuddered. That's why it's better to work in groups at least at first. Ren wasn't too worried about that. With the right knowledge, even these surface veins could be more productive than they appeared. Shall we start here? He suggested, pointing to a spot where mana lines subtly intersected. His companions couldn't see them, but they trusted his judgment after recent events. As they began working, Ren couldn't help but smile. Between Lin's brutal training and gathering with his companions, maybe this new rhythm of life wouldn't be so bad. Though his muscles immediately protested when lifting the pick, reminding him that the light night training was still to come. A while later, the boys gained confidence to disperse and dig in deeper places. At 50 meters below the entrance, Ren examined the tunnel wall attentively. Despite it being his first day mining, his movements were surprisingly precise. Another one, Min watched in disbelief as Ren extracted a good-sized crystal. That's the fifth in half an hour. Are you sure you hadn't mined before? Taro set down his pick, frustrated. We were supposed to have the advantage from the extra time yesterday with Liu. It's just observation, Ren pointed to a pattern in the rock. See how the lines cross here? Where energy converges like this, there are usually crystals behind. How do you know all that? Min narrowed his eyes. I can't see anything you're talking about. It's cheating to have so much knowledge. You know pretty strange things, like knowing Kai's scale defects, added Taro, though he smiled saying it. Footsteps interrupted them. Klein Goldcrest passed nearby, his golden lion manifesting in brilliant fur covering his arms. As always, he was heading toward where Luna worked. Luna was in the deepest section of the allowed zone, her shadow wolf making the darkest veins glow with a spectral radiance. Unlike most who worked in groups, she mined alone, each movement precise and elegant even in this mundane task. It's almost unfair, Min murmured as they watched her work. Her wolf can detect mana concentrations we can't even see. It's more than that, Ren observed, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing while analyzing her technique. Look how she strikes at specific angles. She doesn't waste a single movement. Luna, Klein's voice echoed in the tunnel. The Goldcrest family heir approached. Luna, his voice resonated in the tunnel again. I found an exceptional vein over here if you want we could. I'm busy, Luna's sharp response echoed from the darkness. How pathetic, Jin's voice came from another tunnel above Ren's. The Goldcrest heir begging for attention again. Klein turned furious. Shut up, I don't want to talk to someone with a mediocre beast like yours. Why don't you come up here and we'll discuss it, mained Kitten. Enough, Luna's cold voice cut the tension. Some of us are trying to work. Both retreated, exchanging murderous glances. As I was saying, Ren continued once they'd gone, there are patterns in how mana forms. Crystals are usually found where? Look out. A small avalanche of rocks fell near them. Jin smiled from the upper level. Oops, how clumsy of me, his smile turned cruel. But the rotting boy should know all about things falling to the bottom, right? Is there a problem? Min stepped forward, his water snake materializing. Not for now, Jin shrugged. Just make sure to look up while you work. You never know when there might be another accident. When Jin left, Taro picked up his pick with trembling hands. Maybe we should find another section. No, Ren studied the wall. This vein is too good to abandon. Besides, he smiled slightly, it would be a shame to give that idiot the satisfaction, don't you think? Min and Taro exchanged glances before smiling too. Jin could threaten all he wanted, but they needed those crystals. Besides, the professor wouldn't let them get into too much trouble. Did I hear cave-ins? Is anyone hurt? Professor Song's voice cut through the air. Jin smiled innocently and walked away. When Jin disappeared through the upper tunnel, Ren went back to examining the vein they were working. There's something else that worries me, he began while extracting another crystal. Have you noticed how some tunnels up there had fewer crystals than yesterday? Now that you mention it, Taro observed the upper walls. The areas where Liu taught us yesterday are almost empty. Mana takes time to regenerate veins, explained Ren. That's why most focus on intensive mining at the start of the year. By the time crystals form again after the holidays, most will move on to focus on other classes soon. How long do we have? Asked Min. A month, maybe 2 before it becomes significantly harder to find good crystals. Ren stored another crystal in his bag. That's why we need to take advantage of every moment now. 32 Chapter 32 Taming Momentum. How long do we have? Asked Min. A month, maybe 2 before it becomes significantly harder to find good crystals. Ren stored another crystal in his bag, feeling the weight of time pressing down on them. That's why we need to take advantage of every moment now. Well, I can take my time, Min shrugged, his water snake coiling lazily around his shoulders. I prefer to study more before trying to evolve my snake. But Taro needs the crystals soon, Ren reminded him, thinking of their upcoming demonstration. And it's not just cultivation crystals, we need enough to buy processing and sealing materials. You'll need them too, and it'll be good to have crystals saved up. At least it will be cheaper for me with your method, Taro smiled, his digger beetle creating faint patterns on his skin. Hope you are right too, after all you have a bet to win. Ren nodded, though his thoughts went much further. 100 bronze crystals, equivalent to 1,000 of these small ones if exchanged at school, and that was just the beginning. The bronze rank beast parts he'd need for his own evolution would be even more expensive, not to mention the poisonous fungi of the same rank. The numbers were staggering when he really thought about them. Min waved a hand in front of his face, his snake mimicking the motion. We lost you for a moment. Just thinking, Ren refocused on the vein. We should organize better, work in shifts, take advantage of every free hour. Don't you think you're being a bit? It's not just about the bet, Ren interrupted, his voice carrying the weight of knowledge he couldn't fully share. Sealing materials are expensive, and once these veins are depleted, getting enough crystals to buy them will be much harder. Taro looked worried, his beetle's markings darkening with his mood. How many will we need? For the final sealing, Ren made mental calculations, remembering the precise requirements. Probably equivalent to 10,000 iron rank mine crystals just for the basic materials. Min whistled, his snake curling tighter around his neck. And that's just for Taro's beetle. What about your evolution? Are you thinking of cultivating that expensive fungus they say isn't worth it? Ren pretended to concentrate on mining to avoid the question. That variation they created with strength runes was terrible, but how could he explain that he needed 10 times what Taro needed but for something else? Better to keep that worry to himself for now. Let's focus on one thing at a time, he said finally, watching the mana patterns swirl in the rock. For now, we need to take advantage while the veins are still rich. We should explore deeper tomorrow, he suggested, pointing to another promising pattern that shimmered just at the edge of visibility, where fewer students dare to go. Liu warned us about going too far down. Min looked nervous, his snake scales rippling uneasily. He said tunnels can become unstable and there are things moving in the darkness. Just a little deeper, Ren insisted, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with reassurance. Besides, we'll be together. His companions nodded and returned to work. The rhythmic sound of picks against rock filled the tunnel while each considered the challenge ahead of them. To evolve a beast, you needed 3 things: crystals, processing materials, and sealing materials, and getting them all before the veins were depleted. One step at a time, thought Ren while extracting another crystal, watching the mana flow through the stone. First help Taro, then. His gaze drifted toward the deeper tunnels where mana was denser. There, where few dared to go, perhaps he'd find what he needed for his own evolution. But for now, every small crystal counted. Time was running and the veins wouldn't wait for anyone. 16 crystals today. Min proudly dumped his bag on the desk, the crystals catching the light like trapped stars. 18, Taro smiled, showing his collection arranged in neat rows. 3 bronze and 19 iron, Ren added his to the pile, each crystal carefully extracted from the precise spots where mana lines converged. Not bad for beginners, Liu? Liu observed the crystals with genuine surprise, his night bat fluttering closer to inspect them. Not bad at all, though I don't understand how you found so many bronze crystals. Later, after night training with Lin, Ren barely managed to drag himself to bed. Every muscle ached with the day's efforts, but it was a satisfying kind of pain. You know, Liu spoke from his desk, his bat casting shadows in the lamplight, I admire you. With such a terrible beast, most would have given up by now, but you keep pushing, even harder than the rest. Ren smiled in the darkness. If Liu only knew that his spore wasn't as terrible as everyone thought. The days began to blend into a routine, each one building on the last. The morning's way left free became torture sessions with Lin, each exercise pushing Ren's limits further than he thought possible. Battle classes with Yang were another kind of pain, but Ren could feel his body gradually strengthening, the 10% boost from his spore becoming more meaningful as his base strength increased. Professor May alternated between history, economics, and life. A surprisingly useful class about everything from paying taxes, making fire and etiquette, to negotiating with merchants. Crystal class became more technical, but the real learning came afterward, in the deep parts of the mines where the mana patterns told stories few could read. Liu began joining them after classes, apparently intrigued by their success in finding good deposits. His experience added another layer to their mining expeditions, though he still couldn't quite believe some of Ren's theories. Nights ended with more training with Lin, though now Ren could stay standing a bit longer before collapsing, each day bringing small but noticeable improvements. Thus passed almost a month. The routine was exhausting but productive, his muscles strengthened, his crystal collection grew, and slowly but surely the respect of his companions grew with it. But tomorrow was different. As he prepared for sleep, Ren mentally reviewed the necessary steps. Tomorrow they would process Taro's crystals. The lunar phase would be perfect, and everything they'd worked for during this month would be put to the test. He just needed to bring the processed bronze-rank crystal he'd gotten from the school's exchange shop and make the most of the time window. Tomorrow would truly begin his demonstration that the knowledge he possessed was real. Nervous about tomorrow? Asked Taro from his bed. No, Ren smiled in the darkness, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly with certainty. Everything will go exactly as it should. Liu snorted from his corner but said nothing. Soon he would see that some crazy theories held more truth than he believed. 33, Chapter 33, Taming Progress. Are you finished already? Lin watched in surprise as Ren completed the last series of morning exercises without his usual gasping. The training field was empty except for them, as it had been every morning for the past month. But something was different today. It seems the pills have helped more than I expected, Lin murmured, studying her student with professional interest. His recovery is remarkable. It was true, the exercises that once left him on the verge of collapse were now, though still challenging, manageable. A month of constant training and recovery pills had transformed his endurance. Well, Lin smiled, an expression Ren had learned to fear. I suppose it's time to move to the next level. The next level. We can finally begin with some real technique, Lin positioned herself in front of him. Until now, we've just been building your physical foundation. But now that you can move without looking like a newborn kitten. She moved into a stance Ren didn't recognize. Technique is more than just strength, she explained. It's understanding how to use your body efficiently. What? Her movement was so fluid that Ren could barely follow it. In an instant, she was in front of him. In the next, she had twisted in a way that seemed to defy gravity and appeared behind him. Your spore only gives you 10% more strength, she continued. But with proper training and technique, you can make that 10% worth much more. For the next hour, Lin guided him through basic movements. How to position his feet, how to distribute weight, how to use an opponent's momentum. Most students depend too much on their beasts, she explained while correcting his posture. They think a 30% or 50% increase in strength makes them invincible, but technique. She moved again, this time more slowly so Ren could observe. Technique can overcome brute force. It's what's kept me as a teacher here, even with my crane stuck in bronze. Ren tried to replicate the movement, stumbling in the process. I don't expect you to master it today, Lin laughed while helping him up. But at least now you have the endurance to practice without hurting yourself so easily. As they continued practicing, Ren noticed that the movements, though somewhat complex, weren't as exhausting as he'd expected. A month ago, simply maintaining the stance would have left him drained. The pills have really worked wonders, though I suppose his determination has helped too. Not everyone gets up every time they fall for a whole month. Ren smiled, grateful for his teacher's support. His knowledge had shown him that the pills used somewhat expensive bronze-level materials that helped with muscle regeneration and energy. As thanks, he would help improve her mature beast further, show that weak beasts weren't weak, that the records were mostly wrong. And soon, with Taro's evolution, he would have the first real proof of that. Enough for today, Lin finally announced. Tomorrow we'll start working seriously on these techniques. Now that your body can keep up, we'll see how fast your mind can learn. As he headed to his next class, Ren reflected on how much had changed in a month. His muscles no longer protested with every movement, his endurance had improved significantly, and now finally he would begin learning real techniques. Maybe Lin was right, tomorrow everything would begin in earnest, but it was just the beginning. With the processing of Taro's crystals that night, soon he would have much more to work with. Battle class proceeded normally, still exercising for everyone, as did Professor May's class, which was history today. Finally, in crystal class. As you can see, Professor Song pointed at the tunnel walls, productive veins are becoming increasingly scarce. He wasn't exaggerating. Where a month ago crystals glittered everywhere, now only dull marks remained in the rock. The few deposits that remained active were smaller and more scattered. Therefore, Song continued, we'll soon change the focus of the class. There's no point bringing you here when the veins need time to regenerate. Min raised his hand. How long does complete regeneration take? That, Song smiled, is exactly the kind of question we'll be studying. We'll move to theory of other crystal types and begin extra preparation for exterior gathering classes coming mid-next month. Several students, especially those from wealthier families, looked relieved. For them, mining expeditions had been more of a nuisance than a necessity. However, Song added, those who wish to continue practical gathering can keep using the mines. You just need to report your findings. We'll use that data for regeneration time studies like every year. After class, while most headed to the library, Ren and his companions remained in the tunnels. Did you notice there are fewer guards? Taro whispered while they worked on a minor vein. It was true, the guards who previously patrolled every level now concentrated mainly at the entrances and deeper zones. Normal, Liu joined them, arriving from his own class. With fewer students in the mines, they don't need as much supervision. Most prefer studying theory to picking at rock for crumbs. Ren looked around. The only ones left were students like them, those who needed every crystal they could find from less wealthy families. There was no sign of Klein or his group, and even Jin seemed to have lost interest in harassing them in the tunnels. It's better this way, Min extracted a small crystal. More space to work. And less competition for the remaining veins, added Taro. Though we'll soon have to consider deeper zones, murmured Ren, studying the mana patterns. The upper levels are almost depleted. Liu frowned, guards still watch those areas. But with less personnel, Ren pointed out, and the patrols are more predictable now. Are you suggesting, Taro began, 34, Chapter 34, Taming the Perfect Night. Though we'll soon have to consider deeper zones, murmured Ren, studying the mana patterns. The upper levels are almost depleted. Liu frowned. Guards still watch those areas. But with less personnel, Ren pointed out, and the patrols are more predictable now. Are you suggesting, Taro began, I'm just saying we should keep our options open, Ren continued, working on the vein, especially considering what we're doing tonight. The processing of Taro's crystals. The lunar phase would be perfect, and they would need sealing materials afterward. At least now we'll have more freedom to move, Min observed the almost deserted tunnel. With everyone concentrated in the library. Rich students can afford to buy their materials with what their parents send, Liu shook his head. Those like us have to dig to buy ours, but don't forget that studying is important to pass the exams to the next rank. Look at me, instead of coming to study it seems I came to dig. The reduction in guards and students could be an advantage, especially when they needed to explore deeper to obtain extra materials. But for now, they had to focus on tonight. Ren smiled to himself. The veins might be depleting, but there were still things to obtain. It's almost time, Ren whispered as he rose from his bed. Last training of the day with Lin had been brutal as always, but this night was too important to rest. It was the moment he had been waiting for. We'll accompany you, Taro was already ready, holding his crystal bag. It's not necessary you should sleep, I can do it alone. Don't even try, Liu also stood up. You've been bragging about your special method for a month. I won't miss the chance to see if you really know what you're talking about. Min stirred in his bed. I also, a yawn interrupted his protest. I also want. Seconds later, his snores filled the room. That one can't stay awake past 10 like a small child, Liu murmured as they silently left the dormitory. The night air was cool as they headed toward the academy outskirts. Ren guided them to a clearing where trees didn't obstruct the sky view. Here, he decided after studying the area, the moonlight will reach without interference. The sky shone with just over half its moons visible. Ren knew he needed exactly 8. The configuration would change soon. Some would hide in minutes while others would emerge on the horizon. Help me with this, he spread a long board on the ground. He began methodically examining Taro's crystals. Each piece was studied carefully before being placed or discarded. This one's too small, he murmured, replacing one. This other has an irregular surface. We need the best quality possible. Does it really matter that much? Asked Taro while watching Ren reorganize the crystals with others he'd obtained from the mines. It must be big enough to reduce from 150 to 100 days. Ren continued his selection until he had exactly 100 crystals arranged in 10 perfect rows. He covered the crystals with a black cloth, protecting them from premature light. Then he took out something that made Liu lean forward with interest, a bronze crystal, flat and curved. What is that? A neutral crystal lens. Cost me 500 crystals despite just being a bronze crystal carved and processed with cheap materials. Confirmed Ren while testing it, adjusting until he managed to concentrate the moonlight into a bright point. Satisfied with the test, he began studying the sky intently. How long? Liu began. As long as necessary, Ren interrupted without taking his eyes from the sky. The configuration must be exact. Minutes passed. Liu began showing signs of impatience, but Taro watched his friend's concentration with fascination. Finally, something changed in Ren's expression. It's time, he murmured, removing the black cloth. The 100 crystals glowed faintly under the night light as he positioned the lens. The next hours would prove if a month of preparation had been worth it. The concentrated moonlight formed a bright, intense point. He took the first crystal and exposed it to the light beam. The crystal began to glow with an intensity that made Liu tense. Stop, Liu stepped forward alarmed. Do you see the glow? It's processing too much mana. Ren was already storing the glowing crystal in the black bag and taking the next one. Ren, this is dangerous, Liu continued while Ren repeated the process with more crystals. Mana poisoning is no joke. Medicine is expensive, and if Taro has to go to the infirmary 3 days in a row, professors will start asking questions. Maybe even 2 consecutive days would be suspicious, he insisted. Do you have any idea how much mana they're absorbing? They're exactly at the right limit. Ren didn't stop his work, keeping a mental count of exposure time. And I need to concentrate. This specific lunar configuration will only last 30 minutes before the next moon hides. Is that why you bought the lens? Taro watched the process, fascinated. If we don't concentrate the light, we'd have to wait 2 more months to get the equivalent of 36 minutes of exposure per crystal. We wouldn't have time to start your cultivation and finish before the end of the semester, so. Liu opened his mouth to protest again, but Taro calmed him with a gesture. I have over 600 crystals saved thanks to this month in the mines, he reasoned. Most I found following Ren's directions. If something goes wrong, we simply discard the method on the second day and I lose only 100 crystals. Ren continued working methodically. The first crystals received exactly 36 seconds of exposure, but he gradually reduced the time. The resonance is already established in the moon group, he explained without stopping work. The next ones need less time because they've been exposed to these same moon's light while waiting, though not concentrated. His movements were precise, each crystal placed exactly at the lens's focal point. The last ones barely needed 6 or 7 seconds of exposure. How do you know it's enough? Asked Liu, watching the crystals glow with an intensity that still seemed dangerous to him. Because, Ren paused for a moment, considering how much and how to explain. The absorption patterns are clear when you know what to look for. Finally, the last crystal went into the bag. Ren began collecting the equipment quickly, aware they'd already spent too much time outside the dormitory. That's all, he announced, securing the bag. Let's return before someone notices our absence. As they returned through the academy's dark grounds, Liu couldn't stop looking at the bag with evident concern. For him, each crystal there was a time bomb, overcharged with mana and ready to wreak havoc in Taro's system. Taro, for his part, showed more curiosity than concern. After seeing Ren defeat Kai and find the best veins in the mines for a month, he was willing to trust his strange knowledge once more. The first day of the 100 that would determine the success or failure of Ren's method had begun. And with it, the first real proof that his knowledge about beasts was more than just crazy theories. 35, Chapter 35, Taming the First Crystal. Dawn was barely breaking, the first hints of light creeping through the dormitory windows, when Ren carefully extracted a small package from his bag. The early morning silence was broken only by his roommate's soft breathing and the distant calls of morning birds. While his companions slept peacefully, unaware of what was to come, he measured out a precise amount of black powder, deep earth that he had been discreetly collecting at the limit of the permitted zone. The powder seemed to absorb even the weak pre-dawn light, appearing more like a void than a substance. It was a rare and difficult material to find, earth that had managed to absorb mana without transferring it to nearby crystal deposits. At the depths they were allowed to reach, it was truly challenging to locate, but Ren's knowledge had made the task considerably easier, showing him exactly where to look and how to identify the genuine article among similar-looking but useless samples. The deep earth was the perfect sealing agent for Taro's beetle, though this detail appeared in none of the books his friend had so diligently studied. Ren could recall seeing Taro poring over tome after tome in the library, searching for information that had been right in front of him but misinterpreted by generations of scholars. Liu had mentioned deep earth as a necessary component for some earth beasts, but he had incorrectly associated it with processing rather than sealing. It seemed to have been pure luck and coincidence that he'd mentioned it at all. He could have perhaps used Liu's argument to make it easier for Taro to accept, but he knew Taro read several books about his beast. Therefore, to avoid further discussions and potential interference, Ren had decided to keep this step secret. The fewer questions asked about his methods at this stage, the better. Under the protection of his sheets, he worked with surgical precision. Each grain of the black powder was measured exactly, his movements careful and deliberate. The crystal they had processed with moonlight the previous night reacted immediately upon contact with the black powder, its glow gradually shifting until it acquired an earthy brown tone. The transformation was fascinating to watch. The crystal's inner light seemed to pulse and swirl as it absorbed the powder's properties, like watching soil dissolve into clear water but in reverse. This was the kind of subtle interaction that the books missed entirely, focusing instead on dramatic reactions and flashy transformations. When Taro began to stir, showing the first signs of waking, Ren had already completed the crystal's preparation. The timing was perfect. Any longer and the ceiling might have been too strong, any shorter and it might not have taken properly. "Good morning," he smiled, holding the finished crystal. "Your first crystal is ready." Yes, of course," Taro mumbled, still half asleep. "Here," Ren extended the glowing crystal to a barely awake Taro, who accepted it with sleep-heavy hands. Still drowsy and trusting, Taro took the crystal without examining its brown glow too closely. After all, he had decided to put his faith in his friend. With a yawn, he activated the absorption process. For a moment, nothing happened. The room remained still, the early morning light casting long shadows across the floor. Then the mana began to flow. Taro's eyes flew wide open as the first wave of power coursed through him. It was more intense than he had expected, far more potent than the practice crystals he had used before. The sensation was like plunging into icy water, shocking, overwhelming, yet somehow invigorating. Another wave hit, stronger than the first, and another, and another. Each pulse of power seemed to build on the last, creating a cascading effect that made Taro's entire body hum with energy. "This is," Taro gasped as the power continued to surge. "It's too much." Liu leaped from his bed the moment he saw Taro's veins begin to glow with an unmistakable blue radiance, the telltale sign of mana poisoning. The blue lines traced patterns under his skin like rivers of light. "What have you done?" Liu lunged toward Ren, panic evident in his voice. "I told you they were overcharged." "Look at his veins." The blue lines were spreading rapidly across Taro's arms, who now struggled for breath. The mana flowed uncontrolled through his system, far too much for his body to process normally. Each pulse made the glow brighter, more intense. "We need to get him to the infirmary." Liu was already searching frantically for his shoes. "Mana poisoning medicine is expensive, but if he doesn't get it soon." "Wait," Ren maintained his composure, though his eyes never left Taro. His calm seemed almost unnatural in the face of such danger. "Wait, he's having massive poisoning because of you." Min had also awakened to the commotion and watched the scene with growing concern, his water snake coiling anxiously around his arm. Ren raised a hand, "Wait one more moment." Taro's veins now shone with increasing intensity, his breathing had become erratic and sweat beaded on his forehead. Every sign pointed to a severe case of mana poisoning. "Easy," Ren gripped Taro's shoulders firmly. "Breathe with me slowly." "The mana," Taro panted, the blue lines pulsing brilliantly beneath his skin. "It's a lot, I know," Ren's voice remained calm, controlled. "But your beetle can handle it, you just need to guide it correctly." Liu watched from the door, torn between running for help and the strange certainty in Ren's demeanor. "Feel the flow," Ren continued. "Notice how it's pooling in your chest. You need to move it, make it circulate to your arms first." Taro nodded weakly, focusing on the sensation. Slowly, the blue lines in his arms began to fade as he directed the energy. "Good, now let some flow toward your back. Your beetle is an earth creature, the mana should feel more natural flowing downward." Min held his breath as he watched the blue lines shift and gradually weaken, following Taro's control. "Temporary mana excess isn't bad if you know how to control it," Ren explained while guiding Taro. "Your beast is designed for this, it just needs you to help distribute it properly." Gradually, Taro's breathing normalized. The blue lines almost completely vanished, leaving only a faint glow under his skin that looked more healthy than dangerous. "How do you feel?" Ren asked after several minutes. "It's different," Taro flexed his fingers, surprised. "I feel stronger, more connected to my beetle. Is this normal?" "It's how it should be," Ren smiled, finally releasing his shoulders. "Traditional crystals have less mana to avoid poisoning, but your beetle can handle more to shorten the period by much, as long as you guide it correctly." Liu had approached again, his expression split between amazement and skepticism. "How did you know it would work?" "Because I know beasts better than the books suggest," Ren replied simply, "and this is only the first day." Taro stood up, experimenting with his new sensation of power. Not only had he survived the apparent poisoning, he felt better than ever. The first crystal had worked exactly as Ren had planned. 99 more and the beetle's evolution would be undeniable. 36, Chapter 36, Taming Taro's Day. As Ren headed to his morning training with Lin, Taro entered Wei's classroom with some apprehension. During the last month, the professor's behavior had been peculiar. It wasn't just that he ignored Ren's absence, he seemed to revel in it. As Taro took his usual seat, he noticed how the professor practically glowed with satisfaction at his friend's absence. Each class had become a parade of indirect jabs and examples where Ren served as the perfect antagonist. As you can see in this diagram, Wei pointed to a cultivation pattern illustration, this is how mana flows naturally in a well-cultivated beast. With this analyzed information as an argument, we can see how proven methods are superior to the unfounded theories of certain disruptive elements. It was the third reference in the first 10 minutes of class. Taro had begun keeping a mental count. The current record was 12 examples in a single session. Observe the difference between correct cultivation and one. Wei projected 2 images, contaminated by baseless ideas. The constant jokes about fungi, idea rotters, and infectious theories had become daily bread. What bothered Taro most wasn't just the lack of professionalism, but how Wei used his position to influence class opinion, with countless comparisons to try to make his teachings sound more convincing. Today we'll do something different, Wei announced, finishing his diagram. I want you to form pairs to study cultivation methodologies for beasts different from your own. Sometimes an external perspective can spark inspiration. He made a theatrical pause before adding. His smile turned malicious. Though remember to keep your minds open but not so much that they rot, like those theorists who end up. He made a dramatic pause with mushrooms in their brains. The class burst into laughter. Wei had carefully cultivated this atmosphere where mocking Ren was the norm. Taro gripped his pencil tightly. For a respected professor, Wei was behaving more like a child with a personal vendetta. Taro observed the classroom dejectedly. He had never been particularly sociable in this class, preferring to keep to himself. Now, as a known friend of the rotting boy, the possibilities of finding a partner were even more limited. His gaze briefly met Jin's group by accident. The tiger boy, surrounded by his usual cronies, gave him a look of disgust so exaggerated it would have been comical in other circumstances. A soft touch on his shoulder startled Taro. "Can I be your partner?" Taro turned to find Luna standing beside his desk. Her expression was as unreadable as ever, but there was something in her gaze suggesting this wasn't a random choice. "With me?" The question came out higher-pitched than intended. Luna, the most promising student in class, wanted to pair with the rotting boy's friend. "Luna, why don't you work with me?" Klein didn't bother to hide his intentions as she passed near his seat. "My golden lion would be a much more interesting study subject than a simple beetle." Luna didn't even dignify him with a look while sitting beside Taro. Klein's golden lion manifested in his arms, the marks glowing with irritation, but she kept her attention on the study materials she was beginning to take out. "So?" Taro began nervously, still bewildered at having the class's most promising student as his partner. "The digger beetle," Luna was direct, her voice barely a whisper while pretending to review a diagram. "Have you already started with the method Ren mentioned?" The tension in Taro's shoulders loosened a bit. Talking to a girl was something difficult for him, but this was a topic he could discuss comfortably. "Last night we processed the first crystals," he explained while they pretended to work on the assigned exercise. Ren used a method with concentrated moonlight. "And did it work?" Luna's eyes showed a flash of genuine interest. "This morning I absorbed the first crystal. It was intense." While supposedly analyzing their beast's cultivation components, Luna maintained a steady flow of precise questions. How exactly did they concentrate the light? Which moons did they use? How much exposure time? Suddenly, she stopped mid-analysis, her eyes fixed on Taro with an intensity that made him shift uncomfortably. "There's something different about you," she murmured, her shadow wolf subtly manifesting in her eyes. "Different." "Your mana," Luna narrowed her eyes, studying him. "The flow patterns, they move differently in your body. My wolf can see it clearly, it's as if." "Ah," Taro smiled slightly understanding. "During cultivation this morning, the first crystal was processed differently, as Ren said it should be. At first I thought it was mana poisoning, but..." "Interesting," Luna cut him off softly. Though she asked no more questions, Taro could feel her gaze studying him periodically, as if monitoring the changes in his mana flow. They continued with the assigned exercise. Taro, after much analysis, only managed to identify one correct component for shadow wolf cultivation, the specific need for night crystals to maintain its affinity with shadows. Luna, for her part, identified two elements for the beetle: the critical importance of moonlight in processing and, surprisingly, the need for deep earth. The second is incorrect, Taro pointed out, clearly remembering Ren's explanations about purely lunar processing. The method only requires specific moonlight. Luna looked at him with a curious expression, almost confused but didn't argue. Her eyes, still influenced by her shadow wolf, narrowed. When the exercise ended, she rose with the same silent grace with which she had arrived. Without saying another word, she returned to her seat, leaving Taro wondering if what had just happened was real. Klein tried to get her attention again when she passed, but Luna ignored him as completely as the first time. 37, Chapter 37, Tamer's Team. In battle class. Gather round, Professor Yang's voice resonated across the training field, echoing off the stone walls with commanding authority. Today we'll increase the intensity. Ren and Min joined Taro, all of them panting from the initial exercises that were notably more demanding than the day before. Though Ren appeared remarkably fresher than them, his month of extra training with Lin showing in his improved stamina and form. Each tamer has different aptitudes in their styles. Yang walked through the student ranks, his stone behemoth's markings gleaming in the morning light. Master Lin and I have decided it's time to adapt the training according to your natural strengths for the beginning of the second month. But before you ask, he smiled at seeing the confused faces, his expression knowing, we will decide which category you fit best in. Lin began moving among the students with practiced grace, pointing to different areas of the field. Her crane's feathers shimmered as she moved. Attackers with Professor Yang, she indicated, her voice carrying clear across the field. Speedsters with me, defensive types to the east area, range mages to the west. The field became a flurry of movement as students began shifting to their assigned areas, some looking pleased with their categorization, others less so. While the professors assigned groups, Taro edged closer to Ren. Hey, about Wei's class. Luna asked you about the method. Ren didn't even seem surprised, as if he had expected this development. Was it wrong that I told her about? No problem, Ren shrugged. You can talk openly about it, it's not like it's a secret, besides Luna helped me once and… Patender, Lin called out to the attackers' group. Strength, several students laughed, their voices thick with mockery. The rotting boy, I'm a speed type and I have more strength augment than him. More laughter rippled through the crowd. His strength is better than you think, Lin winked, a knowing smile playing on her lips. A month of training works wonders. Taro was assigned to the defensive group, his beetle's natural affinity for protection making him an obvious choice, while Min joined the range mages with his water snake. The class continued with specific exercises for each group. Ren discovered that indeed his month of training with Lin had prepared him well for the strength exercises. Each movement felt more natural, more powerful than before. By the end of the session, Yang gathered all students again, his behemoth's presence commanding attention. As you know, the final exam will include eliminating a real monster. His voice turned serious, resonating with experience. But that's only half the test. The students exchanged confused looks, whispers spreading through the crowd. A tamer must know more than just hunting beasts, he continued, his eyes scanning the gathered students. Battles against other tamers from the enemy kingdom are equally important, if not more so. Lin stepped forward. That's why we'll begin team practices next month. You have this month to form groups of 3. Can we choose anyone? Someone asked from the crowd. As long as they're maximum separated by 1 cultivation level at the time of exam, Lin confirmed, her eyes scanning the gathering. Looks began flying across the field as students mentally cataloged potential teammates. Jin was already gathering his followers, their beasts manifesting partially in excitement, while Klein seemed to gravitate toward Luna, who studied the distant mountains with pointed indifference. Ren, Taro, and Min exchanged glances. They didn't need words to know they would team up together, even if it meant facing technically stronger groups. Their month of working together in the mines had already forged a natural understanding between them. One warning, Yang's voice cut through the murmurs. Choose based on compatibility and strategy, not raw power. I've seen teams of weak beasts defeat supposedly superior groups just by having better coordination. His gaze briefly rested on Ren and his friends before continuing. Remember, you have a month to practice together and choose. Use that time wisely. As the students dispersed, Ren couldn't help but smile. An attacker, a defender, and a range mage. Maybe they weren't the strongest team, but they could definitely be a balanced one. Hygiene isn't just about appearance, Professor May drew diagrams on the board. The same principles we use to keep our bodies clean apply to food preservation. Ren observed with genuine interest. As a cook's son, he found the connections between body care and preservation techniques fascinating. For example, May pointed to an illustration, just as sweat can create an environment conducive to infections on our skin, incorrect moisture can ruin perfectly good food. The class continued with practical examples that Ren meticulously noted down. Many concepts reminded him of techniques he'd seen his parents use, though now he better understood the science behind them. When they reached crystal class, Professor Song made an announcement that caught everyone's attention. Today we'll begin with gathering theory, he explained, though those who prefer to continue with practice can head to the mines. What do you prefer to do? Ren asked his friends. Min and Taro exchanged doubtful looks. Gathering theory sounds important, Min began, but we also need more crystals, added Taro. You can stay for today, Ren suggested. I'll go to the mines. Alone, Taro seemed worried for a moment, but then remembered something. Though now that I think about it, in a month you haven't had a single accident down there. It's true, Min nodded. You haven't even stepped on a trap by accident, and some are well hidden. Knowledge has its advantages, Ren smiled. I'll be fine. From a few rows back, Jin observed the conversation with malicious interest. He leaned toward his group, whispering something that made them smile. Are you sure you'll be fine? Taro insisted. Perfectly, Ren was already packing his things. You learn the theory, we can compare notes later. As Ren left, Jin and his two cronies also stood up. Professor, Jin smiled innocently, we also prefer practice today. Song watched them with some suspicion but nodded. Just remember to report your findings. Min and Taro watched Ren leave, followed at a distance by Jin and his group. They exchanged a worried look but reminded themselves that so far Ren had proven to know the mines better than anyone. He'll be fine, Taro murmured, though it wasn't clear if he was trying to convince Min or himself. After all, he's the expert, right? Jin's group's suppressed laughter didn't help calm their worries. Chapter 38, Taming the Trap. The academy's corridors were left behind him as Ren ran toward the mines. A month of Lin's brutal training had transformed his once scrawny frame. His pursuers could barely keep pace now, their heavy breathing betraying their exhaustion. He's getting away, Jin's breathless voice resonated in the distance. Don't let that rotting boy reach the mines first. Ren smiled as he descended swiftly down the path toward the caves, each step sure despite the growing darkness. The mushrooms in his hair glowed softly, not just providing light but revealing intricate mana patterns in the walls that only he could see, a roadmap of power written in light and shadow. Though these fools pursued him and wanted to ruin his day, he couldn't afford to miss even a single day of gathering. The 60-some bronze-rank crystals he'd accumulated over the month, while impressive for a beginner, fell far short of his needs. The 30 days of relentless mining had yielded decent results, but nowhere near enough. After spending 500 iron crystals on the lens to process Taro's crystals, only 200 remained in his reserves. He urgently needed to replenish his stocks. The exchange rates weren't helping either. Trading his remaining iron crystals for bronze ones would also be wasteful, with the school's exchange tax raising the cost from 10 to 13, yielding a mere 15 bronze crystals from his 200. Not worth it, especially considering the other costly materials his evolution would require. And that wasn't all. The deep earth needed for Taro's ceiling and the large crystals grew increasingly scarce in the permitted levels. The past month had stripped the easily accessible areas bare, leaving only remnants where rich veins once flowed. Second- and third-year students had already claimed the prime safe locations, forcing newcomers to work harder for lesser rewards. The sound of clumsy footsteps and labored breathing faded as Ren delved deeper into the tunnels. Perfect, he thought while navigating the dark tunnels with precision, the mushrooms in his hair barely glowing now, adapting instinctively to his need for stealth. They'll follow exactly where I need them to go. He paused at an intersection, studying mana patterns invisible to normal eyes. The official mining zone's deepest point at 100 meters loomed ahead, but the real treasures lay beyond. Untouched veins of bronze crystals gleamed faintly in the depths, visible only to his specialized sight. Distant footsteps echoed through the tunnel. Jin and his group weren't exactly masters of stealth, their heavy steps and whispered curses giving away their position. Over here. One of Jin's followers shouted, voice bouncing off the stone walls. I saw his stupid mushrooms glowing. Ren continued deeper into the tunnel, each step precise and soundless. The mushrooms in his hair dimmed further, becoming barely visible specks of light. His knowledge showed him exactly where to step, which patches of ground to avoid, which walls could bear weight and which might crumble at a touch. They're still following, he confirmed, briefly increasing his light to draw them on, listening to their unsubtle pursuit echoing through the tunnels. Ren stopped near the 100-meter mark. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed more slowly now, struggling to process the dense mana saturating the air. A guard hummed distractedly beside the access to the next level, clearly bored with his assignment. Guards never let Iron Rank B students pass below 100 meters without authorization, he reflected, hearing his pursuer's echoes growing closer. But if I can get Jin's shouts to distract him, I could make it down to 150. Knowledge flowed through his mind as he calculated risks. Incorrect maturation, 31,000. At this depth, his spore accumulated 1 point of incorrect maturation per day. In 30 days of ventures here, he'd accumulated 31, and deeper levels would add 2 points instead of 1. Just 4 hours of work today would bring him to 33. But with only 33 points accumulated out of 1,000, he still had room to maneuver. Should hold out about 4 hours before mana poisoning becomes an issue at 150 meters, he continued analyzing. Lesser worms are easy to avoid if you know their patterns. Time will be the real limitation. Jin's group's footsteps grew louder, their confidence building as they thought they had him cornered. Don't let him escape, Jin's voice thundered through the tunnels. This time the rotting boy has nowhere to hide. A smile played across his face as he positioned himself near a specific intersection. They were exactly where he needed them. There's light ahead, Kai called out, his scales glinting in the dim light. I saw those stupid mushrooms glow. Jin and his group were about to learn that following the rotting boy into the depths might not have been their wisest decision. I can barely see anything down here, Cass complained, her eagle eyes straining to adapt to the darkness. Shut up, Jin hissed, his tiger patterns casting faint shadows. I think I see him ahead. Ren moved with precision across the uneven terrain, each step calculated to lead them toward the natural trap he'd discovered days ago. The lesser worms' abandoned nests created perfect cavities, invisible to inexperienced eyes but clearly marked in the mana patterns only he could see. Just need them to fall in there, he thought as he approached the exact point. Their shouts will distract the guard long enough. There are rich bronze crystal veins at 150 meters and, more importantly, uncontaminated deep earth. Over here, Jin's voice echoed through the tunnel. I saw him turn this corner. The group of bullies turned sharply, their footsteps resonating against the stone. The mushrooms in Ren's hair barely emitted a faint glow as he hid in a wall crevice, watching. Where is he? Jin growled, his tiger markings glowing in the darkness. He couldn't just disappear like that. Maybe we should, Cass began, but her voice cut off abruptly. There he is, Jin's voice thundered through the tunnel. We've got you, you'll learn to respect real beasts, rotting boy, you can't go anywhere now. Oh, there are many places to go, Ren stepped back, carefully calculating his position. You just have to know where to step. Ren feigned surprise at seeing his pursuers running toward him. Don't let him escape. Jin ran at the front, his tiger markings glowing with anticipation. Just a little more. The ground beneath their feet gave way with an ominous crack. For a moment, time seemed to freeze as the reality of their situation registered on their faces. 39, Chapter 39, Taming the Depths. Ren feigned surprise at seeing his pursuers running toward him. Don't let him escape, Jin ran at the front. His beast's manifestation glowed brighter in the dense mana, betraying his excitement at cornering his prey. Just a little more. The ground beneath their feet gave way with an ominous crack. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Jin's confident grin transformed into wide-eyed realization, his followers' faces reflecting dawning horror as the floor crumbled beneath them. Ah! Panic screams echoed through the tunnels as the group plummeted into the hidden cavity. The cacophony of falling rocks and bodies hitting packed earth created a symphony of chaos that would surely draw attention. Help! Jin's voice had lost all trace of its former arrogance, replaced by raw fear. Someone. The panic-stricken cries quickly attracted the guard. 40, Chapter 40, Taming the Escape Plan. Ren held his breath, his body completely still, pressed against the cool stone wall. Each heartbeat seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence of the deep tunnels. A lesser worm emerged from a side tunnel, its pale body glowing faintly with absorbed mana. The creature's rugged skin revealed intricate patterns of mana circulation, a beautiful display of natural energy processing. Must have been about 2 months ago. His mental analysis continued while observing the worm. The common worm probably died or returned to the depths, but its last defecation left this zone separated. The knowledge flowing through his mind painted a clear picture of the tunnel's recent history. The lesser worm advanced near the deposit, its movements fluid and purposeful. Its olfactory sensors quivered, drawn by the rich mana concentration in the vein. 41, Chapter 41, Taming the Shitty Bait. This one must be close to ranking up, he analyzed while studying the residue patterns. The marks are deep, regular, it's been consistently accumulating mana. With methodical precision, Ren began to strike the tunnel wall. These weren't random blows, they followed a specific rhythm, a vibration that mimicked the lesser worm's mating call. Each tap resonated through the ancient stone, carrying subtle harmonics that only the creatures could fully appreciate. Tap tap, tap, tap tapped. It's not really mating, knowledge flowed through his mind while maintaining the rhythm. It's more like an invitation to joint evolution. The complex social behaviors of these supposedly simple creatures never cease to amaze him. Tap tap, tap, tap tap tap. 42, Chapter 42, Taming the Aftermaths. Ren climbed hurriedly through the newly formed tunnel, his legs trembling from effort and mana poisoning. The mushrooms in his hair barely emitted a faint glow, but he could still distinguish the disaster scene before him. What a mess, he thought while examining the scattered remains of the lesser worm. Fragments of grayish flesh and greenish fluids covered the tunnel walls. The characteristic smell of mana in iron-rank beast flesh permeated the air. It was a shame that despite the relatively high mana concentration, the worms were so inefficient and only iron rank at that depth. Other bronze-rank beasts could live there without problem. Of course, Ren doubted if he could eliminate those so easily, but not everything was bad. His eyes lit up upon detecting some of the bronze crystals he had used as bait miraculously intact among the remains. He hurried to collect them, each movement calculated despite his growing dizziness. 43, Chapter 43, Taming the Leveling Cost. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with renewed energy as he walked toward the exchange area with his friends. Lin's pill combined with last night's brutal training session, this morning's workout, and some meditative circulation had effectively cleansed the excess mana from his system. I can't believe how well it went today, Taro practically bounced as they walked, his beetle's markings shimmering with excitement. I thought I'd struggle again, but the circulation was so much smoother, I could almost feel the patterns. A smile tugged at Ren's lips as he recalled their morning session. Watching Taro's progress was satisfying, like seeing a complex puzzle slowly come together. You've improved tremendously, soon you won't need my guidance. And the sooner he masters it, Ren thought, the sooner I can focus on my own advancement. 44, Chapter 44, Taming Practice Beasts. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly as he counted the day's crystals. 120 in total value, that was his lucky but not suspicious amount. Not quite the 1,000+ crystals counting materials from that first day, he reflected while carefully storing his gathering, but it's safer this way for now. The numbers were consistent, between 100 and 150 crystals daily. By month's end, it would amount to roughly 4,000, which the school would double to 8,000. Progress toward the needed 50,000 was slow, but at least it was steady. 2 days until the expedition, he thought while climbing through the hidden tunnel. The prospect of gathering beyond school boundaries offered new possibilities. Life had fallen into a rhythm. Taro practiced mana circulation daily, his control improving remarkably. He no longer needed as much guidance to distribute energy correctly. 45, Chapter 45, Taming Practice Beasts 2. Remember, Yang warned as the assistants selected which stone lurker they would face, they are ambush creatures. Don't let their apparent passivity fool you until the end. The team entered the designated area, their footsteps echoing in the sudden silence that had fallen over the training field. Students pressed forward to watch, eager to learn from either success or failure. The chosen stone lurker was released, immediately melting into its surroundings like just another rock. Begins. Han took the initiative, his spider's hexagonal patterns rippling across his skin as he moved forward with his spear held at the ready. Sora followed close behind with her shield. Jun covered the flank, his monkey's markings shifting nervously as he gripped his sword. Maintain formation, Lin suggested from the sidelines. Her experienced eye could already see the gaps in their coordination, the subtle signs of uncertainty in their movements. 46, Chapter 46, Taming Practice Beasts 3. Brutal but effective, Ren thought as his mushrooms pulsed, analyzing the combat. Though Lin is right that strategy only worked because it was a juvenile, better to target the internal parts. Next team, Yang called out. Klein Goldcrest's team, Yang announced, with Feng Zhao and Astor Blackwood. The Goldcrest heir stepped forward with the natural arrogance of nobility, his golden lion manifesting in brilliant patterns across his skin. The light caught the metallic sheen of his beast's markings, creating an almost ethereal glow. Feng, whose red cobra created scarlet scales along his neck, and Astor with his rhinoceros's bluish markings, flanked him with similarly aristocratic bearing. We won't need heavy weapons, Klein declared while selecting a light short sword, the blade catching the morning light. Our beasts are more than sufficient. 47 Chapter 47 Taming Practice Beasts 4. Taro and Min pulled in unison, using the monster's own momentum to roll it backward. The sound of grinding stone filled the air as the creature's rock-covered body scraped against the ground, exposing its belly. But the belly was also completely covered in stone. What could the spear possibly do there? The audience held their breath, certain they were about to witness failure. Then Ren spotted it, a single small orifice barely visible among the rocky plates. He didn't hesitate. The short spear found its target with surgical precision, plunging deep into the creature's cloaca and straight up. The stone lurker tensed once, then went completely still in the next instant. Death came swiftly and silently, catching everyone by surprise. Silence fell over the training field. The entire encounter had ended in mere seconds, leaving spectators struggling to process what they'd just witnessed. 48 Chapter 48 Taming the Expedition. Why less time? 3 days is tradition. Zhao raised a hand to silence the protests, his owl markings shimmering with quiet authority. As some of you may know, we have a student whose beast has particular limitations with prolonged exposure to high mana concentration zones. All eyes turned to Ren. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly as if confirming the professor's words. Their usual glow seemed somehow dimmer under the weight of so many stares. It's not fair, someone protested from the back of the crowd. Why should we all lose half a day because of the fungus? Yeah, let him stay behind if he can't handle it. Jin's smile turned malicious, his tiger markings rippling with cruel delight. Or better yet, let him come, and we'll see how long he really lasts with that useless beast. 49 Chapter 49 Taming the Expedition 2. Moth cats, Ren corrected. Their fur is white as silk and they have moth-like wings but can only glide. They weave nets between trees using threads they naturally produce. Their daytime hunters, shadow stalkers, are far too dangerous at night. The mushrooms pulsed while he observed the ground, revealing patterns others might miss. And those mounds that look like grass or dirt, they're not what they appear to be. Are those beasts too? Min asked, his water snake coiling closer in anticipation. Bark stalkers, Ren explained, pointing to what appeared to be random terrain features. Imagine a toad the size of a small table with a crab-like shell. They can change their skin's color and texture to match their surroundings, piles of leaves, earth, even moss-covered rocks. Their camouflage is nearly perfect, which makes them particularly dangerous to unwary travelers. 50 Chapter 50 Taming the Expedition 3. Stay in groups of at least 3, Zhao concluded, his owl's penetrating gaze sweeping across the gathered students. Report anything unusual and remember, while safety is paramount, don't forget this is a gathering class. Your grades will depend directly on the quantity and quality of materials you obtain. As students began organizing themselves, Ren studied the nearest trees. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed gently, revealing patterns others might miss. The silk was valuable, yes, but he knew the real treasures lay at the edges of the marked territory, where beasts still maintained their natural behavior undisturbed by human presence. I just need to be careful, he thought while the mushrooms pulsed softly in agreement, and choose the right moment. Now, Zhao spread his wings while surveying the students, his owl's influence making his presence even more imposing. 51 Chapter 51 Taming the Gathering Skills. First, the basics, Ren whispered as they approached a cluster of trees. See how the threads shine differently depending on the angle. Taro and Min nodded beneath their camouflage blankets, moving with the deliberate slowness Ren had emphasized. Each movement was carefully calculated to avoid alerting the creatures above. The brightest ones are older, but they're not the most valuable, Ren continued, his voice barely above a whisper. Look for threads with a faint, transparent gleam. Those are new ones that haven't absorbed much mana yet. Their sensitivity is still perfect. How do we reach them? Min whispered, observing the threads stretching several meters above their heads, creating an ethereal web in the filtered sunlight. Watch the weavers first, Ren discreetly pointed toward the high branches. Several white figures moved among the foliage, their moth wings shimmering under the sun like living silk. 52, Chapter 52, Taming the Hunt. I need a distraction. About 100 meters away, Jin's group worked near a particularly silk-rich area. Just above them, an especially large colony of weavers constructed new networks, their white forms moving with deliberate purpose. The annoying bullies hadn't earned Ren's true hatred, at least not enough to wish them death. Weavers first trapped their prey in enormous amounts of silk before filling the cocoons with digestive fluid. It wasn't a pretty death, but it was very slow, and a disturbed weaver colony was an easy target for Professor Zhao's eyes and intervention. Jin's group wouldn't be in real danger. With careful movements, Ren approached a nearby tree. A tap here, a vibration there. The threads began trembling in a way any weaver would interpret as trapped prey struggling in their nets in Jin group's general direction. 53, Chapter 53, Taming the Fleshy Bait. Shadow stalkers use extremely thin mana tentacles to drain energy with absorption waves. Knowledge flowed while Ren prepared his trap. And those waves follow a very specific pattern. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while he extracted the silver rank protocore crystal he'd obtained from the worm. Unlike a normal crystal, this one still maintained part of the incomplete core's mana storage structure, making it perfect for his needs. Its imperfect core nature actually made it more suitable for what he planned. If I overcharge it with the correct pattern. With precise movements, Ren began introducing mana into the crystal, carefully mimicking Shadow Stalker's drainage waves. Each pulse had to be exact. Too strong would alert the male immediately, too weak wouldn't affect the bark stalker from a safe distance. 54, Chapter 54, Taming the Escape Block. Ren began moving among the sleeping groups with growing confidence. His eyes had adapted to the gloom, allowing him to distinguish subtle variations in the darkness that others might miss. Time was of the essence. He risked having the male block the exit sooner than expected if he dawdled. Each second had to be used efficiently. He worked methodically, moving from group to group. Every skin was carefully rolled, light but voluminous, requiring careful optimization of his bag space. 50, 75. The skins piled up in his bag, occupying considerable space despite their negligible weight. 10 kilos of material didn't sound like much, but the volume was becoming a challenge. Each new addition required careful repositioning of the others. 91-92. The mushrooms pulsed with renewed urgency. The male would return soon, and if it found him here, surrounded by its sleeping females. 55, Chapter 55, Taming the Escape. Ren held his breath as the beast passed nearby, its senses completely focused on its domination ritual. The mushroom sent him a warning sensation, something wasn't right. The male stopped, its head turning slightly. A scent had penetrated the skin barrier. The captured female, the knowledge flowed urgently. The knot wasn't perfect, a tiny opening barely visible to the naked eye, allowing the dead creature's essence to escape. The male turned completely, all its senses now focused on the anomaly. It began moving toward Ren, each centimeter of its advance increasing the tension with growing menace. The broken flare, Ren remembered his last possibility, fingers brushing against the device in his pocket. It wasn't just a signal, the crystal inside was designed to emit a pulse that the professor could detect from a significant distance. 56, Chapter 56, Taming the Interrogatory. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed, revealing his concern. Professor Zhao wouldn't be easy to fool. I need a better story, he thought while storing the last specimens. Something that explains all this without revealing I ventured beyond the limits. In the distance, the Shadow Stalker male's roars began to diminish, their battle reaching its inevitable conclusion. Soon one would establish dominance and claim the territory. Ren had no more tricks ready to escape the losing male if it found him. His earlier gambit had used up all his prepared contingencies. It was time to return. But as he headed toward the camp, Ren couldn't suppress a smile. Explaining his bounty would be complicated, but the value of what he carried in his bag would make any interrogation worthwhile. After all, he thought while the mushrooms pulsed softly, the best stories are always the hardest to believe. 57, Chapter 57, Taming Behavior. The mana-poisoning medicine, Zhao smiled slightly, his severity beginning to crack, was going to be our little secret. A lesson about prejudice for your classmates and my help for the unfortunate student. He reclined in his chair, his owl manifesting more relaxed now. But it seems I underestimated your initiative. Instead of needing help to last 3 days, you decided to venture alone into dangerous territory. The laugh that followed was genuine, the change in his attitude flowing naturally. He hadn't stopped being the strict professor, but now Ren could see the admiration mixed with the reprimand, like a master craftsman acknowledging a particularly clever apprentice. "The medicine is still yours if you want it," he offered, sliding the flask across the desk with deliberate care. "Though I suspect you might have your own method for handling the poisoning." 58 Chapter 58 Taming Behavior 2. "I suppose that's why this zone is safe for students," Ren added. "The Iron Ring has nothing to attract more powerful beasts." The impacts continued overhead, growing more erratic with each passing moment. The Shadow Stalkers, creatures that normally dominated the night in this zone with absolute authority, were acting as if something had fundamentally altered the natural order of the First Ring. Their behavior spoke of primal fear, an emotion these predators rarely experienced. The assistant seemed eager to protest that they were taking a student seriously, but another pattern of impacts interrupted him, this one more urgent than the last. The rhythmic pounding against the tent's protective fabric carried an unmistakable message of panic. The impacts persisted above the tent, the Shadow Stalkers' erratic behavior becoming increasingly evident. Each new pattern of strikes revealed more about their unnatural state of agitation. 59, Chapter 59, Tamer's Battle. "Last warning," the voice acquired a more threatening tone. "Lower your wings, Zhao, or we'll see how long these children can survive when the tent falls and the stalkers enter their feeding frenzy." The sound above their heads was deafening now, dozens, perhaps hundreds of shadow stalkers hammering against the protection, hungry, maddened, waiting. Their collective frenzy created a symphony of impending doom that made even the bravest students tremble. The figures covered in black fabric remained at the tent's entrances, creating a sense of silent siege. Their presence alone seemed to make the air heavier, more oppressive, as if the very darkness had taken physical form. The auxiliaries formed a protective circle, their beasts manifesting as patterns of power across their bodies, scales, fur, and feathers gleaming faintly in the dim light. Each of them knew that against a horde of frenzied shadow stalkers, their chances were slim at best. 60, Chapter 60, Tamer's Battle 2. More cuts appeared in the tent's fabric. The black figures coordinated their attacks, creating strategic openings that allowed more stalkers to enter. "Maintain formation," Zhao ordered his auxiliaries while another feather flew from his hand. The auxiliaries reduced the circle further. Zhao felt confusion pierce through his battle focus for a moment. Were there fewer students than before? He dismissed the thought. He had enough on his mind dealing with each shadow stalker that breached their perimeter. Every second brought new threats that demanded his immediate attention. Zhao hadn't been lying, this was his territory. The Mist Owl's abilities were perfectly adapted for night combat. In this zone, he could move freely even during the Medusa's hunting hours. He could fly far faster than they could and was capable of distinguishing them perfectly in the darkness. His enhanced vision turned their greatest advantage into nothing. 61, Chapter 61, Tamer's Battle 3. Above the trench, Zhao continued his impossible battle. His silver feathers flashed in the darkness, finding target after target, but the shadow stalkers kept pouring through the increasingly numerous cuts in the tent's fabric. "Deeper," Ren urged as the hole continued expanding beneath them. Sweat beaded on the diggers' foreheads as they worked tirelessly. Ren observed students sliding into the trench while Zhao's feathers grew increasingly scarce. "Faster," Ren urged Taro and the others who continued digging. The hole was almost deep and wide enough. 40 students had slipped inside, but the space for those remaining wasn't ready yet. "Min, help them smooth the earth there," he directed his friend. "Taro, to the right, the earth is softer there." 62, Chapter 62, Tamer's Battle 4. Zhao didn't hesitate. The moment of surprise was all he needed. "Keep them safe," he ordered the auxiliary with the calcium-plated snail just as he launched himself toward the group of attackers. The other 3 auxiliaries followed his lead, each moving with practiced coordination. Their beasts manifested fully. The Wind Lynx bearer moved like a gust toward the enemy on the left, his claws gleaming in the darkness. The beast's speed made him almost invisible to the untrained eye. The boar bearer charged against the fire wielder, his defensive plates shimmering against the first corrupt flames. Each step was measured, calculated to close the distance while minimizing exposure. The third auxiliary, his bronze hawk manifesting in copper patterns across his skin, intercepted another enemy on the left. Zhao faced the remaining 4, including the leader. His silver feathers danced between his fingers, each one humming with power. 63, Chapter 63, Taming Illusion and Defense. The Abyssals retreated, bleeding and panting, their corrupted forms bearing the marks of Zhao's precise attacks. The leader looked at its companions, their purple bodies trembling from numerous wounds but their eyes still gleaming with dark determination. There is no other choice. Its three mouths spoke in different tones that created an unsettling harmony. A complete fusion. A shiver ran through the other Abyssals, their corrupted flesh rippling with either fear or anticipation. We need two people's mana, and if we fail, one began, its tentacles writhing with nervous energy. We've already failed, the leader cut in sharply. At least this way we'll have a chance. We must reach that cave. Zhao emerged from his invisible state for a moment, launching more feathers that nearly eliminated the tentacled one. The silver projectiles sliced through corrupted flesh with surgical precision. The four beings began to flee. 64, Chapter 64, Taming Flexibility and Speed. It's falling, Taro shouted, his hands trembling as he struggled with the delicate control required. No, softer, Ren urged while the Medusas began showing signs of doubt in their movements. The motion has to flow like air is water. Think of natural movements, not forced ones. I'm trying, Taro's hands shook with the effort of controlling the threads, each tremor threatening to reveal their deception. You're making movements that are too tense. Close your eyes, Ren interrupted, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. Forget the threads, think about your beetle, about how it will be when it evolves. But we're in danger, I can't relax if. A living tunnel doesn't fight against the earth, Ren's voice softened despite the chaos, carrying wisdom beyond his years. 65, Chapter 65, Taming the Hunt and Tasks. The Abyssal's corrupt acid wasn't like normal beasts, it didn't just melt flesh and bone but disintegrated the target's very mana. A single direct hit and not even the hunter of Yano could maintain his beast manifested, leaving him vulnerable. Zhao launched a wave of silver feathers, their deadly precision cutting through the night air. But the salamander was ready, his corrupted body prepared for this moment. His purple muscles tensed to their maximum, enduring searing pain as he launched forward, while his body twisted in unnaturally fluid motions to dodge each projectile by mere millimeters. I have you, his throat expanded, preparing the stream of corrupt acid that would end the legendary hunter. At this distance there was no way to dodge, all he needed was one direct hit to turn the tide of battle. Victory was within his grasp, his jaws opened beyond what should be physically possible. 66, Chapter 66, Taming the Fusion. Zhao continued the pursuit, but the enemies were almost reaching their destination. Only two followers remained, too many had fallen to the hunter's silver feathers. You, the leader pointed to the semi-fluid being, intercept Zhao, we need time. The slime abyssal tensed visibly, its purple eyes glowing with fear. Sir, against the hunter. Are you questioning a military order? The leader's 5 eyes blazed with fury. Or would you prefer your family to experience the new laboratory procedures? The slime being shuddered. He knew what that meant, he had seen the results of those procedures on the families of deserters and traitors. Without another word, he turned to face the approaching hunter. The abyssal leader stopped beside the massive corpse of the shadow stalker male. 67, Chapter 67, Tamer's Battle Revenge of 5. The abyssal leader wasn't planning to run anymore. A movement in the darkness made Zhao tense. His feathers, stained with purple blood, gleamed faintly while he prepared for another confrontation. The figure that emerged from the shadows was a bone-white aberration, but purple veins pulsed beneath its surface like sickly rivers of corruption, each beat sending ripples across its unnatural flesh. Impressed hunter. The words resonated in a distorted manner from the creature, its tentacles undulating as if they had lives of their own while the moonlight revealed its true form in all its horrific glory. Hundreds of tentacles emerged from its body, but what caught Zhao's attention was the face, or rather the faces. On the creature's chest, grotesquely fused like a twisted sculpture, were the features of the abyssal leader and his tentacled subordinate, their expressions frozen in a moment of eternal agony. 68, Chapter 68, Tamer's Battle Death 6. Is that all? The tentacles advanced against the rain of feathers, their corrupted flesh seeming to mock the silver light. Is this the legendary hunter? Zhao's feathers began to fall, their gleam growing dimmer with each passing second. The hunter of Yano finally seemed cornered, his legendary prowess failing at last. Before I kill you, the tentacles pressed their attack while the male drained more mana from the area, creating a vacuum of power. Which Yano noble do you think paid for this mission? Zhao cut through 3 more tentacles, his feathers increasingly scattered. Silent flight finally vanished. He had to save mana to use it when it would truly give him an opportunity. Do you really know? Zhao breathed heavily, surrounded by both male and aberration. Or they don't trust you enough to tell you. Silence, more tentacles attacked. Zhao's last feathers flew to intercept them with desperate precision. 69, Chapter 69, Taming the Small Rest. The Hunter of Yano. Adrian released a broken laugh while his body began to collapse. Ren emerged from the shadows where he had been controlling the professor's illusion at a mirror angle with the mantis plates. Always saves something for the end. He doesn't disappoint after all. The aberration that had been Adrian Ravencroft collapsed, its form twisting as the forced fusion finally came undone. Ren wasted no time, moving directly to the Shadow Stalker male's corpse, not to Zhao, his priorities clear even in the aftermath of battle. Good timing, Zhao murmured while falling to his knees, his legendary strength finally failing him. Although he had feigned the trembling in his legs and having not a drop of mana for Adrian, now he truly was depleted. The cost of maintaining his deception near the draining zone had been steep. 70, Chapter 70, Taming Protection. Min had reduced the pyromancer's power, something the auxiliaries hadn't initially agreed with, their protective training flaring against him, getting aggroed by the attacker. It's too dangerous to expose a student, they had protested, but when his water began effectively reducing the abyssal pyromancer's flames, their protests transformed into tactical orders. Every splash weakened the corrupted fire's intensity, so they left their complaints for later. The combat had ended quickly after that. The pyromancer, unable to maintain his defensive zone under constant aquatic assault, fell to the auxiliaries' coordinated attack, his corrupted flames sputtering out against the relentless water. Later, the complaints would turn to praise from the snail auxiliary. The remaining abyssal, now surrounded by all 3 auxiliaries and Luna's wolf, decided to flee rather than face such overwhelming odds. 71, Chapter 71, Taming Return. The calcium snail manifested another barrier when Jin began another diatribe about Min's luck. The protective shield shimmered in the dim light, reinforcing their safety. Silence, ordered the auxiliary, your chatter is bringing them back. The shadows over the ventilation shaft confirmed his words. The shadow stalkers had returned to their hunting territory. The students held their breath as the beasts passed above them, their presence a palpable weight in the darkness. The plan seemed to work. The bat jellyfishes couldn't detect them through the cover. Until one began descending toward the small ventilation shaft, its tentacles probing curiously. Should seal it completely, thought the auxiliary while preparing his beast. The air will last long enough for it. A silver feather pierced the shadow stalker, which fell lifeless. The precision of the strike was unmistakable. 72, Chapter 72, Taming Estimation. The carriages are reinforced, Zhao explained to 3 of the auxiliaries. We'll maintain a tight formation to take advantage of our lucky fungus's crystal and keep an eye open. We can't assume there won't be more attempts tonight. They were ready to depart, with only 1 auxiliary remaining near the clearing's edge where the carriages waited when. "I'll wait," Han shouted while running from nearby bushes toward the last carriage, adjusting his belt, his face red from exertion and his clumsy movements betraying his rush to reach the carriages before they left. "I'm coming." Finally, Klein snorted with irritation. "I thought you'd gotten lost in the forest." "Hey Han, weren't you just going to pee?" Jin smiled maliciously. "Congratulations on holding it so long during battle and in the hole without soiling your pants. New endurance record." 73, Chapter 73, Taming Value. I have about 30,000 crystals total according to the numbers in Liu's book. If I wanted to sell everything and got the best price, he murmured while reviewing his calculations. And that's without counting what the school will duplicate from the official report. Maybe an extra 25,000 with luck, plus what I can mine in the remaining days of the month. It was a good amount, more than he had expected to get from this expedition. His careful planning had paid off, but for his plans. Still need a bit more if I want to start now, he sighed while beginning to carefully store everything away. But maybe I could start with. A shout of laughter came from the garden. His companions played carefree under the afternoon sun, enjoying their well-earned rest. Free time, he murmured with a mixture of envy and resignation. Someday I'll have free time when all this bears fruit. 74, Chapter 74, Taming Processing. Third floor, Ren murmured, adjusting his bag filled with precious skins. Time to process some hides. The workshop was a spacious area filled with work tables and shelves of tools. The air was thick with the smell of tanned leather and fixative products, each scent telling a story of materials transformed. A short man with a thick gray beard worked at one of the tables. He was barely 10 centimeters taller than Ren, but his hands moved with the certainty of years of experience, each motion precise and purposeful. "Excuse me," Ren approached Mr. Isaac. "That's me," he responded without looking up from his work, his focus absolute. "What do you need, boy?" "I'd like to use the workshop to process some skins." This caught Isaac's attention. He turned, his shrewd eyes studying Ren, until they noticed the mushrooms in his hair. His expression softened with a hint of pity that Ren was all too familiar with. "What kind of skins?" 75, Chapter 75, Taming Processing 2. Isaac approached occasionally to observe, his expression oscillating between skepticism and curiosity. By around 2 p.m., when Ren had processed almost half his skins, the artisan had to admit the results were exceptional. "Never seen that deep shine," he commented while examining one of the finished skins. "And the flexibility. It's because the fibers are perfectly aligned," Ren explained while immersing another batch. "Like when the shadow stalker prepares to sleep. I achieved it using a different fixative proportion and very little bronze crystal powder. Look." Isaac paused briefly, interested. "Why does it work with so little powder?" "Powdered crystal fixative is designed for most skins which have residual mana," continued Ren, his knowledge helping him understand to then explain. "That's why they use so much powder to seal the skin with more mana, but here there's no mana to seal." 76, Chapter 76, Taming Processing 3. Ren broke the blue wax seal, intrigued by the envelope's formality. Then he extracted a letter written in elegant calligraphy. "Dear Rens, I have spoken with the director about your performance during the expedition. Your support was crucial, and more importantly, you demonstrated an exceptional understanding of beasts that frankly intrigues me. The director has authorized a special support of 100,000 credits for the exchange store. Consider it recognition for a promising student. Perhaps I should start believing in that knowledge of yours and see what it can do with a small push. Whatever you're planning, I hope this helps you achieve it. I'll be absent for a while arranging certain matters. We'll see each other upon my return. Professor Zhao." Ren read the letter twice, processing the implications. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with accelerated rhythm. 77, Chapter 77, Taming Pain. The materials were ready. But one step remained to ensure the cultivation's success and reduce the pain, even if just a little. The preserved female shadow stalker's body gleamed faintly in the darkness of the improvised tent. Ren manipulated it carefully, tracing the conductive fiber patterns until locating the most appropriate tentacle. A tentacle too thick would absorb too much mana, one too thin would saturate quickly. He needed an intermediate one with the correct amount of conductive fibers. This one, he thought while using the weaver thread to cleanly cut a tentacle the size of his index finger. The internal fibers briefly glowed when exposed, hungry for mana. With precise movements, Ren submerged the tentacle in the now mana-depleted solution he had prepared. The liquid, a mixture of poisonous fungi and moss, was instantly absorbed by the conductive fibers. The tentacle darkened as if it was a paper that had absorbed ink. 78, Chapter 78, Taming Lies. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly in alert. "Who is it?" he asked, his voice betraying some of his exhaustion from the intense cultivation session. "That doesn't matter," a female voice answered from the other side. "Could you open for a moment?" Ren quickly looked around the room. The containers were sealed, shadow stalker skins stored away, work area dismantled. But the smell, a mixture of poisonous fungi and decomposing tissues, still lingered heavily in the air. "Who are you?" he insisted, buying time while considering opening a window to clear the suspicious scents. "It will only take a moment." It's very late and I'm not presentable," Ren responded, his exhausted mind trying to process the situation. "Could it be tomorrow?" There was a pause, barely a heartbeat. The tone changed. "Open the door, fungus," Luna's voice cut through the silence, cold and direct. "I need to talk to you." 79, Chapter 79, Taming Misunderstandings. "Now you're lying," Ren smiled, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with enthusiasm. "I think I'm understanding the trick." "Impossible," Luna stepped back, her composure slipping for the first time. "You couldn't see." "My spore can detect mana patterns too," Ren advanced, for the first time feeling he had the advantage in their verbal sparring. Luna stared at him while confirming that what Ren said was true. "Show it to me," said Ren, his smile widening at seeing Luna lose composure and backing away as he approached, turning the tables on her intimidation tactics. "Show me how it really works." "Don't get cocky," Luna recovered some of her usual hardness. "You're still just a foolish fungus who says nonsense about illogical evolutions and believes they're true." She raised her hands to push him back, grabbing his wrists. "Why do you insist on saying things that go against all logic?" Chapter 80 Taming Prophets. The next morning, Lin appeared before Ren with her trademark sadistic smile. Not even his exhaustion from the cultivation process could save him from training. "Faster!" Lin's voice cut through the morning air as she made him run with weighted bands strapped to his limbs. When he was finally released that afternoon, his muscles trembling from exertion, Ren decided to demonstrate his cultivation process to his friends. They gathered around, watching with curiosity and apprehension as he meticulously laid out his materials. "First, I crush the poisonous fungi." Ren began explaining, his movements precise and practiced. Min nodded along, following the process with keen interest until Ren reached the part about overloading with 10 times more mana than Taro, and controlling his veins with the tentacle while enduring excruciating pain. His eyes glazed over, and he toppled backward like a felled tree. Taro lunged forward to catch him. Chapter 81 Taming Aspiration. Ren walked slowly back to his room, the 5,000 crystals weighing in his pocket like stones of possibility. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly while his thoughts wandered to his parents again. He stopped before a hallway window. At this hour, they would be preparing food in the small restaurant's kitchen, earning barely enough to survive. 100,000 crystals, he murmured with nostalgic feeling, in just 2 months. Memories rushed in unbidden, his mother counting crystals at the kitchen table, worry in her eyes as she tried to make the money stretch. His father exhausted but smiling, always smiling. "The investment," he whispered while the mushrooms pulsed more slowly as if sharing his memories. "I could return everything they spent on me." His fingers brushed the crystals in his pocket. Each one represented another step closer to repaying what they had sacrificed for him. Chapter 82 Taming the Sleeping Core. A few days after reaching his new resolution, Ren sat on his bed, every muscle protesting after his night training with Lin. The mushrooms in his hair barely pulsed, exhausted from another day's work in the mines. Correct maturation, 10-100. Incorrect maturation, 80-1000. The amount of crystals he'd collected and his mana resistance had taught him something important. No matter how much he trained or how hard he pushed himself, his limits were painfully clear. He couldn't venture beyond 200 meters to work, could only stay for a few hours, and accumulated 4 days of incorrect maturation. Plus, the monsters wouldn't let him stay in one place for long. Even 150 meters sometimes yielded better results. Chapter 83 Taming Deception. 10 days, he whispered, the plan taking shape in his mind. "I just need to find a way to get it down there without dying." Ren stood and began organizing his materials. If he was going to do this, he would need a perfect plan. The mana vein was there, 300 meters beneath the academy. It wasn't large like the ones feeding the abyss, but it would serve his purpose. The problem was how little time he could endure down there. 15 minutes maximum before the mana overloaded him. Near the vein, it would be even worse due to the mana flow's irregularity. He needed to do it early before the day's cultivation, which meant skipping training with Lin too, which would help him to also have more strength for the small adventure. "I need help," he murmured while organizing his materials. The male shadow stalker tentacles he'd saved would serve as duration extenders, but he needed something more. Chapter 84 Taming the Depths. Except her eyes narrowed as her crane fully manifested. "Wei is out of town today." "Where are you really, little trickster?" Lin headed toward the main entrance. Had Ren really gone to town with no formal permission? Lin observed the figure in the assistant's uniform near the main entrance. The mushrooms in his hair glowed under the dawn light, though something seemed different. "Got you, little cheat," she thought while silently approaching. "You can't leave without real permission, and Wei isn't here to sign it, so you are trapped in the end." The figure moved strangely, as if practicing what to say. "Good morning, Sir Guard, I'm here to make a delivery," he muttered to himself. "No too formal, hi, I need to go out to, no too casual." Lynn smiled. It was almost adorable watching him so nervous, not quite like. Trouble with the script, she asked softly right behind him. 85, Chapter 85, Taming the Depths 2. Here a bronze beast's line reigned supreme. The mushrooms pulsed in warning when Ren detected the first trace. Claw marks on the walls, so fine they seemed carved with diamond. Knowledge flowed revealing fragments about a new species, the deep assassins. The assassins were the true predators here. Their bodies, long and segmented but with hyperarticulated elongated limbs, allowed them to move along walls and slip through narrow tunnels, while also being covered in vibration sensors that could detect the slightest movement through the rock. Their bodies, a matte black that absorbed all light, made them practically invisible in darkness. But most terrifying was their proboscis. Like a diamond sword, Ren thought while examining one of the marks. 86, Chapter 86, Taming the Depths 3. Until he found it, a yellow living bridge that seemed to breathe spanning across a deep gallery. On the other side, he could feel the vein pulsing with pure mana, but there was just one problem. A massive deep worm rested inside the bridge, its body occupying the entire space. The beast dozed, probably recovering after excavating new galleries. Ren studied the situation. He couldn't use force, the slightest conflict would attract predators, not that he had much force to use anyway. He also couldn't make it explode like a lesser worm because this one had a real core. He needed the worm to move of its own volition. A pulse from his mushrooms showed him the surroundings, searching for nearby tunnels and threats. Fused worms are territorial, he remembered while formulating a plan, and this one should be resting in its territory. 87, Chapter 87, Taming the Depths 4. The slow movement, the pain, the concentration on the tentacle, and the fear of the assassin made Ren distract too much, and his foot hit a loose stone. The sound, barely louder than a whisper, seemed to resound like thunder in the tunnel's silence. The deep assassin turned instantly, its matte black body moving with unnatural fluidity. With no time to think, Ren threw the tentacle. The improvised projectile flew straight toward one of the assassin's legs, beginning to absorb mana at the moment of impact. The beast recoiled, more from surprise than damage. Its senses, adapted to darkness and vibrations, hadn't expected an aerial attack. The sensation of its energy being drained at a specific point made it focus on that area. Ren didn't waste a second. His hands were already knotting the thread while the assassin was distracted. A quick jump and his body hung far from the ground. 88, Chapter 88, Taming the Depths 5. The deep assassin kept searching, and Ren hung between two dilemmas. The predator that couldn't see him, and the hydra that defied everything he thought he knew about the beast egg cycle. With careful movements, Ren extracted the flask with the potion Zhao had given him. The green liquid glowed softly as he uncorked it. It was his last defense against mana overload. The taste was bitter and metallic, but the effect was immediate. The crushing pressure of mana receded as if a window had been opened in a suffocating room. It wouldn't last long, but it would have to be enough. The deep assassin finally lost interest in its search. Its sensors detected no more movement, and the paralyzed worm promised a feast it didn't want to waste. The beast returned to its prey, its proboscis sinking back into the liquefied flesh. Now or never, thought Ren as he began descending the thread. 89, Chapter 89, Taming the Ascent. Ren watched in horror as the traitorous rock rolled down the bowl, the sound amplified by the crystalline formation. Each bounce was louder than the previous one, creating a cascade of echoes that filled the tunnel. The assassin turned instantly toward the noise and froze for a moment. The hydra awoke. Its two heads rose in perfect synchronization, transparent scales gleaming as it uncoiled. For a moment it seemed confused, as if not understanding what had awakened it. Then it noticed the egg's absence. The roar that followed made the assassin instinctively back away. The hydra rose completely, its two heads moving in search patterns while the crystallized mana in its scales began pulsing with contained power. Run, Ren's mind screamed. Run. The hydra turned both heads directly toward Ren, its eyes glowing as it recognized him as the egg thief. This was no longer a stealthy escape. The beast had seen him. 90, Chapter 90, Taming the Blockade. Halt, one shouted when he saw Ren climbing the slope. What the hell? It's the lucky mushroom boy. Another guard recognized him, his expression transforming from surprise to anger. Why were you prowling in the lower levels, this time you really? The wall behind Ren exploded. The hydra emerged from the dust like a nightmare made real, its two heads covered in blood from the beasts it had devoured along the way. One last effort, one final sprint. Ren had finished climbing the slope, having gained ground on the beast despite his exhaustion as the beast wasn't in much better condition than him. Run. It's a gold-rank Hydra. Ren's voice cracked with desperation and fatigue. The guards exchanged skeptical looks. At this level, barely 150 meters deep, the idea of a gold-rank beast was as absurd as finding a dragon sunbathing in the Academy garden. 91, Chapter 91, Tamer Spies. A girl watched from the shadows in the tree, her presence almost imperceptible among the leaves. She had been following Ren since early morning, this time more out of obligation than real interest. Though she was already worrying about the start of classes, initially she had considered following him into the mines. After all, the headmaster's recent interest in the supposedly weakest student had piqued her already high curiosity too, but she had dismissed the impulse, reasoning that Ren was likely just another poor student desperate to recover his family's investment. Another case of economic desperation, she had thought upon seeing him enter the mines. It wasn't unusual, many low-resource students spent extra hours digging trying to recover something. The headmaster must be overreacting, she had thought, settling into her observation post. What could possibly be special about a boy with a mere spore? 92, Chapter 92, Taming Investigation. Luck finally smiled upon him as he quickly found an 8-headed diamond hydra guarding eggs. The beast was monstrously powerful, but also predictable in its sleep routine. One moment of carelessness was all he needed to steal one. Or so he thought, but one head saw him. The escape had been frantic. He had to hide in countless crevices and abandoned tunnels. He spent almost all his high-level potions just staying alive while ascending, and in the end, he had to return the egg. When he finally escaped and was returning to the surface defeated, having endured insane temperatures that only thanks to his gold beast he could withstand, and that could be called torture, his body still ached with the memory of that heat. Having suffered the constant stalking of powerful beasts, luck finally smiled upon him, this time for real. He found that small vein at 350 meters perfect for his purposes. 93, Chapter 93, Taming Investigation 2. Had Ren really gone down so far, how could someone with a spore survive that? She wondered while silently advancing. She thought it would just be another case of juvenile stupidity, but maybe this hadn't had anything to do with him. The destruction became more evident as she descended. At 250 meters, the mana grew denser. Her beast was superior to most in its rank, but even it had limits. She could already feel the pressure building, and the fused worms at this depth were truly massive, their segmented bodies casting grotesque shadows in the dim yellow light. The tunnels here were wider, the work of greater worms and living tunnels. But it seemed the enormous beasts had hastily abandoned their galleries, half-built structures telling the story of a panicked flight. Something had scared even these territorial creatures from their domains. 94, Chapter 94, Taming Investigation 3. The golden hippogriff manifested completely outside his body, its 5-meter form filling the chamber. The abyssal scorpion remained fused with him, its influence evident in the way his body had transformed. The mutations it caused were different from anything she had seen in Yano. They weren't subtle and stylized like their kingdom's methods, these were more bestial, as if he was becoming the beast rather than merely controlling its power. Yino, she thought while observing the mutation patterns. Father told me that only they have perfected fusion with abyssal beasts. He's like those from the attack with Professor Zhao. The hippogriff launched forward with impossible speed, its massive form moving with a grace that defied its size. The Hydra tried to defend itself, but its movements were already too slow. In an instant of perfect violence, the griffin's claws cut cleanly through one of the Hydra's diamond necks. 95, Chapter 95, Tamer Relay. The presence vanished suddenly, as if it had never been there. Except Lin knew that sensation. Her crane partially manifested its wings and slightly elongated her legs while following the trail, her beast's enhanced perception tracking the faintest disturbances in the air. A flash of movement to her right, someone appeared for an instant before vanishing again. Interesting, Lin murmured. The jumps were becoming more abrupt now, almost clumsy in their haste. Whoever it was, they were more concerned with speed than subtlety. Another flash, this time to her left. Lin adjusted her course, her crane helping her maintain the pace while analyzing the pattern of movements. "Why the rush?" she whispered while following the flashes of movement, her experienced eyes noting how each jump seemed to cost the fleeing figure more effort than the last. The chase led them toward a more densely wooded section. 96, Chapter 96, Taming Thanks and Hugs. Ren took only the tentacle and crystal with trembling hands. Did you find them too? Yes, Taro nodded, nervously watching the infirmary door. But I still think this is a terrible idea if she arrives before. Just don't let them interrupt me for a few minutes. I'm faster at the process now and quieter. Ren turned to look at the busy nurse, unwrapped the crystal, and positioned the tentacle over his stomach. He breathed deeply before beginning the absorption. The pain was immediate and intense, burning through his system like liquid fire. His veins began to glow as mana flowed through his system, creating intricate patterns under his skin. The tentacle worked frantically, absorbing the excess where the veins threatened to burst, its movements precise despite the chaotic energy flow. But after a few minutes, Taro finally couldn't hide the glow in Ren's veins from the nurse with his body anymore. 97, Chapter 97, Taming the Lurcher. To hell with it, I'm going to recover that egg. The griffin's claws sank into the crystallized skin, searching for the exact point where the core rested. It shouldn't be too difficult to recover it, but he couldn't afford to lower his guard. Not after sensing someone watching him, that subtle presence that had almost escaped his notice. The claws found their target. The Hydra's core pulsed weakly, its power still active even after the beast's death, its last breaths resonating with diminishing strength. Someone was there, he thought while working. The mana marks in the air were subtle, small distortions where someone had transported themselves, like ripples in an invisible pond. A will-o'-the-wisp spirit, a mineral light fairy, a shadow wolf. All three were possibilities, but they had something in common. They were very expensive beasts, the kind only the truly privileged could afford. 98, Chapter 98, Taming Suspicion. Daylight filtered through the mine entrance. Too bright after so long in darkness, he didn't exit. His eyes would need time to adjust to the harsh change. He stopped several meters from the exit, keeping to the shadows. His beasts tensed, detecting something they couldn't fully identify. The silence was unnatural, not even the wind seemed to dare blow. Too easy, his training screamed warnings. An academy doesn't evacuate its mines without reason, doesn't leave its entrances unguarded for students to do foolish things. The Hydra's core weighed next to many others in his bag, a constant reminder of his partial failure. The egg remained lost, stolen by some fortunate thief who had stumbled upon his experiment. Should go back, he considered while studying the entrance. The mission was clear: find and secure specific beast cores. The egg was extra and he could obtain it again. But pride. 99, Chapter 99, Taming the Threat of War. Director Ignatius waited hidden in the trees facing the mine entrance, his royal phoenix manifesting a golden aura that made each strand of his white hair shimmer with power. The bronze-rank guards maintained their encirclement at a greater distance. Their earth beasts would be useful for blocking retreat or providing support, but in direct combat against a gold-rank tamer, they would be little more than a hindrance. The supervisor, his ice penguin partially manifested, positioned himself hidden on the other side of the entrance. Silver rank 2, not enough to fight directly against a gold opponent, but he could provide support to the director who did have a gold rank creature. A presence moved inside the cave. The director sensed it immediately. Gold rank power was unmistakable, impossible to completely conceal. In Yino, where platinum rank was non-existent, that meant someone near the top of their hierarchy, which made their presence here very problematic. 100, Chapter 100, Taming the Threat of War 2. Waste. While Yano clings to its traditions, limiting itself to archaic beasts, Yino advances. Each year we produce more gold-rank tamers, each month more double bearers join our ranks. And soon. He paused dramatically, savoring the moment. Soon our first triple bearers will be ready. The director maintained his neutral expression, but his golden feathers bristled slightly at the revelation. Triple tamers were theoretically possible, of course, but the cost, the risk of uncontrolled mutation. Triples, he recovered quickly, his voice laden with disdain. It doesn't matter if they can bear 3 beasts or 5, if they're all those abyssal corruptions you so love to create. A true tamer with a pure beast will always be superior. The mercenaries' laughter echoed through the clearing, a sound that made several guards shudder. 101, Chapter 101, Taming the Threat of War 3. Ren was walking away with a small smile, the mushrooms in his hair still pulsing with amusement at Luna's reaction, when a soft roar made him stop. Klein's golden lion shone with an intense aura while its tamer blocked the hallway. "Hey, fungus," Klein stepped forward, his voice trying to sound threatening, though the effect was somewhat lost due to his still childish tone. "What do you think you're doing getting so close to Luna?" The nearby students began paying attention, some discreetly, others not so much. The air grew thick with anticipation. Klein advanced with the confidence that only the heir of the Goldcrest family could possess, each step measured and deliberate. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed while analyzing the mana patterns. The golden lion was an impressive beast, though its current manifestation revealed some inefficiencies in its cultivation. If it continued like that, the main line would be lost at silver rank. 102 Chapter 102 Taming the Threat of War 4. This, Ignatius observed the transformation with genuine interest, looks more like a true Tamer's fusion. The mercenary extended his newly formed wings on his arms, each feather glowing with contained power. The transformation was elegant, almost beautiful in its symmetry. Isn't it? He smiled, his features now more avian like the director's but maintaining a harmonic balance with his human form. Although, his smile widened, one of the things my body learned after so many abyssal experiments is how to extract more. Ignatius barely had time to react. The mercenary's golden claws passed grazing his face as he threw himself backward. The director used his own phoenix claws, blocking the second attack by millimeters, golden feathers clashing against golden feathers. 103, Chapter 103, Taming the Threat of War 5. Supervisor, one of the guards shouted, but they couldn't abandon their position. If the golden fire spread beyond the perimeter, the entire academy would be in danger. The scorpion prepared its final blow. The supervisor, partially paralyzed by the venom, could barely maintain a weak ice barrier. Kill him already, the stinger descended like a chitinous lightning bolt. He just had to finish off the only silver rank and then the scorpion could help him with the director to clear the path. But a mass of living rock intercepted the attack. Professor Yang's stone behemoth struck the scorpion, its massive fist absorbing the venomous stinger's impact without difficulty, the crystalline substance barely marking its rocky surface. Sorry I'm late, Yang helped the supervisor to his feet while his beast kept the scorpion at bay. The students are safe, protected by the other professors in the shelter. 104, Chapter 104, Taming Aliens. The wind intensified while the mercenary's violet aura grew. He no longer tried to hide his connection to the abyss, each beat of his mutations making the earth shake with more force. Ignatius concentrated all his power, his phoenix's golden flames reaching a blinding intensity as he prepared for his most powerful attack. The heat was so intense that the surrounding trees began to wither, their leaves curling and blackening. He had to stop him no matter what. Yino had found a way to navigate the 500 meters of the abyss, the space where only abyssal creatures reigned, but if the mercenary had made the first map, then perhaps it could still be destroyed before others followed his path. Ignatius released all his power in a wave of golden fire. For a moment, the battlefield transformed into an inferno of light and heat while both forces fought for supremacy. 105, Chapter 105, Taming Sense of Wonder. Ren's mushrooms couldn't process the information they were receiving. These beasts didn't follow their known logic, defying every pattern he had learned. There's no information, murmured Ren while his mushrooms tried to analyze the creatures. It's as if they came from somewhere completely different. Fall back, shouted one of the professors while attacking one of the beasts, barely managing to inflict any damage despite his powerful beast. The students retreated in panic as more creatures emerged. A being that seemed made of intertwined tubes pumping violet liquid advanced toward them, its movements following no natural rhythm. They're more horrible than I expected, Klein murmured, his lion growling at enemies that defied its comprehension. What do we do, Ren? Min asked, his water snake manifested but coiling nervously. What kind of beasts are these? 106, Chapter 106, Tamer's Progress. True hordes, Wei loosened his robe's collar, visibly sweating, follow a cycle of several years and appear in specific seasons, and require the intervention of the complete army. Another glance at Ren, was he sick? Had the encounter affected him more than it seemed? Does anyone want to add something? He looked meaningfully at Ren. Comment on any error in my explanation. Actually, Ren straightened up, and Wei almost sighed with relief. I'd like to know more about the defensive tactics used against different types of abyssals. Several students laughed discreetly at seeing the expression of total bewilderment on Wei's face. Well, tactics against Aceris monsters like those are just about finding the weakness by trying multiple options, and this isn't normal, murmured Wei, passing a hand across his forehead. Are you feeling well? Why do you ask, Professor? Ren tilted his head innocently. 107, Chapter 107, Tamer's Absence. Zhao's owl manifested completely in his body as he advanced through the silver ring, its wings fusing with the professor's arms to allow him to glide silently between the trees, each movement calculated to minimize detection. A group of two-headed hyenas hunted below, their black bodies perfectly camouflaged but visible to Zhao's owl eyes under the moonlight. He easily avoided them, though he could defeat them. The noise of battle would attract unwanted attention, and he needed to advance as fast as possible. Further ahead, a nest of winged serpents occupied several treetops. The silver rank 3 creatures intertwined their bodies, creating a living net, their scales gleaming with hypnotic patterns designed to trap flying prey. Zhao descended. Flying in this zone would be suicide. The serpents had the advantage in the air and hunted in groups. A distant roar made him stop. 108, Chapter 108, Taming Conjectures. His eyes narrowed slightly. Leora told me about the incident in a letter. About the Hydra in the mines. Your cousins have maintained excellent vigilance, the director tried to reassure him. Their unexpected dangerous encounter was something. I don't blame you, director, the prince interrupted. I know those 3 always getting into trouble, so I need to increase their security. The academy is a target, Ignatius agreed. The agent's attack made that clear. The academy has always been a target. Julius poured himself more wine. It's the nest that increases our kingdom's power and home to perfect hostages in the enemy's eyes. They have spies here, the director added. Good spies. The prince nodded slowly. I know. More guards. 109, Chapter 109, Taming Conjectures 2. Wei tends to exaggerate, the director smiled, especially when it comes to this particular student. But he's not completely wrong, is he? Julius arched an eyebrow. Wei talks a lot but doesn't lie when. And just when Yino finds a way to use the abyss against us, continued the prince, such a student appears. You suspect a boy with a mushroom too, the director smiled. Not necessarily, Julius smiled too. Rather, I'm intrigued. Zhao mentioned something specific about how he was too clever. They stopped in front of the dormitory door. Ready to speak directly with our mysterious student, Julius smiled while raising his hand to knock. So, the prince observed the room with apparent casualness. Do you enjoy spending time in the mines? Min and Taro had withdrawn after a signal from the director, leaving Ren alone with his important visitors. 110, Chapter 110, Guide Tamer Ren Patender. You know, my cousin told me something about you and how you understood her special ability, but, his voice softened, I was the one who taught Luna to detect lies. It's a subtle art, the small changes in voice, the tension in certain muscles, the way the eyes move, and above all, the bodily flow of mana. Ren froze, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing erratically. And you, young Ren, have been lying quite a bit, not about everything but definitely about important things. Silence filled the tunnel while Ren processed this revelation. You're not a spy, the prince continued. Your lies are too specific for that. You're protecting something, hiding something you can do or see. The mushrooms pulsed more intensely, as if responding to their bearer's tension. Please, Julius softened his tone further, tell me what you really see down here, what your mushrooms with more than just light are showing you. 111, Chapter 111, Guide Tamer Ren Patender 2. Ren, Julius interrupted again. We've established that I can detect your lies, why don't you tell me the truth? There was another moment of tense silence before Ren finally sighed. There was a mana vein, he admitted, a special one that I wanted to use for my cultivation. And that's when you found the Hydra. Ren nodded slowly. Show me. What? The prince opened his robe, revealing dozens of small vials secured inside. Medicine for mana poisoning. Enough to keep you safe even at that depth. Ren's mushrooms pulsed while considering his situation. Well, the prince arched an eyebrow. Will you show me the way, or would you prefer we continue this game of half-truths? Ren looked at the medicine vials, then at the prince, and finally toward the depths he knew so well. The vein is relatively easy to find, he began slowly. Perfect. Julius took out a vial and offered it to Ren. Guide me. 112, Chapter 112, Guide Tamer Ren Patender 3. As if someone had poured hundreds of books into his head, thought the prince, but that doesn't make sense. Records showed that Ren came from a modest family. Limited wealth wouldn't allow the kind of library needed to accumulate such knowledge. And although the academy had an impressive library, the boy hadn't been there even half a year. Was he really some kind of genius or? "Tell me about your spore," Julius said casually. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with nervousness. It was the question he had been dreading since this journey began, but then something changed in his expression. "You know what, Your Highness, it's not fair," Ren stopped, turning toward the prince. "You ask all the questions, how about I ask something too?" Julius blinked, surprised by the sudden change in attitude, then smiled, amused by the boldness. "About my beasts, I suppose." 113. Chapter 113, Guide Tamer Ren Patender 4. As for the rest, the prince manifested his second beast. The wolverine that emerged was massive. Its fur had an earthy tone and its body seemed to partially merge with the ground beneath its paws. Crystals and minerals sprouted from its skin like natural armor, each one catching and reflecting the killen's light. "Watch," Julius commanded his beast. The wolverine approached the Hydra's corpse and to Ren's surprise began to devour it systematically. But something was weird, the pieces it swallowed seemed to disappear into some kind of internal space. "It has a special cavity," the prince explained upon seeing Ren's expression. "It can store objects without digesting them, quite useful for transporting things or eliminating evidence." Ren's mushrooms pulsed with fascination while observing the wolverine methodically consume the Hydra's remains. When it finished, the beast simply vanished, returning to Julius's body. 114. Chapter 114, Guide Tamer Ren Patender 5. While Julius examined the vein, Ren's mushrooms pulsed, detecting something unusual. A different mana pattern emanated from a nearby crack at the edge of the bowl. Ren descended the slope as far from the pure mana geyser as possible and approached cautiously, taking advantage of the prince being distracted with his inspection at the bowl's center. The crack was narrow, barely visible in the penumbra, but there. His heart skipped a beat. 2 cores rested in the hollow. One still had the weaver's thread tied to it, his mantis core. And next to it, another core that hadn't been there before. The mushrooms pulsed with excitement while Ren extended his hand toward the crack, if he could reach them quickly and hide them. "What are you doing?" Ren jumped, his hand freezing midway. Julius was right behind him, his eyes fixed on the cores in the crack. 115, Chapter 115, Taming Pursuit. The prince's wolverine returned after leaving Ren at the cave entrance. Julius began his descent, following the trail the mercenary had left. In the silver zone at 500 meters depth, the greater deep assassins were the first to appear. Where their lesser cousins were solitary predators, these hunted in pairs. Julius had to use his killen several times to force these creatures to reveal their presence. No wonder some explorers don't return from these depths. Their more developed bodies gleamed with a metallic tone, more suited to the new environment as they moved between shadows, their forms blending perfectly with the crystalline formations around them. "Impressive coordination," murmured Julius while observing them communicate through small taps on their partner's front legs. But they still maintained distance from the killen. 116, Chapter 116, Taming Nests. Well, Ren elaborated a convenient version of events. Apparently he had heard about my successes finding veins. He wanted to hear about my method while I guided him. And Liu leaned forward, and nothings. I showed him how I used the mushrooms for light. He let me take some remains from the dead Hydra and gave me old parts from his beast. End of story. His friends clearly wanted more details, but Ren moved toward his trunk, effectively changing the subject since carefully, he took out the Hydra egg and the bug egg, placing them next to the 2 cores he had recovered. Taro, who had been unusually quiet, observed the objects with familiarity. After all, he had helped Ren hide them the day he ended up in the infirmary. "What the hell?" Min approached to examine the objects. "Where did you get those?" "A bit deeper in the caves," Ren responded honestly. "Luckily, I found them along with the cores." 117, Chapter 117, Taming Nests 2. F for the quality and preservation state. Jesse smiled brightly. "I can offer you 3 bright bronze crystals for each one, 15 total." 15, the 3 friends exclaimed in unison. "Seems good," Ren nodded while his mushrooms pulsed with satisfaction. While Jesse prepared the payment, the others couldn't stop staring at the crystals with envy. The lucky bastard had 5 more plates in the room, not to mention the eggs and who knows how much more among his fortunate acquisitions. While his friends were still processing the figure, Ren pulled out a list. I also need some materials, he said casually. Oh, Jesse took the list. What are you looking for? Speed and elemental control runes, Ren began, and these components. Jesse's eyes widened while reading the list. These are unusual combinations. The runes are usually the most expensive parts of cultivation. How much for everything? 118, Chapter 118, Taming Nests 3. Explain what, Liu shouted from his position, how to throw your money in the trash. This one needs an extra step, Ren continued calmly while tracing a different rune on the Hydra core, since I'm going to change its beast type. He pulled out a male shadow stalker tentacle. The preserved appendage seemed to writhe slightly in the dim light as if still possessing a fragment of its former life. Min groaned from his bed. Oh great, more monster parts, are you making a collage now? Their mockery transformed into horrified fascination as Ren used the tentacle to methodically destroy the core's edges, systematically erasing the form that defined its original species. The room filled with a subtle humming as he worked, the whisper of ancient magic being undone. The core, now more spherical than before, emitted a soft pulse of light as Ren began tracing new runic symbols with his solution. 119, Chapter 119, Taming Presumption. The director was about to respond when a sharp knock interrupted their conversation. Without waiting for an answer, Prince Julius strode into the office, his presence immediately commanding attention. Ah, I was beginning to worry, Ignatius straightened in his chair. How was the investigation? I found him, unfortunately, I couldn't take down the mercenary. Julius shook his head as he leaned against the director's desk, exhaustion evident in every line of his body. The recent pursuit had clearly taken its toll. I had the complete advantage in power, but when it came to escaping, he proved extraordinarily skilled. I tried following him through the abyss, but there were too many creatures. I ended up wasting energy without achieving anything from there. 120, Chapter 120, Taming the Prince Investment. He paused, searching for the right words in the dim light. You always surprise us, he finally continued, voice thick with emotion. With your knowledge, with your predictions. Now if even those cores transform into eggs, I won't be able to help it anymore. And now with my beetle's cultivation, tears began forming in his eyes. The mushrooms pulsed gently as Ren watched his friend struggle with his doubts. I'm scared, Taro admitted in a whisper that barely disturbed the night air. Scared that this hope will turn into disappointment. Everyone says it's impossible, that I should be content with bronze rank 2 at most. Ren sat up in his bed, ignoring the protest of his aching muscles. I promise you that won't happen. How can you be so sure? Because, Ren smiled with quiet confidence, I see what others can't, and you have potential you can't even imagine. 121, Chapter 121, Tamer's Friendly Competition. In the dormitory room, Min and Taro were visibly depressed. 5,000 for second place, Min collapsed onto his bed, and 1,000 points for third and fourth. Not even real money for 5th to 8th place, Taro sighed, absently turning his daily cultivation crystal between his fingers. His beetle's markings had dulled to match his mood. Liu laughed from his desk. What did you expect? That they'd hand out fortunes like Ren's. Ren listened while organizing his materials, trying to find space where none existed. Anyway, Liu continued, it's not like you had a chance of winning. Luna's famous wolf will sweep everyone aside, and if not her, it'll be Klein's expensive beasts or some other noble. Liu's right, maybe we should focus on the mines, Min murmured, then grimaced. Although lately. 122, Chapter 122, Tamer's Friendly Competition 2. Leora's will-o-wisp could have launched devastating flames, while Larissa's mineral light fairy could have easily blinded their opponents or defended its tamer even better than Kai's lizard. Even short spatial jumps would have completely changed the course of the battle. Because both could do them, they were truly powerful creatures like Luna's wolf, but for some reason they didn't want to show them. Ren had a theory based on the prince's face and the familiar resemblance some of the girl's features shared after being close to him for a while. Also on the fact that no random eggs could produce such beasts, they had to come from unique eggs unavailable in the market. Unlike Luna's beast, the eggs of these creatures would be many times more costly. If Luna's wolf could compete with them, it was only due to her enormous luck in obtaining it from a random black egg. 123, Chapter 123, Tamer's Friendly Competition 3. Luna's team against Hector's team. Yang announced, his voice carrying across the hushed training field. Luna stepped gracefully onto the field, her shadow wolf barely visible as a dark silhouette at her feet, rippling like ink in water. Her noble companions, in reality her maids, took flanking positions. The cloud bird of one created soft wisps in the air, while the small tree growing from the other's turtle shell swayed gently. In the stands, students leaned forward, eager to witness Luna's infamous combat style. Even the new noble girls seemed to pay closer attention, their usual aloof expressions showing hints of genuine interest. Hector, leader of Klein's follower team, manifested his minotaur, its horns gleaming menacingly as he took center position. The beast's power radiated in waves of barely contained aggression. 124, Chapter 124, Tamer's Friendly Competition 4. Hold on, Min directed a concentrated water jet toward Jun, forcing him to retreat while using another stream to heal the cracks in Taro's defense. Ren dodged Han's first web, noting how the mana had been channeled for the attack even before it was launched. The edges, he thought while jumping aside, they're 4 meters from his hip. Jun vaulted over Taro with monkey-enhanced agility, attempting to strike at Min. Taro's arm extended just in time, his shell's reinforced surface intercepting the blow while Min counterattacked with a precise water jet to Jun's face. The coordination between defenders and healer had become almost instinctive. Sora seized the momentary distraction to charge again, her antlers blazing with accumulated power. Taro pivoted to intercept, but the sheer force of impact drove him back several steps, leaving small furrows in the packed earth. 125, Chapter 125, Taming Promises. The room was illuminated by the light of 3 moons when they returned from the infirmary, casting triple shadows that danced across the walls. Their injuries had been minor, bruises and scratches that the auxiliaries had healed quickly. Well, at least you made it to the semi-finals. Liu tried to lift the mood as he settled at his desk. That's more than most people expected. Min collapsed onto his bed, stretching muscles that still ached despite the healing. His water snake coiled dejectedly around his belly. Yeah, and now we get to face the strongest team in the tournament. Perfect. Maybe Luna's team is stronger, though it depends on how you look at it. If you'd been matched against Jin's team, you'd have had a chance, Liu continued, trying to find silver linings. Their beasts are strong but not at Klein's team's level. Those are too much even with Ren's strategies. 126, Chapter 126, Tamer's Pride. I told you before, Ren stepped forward, cutting off Klein's monologue. That kind of thinking is for halfwits. Klein froze in the doorway. His golden lion manifested more fully. What did you say? Having a beast that is decent in the lower ranks doesn't give you the right to look down on others. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with growing intensity, their light steady and unwavering, or to threaten humiliation, or to treat people like objects. A decent beast, Klein turned fully. My golden lion's lineage is the culmination of generations of noble cultivation. You dare call it decent? What next will you compare it to your pathetic mushrooms? Your beast or your noble genes don't make you a better person than anyone else. Ren's voice remained firm, unbending. And tomorrow won't be the easy victory you imagine against my awesome spore. 127, Chapter 127, Tamer's Friendly Competition 5. First semi-final, Yang announced, his voice carrying across the morning air. Luna's team versus Jin's team. The teams advanced to the center of the field. Luna walked with innate grace, her noble companions flanking her with matching elegance. Her shadow wolf was barely visible as a dark silhouette at her feet. Jin took center position, his tiger manifesting partially in rippling stripes across his skin as he studied his opponents. At his right, Kai let his defensive plates gleam under the sun. Cass completed their formation on the left, her eagle flickering like a living shadow above them. Begin. Mist began flowing immediately from the cloud bird, but Jin's confident smile showed he had anticipated this. The same strategy as before, Jin's voice dripped with disdain. Hiding in the mist won't work this time. 128, Chapter 128, Tamer's Friendly Competition 6. Last semi-final, Yang's voice resonated across the field. Klein's team versus Ren's team. Lin watched Ren prepare to descend to the arena, her hands tightening. Her student had progressed enormously in recent months, but this battle. Still, she couldn't bring herself to suggest surrender, yet the thought of a crushing defeat affecting his motivation made her chest tighten with worry. Taro and Min flanked Ren as they advanced onto the field. Their expressions showed determination despite the overwhelming odds they faced. The morning sun cast long shadows behind them like omens of the challenge ahead, what Ren had said last night. It was a promise that, regardless of the outcome, this battle would be remembered. And he intended to go by those words. 129, Chapter 129, Tamer's Friendly Competition 7. The battlefield was controlled chaos. Spectators remained slack-jawed, still processing the shocking initial blow they just witnessed when the true battle exploded into life. Min's snake had coiled skillfully around the golden lion, using its flexibility to keep the powerful beast occupied. Taro was doing the impossible, containing Astor's rhinoceros. His shell, though already showing cracks from the lion's impact, continued to hold. Each blow resonated through the field like thunder, yet he refused to yield. Across the field, Min dodged and weaved, keeping ahead of Feng's cobra, buying precious seconds. Klein lay on the ground, his vision blurred from the impact. The metallic taste in his mouth only fueled his fury at the humiliation of being knocked down before everyone. But before he could fully recover, he saw Ren launching himself forward to finish the job. 130. Chapter 130, Tamer's Friendly Competition 8. Ariane, he shouted, throwing himself against Feng in a desperate attempt to break through. Klein's first punch connected with Ren's stomach, driving the air from his lungs. The second crashed into his side. The third struck his face, making him spit blood. The fourth would have downed him if Astor wasn't holding him upright. This one is for daring to strike me. Klein prepared the final blow, his lion's power concentrating in his fist like golden fire. Even then, held and beaten, Ren refused to surrender. His mushrooms pulsed one last time as he gathered his remaining strength, their light steady despite his battered state. And this, he managed between ragged breaths, blood staining his teeth, is for underestimating me. His final kick connected with Klein's knee, making him stumble, curse in pain, and fail the hit. But the price was steep when the Lion Kid recovered. 131, Chapter 131, Taming Reproach. Ren leaned back against the pillows, a small smile tugging at his bruised lips. Though that first hit, Klein's face when he went down, no one's going to forget that anytime soon. Min laughed softly, letting his shoulders relax, especially after all that speech about crushing victories and great differences. Exactly, Ren nodded. And in the final battle of the semester, his mushrooms pulse stronger, their light carrying a promise, we'll have our rematch. You're right, and it was pretty satisfying seeing his expression at the end. Min sat down, his fingers finally releasing their anxious grip on his tunic. Ren, do you think you could? He stopped, biting his lips. Yes. Could you teach me the correct cultivation for my snake? The words tumbled out in a rush. I know I should have accepted the offer before, I'm sorry, it's just that. 132, Chapter 132, Taming the Second 2T. Luna slammed her bedroom door harder than necessary, startling Mayo and Matilda, who were preparing her bed for the night. Her shadow wolf slid like liquid ink into her shadow to rest. Is everything all right, my lady? Matilda asked, noting the subtle blush coloring Luna's cheeks. Of course it is, Luna strode to her vanity, deliberately avoiding to see her face in the mirror. I'm just thinking about tomorrow's strategy. We need to make sure we crush Klein once and for all. Mayo exchanged a knowing look with Matilda while folding the sheets, their practiced movements betraying years of service even at their young age. Oh, is that all it is? Mayo smiled mischievously. Nothing to do with a certain boy with an adorable face who… Mayo, Luna spun around, her blush deepening. I've told you it's not. It's not like that. If I find baby faces cute, it's purely an aesthetic appreciation. 133, Chapter 133, Taming the Second 2T2. After half an hour of meticulous selection, Ren had separated the 100 best crystals, each one gleaming with promise. Ready? He asked Min, who held the first crystal nervously in his trembling hands. What if it doesn't work? His snake coiled more tightly around him, scales shifting with anxiety. What if the extract isn't enough? It will work. Ren placed a drop of extract on the crystal, which immediately began to glow with a more intense bluish tone, like sunlight through deep water. Your snake is freshwater. It needs the essence of plants that grow in its natural habitat, not marine components that would only contaminate its energy. How many times do I need to tell you that? Min swallowed hard while Ren helped him sit in a comfortable position, adjusting his posture with practiced movements thanks to the experience he got with Tarot 134. Chapter 134, Tamer's Friendly Competition 9. A gold crest shows no weakness, Klein reminded himself as he began explaining the Academy's complexities to Harold. No matter how much pressure there is. Unfortunately, I won't get to see Luna crush Klein's team. Leo began gathering his things, his night bat casting fleeting shadows. I have class and need those points to not fall behind again. We'll tell you every bloody detail, Min promised from his horizontal position, still recovering from the cultivation session. The bells began to toll, marking the hour of the final battle. Their deep resonance seemed to vibrate through the academy walls and their bodies. Ready? Ren headed for the door, his mushrooms pulsing with anticipation. To see Klein humiliated. Always, Min rose with effort, his new markings still shimmering. Think Luna will use your trick against the roar. We'll find out soon. The battlefield was packed when they arrived. 135, Chapter 135, Tamer's Friendly Competition 10. You know what they told me, Klein, Luna interrupted, her tone carrying childish disgust with an icy edge, that you've been going around talking about engagements and false promises. I don't even like you. Klein visibly tensed. Feng and Astor exchanged confused looks. The word struck harder than any physical attack, not because of Luna, but because of what they meant for the future hanging over his head. His grandfather had been clear. Without this engagement, their family's position would weaken. His father counted on him, his mother had arranged so many social gatherings to prepare him. In the stands, Cashin's gaze sharpened, his attention suddenly focused like a predator sensing weakness. That cursed rotting boy, Klein growled, his lion manifesting more intensely. He went running to tattles. 136, Chapter 136, Tamer's Freedom Knee. Klein doubled over, his grip loosening as an entirely new pain replaced his shoulders one easily. His lion roared in confusion, torn between the rules prohibiting attacks on tamers and the instinct to protect its own. That moment of hesitation was all the wolf needed. The beast emerged from the shadows like a nightmare made manifest, its fangs finding the lion's throat. This was no superficial attack now, it was against another beast, and the fangs sank deep, making the yellow beast roar in agony. Klein, Feng reacted instinctively, his cobra rising to strike, scales glowing with deadly intent. Too slow, whispered a voice behind him. Mayo emerged from the mist like an avenging ghost. Her kick connected with the base of Feng's skull with deadly precision, sending him crashing to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. 137, Chapter 137, Taming Family. Interesting spectacle, Cashin began once they were alone in the room. His tone was soft, almost casual, which made it all the more threatening. Especially the part where a little girl brought you to your knees. Father will be fascinated when I tell him. Klein clenched his fists, the bruises from the battle still fresh. It was just a friendly tournament, in the finals. In the finals there will be no excuses, Cashin cut him off. You better have followed the cultivation method to the letter and reached bronze rank 1 by then. You and your companions. The word companions dripped with contempt from his lips. Astor and Feng will also reach bronze 1, Klein assured quickly. We've been cultivating according to the traditional method and 138, Chapter 138, Taming the Impossible. Ren observed the 4 eggs aligned on his bed with a thoughtful expression, his mushrooms pulsing softly as he analyzed each one. The Hydra egg shone like a cut diamond, its perfect geometric patterns capturing and refracting light in mesmerizing ways. The Wolverine egg displayed a prismatic multicolor glow, shifting like aurora. The Mantis egg reflected light like a faceted green mirror, while the Ambush bug egg maintained an opaque hue with threatening plates. Behind him, Min, Taro, and Liu's jaws had dropped so low they seemed in danger of detaching completely. They noticed something else, their necks turning mechanically between the newly formed eggs and the corner of the room where dozens of identical princes' nests waited. The 3 boys resembled poorly articulated golems in their shock. This is impossible, Liu finally found his voice. Cores don't turn into eggs, they can't, it's 139, Chapter 139, Taming the Impossible 2. A satisfied smirk played across Wei's lips as he considered the possibilities. The tournament finale was somewhat crude, but did Klein have diarrhea in the semifinals then? It made no sense. How could that crazy spore kid, with the most pathetic beast in existence, and his team of a mediocre beetle and a support snake possibly deal with? A high-pitched squeal interrupted his thoughts, making him jump. Theodore, Finch's voice pierced through the hallway like they didn't exist. THEODORE, bring the special calculator, the one we use for big accounts. Wei froze mid-step. He hated dealing with Finch when he got like this. Perhaps he should use the other reception. Even if the line was longer, he could avoid his nonsensical banter and his 310,000 in 1 month from an Iron 1 student. Finch's shout nearly made Wei drop his papers. Theodore, are you seeing this or am I dreaming? 310,000. 140, Chapter 140, Taming the Impossible 3. Taro looked at the materials one last time. 100 days of hope, of trust in theories that defied everything established, converged in this moment. Here we go, he whispered and began to absorb them. The effect was instantaneous. The crystal's brown glow spread through his veins like rivers of liquid earth, yellow earth. His beetle's markings intensified, expanding across his skin in patterns none of them had seen before, each line seeming to pulse with newfound power. It's beginning, Ren watched attentively. Let it flow. Taro gasped as the first wave of power hit him. It was different from the previous ones, deeper, more fundamental. He could feel his beast changing, transforming at its very core. Min leaned forward, completely still for the first time that morning. Liu held his breath, his night bat manifesting slightly in response to his tension. 141, Chapter 141, Taming the Impossible 4. Some students laughed more out of habit than real malice. Others watched with barely concealed interest. The bet between Ren and Wei was known to all. Luna, from her place by the window, stopped pretending to read her book. Her eyes followed every movement as Ren and Taro sat in the front row. Her shadow wolf manifested slightly, as if sensing something important. Is he really going to try it? One of her cousins whispered to the other. Taro's mana looks different, do you think? SHH quiet, Luna interrupted, though her own eyes sparkled with anticipation. Harold, the new student, observed everything with studied intensity. His eyes moved between Klein and Ren, evaluating, measuring, storing away every detail. Just wait until Wei throws him out, Kai commented to Cass, his green scales gleaming with amusement. He must be really worried about losing his tuition to come, now that the end of the semester is coming closer. 142, Chapter 142, Taming the Impossible 5. The methods are proven, Wei slammed his desk. It can't be true, it's a deception, it's Earth control generating a statue, it's... Taro. Ren ignored Wei's outburst. Show them what we practiced. Taro nodded. Newfound confidence was visible in his every movement. The living tunnel began to move, its segments interweaving in patterns. Before the class's astonished eyes, it began manipulating the earth, creating what at first glance appeared to be a disordered mound. Is that all? Wei tried to recover some of his confidence, though his voice trembled. A pile of dirt, see, that's what I mean, any beetle can. His words died in his throat as the living tunnel began secreting a crystalline liquid that covered the mound. The substance gleamed with a characteristic yellow tone, the same found in deep tunnels 300 meters down in the caves. 143, Chapter 143, Taming Changes. No sooner had the students spilled into the hallway than a crowd formed around Taro, the power dynamics visibly shifting before their eyes. Han's group was the first to approach, followed closely by Luna's maids and cousins. Even Jin's usual errand runners now orbited nearby, trying to catch Taro's attention. The corridor buzzed with excited whispers. It's incredible, Han beamed, his spider's web patterns shimmering with excitement. First student with a bronze beast, and only 130 days after starting school. Actually, Taro scratched his head, clearly uncomfortable with the attention, his new beast's markings shifting beneath his skin. It was only 100 days of cultivation. 100 days, one of the maids moved closer, her cloud bird manifesting in her hair. How is that possible? 144, Chapter 144, Taming Changes 2. The crystal needs exactly 10 minutes, Ren repeated. Plus it must be sealed with bronze-rank aquatic plant root extract and... As Ren explained the method's details, Lin felt something she hadn't experienced in years. True hope for her beast's future. Why 1,000 days, she asked when Ren finished his explanation. The traditional methods. Traditional methods are incomplete, Ren interrupted gently. As you saw today, there's much that those who wrote those books don't properly understand. The problem is they have to experiment blindly. Lin observed her crane's markings, thinking of all the times she had wished she could push her beast beyond its current limitations. The feather patterns shifted beneath her skin, as if sensing her renewed hope. The intermediate maturation isn't like ranking up, that's why it requires 10 times more energy. There's a final maturation later, but let's finish this one first. 145, Chapter 145, Taming the World. 9 days of frenzied writing in his scarce free time had resulted in a notebook filled with detailed diagrams and meticulous explanations. Ren smiled as he handed ecology, characteristics, abilities, and cultivation techniques for digger beetles to Taro, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet pride. "I want you to be the first to read it," he said while his mushrooms pulsed softly, "though it's not entirely complete." Taro flipped through the pages with reverence, his eyes widening with each diagram he found. There was information about tunnel patterns, living crystal composition, fortification techniques, things he hadn't even known his beast could do. Each page seemed to hold another revelation. "Not complete?" he asked without taking his eyes off the book. "There's enough information here to take a good while reading." 146, Chapter 146, Taming Secrets. "But one day my influence will touch every corner of the world. I'll know all the secrets, all of them." Something about seeing the tiny creature claim it occupied such an enormous expanse of land made the boys unable to stop laughing. HMPH, the mushroom puffed its cheeks in what had to be the most adorable display of indignation they'd ever seen. "Ren, I don't want to be in front of these mocking troglodytes. I'm going back inside." Without waiting for a response, the small mushroom vanished, returning to Ren's body. The mushrooms in his hair sprouted and pulsed once more with their characteristic glow. "Well, what now?" Liu asked, still smiling at the spore's peculiar evolved personality. "How are you supposed to get your second beast?" "It's simple," Ren smiled while approaching the Hydra egg resting on his desk, its crystalline surface catching the morning light. 147, Chapter 147, Taming New Beginnings. "One more thing," Lin added before leaving. "When the time comes to talk to Julius, let me prepare the ground first. As I said, he's trustworthy, but even he might have a strange reaction when he learns a first-year student achieved something supposed to be exclusive to royalty." The silence that followed Lin's departure was heavy. Min Liu and Taro watched Ren with concern, their excitement diminished by the metaphorical rain falling on his achievement while he remained unusually still, apparently lost in thought. "Hey," Min began, "it's not so bad, you just need to keep the Hydra secret for a while and—" He stopped when a big smile began forming on Ren's lips. "Lin," Ren murmured, his smile growing. Lin was so worried about the Hydra issue that she— His eyes suddenly lit up with a mischievous realization. She forgot about him while training. He jumped from his bed with explosive energy. "This is our best chance." 148, Chapter 148, Taming New Beginnings 2. The castle of Yino was an imposing structure carved into living rock, its corridors illuminated by crystals that pulsed with a sickly purple glow. The very air seemed heavier here, weighted with power and secrets. 2 guards practically dragged Hagen to the throne room, his bandaged stumps contrasting starkly with the elegance of the place. Each step echoed ominously through the ancient halls. The king of Yino awaited, his Nyan beast manifesting as a horn that his crown accommodated perfectly. When Hagen finished most of his report, the king's eyes, normally calculating, burned with barely contained fury. "Do you know what you've done?" The monarch's voice was deceptively soft. "Not only did you lose the Scorpion cores, not only did you fail the most important mission I've given you in years." He rose slowly, his Nyan's power making shadows dance across the walls. "You revealed to Yano that we can control abyssals." 149, Chapter 149, Taming the Ancient Ruins. "If you only knew, Klein," Harold thought while pretending to admire another poorly executed strike, "that your new assigned companion is a double tamer, sent not to watch you, but to uncover secrets your traitorous family wants to share with Yino." The mole was perfect for detecting physical structures, excavating the tunnels and chambers. Its sensitivity to underground formations provided a living map of what lay beneath. The abyssal long-antennaed centipede, Yino's latest experiment in detector beasts, could perceive mana patterns in ways other normal beasts couldn't even dream of. Its ethereal antennae could trace the faintest energy signatures through solid rock. Together, they formed the perfect exploration team. And while Klein obsessed over his wounded pride, Harold could continue his true mission without raising suspicion. "Stronger," Klein roared, his lion's fur manifesting erratically across his skin. I have to be stronger. 150, Chapter 150, Taming the Ancient Ruins 2. Exactly at 100 meters, Ren announced as they headed toward the tunnel he used for his habitual escapes. His mushrooms pulsed with excitement, casting dancing shadows on the rough walls. The perfect entrance. Perfect for what? Min asked, but Ren was already turning at the familiar corner. This way, Ren didn't answer and slipped through an opening so narrow that Min had to hold his breath to pass. How did you even find? Taro stopped at seeing the network of tiny tunnels stretching before them. Oh, so this is where you always sneak off to. Sorry, Ren laughed while advancing through a passage that seemed specifically designed for someone his size. It's just that you didn't want us following you to your secret vein to keep all the crystals for yourself. Min completed the sentence, his snake hissing with mild indignation. Not really, it's because you would. 151, Chapter 151, Taming the Ancient Ruins 3. The cousins exchanged a look and slid silently closer, hiding behind a column, and now with that ruins thing, they managed to hear Liu, as if the Hydra wasn't enough. The blue-haired cousin barely contained an exclamation. Her companion covered her mouth with one hand. Liu continued walking distractedly while muttering to himself until he was far enough away. Great, one of them sighed. Now what? Without Wei's class this first hour, we don't even know where to look for Harold. I should have followed Ren to the caves, Liu continued mumbling, but the cultivation class has the hardest exam to memorize. The cousins exchanged a meaningful look, their beast stirring with interest beneath their skin. I'm going to the caves, one of the cousins whispered. If they're looking for ruins, we need to know why. And what am I supposed to do without being able to find Harold? 152, Chapter 152, Taming the Ancient Ruins 4. Suddenly, Ren stopped, his mushrooms pulsed briefly. What's wrong? Taro halted the excavation upon noticing his expression. I can feel it more clearly now, Ren closed his eyes, concentrating. One of the entrances. It's close. Min and Taro exchanged looks while Ren pressed his hand against the tunnel wall, his fingers tracing patterns only he could sense. There's energy leaking, he murmured. Through the enormous crystallized mana wall, it's different, more intense than anything I've felt before. Should we continue in this direction? Taro asked, his living tunnel awaiting instructions. No, Ren opened his eyes. We need to adjust course, about 20 degrees to the left and, he calculated for a moment, 5 degrees upward. Are you sure we want to go toward that? Min asked nervously, his snake coiling tighter around his arm. I can feel the entrance more and more clearly, it's like a whisper calling to me. 153, Chapter 153, Taming the Ancient Ruins 5. Liu was worried about losing friends again due to the smell that would linger in his mouth. Ah, Liu snapped his fingers. The dried herbs, there are some boxes in the back next to the oil barrels. They're not tasty at all, but they're perfect for killing smells if you chew them. Liu began walking toward the back of the storage, directly toward the old barrel furniture that no one had moved in months. He's just looking for herbs too, thought the cousin. Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed something strange in the shadows near the barrels. Was it her imagination, or had something moved? Liu kept approaching, cheerfully chewing his smelly preserve while his bat rested lazily on his head, completely oblivious that he was heading directly toward. The cousin narrowed her eyes, trying to better distinguish what she had seen. For a moment she could have sworn she saw the gleam of eyes in the darkness. 154, Chapter 154, Taming the Ancient Ruins 6. Ren was the first to try. Used to moving through the small secret tunnels he'd made, it wasn't difficult for him to slip through. Min followed, though he had to contort a bit to pass. His snake remained manifested, being long but not thick, managed to slide through the crack with relative ease, its scales gleaming in the strange light. Taro stayed looking at the opening with apprehension. I'm not going to fit, he declared after studying it. I'm more robust. He tried to wedge a shoulder in, but his broad back made passage impossible. After several frustrated attempts, Ren began to laugh. What's so funny? Taro growled, still stuck halfway. I don't sense anything dangerous here. Deactivate the shell, Ren suggested between laughs. Your beetle is in your body so it can pass, but you don't need to keep all its characteristics manifested. 155, Chapter 155, Taming Fear. The other spy began preparing his trap. And then they felt it. A distortion in the mana, the unmistakable pattern of a spatial teleportation. The spy covering the entrance caught a glimpse of blue hair materializing briefly before hiding under a box behind the other intruder. Shit, Harold's fingers transmitted frantically. Second intruder.
A jump beast. A Luna.
The situation had just grown exponentially more complicated. One thing was disposing of a distracted student, but a teleportation beast. Those were rare and generally meant trouble. Harold's centipede extended its long antennae, trying to map the new intruder's exact position. The mole vibrated, detecting movement right where the jump had landed. The outer spy insisted, blue hair plus jump equals Luna strong.
Extreme risk.
Yet Harold considered his options. The mission was crucial, the ruins contained secrets Yino desperately wanted, but if they were discovered now.
156, Chapter 156, Taming Defeat.
Instead of escaping toward the entrance, Liu dove directly at Harold. His eyes glowed with determination while remembering Ren's lessons. Sonar isn't just for detection, his friend had told him. Concentrated and at the right distance, it can disorient stun. The cry that emerged from Liu was like nothing Harold had experienced. The sound waves, amplified and concentrated by the beast, hit his nervous system like a hammer, too effective against his beast's heightened perception. He staggered, his antennae involuntarily retracting from the attack. His vision blurred while his brain tried to process the sensory overload. Liu descended, his hand extended toward the wrapped figure.
He was so close.
So close that he was distracted for an instant. The movement above Harold went unnoticed until it was too late. It wasn't an antenna. 157, Chapter 157, Taming the Ancient Ruins 7. A bronze rank 2 light rune, Ignatius looked at Wei incredulously. For an iron student. I lost the bet, Wei looked physically ill while explaining. It's official, there's a new Digger Beetle evolution. The director's eyes returned to the numbers on his desk, scanning them for the 100th time. Final year students with elite beasts and years of experience reported similar amounts, but a first-year child, with the historically weakest beast, luck should have limits, Ignatius muttered, massaging his temples. The figures danced before his eyes, defying all logic and experience. His hands trembled slightly as he set down the report. This is ridiculous. Wei shifted uncomfortably before the director's desk, his usual confidence shattered. That must be it, he insisted, though his voice lacked conviction. Some relative of his must have stumbled upon it by dumb luck and somehow communicated it to the kid by.
158, Chapter 158, Taming the Ancient Ruins 8.
The numbness in your mana flow will only last a few minutes, Ren explained as he began pressing different points on the door. It's better that you can't use mana for now, you're going to accompany us. His fingers moved with precision, following the pattern he had perceived when he first touched the door. It was like playing an invisible melody, each point needing exact pressure at the exact moment. Ren pressed the symbols with growing urgency as the presences approached at an alarming speed. He regretted not having the fast option, the key. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he worked, but something wasn't right. They were moving too fast, as if something had fundamentally changed, and then it hit him. The interrupted mana flow of my hostage, he thought as panic began to bloom in his chest. His fingers trembled against the cold metal of the door. 159, Chapter 159, Taming the Ancient Ruins 9. The remaining 4 agents finished crossing the crack and stood on the metallic bridge, muscles tense and ready for combat. Their forms cast long shadows across the ancient structure as they assessed the worrying situation. The 2 attack-oriented companions, the vanguard of the group chosen for their advantage in territory and speed, had rushed ahead and managed to enter before the door sealed. Now they were trapped inside with their protection target and the suspected spies. Did you see? One of them asked the 3rd agent who had crossed the crack. The young lady, is she? Couldn't get a clear view. The agent shook her head in frustration, fists clenching at her sides. Mako and Shizu charged in and blocked the line of sight. 160, Chapter 160, Taming the Ancient Ruins 10. Harold transformed his injured leg, flesh morphing into centipede segments. A power signature emerged from the shadows and his blood ran cold. Luna was here standing before him. But then, his eyes widened in shock.
Who did we capture? Moments earlier.
Luna raced toward the caves, her shadow wolf merging and reappearing as they advanced. If the energy disturbance came from below, it was the most logical place to search. Everyone seemed to be heading in that direction. But suddenly her wolf's ears drooped and it whimpered softly. Luna stopped, noticing how her beast seemed uncomfortable. "What is it? Did you hear something?" she whispered, kneeling beside her companion. The wolf's dark fur rippled as shadows played across its form. The wolf perked its ears, nose twitching as it caught something in the air. 161, Chapter 161, Taming the Ancient Ruins 11. The wolf's fangs sank deep into Harold's leg, but his instant transformation into centipede limbs nullified the effective damage for the moment. The modified appendage allowed him to move as if the wound didn't exist, ready to react and strike. Harold launched himself at Luna without hesitation. His antennae had detected the shadow wolf's characteristic mana signature, and Harold twisted to dodge the next attack, gaining distance. The metallic floor beneath him hummed as he moved. Luna had also seen something in the mana surrounding Harold since first spotting him. The abyssal mark was unmistakable to someone who had fought Yino agents before. She vividly remembered her encounter during the journey with Zhao. It hadn't happened to her that day, and it wouldn't happen today either. She wouldn't make the mistake of letting herself be attacked directly. 162, Chapter 162, Taming the Ancient Ruins 12. "Don't play dumb, she's not from a rich family," one of the guards shouted, her voice charged with indignation. "Larissa is the king's daughter." Ren almost lost control of his light claws. Cold sweat began running down his back as the pieces clicked into place in his mind, the connection with Julius, the resemblance he had noticed but ignored. Oh no, the thought hit him like a hammer. Did I just rough up a real princess? Ren swallowed hard, remembering how roughly he had manipulated her mana flow. "Was that your objective from the start?" the guard pressed, her wolverine growling menacingly. "The artifact, or perhaps you saw an opportunity to capture one of the girls, or all three." 163, Chapter 163, Taming the Ancient Ruins 13. "And I'm not interested in kidnapping princesses either," Ren continued. "Not you, nor Luna when I see her with her blue hair spying on me sometimes." "Oh," Larissa interrupted, a small smile playing on her lips. "Actually, Leora is the one who always spies on you. Luna only watches you during classes." "My lady," the guards protested, "you shouldn't reveal." "He's telling the truth," Larissa cut them off, "about everything." She turned to Ren, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Why are you here then?" "Like I said, I wanted to explore. I felt strange energy coming from down here and," Ren shrugged, his mushrooms pulsing softly, "guess I'm curious." "And you attacked the princess because," one of the guards pressed, though her tone had lost some of its hostility. 164, Chapter 164, Taming the Ancient Ruins 14. "I don't want to be noble," Taro flailed his hands frantically. "I can barely remember which fork to use for each dish at my aunt's house." "They can't do this to us," Ren joined the protest, his face a mask of panic. "We just wanted to explore." "Will I have to wear those ridiculous hats?" Min looked ready to faint. "Will we have to learn to dance?" Taro turned pale as a ghost. The guards watched the spectacle with expressions that oscillated between exasperation and reluctant amusement. Larissa simply laughed, finding their reactions absolutely adorable. "It's the law," she explained between giggles. "Besides, it's not something bad, now the fact that the door opened for you." "It was Ren," the other two protested in unison, pointing at their friend. "Then Ren is the leader of this expedition," Larissa smiled. "Welcome to nobility, gentlemen." 165, Chapter 165, Taming the Ancient Ruins 15. Ren clutched his head with both hands, the horror of what had happened hitting him. "No, no, no." "Larissa," he approached the princess, his voice trembling. "What are we going to do when they ask for the ring?" Larissa froze. Her eyes, fixed on the now empty pedestal, seemed to look beyond it, as if contemplating consequences the others couldn't yet imagine. Ren gripped her shoulders, desperation overcoming his usual caution. "Larissa," he shook her not so gently, "say something." The guards tensed, their beasts partially manifesting, bristling at the physical contact with the princess. Ren, Min and Taro shouted in unison, worried about their friend's reaction. "They had," Larissa finally murmured, her voice barely audible. "They had been preparing for years. The internal war that would be triggered by the fight for the three rings," she swallowed hard. "The entire power balance depended on who would get them and." 166, Chapter 166, Taming the Ancient Ruins 16. The headache persisted after Liu's sonic attack, but Harold ignored it through sheer willpower as his transformed body moved with supernatural speed. The metallic floor beneath his feet hummed with energy as he darted between his opponents. His two beasts gave him an overwhelming advantage against the lower-ranked guards, who were clearly trained for support roles rather than direct combat. Even against 5 opponents, the battle remained evenly matched, though only through his monstrous power. Luna's wolf and the giant goat charged in a coordinated pincer attack, their movements perfectly synchronized. Harold spun, his chitinous segments gleaming in the strange light while his antennae captured every movement. His transformed arm struck the wolf, sending it crashing against a wall while he dodged the goat's charge. The beasts rose more slowly than before, accumulated damage beginning to show in their labored movements and dulled reactions. 167, Chapter 167, Taming the Ancient Ruins, 17. The impact was brutal. The goat connected with all its strength, driving Harold toward the densest shadow zone. For an instant, his perfect balance shattered. "Now," Luna shouted while her wolf emerged from the shadows, its fangs finding purchase on Harold's leg, holding him in position for one crucial fraction of a second. The firefly's ray, charged to maximum power and amplified by dozens of reflections in the crystal barriers, struck Harold directly. The light energy blazed with extra blinding intensity as it impacted Harold's shadow-shrouded form, creating a reaction that not even his chitinous armor could fully resist. A crack echoed through the chamber as the carapace finally broke, revealing the vulnerable flesh beneath. Harold roared, the first sound of intense pain he hadn't been able to contain, the first he'd emitted since the battle began. The sound reverberated off the ancient walls, primal and filled with fury. 168, Chapter 168, Killer Tamer. For several tense moments, it seemed Harold would lose control completely. But finally, with a supreme effort of will, he managed to dominate the beast. Almost, his face still showed marked chitinous patterns, like living scars that refused to disappear. His injured leg and other areas where he'd received damage remained partially transformed, flesh and carapace mixing grotesquely. But at least he had regained control. He grabbed Luna by the hair and began dragging her toward where they kept Leora wrapped. "There are many beasts in the school that can create coverings," the spy commented worriedly as Harold dragged the poor girl and caught his breath. "I can stay at the academy, keep my eyes open and continue reporting." Harold looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. "They'll interrogate you after this even if you pretend I kidnapped you." 169, Chapter 169, Killer Tamer 2. In his final moments, Harold saw his life flash before his eyes. The orphanage in Yino, cold and desolate, where shadows seemed longer and darkness deeper than anywhere else. The day the Venmonts adopted him, the first time he felt hope bloom in his chest like a fragile flower. Years of brutal training, painful modifications, all to please a father who never. The thought remained unfinished when the beam of light finished consuming his torso. What remained was barely recognizable as human, the lower half of a charred body, part monster, part man, smoking on the metallic floor. The acrid smell of a burned body filled the air. "Luna," Larissa ran to her cousin, who lay there after anchoring Harold with her last shadow and physical effort, her normally perfect composure shattered by genuine fear for her family. Min followed immediately, his snake manifesting to begin the healing process, its scales gleaming with restorative energy. 170, Chapter 170, Taming Punishment. A little before the fight's resolution. Director Ignatius paced back and forth, worry growing with each passing minute. The girls still hadn't returned with news, and their presences continued to be detected far from the planned interception point. "Why are they taking so long?" he thought while his phoenix stirred beneath his skin, responding to his unease. The beast's agitation only heightened his own anxiety. That's when he felt it, a disturbance in the mana with the unmistakable mark of abyssal corruption. His muscles tensed instantly, but something was different this time. "At least it's not as powerful as the last intruder," he muttered, remembering the gold rank agent's intrusion. "Maybe I should go. If the rank is low, the terrain maybe can't." His thoughts were interrupted when an auxiliary arrived running. 171, Chapter 171, Taming Truth. After Julius and Victor convinced Larissa and the other kids to come out, the academy guards acted swiftly. The children, both conscious and unconscious, were directly transported to a secure room in the academy's most protected area. The term secure was a polite euphemism for what it really was, an interrogation chamber adapted for minors, though decorated with soft furnishings and warm colors to mask its true purpose. "Do we really need this many guards here?" Julius observed the security deployment around the secure room with disgust. "They're just children." Children who defeated a Yino-transformed spy, Victor leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on the closed door. One with an abyssal beast. Defeated, Julius let out a dry laugh. Someone or something tore him apart, but he was only silver rank 1. This is excessive. The initial priority had been investigating the seed. 172, Chapter 172, Taming Truth 2. Appropriately and justly, Victor crossed his arms. They always are for the men of the royal family, of course, Larissa smiled innocently. It's tradition that whoever finds them distributes them to the men of the family, isn't it? Like the ones father keeps in the castle and hasn't distributed yet. Julius and Victor exchanged looks. It was a difficult argument to refute. Their little sister had masterfully turned their own family's rules against them. Even so, Victor tried another angle, his fingers drumming an agitated rhythm against his arm as he searched for leverage, considering the situation. "Oh, they'll be perfectly safe with me," Larissa interrupted, her voice carrying the perfect blend of childish enthusiasm and royal authority. She straightened in her chair, every inch the princess despite her youth. 173, Chapter 173, Taming Truth 3. Ren sat up slowly, taking in their surroundings. The room was beautiful with rich furnishings and tasteful decoration. But the walls themselves seemed to hum with the energy of detection beasts, their presence a constant reminder that this comfortable prison was still very much a cage. To his surprise, the potions sat untouched beside his bed. They hadn't taken them away. His gaze drifted to the adjacent bed where a familiar figure lay. Liu, Ren noticed his roommate's dejected expression on the nearby bed. "Are you all right?" "Define all right," Liu attempted a smile that came out more like a grimace, his usual cheerfulness nowhere to be found. "Are you still hurt? Does anything pain you?" "Not really, maybe just my ego," Liu tried to smile again but only managed a twisted expression, his eyes fixed on the floor, unable to meet Ren's gaze. "I tried to stop him, you know. When I saw he had a girl." 174, Chapter 174, Taming Truth 4. The interrogation room was different from the elegant cell. Smaller, more intimate, with a round table that pretended to create a false sense of equality between its occupants. The lighting was again carefully arranged to reveal facial expressions while the walls hummed with detection beasts' energy. Ren observed the 5 men seated before him. They'd given him the VIP treatment, with the highest number of important figures trying to extract information. Each of them carried themselves differently, authority wrapped around them like cloaks of varying weights. His mushrooms pulsed softly, capturing the nuances in their expressions, the subtle tells that betrayed their thoughts. Zhao was the first to speak, his voice warm as the last time they'd met. "I'm glad to return and see you're well, Ren. You worried us when you wouldn't wake up." Genuine concern colored his words. 175, Chapter 175, Taming Truth 5. Ren had begun to glow, but it wasn't the normal glow of a tamer. The lines of light coursing through his body seemed to respond to the killin's pressure, as if something inside him recognized the power. And then it appeared. The tiny mushroom manifested atop Ren's head, its large eyes observing Victor with what seemed like hunger. The expression was so unexpected on its chubby, childlike face that for a moment no one quite knew how to react. The adults froze in place. The creature was absurd with its round cheeks and tiny arms, but there was something about it that didn't match any known beast, a quality that defied classification. The spore evolution they knew was different, much larger and thinner. This was something else entirely. But then something even stranger occurred. The energy flooding the room began to swirl as if drawn to an invisible point. The lines of light in Ren's body pulsed with ancient power. 176, Chapter 176, Taming Truth 6. Lin squeezed Ren tighter, as if wanting to protect him from the tense atmosphere that had formed. But quickly they felt their bodies relax, breathing in the atmosphere that the mushroom had created. "Fascinating," Selphira commented, feeling the atmosphere. "Well, since you insist on staying, then you can wait." She turned to Victor. "What were you saying about teaching lessons to my future protege?" "You're what?" Victor blinked in surprise, his composure slipping for the first time. "Oh, didn't you hear me?" Selphira smiled sweetly, though steel lurked beneath her gentle tone. "As leader of the Ashenways, I'm taking a personal interest in this future young noble's development." Wei groaned audibly, slumping further in his chair. Julius hid a smile while Zhao watched with evident amusement, clearly enjoying the show. "You can't simply," Victor began, his authority crumbling before the elderly noble's presence. 177, Chapter 177, Taming Nobility. Do you know what finding ancestral artifacts means? Selphira asked Ren, her eyes studying him with keen interest. That I'll become noble, Ren responded casually as if discussing the weather. Not until you reach at least gold rank in school, but it's more than that, it makes you someone important. Someone who'll need to know how to play the game. I'm not interested in those games, Ren began. Oh, but you're already playing, and from what I saw, quite well, her smile widened, eyes twinkling with approval. Each person in that room saw you differently, and yet, she paused meaningfully, none could prove anything concrete about what happened. Lin watched her aunt with relative caution. She was a great ally, but her interests sometimes came at a steep price. For example, the cultivation of her beast would have. 178, Chapter 178, Taming Nobility 2. A decent house for your parents, Selphira repeated. How good? Something in the city would be nice, Ren responded. It doesn't need to be anything special. Ah, Selphira smiled shrewdly. Do your parents deserve just something decent, or do they deserve the best? Ren's mushrooms pulsed with greater intensity as he processed those words, their light reflecting his deepening thoughts. The best, he finally responded, conviction growing in his voice. They deserve the best. Then aim higher, Selphira nodded with approval. You know. You could get one of the best houses in the city. With the potion? Ren asked. No, Selphira shook her head. Well, maybe with the potion or with enough money you could get a favor to obtain a large house near the center, but you'd still have to keep your head down with no status. Why? 179, Chapter 179, Taming Nobility 3. When Ren opened the room's door, the first thing he saw was Min standing on his hands, Taro flexing his arms in a strange pose, and Liu trying to imitate what appeared to be a battle stance, all shirtless. The three froze upon seeing Lin and Selphira. AAAHH, the collective scream resonated through the hallway. Ren closed the door immediately, his face a mask of perfect expressionlessness. His mushrooms, however, pulsed fast with what could only be second-hand embarrassment. Behind him, Selphira hid a smile behind her hand while Lin blinked in confusion. Should we? Lin began to ask. Let's give them a moment, Ren responded, his voice completely flat. From inside the room came sounds of frantic movement, several falls, and what suspiciously sounded like Min shouting, "My shirt. Where's my shirt?" After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 30 seconds, Ren opened the door again. 180, Chapter 180, Taming Nobility 4. Fascinating, Selphira murmured. You know, I think you should pay more attention to that boy. More attention? Yes, Selphira smiled. In fact, I'd like you to report directly to me about him from now on. Leora blinked in surprise. You too want me to watch him? Yes, Selphira nodded. But be subtle, we don't need others getting territorial, do we? Grandmother, Leora narrowed her eyes. What are you planning? Oh, nothing special, Selphira laughed softly. Just making sure I don't miss the show. You think he'll do important things? Dear, Selphira smiled, wisdom gleaming in her aged eyes. He already is. The question is, who will be better positioned to capture him when he rises? Now take me to the main door. 181, Chapter 181, Lin Double Tamer. A black snake. Larissa recognized it instantly. It was the most common beast from the random black egg, the one everyone had expected Luna to get in the first place. Its abilities were similar to the Shadow Wolf's, though it lacked elemental control and its potential was limited to Silver Rank 3. It was a respectable beast but not exceptional. Uncle Sirius's second beast, Larissa realized as the snake deposited the envelope in Luna's hands. The change was subtle but immediate. Luna's somber countenance seemed to lighten slightly while her fingers caressed the envelope. The snake slid back into the shadows, vanishing as if it had never been there. Luna carefully tucked the envelope into her clothes, her movements almost reverent. Is everything all right? Larissa asked softly. Luna's cheeks tinged pink. She avoided her cousin's gaze, her eyes fixed on a distant point. Yes, she finally responded, her voice barely a whisper. 182, Chapter 182, Double Tamers. I insist, Lin frowned. It's the least I can do after. Really? Don't worry, Ren interrupted her quickly, noticing Jesse's confused expression. He turned back to the merchant. More importantly now, what's the price for panther lizard parts? What rank? Jesse asked while pulling out a price list. Bronze and silver, Ren specified, all options. Let's see, Jessie consulted her register. Bronze 1 parts are 100 crystals each. Bronze 2 goes up to 1,000. Min whistled at the difference while Taro and Liu exchanged knowing looks. And silver? Lin asked, her interest evident. Silver 1 is 10,000 per piece, Jessie continued. Silver 2, 20,000. We'll need 5 parts, Ren explained, looking at Lin. And the higher the level of the pieces, the faster I can cultivate the egg. It'll depend on how urgently you want it. There's also the core, Liu reminded. 183, Chapter 183 Double Tamers 2. The mouse nodded vigorously, his whiskers trembling with what seemed to be amusement. Right, Finch continued while processing Zhao's withdrawal. Though of course, some prefer gradual accumulation while others. His memories drifted toward Ren, surprise us with 310,000 in 1 month and in iron rank. Leopold choked on his own saliva. What? Oh, you didn't know, Finch smiled while his mouse prepared a new book. Some of our younger clients have rather interesting numbers. Impossible, Leopold spat the word. I'm a gold rank prodigy and barely. Your withdrawal, Professor, Finch interrupted, handing the money to Zhao, who now watched the scene with amusement as he finally had his 10 silver glowing crystals. Thank you, the professor smiled. Leopold flushed red. I demand to see those records. 184, Chapter 184 Double Tamers 3. Finch, Lin looked at him warningly while counting her crystals. You're whispering too loudly. Sorry, the banker adjusted his glasses. The excitement of the moment. As I was saying, Ren continued, there are beasts that could work. Zhao straightened, his interest completely captured. A camouflage raptor would be perfect, Ren suggested. THEODORE, Finch couldn't contain himself. Write that down. Finch, 2 voices scolded him simultaneously. Sorry, the banker shrank in his seat. Camouflage raptor, Zhao considered the idea. It would undoubtedly help with silent flight dynamics, but... Finch accidentally dropped some papers near them, bending to pick them up with exaggerated slowness. 185, Chapter 185 Double Tamers 4. How would you create the eggs for all these rare beasts? Zhao intervened, noticing the boy's unconvinced expressions. I need parts that won't rot from the monsters we'll use, Ren explained. Scales, bones, claws, hair, teeth from the beasts. The core must be kept surrounded by these materials, and I'll draw specific complex runes with rune liquid. Complex runes, Lin lined in with interest. Very complex, Ren nodded. Each beast requires a unique set of patterns. Besides the 100,000 mana to fill the core, I need to inject processed mana daily during the process as if cultivating. For how long? Zhao asked. Depends on the beast, for example. For Min's invisible amphibian, Ren looked meaningfully at his still reluctant friend, it would be about 2 weeks working on the egg if we use bronze 2 parts in the nest. 2 weeks, Min blinked in surprise. 6 days less than the panther lizard. 186, Chapter 186 Double Tamers End. You'll have to be very careful, Larissa whispered, not to tell anyone that all 3 of us are double tamers now. Luna frowned. What are you talking about? We're not. A faint glow suddenly enveloped the 2 girls, so brief it could have been mistaken for a flicker of the lamps. Larissa covered her mouth in feigned surprise while her cousins stared at her with enormous eyes, suddenly understanding. Oh, Larissa smiled behind her hand. It seems we're all the same. Leora looked at her empty cup. The drink. Did you just, Luna seemed at a loss for words. Give you potions, Larissa completed cheerfully. Of course, we're family after all. But, Leora whispered, my father wanted. But your grandmother will surely be delighted, Larissa assured. The Ashenways support female double tamers, right? You don't understand, my grandmother was. Luna wasn't faring better. 187, Chapter 187 Triple Tamers. The council chamber in Yino was a perfect reflection of its philosophy, dark, practical, and serious. The black stone walls absorbed the light from the purple crystals, creating shadows that seemed to move of their own volition. The darkness writhed and twisted at the edges of vision, as if alive. 6 figures sat around a circular table carved from black crystal magical obsidian. The material had been specifically chosen for its ability to absorb and contain abyssal energy, making it nearly impossible for any beast to spy on the meetings. The king occupied the main seat, his face partially hidden by shadows while he studied the maps scattered across the table. His presence seemed to make the very air heavier, more oppressive. "Let me understand the situation," he rose slowly. The shadows seemed to stretch with him as if they were an extension of his body. He began walking around the table, his steps resonating on the stone with deliberate weight. 188, Chapter 188, Taming Procedures. Ren traced the final runes on Zhao's camouflage raptor core while his other projects rested in different stages of development. Lin's panther lizard glowed with a reddish tone, Liu's banshee hyena emitted green pulses, and Min's invisible amphibian, well, it was already starting to occasionally disappear. Only one complete egg remained unclaimed. "Come on," Ren looked at Taro, who was observing the egg of what would be a bronze-rank deep assassin as if it might bite him.
"It's not as bad as you think." "Not bad," Min laughed.
"Wait until his mouth elongates like a giant straw." "Assassins are known for their proboscises," Liu added with a mischievous smile. "Imagine drinking tea like that." Liu made an exaggerated gesture, pretending to sip with an imaginarily long mouth, causing Min to burst into laughter. 189, Chapter 189, Taming Fame. The morning began as always, Lin dragging Ren to her early morning torture routine. "Me too," Taro began to ask when Lin looked at him. "And no, thus the attendance," he hurried to add.
"Wei still takes role and—"
Lin narrowed her eyes. "Wei hasn't been giving good classes lately."
"But attendance," Taro insisted. "It's important to maintain the record and my grade could."
Lin sighed. "Fine, but after the final exam you'll come train too."
Taro had never been so grateful for school bureaucracy.
Min and Liu were naturally saved, having other teachers in the first hours. They wouldn't join the torture group until Yang's class. When Taro entered the classroom, Wei was already there, sitting at his desk with a lost look. The usual class murmur seemed more subdued, as if the professor's depressive atmosphere was contagious. "Taro," a voice called from behind. It was Myra, 190, Chapter 190, Taming Fame 2. "Do you notice it?" Larissa asked while observing the group surrounding Taro. Luna rolled her eyes, pretending to be more interested in her notes than the conversation. "Notice what?" Larissa smiled and suddenly wrapped her cousin in a hug. "Don't play disinterested, it's getting old."
"Larissa," Luna protested, her cheeks reddening while trying to break free.
"We're in class." "Not anymore, and I won't let go until you admit you've noticed it," Larissa sang near her ear. Luna struggled a moment more before surrendering with a sigh. "Fine, yes, I noticed it," she murmured, her voice barely audible. And Larissa loosened her grip a bit but didn't release her completely. The two beasts inside Taro," Luna continued in a low voice, avoiding looking directly at her cousin. "The patterns fluctuate very well between them. Even," she stopped, as if considering whether she should continue. 191, Chapter 191, Taming Fame 3. Myra and Han exchanged nervous glances as the girls' hints began to pile up. The tension was visible in their small shoulders. "Han," Taro intervened, noticing their discomfort, "what kind of questions have they been asking you?"
"The adults seem very interested in you two lately."
Han scratched his head, avoiding eye contact. His fingers trembled slightly as they ran through his messy hair. "It's nothing important. I just told them I skipped some of Wei's classes." He shrugged, trying to appear casual. "Sometimes I hide to sleep in different places because my roommates are too noisy at night."
"Han," Taro scolded, though concern tinged his voice. "That's bad. What if Wei fails you?"
Myra's cheeks flushed crimson, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her uniform. I've done it too sometimes," she admitted in a whisper that barely carried. "The dormitory with Cass can be tense." 192, Chapter 192, Taming Fame 4. "And what exactly do we need?" Min asked while trying to keep Ren's pace. "A small vein," Ren responded simply, "for cultivation." Taro and Min exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in a silent conversation born from months of friendship. "What if we get caught?" Min asked, though his tone held more excitement than concern. "We won't," Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet confidence. "Not if we close the tunnel properly. I'll explain everything after class when we're all together. For now, let's focus on surviving Lin's training." As if summoned by the mere mention of her name, their teacher's voice thundered across the field. "Too much talking, 50 more laps." The three friends groaned in unison but kept running, their feet pounding against the packed earth in a steady rhythm. After completing all their exercises, muscles trembling from exertion. 193, Chapter 193, Taming Fame's 5. After May's class and explaining some details about processing the first 100 crystals and strategically skipping Song's optional class, Ren finally met with Taro and Min at the agreed spot. His mushrooms pulsed with resignation when he saw they weren't alone. Myra and Hans stood nearby, surrounded by the 4 groups of noble girls. Far too many people for a discreet expedition. I managed to convince Myra and Hans' 4 team members to wait. Taro scratched his head with an apologetic smile. And Hector's group understood it was better to try another day. But we're not missing this. Larissa stepped forward with a mischievous smile, her mineral fairy glowing faintly in her hair. Don't worry, we have our own bronze rank guides, she gestured to the students accompanying them. Ren sighed, his mushrooms pulsing with what could only be described as defeated acceptance. I suppose I don't have a choice. 194, Chapter 194, Taming Fame 6. After signing in, the group continued their descent into the depths. There are more students than usual, Min observed as they sidestepped another group climbing up laden with crystals. Picks clinked against the stone walls and earth beasts were the norm here, the sound of mining echoing through the tunnels. It's the semester's final stretch, one of the noble girls' student escorts explained. Many upperclassmen try to increase their productivity around this time to pass the gathering unit. As they crossed below 150 meters, the mana density began affecting the group. Beasts started manifesting in preparation for any lesser worms, Taro's living tunnel creating patterns across his skin, and Luna's wolf projecting denser shadows that seemed to crawl along the walls were some examples. Only Leora and Larissa kept their beasts completely hidden, though the tension in their postures suggested they too felt the pressure of uncertainty. 195, Chapter 195, Taming Fame 7. Are you sure about this? Han asked, looking at the narrow space with apprehension. Absolutely, Ren's voice came from inside. It's time to head for the real objective. Min and Taro exchanged knowing looks before following him into the darkness. Larissa smiled at her cousins, her eyes gleaming with barely contained curiosity. One by one, they slipped through the crack. The students took strategic positions to keep watch while the group entered. Luna was the last to pass through. Before entering, her eyes swept the area one final time. There was something about the way Ren had been searching, something in the precision of his movements. You weren't lost at all, were you? She murmured as she slid through the opening. You knew exactly what you were looking for from the beginning. Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly in the darkness, but he offered no response. 196, Chapter 196, Taming Fame 8. Larissa laughed, isn't Luna adorable? Ren was about to respond and Luna about to shout when the ground began to tremble. That's not a lesser worm, Taro warned, his living tunnel approaching the invader's exit point. The vibration intensified and suddenly the ground exploded before them. A worm much larger than the previous ones emerged, its 4-meter-long body betraying its rank. A greater worm, Min exclaimed, his snake adopting a combat stance. We're at 250 meters, Ren analyzed quickly. This is today's digging limit for us. The greater worm rose menacingly. The worms have a different ranking structure than all normal beasts, and though not yet a true bronze-rank deep worm, its size made it nearly as strong as Taro's living tunnel. Altogether, Ren ordered. Send in your beasts. 197, Chapter 197, Taming the Third 2T. It has to be now, Ren whispered to Taro while the others were distracted gathering. Every day I spend without cultivating the Hydra is a day lost. Now, Taro nearly shouted, but Ren quickly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down, Ren hissed, his mushrooms pulsing with urgency. The excursion with Zhao is in 3 days and I need to start the Hydra's cultivation or I'll go crazy with the feeling of stagnation during the gathering trip. But going deeper alone, Taro tried to protest against Ren's hand over his mouth once more, but it was too strong. Listen, Ren released him but kept his voice low. I've already started cultivating the fungus to get rank Bronze 2 in 100 days, that was just a matter of money. But the Hydra, his mushrooms pulsed intensely, needs this specific location to start. No amount of crystals can replicate the small vein that's further ahead. 198, Chapter 198, Taming the Third 2T2. Just as they finished emerging on the other side, Ren's mushrooms pulsed with alarm. His eyes widened and he raised a hand, stopping Leora dead in her tracks. No explanation was needed. The ground beneath their feet vibrated subtly, revealing the nearby presence of something enormous. A deep worm, it had to be 8 meters long, moving in their vicinity. Ren made a silent signal to Leora, "Don't move." They remained completely still, barely breathing. Ren's mushrooms pulsed once very softly, synchronizing with the tunnel's natural rhythm. Staying calm was crucial now. The deep worm might be bronze rank and in its element, but as long as it didn't detect them, they wouldn't have to face it. Leora maintained her position, her control perfectly held. There was no fear in her posture, only absolute concentration. The worm drew closer. They could feel its massive presence moving the earth around them as if it were water. 199, Chapter 199, Taming the Third Two-Teeth 3. After identifying the ideal point, Ren carefully slid toward the center of the bowl. His movements were precise, calculated, every second counted now. With efficiency, he began arranging the crystals in formation. The Hydra plate was placed at a specific angle, positioned to concentrate the reflections directly onto the crystals. The effect was immediate. The crystals began to glow with an almost blinding intensity, absorbing the pure mana from the environment. Before they could grow or stick to the bowl's crystal, he stored them one by one in Shadow Stalker skin while maintaining the plate's projection with his other hand. After a few minutes, Ren took the first potion. Sweat ran down his forehead, even with his new level being a double tamer and the medicine. The mana saturation here was still difficult to handle for too long. "Are you all right?" Leora called from the edge, noticing his tension. 200, Chapter 200, Tamers missing. Silence returned to the tunnel as the assassin's body collapsed. Ren's mushrooms pulsed softly while his armor disappeared and he caught his breath. That was... Leora opened her eyes, looking at the scene in amazement. Incredible. "Your fire helped with the light synergy." "It's not just that," Leora shook her head. "The way you moved, how you knew exactly what to do, where did you really learn all this?" "Master Lin's training mostly," Ren explained modestly, though his mushrooms pulsed with something like pride. "And that day in the Seed Eye." Leora's eyes brightened with interest, but before he could continue, Ren's mushrooms pulsed in warning. "It'll have to wait," he said. "We're almost at the time I promised Taro, and more beasts are coming, attracted by the battle noise." "Also," Ren whispered while approaching the assassin's body. 201, Chapter 201, Tamers missing 2. "Damn it, this thing barely fits through here. Careful with the proboscis, you nearly took my eye out. SHH, they'll hear us." "Leora is going to hear it from me," Larissa smiled maliciously. "What thing do you think they're bringing?" As if answering her prediction, a long proboscis with a metallic gleam emerged first through the crack, followed by the head of a deep assassin. Everyone began to take defensive positions. The silence that followed was absolute. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared beside Taro, and Leora materialized as if she had been there all along. Her clothes were covered in dust and there were dark stains on her sleeves, but she maintained her composure with a noble's dignity. "Lady Leora," the guards exclaimed in unison. 202, Chapter 202, Tamers missing 3. "Harold," Klein responded, frowning as he shuffled through his notes. "He's disappeared. I haven't seen him in classes, he doesn't come to the dormitory, and I have no idea where he is." Feng Zhao, who was practicing partial manifestations of his serpent by the window, shrugged with evident disinterest. "So what? The guy was always creepy. Honestly, it's a relief not having him following us everywhere." "You don't understand." Klein placed a hand on his chin. His lion briefly manifesting under his skin in response to his anxiety, golden fur rippling across his forearms. "Cashin specifically ordered me to look after him, help him adapt." "Your brother and his projects." Astor closed his book with a sigh, the leather binding making a satisfying thump. "Always complicating everything." 203, Chapter 203, Taming Coverts. "He left me training and went away the day of the false alarm," he finally recalled. "We were told there was an abyssal attack from the mines again, but in the end it was a false alarm." Something changed in Cashin's expression, a flash of genuine concern quickly masked by his usual cold demeanor. "The mines? When was that exactly?" "I haven't really kept track of days lately." Klein struggled to remember and turned to look at Feng. 2 days ago, but why did you leave him in my charge? I don't understand what that guy has to do with our family or with me." "It has everything to do with your inability to handle responsibilities," Cashin snapped. "First you lose shamefully in front of the entire academy, then this." Klein visibly shrank back, his shoulders hunching as if to shield himself from the verbal assault. "Perhaps," Feng intervened, defying the common sense that told him to remain silent. We should officially report his disappearance. 204, Chapter 204, Taming Coverts 2. Han approached Ren's. Thanks for all the help and information today, he said, and for letting us gather these crystals. I had no idea we'd find so many in one day. Seeing this, Myra also approached. Thank you, it was much more interesting than I expected, she admitted. I learned things they hadn't taught us in class. It's nothing, Ren responded modestly. You can come to gather occasionally if you take turns with the others. We don't have enough bronze ranks to bring everyone with the guard's permission, so. Does that mean I can come every day too? Larissa instantly appeared next to Ren, startling him with her sudden proximity. And me, Luna added, though she tried to appear less interested than she actually was. Her shadow wolf was shifting restlessly in her shadow. I think it's already clear that I'll be coming as well, Leora smiled slightly. 205, Chapter 205, Tamer's Expedition Finals Preparations. Done, Ren declared with satisfaction, stepping back to admire his handiwork. Now I just need to cultivate with the correctly processed crystals. Without wasting a moment, Ren took one of the special crystals he had prepared. Unlike normal crystals, these had a distinctive internal glow as if they contained liquid light. Are you going to absorb it now? Taro asked with surprise. Shouldn't you rest first? You already took that large crystal for your mushroom this morning, and we spent a good while at considerable depth. I don't want to lose time, Ren responded, his fingers caressing the crystal's surface. Every day that passes without advancing the cultivation is a day wasted. 206, Chapter 206, Tamer's Expedition Finals Preparations 2. Isaac studied the proboscis and the nymph liquid with new appreciation. Would this neutralize the internal acid? Interesting approach. We could create an injection mechanism with the container, but I still think it won't work. Why do you say that? Ren asked, his mushrooms pulsing with curiosity. Someone from the Craftsman's Guild managed to extract the acid once, but the monster's mouth was still barely resistant, just a bit less than a common sword, and the method is expensive, Isaac explained, running a calloused finger along the proboscis's edge. Ren smiled, his eyes lighting up. It's not just about extracting it, it's about transforming it. The hollow, porous structure isn't very resistant on its own. The deep assassin uses the liquid as support in microvibrations. I mean fast and small movements to bury its proboscis into rock, and through the chitinous armors of its prey. 207, Chapter 207, Tamer's Expedition Finals Preparations 3. Just the crystals, please, Finch, Ren responded kindly but firmly. Always so mysterious. Finch sighed dramatically while beginning to count, his nimble fingers flicking through stacks of currency with practiced ease. Someday Theodore and I will discover all your financial secrets. That's a promise. While Finch finished counting and Ren carefully stored the crystals in his compartmentalized pack, he didn't notice the figure observing him from across the bank. Leopold Montclair, the fifth-year prodigy, studied every movement with calculating eyes. His next stop was again the exchange storehouse, where Jessie greeted him with her usual nervous enthusiasm. Ren. You're back so soon, she exclaimed, nearly knocking over a jar. Did you forget something? No, I'm here for more materials. Ren handed her the list, the paper slightly warm from being in his pocket. 208, Chapter 208, Taming Discrepancy. While Ren happily busied himself with preparations, a much tenser conversation was unfolding elsewhere in the academy. 2 days earlier. Director Ignatius's office had always been an imposing space, with its shelves filled with ancient tomes and expensive pieces from bygone eras. The director's phoenix, partially manifested in the golden veins running across his skin, added an air of authority to the already intimidating office. Facing him, Cassian Goldcrest maintained perfect posture, his expression carefully controlled despite the fury boiling beneath the surface. It's unacceptable, he declared in a cold voice. A student missing for days, and nobody considered it necessary to inform me. Director Ignatius reclined in his chair, studying the young Goldcrest with a penetrating gaze. There was something disturbingly calculating in how his eyes traversed Cassian's face, as if peeling away layers to see what lay beneath. 209, Chapter 209, Taming Discrepancy 2. The Goldcrest still maintained enough power in Yano to be above accusations without substantial proof. The director couldn't act openly against them. It would just hasten Yino's invasion and unleash a conflict for which Yano wasn't prepared. The city's best hope remained waiting for the king's return, while noble families continued their secret conversations, seeking a solution that wouldn't trigger open warfare. But from Cashin's doubts, Yino would also think they weren't prepared. Yino's Dark Council had always been a place where shadows seemed to have a life of their own. The purplish light from abyssal crystals barely illuminated the faces of those present, creating an unsettling chiaroscuro effect that blurred expressions and concealed reactions. 210, Chapter 210, Taming the Finals, Unit 1. The day had finally arrived. Ren rose before dawn, his mushrooms pulsing with anticipation while he packed the last supplies in his specially compartmentalized bag. The morning air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of dew-dampened soil through the open window. The final gathering exam with Zhao wasn't just an academic test for him, it represented a unique opportunity to obtain more materials for his projects. With luck, this time he could acquire many more tentacles. Isaac had kept his word. The weapons were ready on time, each piece crafted with a precision that exceeded even Ren's expectations. The spear was a masterpiece of artisanal engineering. Its tip, formed from the treated material, gleamed with a tone between amber and steel. The white bow, crafted from cartilaginous marine beast bone, tensed perfectly with the black Sarracenia string, the entire weapon balanced and responsive in his hands. 211, Chapter 211, Taming the Finals, Unit 1-2. The caravan advanced at a steady pace, raising clouds of dust that shimmered golden under the mid-morning sun. The wheels creaked rhythmically against the packed earth, providing a constant backdrop to the conversations within. Students had naturally distributed themselves among the different vehicles, grouping according to affinities and alliances. In one of the carriages, Klein Goldcrest observed with a somber expression. The landscape passed before his eyes without him really seeing it, his mind trapped in a cycle of frustration and resentment that tightened his jaw and furrowed his brow. Still thinking about your brother? Astor asked in a low voice seated across from him. Klein barely deigned to respond with a grunt. His lion briefly manifested in his hair and mouth, reflecting his internal agitation. 212, Chapter 212, Taming the Finals, Unit 1-3. This year, the gathering territory also encompasses some shadow stalker caves in the peripheral zones. Zhao explained while the students gathered in a clearing, preparing to begin collection. However, I must emphasize that nobody should approach or enter these caves without a teacher's company. They are significantly more dangerous than the exterior areas due to the sentinels. While Zhao continued with the general instructions, Ren studied the map they had been provided as he calculated distances and analyzed the marked geological formations to find the quickest route densest with resources. It was no longer just him, Taro, and Min, but a complete entourage that included Larissa, Luna, and Leora, accompanied by their maids Maria, Mayo, and Matilda, plus the 6 guards. Han and his group had also joined them, as well as Myra's. Min leaned toward him, noticing his evident interest. You're planning to enter one of those caves, aren't you? 213, Chapter 213, Taming the Finals, Unit 1-4. Are you sure you can hit it? Han asked, studying the distance with a critical eye. It's a complicated shot. Ren hesitated a moment before admitting, I don't know, I've never tried it before. Min, Roran, Jun, Trent, and Taro clamped their hands over their mouths to stifle laughter that might attract the sentinel. Their shoulders shook with suppressed mirth, eyes watering with the effort of containing their amusement. Above, in the branches of nearby trees, several white weavers observed with feline curiosity, their moth wings folded while their bright eyes followed every movement of the group. Their antennae twitched occasionally, sensing the subtle changes in the air. Why don't we just attack all together? Asked Leora, clearly anxious for some action. We're more than enough to defeat it. Because I want to see if I can do it alone, and because it's not just the male, explained Ren without shifting his gaze from the target. 214, Chapter 214, Taming the Finals, Unit 1-5. Min looked at him with disbelief, his eyes widening. Wait a minute. This whole time you've been telling us how dangerous it would be to alert the females because they're too many and deadly in groups, and now you want us to go directly into their nest. The point was to prevent the male from alerting them, explained Ren while checking his tools. If we keep noise to a minimum and don't wake them, we won't die. We won't die, repeated Mins. Great, very reassuring. Despite their doubts, nobody seriously protested when Ren began advancing toward the entrance first. Everyone knew that, despite his strange methods, Ren had proven during their visits to the depths that he wouldn't put them in danger unless he was certain he could protect them in the worst case. 215, Chapter 215, Taming the Finals, Unit 1-6. Everyone audibly swallowed, exchanging looks of resignation mixed with nervousness. Finally, they nodded one by one, their faces a mixture of dread and determination. "I suppose it's the least we can do," admitted Myra. "Considering that with what we've collected, the exam is basically passed." "Exactly," Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with approval. "And don't worry, I have a method that minimizes the risk." 2 molting chambers later, their backpacks were completely full, and some had even had to improvise additional bags with cloth they carried for emergencies. The weight made the shoulders of some ache, but the promise of success outweighed the discomfort. "We can't carry any more," announced Taro, adjusting his already overflowing load. "It's time to return." First, Ren intervened, pulling the weaver thread from his pack. "We have one last pending matter." 216, Chapter 216, Taming the Finals, Unit 1, 7. The first day of gathering culminated in a procession that resembled more a victory parade than the return of simple students. Ren's group, loaded to impossible limits with perfectly preserved shadow stalker skins, emerged from the wooded area as the sun began to set. The golden light caught on their burdens, casting elongated shadows across the ground and making their silhouettes seem almost heroic against the darkening sky. This second time they had organized the transport better. Unfortunately, Shizu's Wolverine hadn't yet reached silver rank, so she couldn't use the space within it to store even more skins. But Matilda's turtle had created several wooden rods they used to build a platform that transported the additional piles of skins that wouldn't fit in their backpacks. The contraption swayed gently as they walked, the weight distributed among several bearers. 217, Chapter 217, Taming the Finals, Unit 1, 8. "And I missed it all," lamented Zhao, the explorer in him momentarily overcoming the disciplined professor and soldier. "While you enjoyed a fun and interesting expedition, I was stuck supervising everyone from above." "You think you've had bad luck with work assignments since that kid arrived, yet I don't even know if what I do is still work," commented Wei from where he was reviewing notes for the upcoming theoretical exam. His voice sounded distant, clearly more concerned with his own problems, his fingers nervously tapping against the paper. "It's not about good or bad luck, though luck is what Lin had," responded Zhao, shooting her an accusatory look without real malice. 3 molting chambers, it must have been like finding 3 treasure chests on the same day. 218, Chapter 218, Taming the Finals, Unit 1's 9. Though there shouldn't be anything beneath them in this area, the conversation drifted toward plans for the following day. The boys' voices gradually lowered as fatigue from the day's exertions settled in their bodies. Gradually, the conversation died down, replaced by deep breathing and occasional snores. The night silence was only interrupted by the distant sounds of local fauna and the crackling of the central fire that remained lit all night. Ren was about to fall asleep but still awake, his mushrooms pulsing softly in a slow and constant rhythm. It was then that he felt it. A subtle vibration, almost imperceptible, transmitted through the skins. So slight that anyone else would have confused it with their own breathing or perhaps with the movement of a nearby companion, but Ren managed to distinguish it. This vibration was different, deep, rhythmic, and above all, impossible. 219, Chapter 219, Taming the Finals, Unit 1, 10. "Is it Julius?" asked Ren directly, his voice barely audible. The surprise that crossed Zhao's face was revealing. His eyes widened momentarily before he could control his expression. He quickly looked around, ensuring no one else had heard. "Yes," he finally confirmed, placing a finger over his lips in a clear gesture for silence. "But you shouldn't know that, and we definitely shouldn't be discussing this here." Without further explanation, Zhao took Ren lightly by the shoulder and guided him toward the professor's tent. The guards appeared surprised but didn't question the professor as both entered, the heavy canvas flap falling shut behind them. The tent's interior wasn't new to Ren. Detailed maps covered a central table, illuminated by soft light crystals that cast a warm glow over the gathered faces. Lin and Wei were discussing in hushed tones when Zhao and Ren entered, their conversation halting abruptly. 220, Chapter 220, Taming the Finals, Unit 1, 11. "May I examine it more closely?" he asked, looking at Julius. The prince nodded, though with certain caution. "Go ahead, the containment is secure, but keep your distance from its mouth." Ren knelt beside the worm, his mushrooms pulsing in a pattern that seemed to momentarily synchronize with the creature's weak movements. With precise but respectful movements, he studied the segmented rings, the subtle color variations in its skin, and especially the small lateral glands that rearranged the absorbed and processed earth. It's completely normal, he finally confirmed, standing up. A common lesser worm near the first fusion cycle. That confirms my observations, Julius nodded. The question is, how did it get so close to the surface? Or rather, added Zhao Weiss. Ren remained silent for a moment, his mushrooms pulsing slowly while organizing his thoughts, their glow fluctuating slightly with each pulse. 221, Chapter 221, Taming the Finals, Unit 112. The group began preparing while Ren finished his breakfast and quickly organized his equipment. In less than half an hour, they were already heading toward the northern zone. Unlike the previous day, today's expedition had a more relaxed air. Having vastly exceeded the exam requirements, they felt no pressure to rush. Why specifically large bark stalkers? Asked Leora as they advanced along a wooded path guided by Ren. Their bodies contain abundant vitality, Ren responded. I need their blood and flesh to process the tentacles you helped me obtain. And those processed tentacles serve for? Larissa left the question hanging, curiosity evident in her voice. For insane advanced cultivation techniques, Taro completed before Ren could respond. From what I've seen Ren do, it's super dangerous and I wouldn't recommend you ever try it. 222, Chapter 222, Taming the Finals, Unit 113. The group continued the search, following the same pattern of meticulous tracking that Ren had demonstrated. Under his guidance, they found and defeated 2 more barkstalkers during the next 2 hours, each in a different location but always following the same pattern of camouflage and behavior. By the time they finished processing the 3rd barkstalker, almost 3 hours had passed since they began the hunt. The sun was high in the sky, indicating that a good part of the day still lay ahead, golden light filtering through the canopy above. Enough materials? Asked Taro while helping Ren organize the last components. Enough, confirmed Ren with satisfaction, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet contentment. Now we can head to the cave. Are we doing the entire Shadow Stalker cave today? Min groaned theatrically, though everyone knew he would follow Ren without hesitation. Without a doubt, Ren smiled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. 223, Chapter 223, Taming the Finals, Unit 114. Darkness enveloped them completely as they fell. For a moment, everything was a chaos of sensations, stomachs contracting from the free fall, air whistling in their ears, the absolute disorientation of not knowing what was up or down. The sudden weightlessness made their bodies feel simultaneously heavy and light. Ren reacted instinctively. His mushrooms pulsed with increasing intensity, brightening until they illuminated the tunnel through which they were falling. The walls passed rapidly, an oddly smooth surface that seemed almost polished, reflecting the glow of his mushrooms. Hold on, he shouted to Han, who was falling beside him. The other boys face a mask of shock and terror. 224, Chapter 224, Taming the Finals, Unit 115. A low but growing hiss filled the tunnel. Min visibly paled. The females, he pointed toward the entrance of the tunnel where dozens of shadow stalkers were beginning to stir. We've woken them up. The effect was instantaneous. The first of the females launched herself toward them, tentacles extended and pulsing with absorption hunger, the air around them seeming to distort with her approach. Lin reacted without hesitation. With a fluid movement, she leaped over the creature, spinning in the air to deliver a brutal kick to the center of its mass, carefully avoiding any contact with the tentacles. Shizu, Taro, she shouted as she landed. We need a wall now. Shizu stamped her foot against the ground, her earth wolverine manifesting. The tunnel began to change as enormous stone blocks emerged from its walls and floor, the sound of grinding stone filling the air. 225, Chapter 225, Taming the Finals, Unit 116. The students rested while Shizu, Larissa, Yumi, the guard with the coral, and Taro finished raising a second wall. Lin observed the situation with the cold calculation of a combat veteran. 2 walls of furious shadow stalkers, 2 companions lost in the depths, and night approaching. The decisions they made in the next few minutes would determine who survived. We need to decide on teams quickly, she announced with a firm voice, immediately capturing everyone's attention. One group must return to camp to alert Zhao, while another remains here to attempt rescuing Ren and Han. I'm staying, Taro declared instantly. Me too, added Larissa. Lin nodded but raised a hand to stop the chorus of volunteers that would follow. I need the rescue team staying with me to be small and specific. Larissa, Taro, Yumi, Matilda, Min, and Myra will stay with me. We'll work on creating a rope long enough to lower down the hole while keeping the walls strong. 226, Chapter 226, Taming the Finals, Unit 1, 17. Han alternately observed the tunnel's progress and the chamber entrances, tense for any sign of danger. The silence between them extended for several minutes, broken only by the sound of earth being removed and the occasional brief instruction from Ren. "Thank you," Han finally said, his voice low but clear in the confined space, "for not letting me fall." Ren paused briefly in his work to feel for vibrations while listening, his palm pressed flat against the tunnel wall. "With the dagger," Han continued, his eyes fixed on the glowing hydra as it worked, "you could have held on alone, since you probably would have stayed up close to the surface. Matilda or Myra could have thrown something down for you to climb up." Ren resumed excavation but responded without turning around, his focus unwavering. "If I had done that, you might not have survived, and I wouldn't be able to sleep thinking I could have saved you." 227. Chapter 227, Taming the Finals, Unit 1, 18. The glow illuminated a scene that made everyone hold their breath. A huge chamber extended before them, and moving throughout the chamber, dozens, no, hundreds of shadow stalkers awakened by the vibrations of the excavation. "Shit," Roran whispered, his dog fully manifested beside him with the fur along its spine bristling. "It's the main hive of the area." "Pull back," Shizu ordered Hikari, her voice low but urgent. "I'll seal this right now and we'll change direction." She couldn't finish her sentence. One of the shadow stalkers, apparently drawn by the firefly's light, had approached to investigate. Its sensory appendages stretched directly toward the small opening like probing fingers of mist. Before anyone could react, it began widening the hole, tearing at the edges. "Look out," Luna shouted. Chaos erupted instantly. More shadow stalkers quickly joined the excavation efforts and began converging on the opening. 228, Chapter 228, Taming the Finals, Unit 119. About 200 meters underground, Julius advanced with the fluid certainty of someone who commands the elements surrounding him. His Earth Wolverine maintained a constant flow of perception through the ground, allowing him to detect movements and vibrations across a considerable radius. Something didn't add up, though. Since beginning his patrol after the worm incident, he had noticed strange patterns in the behavior of subterranean creatures. At times, they seemed to become agitated as if responding to an invisible threat, moving in waves of panic that spread across different levels. But when he arrived at the location, inexplicably, everything calmed again. "It's as if something is frightening them," he murmured to himself, his Wolverine's essence merged with his skin in subtle ripples, enhancing his connection to the earth around him. But when I approached to investigate, nothing. That was the most disconcerting part. 229, Chapter 229, Taming the Light. The strange creature writhed with evident rage, the tentacles severed by Ren's dagger regenerating slowly as they undulated like serpents in the purple light. Ren tried to activate his knowledge, searching for information about the creature, but his ability seemed to fail. The information arrived fragmented, inconsistent, as if the beast were too anomalous to be understood through his usual parameters. It was then that Ren noticed something on one of the worm's final segments, a distinctive mark, artificial, that stood out against the natural plates. He recognized it immediately. It was the mark that Julius had made on the lesser worm they had found the previous night. The precise pattern of cuts was unmistakable, even amid the creature's grotesque anatomy. Understanding hit him like a physical blow. 230, Chapter 230, Taming Desperation. Meanwhile, Leora and Luna's grouped. The impacts against the containment wall intensified by the moment. Shizu stopped, leaning against the wall of the tunnel she had been excavating for the past few minutes. Her breathing was labored, each inhalation a visible effort that made her shoulders heave. The Earth Wolverine she had fully manifested was beginning to show signs of exhaustion, its earthy form crumbling slightly at the edges as her control wavered. "Need to? Keep going," she gasped, sliding down until she was on one knee. Her face was drawn with fatigue, skin ashen beneath the dirt that smeared her features. "We can't stop." Mako looked at her with concern but also urgency. "Those shadow stalkers will break through the wall soon. I felt them through the ground." 231, Chapter 231, Taming Aids. With a fluid movement, Zhao extracted several feathers from his wings. Aiming with millimetric precision, he launched the first feather. It cut through the air like a bolt of silver light, penetrating 3 aligned shadow stalkers before embedding itself in the cavern wall. Without pause, Zhao continued his assault. Each feather found multiple targets, eliminating shadow stalkers with an efficiency that spoke of decades of combat experience. His movements were fluid and economical, wasting no energy as he positioned himself for optimal firing angles. His owl eyes enhanced his precision to superhuman levels, allowing him to calculate trajectories that seemed almost impossible. Time itself appeared to slow as he tracked the movement of each creature, predicting exactly where they would be when his projectiles arrived. "Too easy," Zhao murmured, his eyes scanning the battlefield. 232, Chapter 232, Taming Disillusionment. Back with Ren. The spear cut through the air like a silver lightning bolt, its trajectory perfect. The weapon impacted exactly where Ren had aimed, cleanly piercing the pulsating core of the abomination. The tip sank deep into the glowing mass with barely any resistance. An ear-splitting shriek reverberated throughout the chamber, so high-pitched that Ren felt as if his head might explode. The creature writhed violently while the spear remained firmly embedded in its center. Ren landed in the abandoned backpacks. Without losing a second, his hands found the bow and quiver of arrows he had left behind. His fingers closed around the weapon while he was already nocking an arrow in case a follow-up shot was needed. But it was merely an excessive precaution. "Should be enough," he murmured, his mushrooms pulsing as he assessed the damage caused. The spear went directly through the core, any moment now it should. 233, Chapter 233, Taming Disillusionment 2. If Ren could break the illusion, perhaps he could find the true core. The beast seemed to sense the shift in his mood from the discovery. With a roar that combined the agonized screams of dozens of different creatures, it intensified its attacks. The spearhead moved so fast it was barely a blur in the hot, stale air of the chamber. One of the attacks connected partially, sending Ren crashing against the wall. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, black spots dancing in his vision as he fought to maintain consciousness. Beside him, a large crystal fragment detached from the wall, the jarring impact having loosened it from its setting. And in that instant, he saw it. When the crystal hit the ground and shattered, one of the cores, the one pulsating in the enormous Shadow Stalker Queen segment of the tail, didn't flicker like the others. It remained constant, its purple light unwavering amidst the chaos of failing illusions. 234, Chapter 234, Taming Aid 2. In Larissa and Taro's group. The walls trembled with each new impact. The Shadow Stalkers on the other side had intensified their attacks, as if sensing that the structure was about to give way. Lin pressed her hands against the minerals, feeling the vibrations transmit through her palms. "It won't hold much longer," she warned, turning toward the group. Her face was drawn with concern, eyes darting between the weakening wall and the students she was responsible for protecting. Taro, Yumi, and Larissa constantly reinforced the structure, channeling what little remained of their energies to maintain the solidity of the wall. Their faces were pale with effort, sweat beading on their foreheads as they fought to keep the barrier intact. 235, Chapter 235, Taming Disillusionment 3. Ren ran, every muscle in his body propelled by the fusion with the Hydra, each movement maximized by Lin's relentless training. But the abyssal beast didn't remain paralyzed after momentarily losing its vision. In a movement that defied all natural understanding, the creature did something that froze Ren's blood. It voluntarily detached its eyes. The visual organs dropped from its head like ripe seeds falling from a plant, landing on the ground with sickening wet sounds. The creature had decided that sight was a weakness in this battle. Without the distraction of visual stimuli, the beast fully reconnected with its other senses. Ren finally reached the spear. The weapon felt like a natural extension of his arm, its weight reassuring as he landed on one knee, pivoting to face the abomination once more. 236, Chapter 236, Taming Disillusionment, End 1/2. His sister's face faded into the crowd, her terrified eyes desperately searching for him as the guards dragged her in the opposite direction. Hands stretched out his small hands, trying to reach her, but other arms held him firmly in place. "Hedda, Hedda," he screamed, his childish voice breaking with the effort. Tears streamed down his face, hot against his cold skin. "Han," his sister's voice echoed one last time before disappearing behind a carriage door. "I'll find you. I promise." The promise was never fulfilled. The following years merged into an endless sequence of exhaustive training to transform him into a perfect tool. Physical pain became so constant that Han learned to mentally separate himself from it, observing it as if it were happening to someone else. 237, Chapter 237, Taming Disillusionment, End 2/2. Fragments of abyssal tissue scattered throughout the chamber. 3 complete segments were entirely destroyed. The other 15 remaining, now headless, collapsed with a dull thud. But the monstrosity was far from defeated. Before Han's horrified eyes, the beast began to reorganize itself once again. What remained of its original 20 segments after losing 5 in battle began to restructure. The last segment at the front started to swell and transform, translucent membranes stretching as a new structure formed. A grotesque mouth with rows of triangular teeth arranged in concentric rings. All remaining segments began functioning in coordination again, like independent control centers forming a collective organism, each capable of directing the whole. The abomination wasn't a creature with multiple vital organs, it was multiple creatures fused into a single modular consciousness. 238, Chapter 238, Taming Aid 3. Moments before, Zhao contemplated the devastation of the colony with mixed feelings. Dozens of shadow stalker bodies lay scattered across the ground, their translucent forms gradually losing luminescence as death claimed even the last particle of their essence. His feathers were very effective in this territory, perhaps too much so. Unnecessary massacre, he told himself while evaluating the situation, but still. As an expert in this gathering ecosystem, Zhao understood the delicate balance. Shadow stalker colonies had their function in the natural order, keeping other more aggressive species at bay. At least the queen and her closest guards must still be alive, he thought, finding some comfort in that fact. The guardians of the royal chamber would have remained in position, protecting their monarch instead of joining the attack frenzy. It was typical behavior. 239, Chapter 239, Taming Conclusions. Light filtered gradually through Ren's eyelids, a soft whitish invasion that slowly pulled him from the deep abyss of dreamless sleep. Ren opened his eyes, blinking several times to adjust his vision to the prevailing brightness. A white canvas stretched above him, the inner fabric of a tent ceiling, illuminated by the morning light that managed to penetrate the partially open fabric door. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly, as if greeting the new day. He felt curiously renewed, as if he had slept for weeks instead of hours. His body, which he remembered on the verge of collapse after the battle with the abomination, now seemed brimming with energy, each muscle relaxed, every nerve at peace. The residual pain he had expected was conspicuously absent. Slowly, he turned his head to inspect his surroundings. He found himself in a separate compartment, smaller than the main camp tent. The air held the faint scent of medicinal herbs and clean linen. 240, Chapter 240, Taming the Finals, Unit 1, 20. Ren immediately perceived the subtle interrogation hidden behind the seemingly innocuous comment. The careful emphasis Julius had placed on remarkably hadn't escaped his notice. High-quality anti-mana medicine works wonders, he responded, maintaining a casual tone. Besides, now that I'm a double tamer, my Hydra seems to be a very resilient creature. Julius nodded, as if the answer confirmed something he already suspected. Ren repeated the same account he had told Lin moments ago. The words flowed naturally, each detail consistent with his previous telling. Your perspective of the events, I must admit it is extraordinary. Julius's voice carried the weight of careful analysis, his eyes studying Ren's face for any sign of inconsistency. 241, Chapter 241, Taming the Return. The caravan carts advanced heavily along the dirt road, their wheels creaking over occasional stones as they left the gathering territory behind. The sky stretched in an intense blue above their heads, with just a few scattered clouds offering moments of welcome shade in the midday heat. The gathering had been abruptly interrupted, to the disappointment of many students. As a concession, the professors had reduced the approval requirement to 6,000 crystals in total value, an adjustment considered fair given the lost time. But for Ren's group, this change was irrelevant. They had exceeded even the original requirements several times over. In one of the carts, sitting tightly packed between piles of gathered materials, Klein Goldcrest maintained a tense conversation with his followers. His expression oscillated between frustration and cold determination as he mentally calculated his next moves. 242, Chapter 242, Taming Chain. The road continued its gradual ascent toward the city center where the academy stood. In the distance, the main towers of the 3 principal schools and the castle began to take shape against the horizon, their spires catching the late afternoon sun. 200,000 points for Ren, Taro commented, looking with amazement at the pile of materials they had accumulated in 2 adjacent carts. Even I obtained the equivalent of 155,000 crystals. I never imagined we would get so much. And all thanks to Ren's instructions, Myra added, her voice filled with genuine admiration. It wasn't just because of me, Ren protested, genuinely uncomfortable with the exclusive credit. Everyone did their part helping me get fresh tentacles and the 3 big guys also carrying their own weight. A great weight in skins, Min added with a grin, gesturing toward the overflowing carts trailing behind them. 243, Chapter 243, Tamer King. The director's office had lost its characteristic aura of formal dignity. In the center, Director Ignatius remained seated. His face, normally serene and authoritative, showed the weariness of someone who had looked death directly in the eyes. His phoenix was partially manifested, both from defensive instinct and the need to accelerate his own healing. But it was the absence of healing that proved most shocking. Where his left leg should have been, only an empty space remained beneath the carefully folded fabric of his trousers. The legendary regeneration of his specific beast would allow him to recover the limb eventually, but the attackers had ensured its destruction to an excessive degree, beyond what even a phoenix could quickly repair. 244, Chapter 244, Taming the Dragon Tree. The wind howled among the enormous trees over 300 meters tall that marked the boundary between the possible and the impossible. Here, at the edge of the Diamond Ring Forest, the air itself seemed charged with a different energy, denser, more ancient. Sunlight refracted into millions of fragments as it passed through the enormous crystalline mountain that rose like a silent guardian between two worlds. The platinum ring that the strongest humans could traverse, and the diamond ring where only dragons reigned without dispute. Inside the mountain lay the ring, one of the 10 he needed. 3 rings gleamed on his left hand, each emitting a distinct radiance. The first was the original ring from the center of Yano, extracted from the first seed. The other 2, one of aquamarine crystal and another of twisted metal that seemed to trap currents of air, were trophies from past victories against young dragons, guardians of mana arteries similar to this one. 245, Chapter 245, Taming the Future. Father already has 2 minor rings, Victor admitted, his voice barely audible. Julius couldn't hide his surprise. 2. I thought diamond-rank dragons were invincible, and why hadn't you told me? Because Father didn't want to give false hope to you all, Victor replied, reclining again in his armchair. Pain flickered across his face as the movement disturbed his wounds. You know how he is with these things. He doesn't want to promise anything until he's certain. But it seems his Killen's elemental advantage was just enough to defeat the water dragon, and the wood element advantage of his azure dragon was also enough to defeat the wind one. So he has made progress those last years, Julius reflected, a spark of hope igniting within him. Perhaps the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. 246, Chapter 246, Taming Honor. The solution was evident, though it would require considerable resources, more eggs, more beasts for promising students, and he needed to begin immediately. After finishing processing the tentacles, Ren dedicated some time to his daily cultivation. The light of his mushrooms acquired that characteristic bluish tone while he channeled energy. Min and Taro imitated him shortly afterward, each focused on their own techniques. Liu, having completed his routine in the morning, continued with his studies without paying much attention. Lin didn't seem likely to appear to supervise today's exercise, which wasn't surprising considering the circumstances. Ren took advantage of this absence to extract 3 more cores from his now abundant personal reserve. When his companions finished their cultivation, Ren silently headed toward the door. Where are you going? Min asked, looking up from his meditation position. 247, Chapter 247, Double Tamer 3rd. However, Zhao continued with a slight smile, this doesn't exempt you from the theoretical exam, which constitutes 50% of your final grade. A murmur of discontent spread through the classroom, primarily from the newly incorporated students who had hoped for an easy pass. For Ren, however, the news presented no problem whatsoever. His enhanced processing capacity, a product of his fusion with the ring, allowed him to assimilate information at a rate that bordered on superhuman. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with quiet confidence as he reviewed his mental catalog of crystallographic knowledge. He had already memorized practically the entire syllabus, extracting knowledge from textbooks and notes borrowed from Min and Taro. 248. Chapter 248, Taming True Knowledge. Min began, clearly searching for words. A glorified tadpole, Liu suggested, unable to contain a mocking smile. It's perfect, Min corrected, marveling at the creature. My invisible amphibian, well, almost invisible. The translucent being rippled through the air with fluid grace. Its tiny body caught the light occasionally, revealing glimpses of intricate internal structures. It's still in the initial phase, Ren explained. As it evolves, its invisibility capability will improve. For now, it's rather translucent. Taro leaned in to observe more closely. It's quite small, he squinted, following the creature's movements with fascinated skepticism. That will change too, Ren assured. His mushrooms pulsed confidently as if sharing a secret only they knew about the creature's potential. For now, added Liu with a malicious smile, it seems you've established a bond with a small animated blob of mucus. 249. Chapter 249, Taming the Top Student System. Wei shifted uncomfortably in his seat, as if what would come next was particularly difficult. His fingers nervously adjusted a stack of papers, aligning their edges with precision. What I need is your help, the word seemed physically painful for him, to identify the most crucial errors, especially those affecting your classmates' beasts. The main credit would be entirely yours, and also. Wei paused, unnecessarily readjusting his position. I also wanted to apologize, he finally said, so quickly that the words almost stumbled over each other. For my previous behavior, it was unprofessional. Ren studied the professor for a moment. His mother had always taught him about the value of forgiveness, warning him against becoming a small person who clung to grudges. Don't let pride make you petty, she would tell him. Forgive when you can, but don't forget to learn from what happened. 250, Chapter 250, Taming the Sky Stone. The throne room of Yino had never been a place for warmth. The walls of polished obsidian reflected the purple light of the abyssal crystals, creating an atmosphere as oppressive as it was majestic. The air seemed denser here, charged with the barely contained power of the beasts pulsing beneath the skin of those who occupied positions of power. The king reviewed the scroll with an impenetrable expression, his eyes absorbing every detail of the report while Lord Ravenspire remained silent, awaiting his reaction. Only the occasional purple flash that traveled through the monarch's veins betrayed the agitation the message caused him. These luminescent veins briefly illuminated his face from within, casting his features in an otherworldly glow. Is this everything? He finally asked, his voice deliberately controlled. 251, Chapter 251, Double Tamer Zhao. With the end of the semester approaching, Ren felt a particular satisfaction seeing how the projects in which he had invested so much time were beginning to bear fruit. The nest he had prepared for Zhao finally showed the egg ready for contracting. The crystalline shell pulsed with a steady rhythm, the energy within reaching optimal levels for emergence. It was late when Zhao arrived at the room. The professor seemed slightly agitated, as if he had been resolving some urgent matter before coming to their appointment. I hope I haven't kept you waiting, he commented while closing the door behind him. Ren shook his head. It just reached the critical point a few minutes ago. Your timing is perfect, Professor. 252, Chapter 252, Taming Laziness. While Zhao began to familiarize himself with his new beast, Ren mentally reviewed his upcoming projects. Lin's egg was close to completion, then would come Liu's, and shortly before the end of the semester, those for the noble cousins. The annotation work with Wei was progressing exceptionally well, recording the first phase of the project at a good pace. The professor seemed renewed, as if he truly cared more about knowledge than ego since Ren had defeated him. The pride that had once clouded his judgment had given way to genuine scientific curiosity. But not all projects were advancing. One of them encountered a pause for the first time, one that seemed like a distant dream. Rest, Lin declared firmly, crossing her arms while observing Ren with an inflexible expression. The silence that followed this simple word was so profound that one could have heard a pin drop. In the room, 4 faces looked at her with varying degrees of disbelief. 253, Chapter 253, Double Tamers Lin and Liu. During the following weeks, Ren worked alongside Wei, meticulously reviewing every aspect of cultivation for the 5 selected beasts. With the forced rest period, Ren divided his time between preparation for final theoretical exams and the meticulous care of the remaining eggs. The egg destined for Lin was the first to show signs of being ready after just 2 days. Ren immediately sent a message to the instructor through Liu, who was also anxious about his own egg. Lin took no more than 10 minutes to arrive at the room. Is it truly ready? Lin asked as she entered, her usual composure slightly altered by a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing softly as he stepped back to give the instructor space. The egg sat in its specialized nest, emitting a steady reddish glow that bathed the room in warm light. 254, Chapter 254, Cheater Tamer Player Patenter. The classroom was unusually quiet when Wei entered, carrying a folder with what everyone assumed were the partial results of the unit. The students straightened in their seats. The professor seemed different lately, less rigid, as if an enormous weight had been partially lifted from his shoulders. He cleared his throat and observed the students, momentarily pausing on Ren, who occupied his now habitual place, his mushrooms pulsing calmly while he reviewed another text. Before continuing with today's lesson, Wei began, I have an important announcement concerning this unit's evaluation. The students felt a tense anticipation floating in the air. After thoroughly reviewing the works presented to date and considering the exceptional contributions to the correction of course material, he continued, I have made the decision to assign the first place of the unit to Ren Patender in advance. 255, Chapter 255, Cheater Tamer, Player Patender 2. To our dormitory, Ren responded, I have something for you. Oh, Larissa arched an eyebrow, a mischievous smile forming on her lips. And you needed all this theater to deliver it to me. Considering what it is, yes, Ren replied, his mushrooms pulsing with what appeared to be amusement. Unless what you said about tradition no longer matters. I see then. They reached the dormitory, apparently without being detected, despite some tense moments when they nearly collided with a group of students and professors. Once inside, with the door firmly closed, Min canceled the invisibility while Liu maintained his sonic bubble active. The shimmering distortion around them faded, revealing 4 students catching their breath from the clandestine journey. That was incredibly fun, declared Larissa, her eyes shining with childish excitement. Can we do it again? 256, Chapter 256, Cheater Tamer, Player Patender 3. Her shadow wolf stirred restlessly, feeding on her growing agitation. The darkness around her deepened, tendrils of shadow extending unconsciously from her feet as her emotions intensified. Now in this clandestine situation, a pang of something she didn't want to acknowledge pierced through her. She was about to jump to emerge from the shadows inside the room when the memory of an embarrassing moment stopped her. That time when she had entered without announcing herself to the dormitory and had found Ren shirtless, engaged in some strange ritual. The embarrassment had been monumental in the end, amplified by the reactions of the Bat Boy, Min, and Taro. I won't make the same mistake twice, she thought, hesitating on how to proceed. Luna, are you acquiring a taste for the art of spying? Leora's whispered voice came from behind in the hallway, startling her. Luna quickly returned to her normal form and covered Leora's mouth. 257, Chapter 257, Cheater Tamer, Player Patender 4. I'm willing to, Leora joined in, approaching the eggs Ren had extracted. I'll take whatever beast you recommend. Ren nodded, selecting one of the eggs and handing it to her along with another similar book. The demonic bash, a perfect choice to complement your will-o-wisp. Leora observed the egg with fascination. Can you create any egg? She asked, genuinely impressed. Almost any with the correct materials, Ren responded, looking at the 3 nobles, though I would ask for discretion for now. There are implications I'd prefer not to discuss publicly until I'm better off. The 3 nodded, understanding the seriousness of the situation. The ability to create eggs at will was something many powerful factions would covet, not to mention the implications for the kingdom's economic and political balance. 258, Chapter 258, Cheater Tamer, Player Patender 5. Do you also want the beast I prepared for you? He asked with a slight smile. I should warn you it was the most expensive of all. Luna clenched her fists, forcing herself to overcome her embarrassment. I apologize if I seem ungrateful, she finally said. But first, may I ask what beast it is? There was one I wanted before obtaining the wolf, but it was difficult to obtain due to particular circumstances. It's the beast that best complements your shadow wolf in my opinion, Ren responded, although it seems that because of your family it was quite costly. It's the base form of the celestial white tiger, a striped light cat. Luna brought her hands to her mouth, her eyes widening with surprise and something more complex. A long-repressed yearning. Oh, Ren, Leora shook her head with an expression between amused and concerned. Rather, it's my family that's the problem now. 259, Chapter 259, Taming Support. They really did that? Selphira couldn't contain her laughter, her slender but elegant shoulders trembling with each burst. You're telling me Larissa also jumped into the middle of the courtyard while the guards watched open-mouthed? Leora nodded, trying to maintain her composure, but her grandmother's laughter was contagious. And seriously, Selphira continued between laughs, bringing a hand to her chest as if she needed to contain herself. Little Luna jumped from the shadows trying to stop an imaginary immoral act. Oh, by all the dragons, I would give half my fortune to have seen everyone's faces. Even those of the castle guards when they saw you both appear in front of them and next to the poor boy. Taro, you said his name was.
What?
It was quite dramatic, Leora admitted, allowing herself a smile. Especially because Larissa convinced them that everything was part of an elaborate prank. 260, Chapter 260, Taming Support 2. Leora nodded, half understanding the depth behind her grandmother's words. Ren's potential to rewrite the rules of cultivation had implications that went far beyond the academy. The ripples of such knowledge could reshape power dynamics throughout the kingdom, altering hierarchies and traditions. By the way, Leora said, taking advantage of the pause, the theoretical exams were interesting as well. Oh, Selphira arched an eyebrow, her interest piqued. And why were they? Professor Mays was particularly interesting, Leora explained, remembering the tension that had permeated the classroom that day. The air had been charged with ambition, each student more focused than they'd been all semester. It was a historic record, more than 3 students obtained perfect scores. 261, Chapter 261, Tamer's Home. The kitchen's heat had eased now that dinner service was ending. Freshly washed pots gleamed in the dim light, and the lingering aroma of spices hung in the air. Fern Pattenders untied her apron with a relieved sigh as her husband, Reed Pattender, stored the last knives in their rack. Her hands, weathered by decades of culinary work, moved with practiced efficiency. Reed's fingers, marked with the occasional scar from ancient cuts, also displayed the precision and grace that only years of experience could bestow. Everything ready? Fern asked, tucking a strand of grayish hair back under her cap. Though lately she'd noticed a few small strands seemingly regaining their color just like they had 11 years ago, Reed nodded as he wiped down the work surface one final time. Perfectly clean as it should be, he replied with a tired but satisfied smile. 262, Chapter 262, Tamer's Homesickness. Ren watched the light of the 12 moons filter through the dormitory window, as he took advantage of the relatively rare celestial alignment to prepare some crystals. His mushrooms pulsed gently, emitting a glow that rivaled the natural radiance of the night sky. The day had been exhausting, especially considering all the questions he'd fielded about the situation with the noble cousins, a situation which seemed to be relaxing very slowly. The rumors about his kidnapping of Larissa were gradually being replaced by new gossip, but the incident still earned him curious glances in the hallways. His thoughts, however, were far from the academy. They drifted to the small rented house where his parents, Reed and Fern, would probably be sleeping after a long day working in the kitchens. The image of them, exhausted but determined, faithfully following the ritual he had taught them, made his heart constrict. 263, Chapter 263, Tamer's Battle Week. Dawn brought a palpable change to the academy's atmosphere. The hallways, normally organized with students of the same year, maintaining their usual routines on slightly different schedules, now teemed with a mixture of uniforms from all 8 different years. But it wasn't just the year colors that differentiated the students. Performance levels were also distinguishable by the emblems they wore on their lapels. The simple iron badges of all first years and some second years. The bronze emblems in their 2 variants for the intermediates from the second year onward. And the scarcer but resplendent silver emblems adorning the more advanced students from the 3rd year up. Gold students were generally surrounded by others, creating small galaxies of admirers. They were exceedingly rare, and it had always been difficult to approach them. Their emblems caught the light, drawing eyes like beacons, but they were not the best. 264, Chapter 264, Tamer's Battle Week 2. Yang resumed speaking, his stone-covered arms crossed over his chest as he surveyed the sea of students before him. For some, this is already known, but let me clarify for our misinformed novices. While victory brings glory and rewards, what we evaluate is your progress, your adaptability, your growth as tamers. A spectacular defeat can be more valuable than an easy victory. His eyes seemed to rest briefly on Ren, though it might have been imagination. The weight of that glance carried unspoken expectations. For those who fail to advance in the main tournament, added Lin, stepping forward with feline grace, there exists the obstacle trial, a specially designed challenge that allows even the eliminated to demonstrate their development. Director Ignatius reclaimed the center of the stage, his phoenix's golden-red aura briefly intensifying around him to also reclaim the attention. 265, Chapter 265, Tamer's Battle Week 3. Students, auxiliaries, professors. Director Ignatius's voice resonated throughout the stadium. The first trials of the 248th semester tournament officially begin. The audience fell silent as the director yielded the attention to the professors of different years to continue. In the first-year stadium, Yang continued, his gravelly voice carrying effortlessly across the arena. Team 1 of Group A, prepare to face the big stone lurker. Remember, coordination, strategy, and prudence. The objective is to demonstrate that you can defeat the beast together, not to showcase individual bravery. Ron and his teammates entered the arena wearing the characteristic black uniform with chest protections. Their steps were confident, almost swagger as they approached the center. 266, Chapter 266, Tamer's Battle Week 4. The battle stretched on longer than expected. Ron continued launching fire, but the flames, which initially appeared impressive, were now visibly smaller. His salamander's iron rank wasn't sufficient to maintain that level of attack for so long. What had begun as a confident display of power now revealed its limitations with each passing minute. Nia also showed signs of fatigue. Her wind control, crucial for enhancing Ron's fire, became erratic. Her previously precise gestures grew sloppy. Sweat streaked her face, plastering strands of her reddish hair to her forehead. Gulhin's mole, perhaps the most affected, emerged with decreasing frequency. His attacks from the tunnels, initially precise, now seemed disorganized. To gain more time and recover, instead of frontal attacks, they began moving in a circular pattern, constantly surrounding the platform and attacking the beast in small bursts. 267, Chapter 267, Tamer's Battle Week 5. Now Roran shouted, seating formation. Instead of attacking directly, Myra extended both hands toward the ground, channeling energy through her gloves. Neutral pattern, she directed as her mana traced a complex circle on the ground. Where her fingers touched, moss sprouted at a supernatural speed, expanding in precise spirals. Simultaneously, Trent invoked his fire ant. The creature materialized beside him, its exoskeleton gleaming like burnished copper in the arena light. Though only the size of a large dog, the ant's mandibles looked capable of crushing stone, and heat shimmered around its body. Curious beast, Liu commented. Fire ants are rare. They're not as powerful as salamanders in elemental control, but their endurance is remarkable. They're highly valued because they can reach Silver 3, though it's a shame they're not specialists. 268. Chapter 268, Tamer's Battle Week 6, Ineffective Purity. The applause for Roran, Myra, and Trent's team continued as they left the arena. Their victory had set a high standard, especially considering they had defeated the monster in less time than Ron's team, who possessed beasts widely considered superior. The next combat will begin in 3 minutes, announced Yang, his voice cutting through the excited murmurs. Team 2 of Group A, prepare yourselves. This organization is confusing, Min commented, studying the announcement board with furrowed brows. Why not simply number the teams from 1 to 16? Tradition, Liu replied with a shrug. Each group first competes with teams from their adjacent section to maintain competitiveness between classes. Someone told me that counting us together up to 16 would make us feel like one group. What about your group, Liu? Taro asked, looking around the crowded stands. I thought they'd be with you. You're in Group D, right? Ren also inquired. 269, Chapter 269, Tamer's Battle Week 7, Elemental Advantage. The three-horned horse disappeared with a flash, leaving Rosalind gasping and vulnerable. The sudden severing of the beast connection sent a shock through her system. Rosalind, fall back, Hector ordered, nearly dragging her to the edge of the arena. The Minotaur charged again, its horns striking with renewed force. Several new cracks appeared on the stone lurker's surface, but none deep enough to cause real damage. Each impact sent stone fragments flying, but the monster's integrity remained largely intact. They should change their strategy, Ren murmured. Winning through frontal attacks would take nearly 5 times the energy they've spent so far, but they don't even have half that remaining. Yet the team persevered with their original approach. Vern sent his centaur to execute quick charges, striking and retreating before the monster could respond. The beast's hooves striking against the stone made strong thuds travel through the arena. 270, Chapter 270, Tamer's Battle Week 8. Cracks spread across the entire surface of the stone lurker, connecting with each other and deepening with each passing second. The sound of stone giving way under tremendous pressure filled the arena, a symphony of destruction that held the audience captivated. Finally, with a deafening boom, the big stone lurker collapsed. Its core remained suspended in a network of roots, entrails, and debris before completely fading out. Silence fell over the arena, followed by enthusiastic applause. Even upper-year students who had finished their battles clapped with genuine appreciation for the strategy demonstrated. Victory for Team 3 of Group A, Yang announced, his voice carrying a hint of approval. Time 6 minutes 48 seconds. They beat Roran's time, Taro pointed out, impressed. Elemental advantage, Ren nodded. Plants naturally have superiority over rocks, especially when empowered by water. Their synergy was nearly perfect. 271, Chapter 271, Tamer's Battle Week 9. The auxiliaries worked quickly to remove the big stone lurker defeated by Jin's team. In the stands, even more students from all years, now free from their own trials, discussed the strategy employed with growing enthusiasm. Many scribbled notes in their journals, sketching movement patterns or writing down tactical observations. Liu had departed before Team 4 of Group A entered combat. It wasn't disinterest that motivated him, but quite the opposite, an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. "Where are you going?" Min had asked upon seeing him rise from his seat. "To the North Stadium," Liu responded. "It's gonna be Zhou Liwei's turn soon." The name sparked a flash of recognition in Ren's gaze. "The one with the silver steeder vulture," he commented, his mushrooms pulsing with that particular rhythm that appeared when he discussed beast synergy. "Good idea. His approach to combat must be similar to what I suggested for you." 272, Chapter 272, Tamer's Battle Week 10, Shared Knowledge. "That's not a big stone lurker," Liu noted with surprise. "First time observing advanced trials?" asked a 6th-year student who had sat down next to him, her tone friendly. Liu nodded, not taking his eyes off the arena. "Stone Mountain," she explained. "The natural evolution of the big lurker already at Silver 1 level. When you advance to 5th year or obtain a Bronze 2 beast, you face a lesser Stone Mountain. But these are 7th years with Silver beasts, so they fight against a complete Stone Mountain." Liu processed the information, mentally comparing the dimensions. The Stone Mountain must have measured at least 6 meters in height with proportionally greater mass. Its surface displayed crystalline formations that suggested increased resistance. 273, Chapter 273, Tamer's Battle Week 11. In the arena, the 3 students invoked their creatures. Hans Weaver Spider emerged first, a creature the size of a large dog with a white exoskeleton and 8 gleaming eyes. Jun's monkey manifested in his body, covering him with reddish-brown fur, making his arms longer and all his muscles grow. They still weren't particularly large, but they clearly indicated considerable strength. His posture also changed subtly, becoming more primal and balanced. Finally, Sora invoked her deer, an elegant animal with pale bronze fur and branching antlers. "Weapons," offered the auxiliary. Unlike many previous teams, all 3 responded affirmatively, each selecting a heavy hammer from the available arsenal. The weapons looked almost comically large in their hands, especially in Sora's slender grip. 274, Chapter 274, Tamer's Battle Week 12, Efficient Nobility. The 5th team of Group A entered the arena with evident confidence. The 3 students, with 2 wood beasts and 1 water beast, took advantage of the elemental advantage similar to the 3rd team. Although they only had iron-level creatures, the combination proved devastating for the big stone lurker. The wood element systematically absorbed the vitality of the rocky monster, while the water beast enhanced the plant's power. The battle, relatively easy and straightforward, lacked the surprise factor or strategy that previous combats had shown. "Victory for Team 5 of Group A," announced Yang when the beast finally died. Time 5 minutes 32 seconds. "They almost matched Jin's time," Min commented. "Almost," Taro emphasized. "Jin keeps the record by 20 seconds. 275, Chapter 275, Tamer's Battle Week 13. Beginning in 3, 2, 1, Yang counted. The containment retracted, releasing the big stone lurker. The team deployed immediately. Maria and her armadillo took the frontal position, acting as the primary tank. The beast's shell gleamed as it created a living shield that immediately drew the stone lurker's attention. Simultaneously, Larissa executed a movement that left many spectators open-mouthed. She attacked instantly, appearing with a flash at the monster's flank. "A spatial jump," murmured a 6th-year student with amazement. "If only I had a beast like that." Larissa brought the killing horn at the tip of her spear to the side of the big stone lurker. When she struck, the weapon pierced the rocky carapace as if it were soft clay, creating 2 perfectly circular holes. The horn's glow intensified at the moment of impact, then faded to its previous soft radiance. 276, Chapter 276, Tamer's Battle Week 14. While the auxiliaries cleaned up the remains and prepared the arena for the next combat, Ren couldn't help but notice the gazes now directed at him from various points in the stands. Klein, in particular, observed him with intensity and suspicion. Luna, more discreet but equally attentive, studied Ren with admiration but also challenge in her eyes. "Seems like you've drawn attention," Min murmured. "Klein's team will compete soon. I bet they're now thinking about how to surpass the record of all your strategies." "Let them," Ren responded calmly. "Everyone made their own effort and they'll have to make theirs." Battle Week had barely begun, and it was already revealing surprises that no one had anticipated. For Ren, this wouldn't just be an exam or a competition. It would be the validation of everything he had learned since that day when his gray spore was the object of universal mockery. And this time, no one was laughing. 277, Chapter 277, Tamer's Battle Week 15. "Phantom Claw," someone shouted from the stands. The impact triggered a chain reaction. The cracks expanded and the venom, now more widely distributed through the stone lurker's interior, intensified its effect. Rock fragments began to break off as the monster's structural integrity was irreversibly compromised. The stone surface darkened where the venom made contact, spreading like a network of black veins through the cracks. Without allowing the momentum to be lost, the team executed a second wave of attacks. The rhinoceros charged again, this time from a different angle, its drill horn penetrating even deeper. The cobra fired a new load of venom, aiming precisely at the weakened zones, and Klein, without breaking the paralysis that kept the stone lurker defenseless, launched more phantom claws, each striking critical points in the monster's structure. The final collapse was spectacular. 278, Chapter 278, Tamer's Battle Week 16. Luna, Mayo, and Matilda advanced with firm steps toward the center of the arena. Unlike Klein's ostentation or the princess's elegance, Luna's team displayed a sobriety that bordered on severity, almost military in their march. "If they manage to surpass the princesses, I doubt the tragic noble's kid can beat Klein," murmured a student near Ren. "That phantom claw." "Don't underestimate Luna," Ren replied, interrupting the analysis. "Her team has the best coordination of all that have gone before." Taro nodded, remembering the demonstrations of power they had witnessed from the Starweaver heiress. "If there's anyone who can beat that time, it's her." Luna invoked her shadow wolf. Mayo brought forth her cloudbird, a creature with blue-grayish plumage that immediately began generating a faint mist around it. Matilda completed the trio with her tree turtle, a slow but resilient being whose shell carried a small dwarf tree. 279, Chapter 279, Tamer's Battle Week 17, Mushroom's Turn. The 8th team of Group A presented a trio of plant-type beasts, a combination that on paper seemed ideal against the big stone lurker. Many thought that perhaps this team would set a new record. The combined vines and roots managed to immobilize and gradually drain the vitality of the rocky monster. But in the end, even with this elemental advantage, they needed a full 4 minutes to obtain victory. "It's surprising," commented Taro as the auxiliaries prepared the arena for the next combat. "Even with 3 plant beasts, they couldn't get close to Klein and Luna's time." "The difference between advantage and execution," Ren responded. "Having the right elemental advantage isn't everything. They won't stand out if they don't know how to maximize it. Also, 1 water buffing the power of 2 woods is better output in my opinion." 280, Chapter 280, Tamer's Battle Week 18. In the reserved stands of the high nobility, 3 figures observed with radically different expressions. Cassian Goldcrest narrowed his eyes with disdain. "Pathetic," he murmured. "The mushroom boy sends his lizard to die and runs behind like an idiot. The commoner doesn't even know the basics of beast combat. The spy I have following him is a waste of time." His fingers drummed rhythmically on the armrest of his seat. The ineptitude he was witnessing from the commoner with noble aspirations was personally offensive to him. It was a waste that such a subject had a second beast. The fungus in the first place didn't count as a beast, so he was practically just a common tamer. What nonsense! 281, Chapter 281, Taming Assumptions. For Klein, in practical terms, the honor of first place had slipped from his grasp. Even if he decisively won the 2 remaining team battles, he wouldn't achieve it. He could change public perception to make it known that he was more powerful than the Mushroom Boy, but only if he could crush him. That was all, if Ren didn't perform extremely poorly in the other 2 categories. Klein could only maintain the illusion of superiority, but the real honor was lost. And that meant much more than simple academic prestige. In the upper stands, Cassian Goldcrest watched the celebration with a coldness that contrasted with the storm in his eyes. The agreement with Sirius's uncle, a marriage contract very useful for the Goldcrest's ambitions, largely depended, according to what was agreed upon with the old fox, on Klein proving himself a worthy match, an exceptional tamer up to the prestige of both families. 282, Chapter 282, Taming Promises in the Shadows. The evacuation began very shortly after the last attack on the academy. Lin frowned, processing this information. Do you think it has something to do with what they were looking for here? It's possible, Zhao responded. Julia suspects they found clues, or didn't find what they expected and changed strategy. I believe what Selphira assumes might be part of that perception. He stood up, subtly stretching the tense muscles in his back. In any case, with the Goldcrest scrutinizing this mystery, it won't stop them forever. I must depart at dawn. The king must return, and with the current situation, any small perception that the king has moved will be crucial for them to think we've gained an advantage. Lin also rose, studying her colleague with poorly disguised concern. Take care, Zhao. And keep your eyes open. 283, Chapter 283, Tamer's Battle, Week 19. The Grey Wing dormitory was quiet that night. Exhaustion after the day's intense emotions had left most students deeply asleep as soon as they touched their pillows. However, in the room shared by Ren, Min, Taro, and Liu, excitement still kept them awake. Ren sat cross-legged on his bed, his mushrooms pulsing with a soft glow that dimly illuminated the room. The light was sufficient to distinguish the expressions of Taro and Liu, who looked at him with admiration and camaraderie. So, said Ren, addressing Liu, how was your battle? We couldn't see it even though ours was short because it had also already ended when we arrived at the other arena. Liu smiled, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. He seemed very different from the bitter and distant student he had been at the beginning of the semester. 20 seconds, he responded with evident pride. We were right behind you in the global time record. It was incredible. 284, Chapter 284, Tamer's Battle, Week 20, Lightning Demolition. From his position, Ren exchanged a final glance with Min and Taro. They needed no words, they had discussed their strategy enough and knew each strength and weakness of their opponents. Jin, Kai, and Cass entered from the opposite side. Unlike the previous day, Jin didn't display his usual arrogant confidence. His face reflected intense concentration, almost fierce, betraying how much this battle meant to him. Remember the plan, Cass murmured to her companions as they took position. Jin, neutralize Taro. Kai, take care of distracting the rotten one. I'll keep an eye on Min. My eyes won't be fooled by his camouflage if I see where he steps. Jin nodded, his eyes remaining fixed on Taro. The beetle represented the only bronze beast on the opposing team, a tangible threat unlike Min and Ren's weak iron rank creatures. Even so, he couldn't underestimate Ren after what he'd seen the previous day. 285, Chapter 285, Tamer's Battle, Week 21, Misunderstood Potential. Ren helped Cass to her feet once Taro deactivated the restraints. The girl took his hand with grudging respect and a hint of confusion in her eyes. Your beast is iron rank, she said, as if that statement alone should invalidate everything that had just happened. She brushed dust from her uniform, her gaze darting between Ren and her fallen teammates. How is it possible that you defeated Jin like that? Beasts are important, Ren replied as he deactivated the fusion with his Hydra, the scales gradually disappearing from his skin, but never underestimate the big difference that two bodies can have with the right training. A crowd of murmurs followed Ren and his team as the auxiliaries attended to the injured and everyone cleared the arena. Within a day, they had transformed from objects of ridicule to walking anomalies that defied all expectations. 286, Chapter 286, Tamer's Battle, Week 22. The next day, the next round of combat would begin in 30 minutes. The three friends exchanged glances as they prepared themselves mentally for the challenge ahead. Are you sure we don't need to review the plan for Hector's team? Taro asked, his voice taking on that serious tone that only emerged when they discussed strategies. Ren began walking toward the arena, his friends flanking him on both sides. Hector's Minotaur has considerable brute strength, but it lacks precision and weapons, he explained, his eyes forward. Vern's Centaur is fast but predictable in its attack patterns, and Rosalind's three-horned horse. That's a problem, Min interjected. All three creatures are tier 2, all quite large. They outmatch us in raw power if we only account for Taro's living tunnel. But not in adaptability, Ren smiled. Hector and his friends may have large beasts, but we. 287, Chapter 287, Tamer's Battle Week, 23. Ren was too fast. He connected a precise punch to the face of the nearest boy. Vern fell unconscious, his centaur vanishing from the impact. But the victory was brief. Hector, seeing his companion fall, roared with fury. He instantly cancelled the Minotaur's struggle against the beetle and fused with the beam of light that was his beast, his body transforming into a smaller human version with several features of the creature. He launched himself at Ren, who had barely landed after his attack on Vern. "I've got you," he shouted, his transformed fist heading directly toward Ren's side. The blow connected with a loud crack. Hector smiled, sure of his victory, until he noticed Ren's expression as he rotated. There was no pain, only calm, and then Hector was surprised as he looked at his own fist. 288, Chapter 288, Tamer's Battle Week, 24. Yang positioned himself between both teams, his expression as impenetrable as always. The rules remain the same, victory by incapacitation or surrender. He looked to both sides, evaluating the combatants' readiness. Begin. What followed was a display of speed that left many spectators open-mouthed. Luna invoked her shadow wolf, her body acquiring that characteristic spectral black outline as she executed a spatial jump, disappearing into darkness to reappear right behind Leora. But Leora had anticipated the movement. Her will-o-wisp manifested in a spiral of blue flames that enveloped her just as Luna attacked, teleporting her out of range and pushing the Starweaver away. "Predictable as always, cousin," Leora smiled, flames dancing between her fingers. "You always attack first the element you consider most dangerous to your team." 289, Chapter 289, Tamer's Battle Week, 25. The combat had been reduced to 3 against 1 when Leora rescued Maria. Luna, sensing that her companions had fallen, executed a spatial jump wider than the previous ones, reappearing at the opposite end of the arena to gain distance. "It seems I'm at a disadvantage," she declared, her breathing labored but her posture still firm. Larissa, Leora, and Maria surrounded her, forming a perfect triangle. "You can surrender with honor," offered Larissa, though her tone suggested she didn't expect Luna to accept. A defiant smile appeared on Luna's face. "And miss the opportunity to defeat 3 opponents at once? Never." What followed was a display of skill and endurance that left the audience breathless. Despite having already used considerable mana, Luna moved like a force of nature, using her cousin's shadows to jump, invoking her wolf and exchanging places to inflict some minor wounds. 290, Chapter 290, Tamer's Battle Week, 26. Ren and his friends headed toward the preparation area, where medical auxiliaries were already organizing students selected for the advanced individual battles. An assistant in a green uniform handed them small pills after checking that they had no injuries and their mana veins weren't too strained. "To restore your mana and stamina to optimal levels," he explained mechanically, as if he had repeated the same phrase dozens of times in the last few minutes. As Ren took his pill, he felt a presence beside him. Ron Blackfire was watching him with an expression that mixed curiosity and poorly disguised disdain. "Patender," he greeted with a brief nod. "Almost 6 months have passed since your misfortune at the ceremony, eh?" 291, Chapter 291, Tamer's Battle Week, 27, 10% Fire and Earth. Ren took a step forward, directly toward the flames. A collective gasp arose from the stands. "Has he gone mad?" exclaimed Roran, rising from his seat. But just when it seemed Ren would throw himself directly into the fire, he executed a fast jump to his right and slightly upward, rotating in the air with a spatial maneuver that Lin had taught him during their intense training sessions. In what felt like a long succession of events but had taken only an instant, Ren had approached to reduce the cone's effective area and launched himself outside the attack from the side where he had detected the greatest weakness in the mana pattern. Ron's left hand. Ren landed just 2 meters from his opponent, closer than the salamander boy would have wanted any opponent to be. 292, Chapter 292, Tamer's Battle Week, 28. Ren and his team continued exchanging jokes while observing the development of the next individual battles. The combat between Klein and Roran was especially sad. The troll dog boy fought valiantly, using every ounce of the amplified strength his beast granted him. But Klein's golden lion, now at bronze rank, simply surpassed him in every aspect. To Min and Taro's disgust, their friend ended up defeated after a battle that, although respectable in duration, was never really balanced. "Damn Klein," muttered Min when the Goldcrest raised his fist in victory. "I hope someone gives him what he deserves soon." Shortly after, Kai faced a student from Group C whose name they couldn't remember. His victory was equally unpleasant for them. The Grey Wing friends watched with grim expressions as Jin's companions celebrated his advancement to the next round. 293, Chapter 293, Tamer's Battle Week 29. Taro was wrapped in what seemed like a cocoon of earth, a formation that was rapidly solidifying around him. The living tunnel was slowly transforming the earth into living mineral, but that didn't stop Jin. If anything, it reinforced his conviction that his opponent only knew how to defend. "Hide all you want," he shouted, charging toward the cocoon with his fist surrounded by spiritual energy. "My spirit wave will penetrate any defense." And he was right. The spirit tiger granted him the ability to ignore physical defenses, sending waves of spiritual energy that directly affected the interior. But what Jin didn't know was that Taro no longer relied solely on his beetle for defense. Inside the earth cocoon, Taro had silently invoked his second beast. The hunter bug, the pre-evolution of the deep assassin, was considerably smaller than the beetle, barely the size of a large dog and still at iron rank. 294, Chapter 294, Tamer's Battle Week 30. Taro returned to the stands amid cheers and applause from his companions. Min was the first to pounce on him, putting his arm around his neck and messing up his hair. Ren followed with a more restrained but equally sincere congratulation. He was proud of his friend. What was surprising wasn't just the congratulations from his roommates, but the small reception committee that had formed spontaneously. Roran and his group approached. "That was incredible," exclaimed Trent, shaking Taro's hand enthusiastically. "We insect tamers glimpse a new era with you." Also, Kai looked like he was going to explode with rage. Han's team had also approached, though Han himself maintained a certain distance, observing from a few meters back with an unfathomable expression. Jun and Sora, however, showed no such reserve. "Good job," commented Jun simply, though the gleam of admiration in his eyes said more than his words. 295, Chapter 295, Tamer's Battle Week 31. "I hope she eliminates another one of Klein's followers," commented Min, following Larissa with his gaze as she entered the arena. "Do you think it will be similar to the previous match?" Ren studied a store who was advancing from the opposite side. The boy was considerably larger than Feng. His blue rhinoceros, also at Bronze 1 rank, was known for its extraordinary defense and had obtained its new devastating spinning horn attack. "It will be different," Ren responded after a moment. "A store is much more resistant than Feng and doesn't have an elemental or natural disadvantage. His defense could prove problematic for Larissa's relatively low attack compared to Leora's." The combat began with the same instruction as always, but the development was notably different as Ren predicted. 296, Chapter 296, Tamer's Battle Week 32. The applause was deafening, especially from the sectors where supporters of the royal family were located. Larissa accepted the ovation with grace, though anyone watching closely could notice that she remained standing more from pride than from her almost non-existent remaining energy. As she withdrew from the arena, she exchanged a glance with Leora from the opposite entrance. The cousins shared a smile of mutual understanding. Unfortunately, tomorrow they would have to face each other as their brackets were so close together. "The girls are really something special," commented Min as they watched Larissa disappear through the tunnel. "If they hadn't faced each other, they all could have reached the final right." "It's very likely," answered Ren, "but I suppose luck is also an important factor. I myself didn't want to face Taro so soon, but tomorrow." "Will you have mercy on me?" asked Taro, his voice betraying a bit of concern. 297, Chapter 297, Tamer's Battle Week 33. Min seemed particularly discontented. "Was that all?" he protested, deactivating his invisibility with an irritated gesture. "I didn't even have time to do anything spectacular. Why did Han surrender so quickly?" "I guess he recognized they had run out of options," Ren responded, though his tone lacked conviction. "It's an understandable decision." Taro observed Ren curiously. "It seemed like you were waiting for something to happen," he commented. Ren simply denied it with a vague gesture without elaborating. The following matches proceeded without significant surprises. A team from Group A defeated another from Group C in a relatively balanced battle. Then, a team from Group D defeated another from Group A in a combat that extended almost 20 minutes. And finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. 298, Chapter 298, Tamer's Battle Week 34. They've studied every movement pattern of the cousins. Indeed, each jump, each rescue attempt seemed anticipated by Klein's team. They moved with a coordination that suggested hours of analysis and specific preparation for this confrontation. Maria tried to resist, but the combination of the cobra's acid and the rhinoceros's piercing impacts was too much. The armadillo finally gave in, vanishing in a flash of light. Maria fell to her knees, stunned by the broken connection. "No," exclaimed Leora, her concern for her friend momentarily overcoming her discipline. That instant of distraction was all Klein needed. "Being emotional," he murmured, a confident smile on his lips as he launched an attack, "is a bad idea in battle." 299, Chapter 299, Tamer's Battle Week 35, Secret Power. Leora's blue flames advanced toward Klein, but Fang, in an act of pure loyalty, threw himself in front of his leader. His red cobra was used to directly intercept the attack's trajectory, absorbing the impact first with its body. The collision was devastating. The cobra writhed in agony as the flames consumed its magical essence, a sharp shriek escaping its throat before vanishing in a burst of reddish light. The remaining flames also slightly burned the now beastless Tamer, who fainted. "Fang!" exclaimed Klein, shocked by his companion's sacrifice. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, Astor directed his rhinoceros in a vengeful charge against Leora. The Ashenway, exhausted by her last attack, barely managed to execute another spatial jump, avoiding the worst of the attack but receiving a glancing impact that made her stagger when she reappeared. 300, Chapter 300, Tamer's Battle Week 36, Friendly Rivalry. The team battles ended with enough time for Lin to announce the continuation of individual combats, just like the day before. Of the initial 96 students, only 48 remained in competition, and this number would be reduced by half again after this next round. The following confrontations will determine the 24 finalists of the individual tournament, Lin explained, her voice carrying across the arena with authority. Kai managed to advance to the next round, much to Min and Taro's visible displeasure, as did Cass. But not all was bad news. Luna and Liu also succeeded in moving forward. The battles involving Larissa, Leora, and Klein would be postponed to allow their complete recovery. Min, fresh from his own victory, rejoined Ren and Taro at their usual spot in the stands. Although he had won using his now classic invisibility strategy against a wind element Tamer, his expression suggested a certain dissatisfaction. 301, Chapter 301, Tamer's Battle Week 37. Taro descended in free fall, but Ren wasn't satisfied with that. He captured him in mid-flight and pulled to increase his falling speed, directing him headfirst toward the ground with brutal force. The impact would have knocked any normal opponent unconscious, but Taro had an ace up his sleeve. Just before his head struck the ground, he channeled his beetle's elemental control, instantly softening the earth. His head and part of his torso sank into the modified terrain, considerably cushioning the impact. "Ingenious," exclaimed Min from the stands, impressed by his friend's adaptation. But Taro didn't stop there. While partially buried, his mineral armor began to transform rapidly, sharp spikes emerging from its surface in all directions like a defensive hedgehog. The crystalline protrusions glinted in the arena light, forming a deadly barrier around his body. 302, Chapter 302, Tamer's Battle Week 38. Klein Goldcrest observed his reflection in the mirror, while a medical auxiliary applied the final treatment to the burn marks that still persisted on his arms. Leora's darkened flames had left scars that were taking time to completely disappear, but his general condition was remarkable considering the intensity of the combat he had faced. Cashin's words resonated in his mind like an inescapable mantra, each syllable etched into his consciousness. "At least your image won't be completely ruined," his brother had told him during his visit to the infirmary, his tone mixing contempt with a hint of reluctant approval. "Your strategy against the Ashenway and the Draven home was decent this time. I suppose Father would be less disappointed than usual." Coming from Cashin, that almost qualified as praise. 303, Chapter 303, Tamer's Battle Week 39. The first seconds of combat continued with this pattern. Perfectly timed spatial jumps, attacks that found only air, defenses that anticipated movements that hadn't yet begun. It was a demonstration of profound mutual knowledge, each cousin moving with the anticipation that comes only from years of training together. Shared experience is a double-edged sword, commented Ren, looking at Taro. You know your opponent's weaknesses, but they also know yours, without a clear advantage. Despite the recent battle against Klein's team, neither cousin showed signs of mental fatigue. Their movements were intense, each seeking the single opening that could unbalance the combat. What was particularly interesting to Ren was how Leora seemed to be containing part of her power. Her will-o-wisp maintained that characteristic sky blue tone, showing no indications of the darkening she had exhibited in her combat against Klein. 304, Chapter 304, Tamer's Battle Week 40 Teams Final. For Ren and his friends, the announcement meant that tomorrow would be the most important day of the tournament. Ren would individually face Klein in what they considered an implicit rematch, payment for their first friendly encounter in combat class. An intense day, commented Taro as they returned to the dormitories. But we should be grateful, smiled Min, his usual energy barely diminished after a full day of competition. We could be completely out of the tournament. Ren walked in silence. Tomorrow would not only determine who the strongest first-year students were, it would also establish hierarchies and expectations that could endure throughout their education at the academy. Klein isn't the same one we faced in the middle of the year, he finally said, his voice quiet but firm. But neither am I. Min and Taro exchanged glances, recognizing the determination in their friend's voice. 305, Chapter 305, Tamer's Battle Week 41. What happened next left a large part of the audience impressed. The water from Min's two creatures combined, forming a spiral, and didn't even manifest as a simple elemental counterattack. Instead, it acquired an ethereal quality, very similar to that needed to execute healing as it collided with Leora's flames. Instead of generating steam and dissipating, the water seemed to combine with the fire, neutralizing it in a way that defied conventional physics. The flames extinguished as if the sum of the two energies equaled zero. The fire and water simply disappeared. Impossible, Leora exclaimed to Ren, her surprise evident. You said my fire couldn't be extinguished with water. I said black fire could not be extinguished with ordinary water, replied Ren, allowing himself a brief smile. But your fire isn't completely black yet, and I taught Min a trick to attack the negative spiritual properties of black fire. 306, Chapter 306, Tamer's Battle Week 42. For a moment, it seemed that the Grey Wing team was about to lose their hard-won advantage. Min's prison was the first to break under the onslaught, crystalline fragments scattering across the arena floor as the armadillo's powerful charge connected. Leora concentrated fully, preparing for the moment when Min would emerge from his hiding place. Her hands tensed, blue flames flickering between her fingers as she readied an attack. Not only that, Larissa would be freed too, but then Taro revealed his own ace up his sleeve. His hunter bug slid from the ground, intercepting the armadillo. The creature, until now used primarily to control formations, emerged completely from the ground. Its chitinous body gleamed as it positioned itself between the armadillo and its target. Simultaneously, Min didn't appear. 307, Chapter 307, Tamer's Battle Week 43. The boys were about to leave the rest area as they had no serious injuries. While healers attended to any minor injuries and administered pills to restore their mana veins, Ren and his friends observed the battles of students from other years with some interest, but a slightly mocking one. Look at them, commented Min, pointing to a pair of second-year students who were facing each other with iron rank beasts using rather basic techniques. They're a bit worse than our irons. Taro nodded, distractedly chewing an energy bar instead of pills since he had no more combats today. It's normal, most keep their beasts at iron until 3rd or 4th year, fear of ruining their cultivation before mastering the basics. 308, Chapter 308, Tamer's Battle Week 44, Lion Claws versus Light Claws. Klein didn't roar immediately as many expected. Instead, he fully invoked his golden lion, materializing the majestic creature at his side. The feline, slightly larger than in its previous rank, stood as a living shield between Ren and its tamer. Only then, when his beast was fully manifested, did Klein order the roar. The sound reverberated throughout the arena, more powerful when coming directly from the lion than when Klein channeled it through his own throat. The concussive wave of sound made the air itself vibrate, causing several spectators to cover their ears. Ren fused with his Hydra while the roar, to the surprise of many, barely seemed to affect him. He was fully prepared. His numerous thin light veins pulsed intensely as he invoked his characteristic long claws, preparing to face the lion in direct combat. 309, Chapter 309, Tamer's Battle Week 45. The pattern repeated several more times. Ren tried to approach, using increasingly elaborate tactics to get close to the lion or Klein. But on each occasion, just when he seemed about to connect a decisive blow, Klein withdrew his beast and re-invoked it to return Ren almost to his starting point. Ren had taken advantage of each opportunity to get closer to Klein, but the invocation was very fast and came right after his attacks. Because of this, he had only advanced a few meters toward Klein. From the stands, Min couldn't contain his frustration. "That's cheating," he exclaimed, though no one except Taro and Liu seemed to pay him any attention. "Technically it's within the rules," replied Liu, although he also frowned at the tactic. "But it definitely feels very unfair if someone does that repeatedly against you. If Ren keeps attacking the lion, he'll run out of energy before reaching Klein," observed Min, biting his lip with concern. 310, Chapter 310, Tamer's Battle Week 46. Klein raised his head and let out a roar that shook the entire arena. It wasn't the normal roar of his lion, it was something more primitive, more visceral. His features began to change even more, becoming more feline. His eyes acquired an unnatural verticality, and the characteristic gold of his beast darkened to an amber hue that bordered on purple. Most surprising was that the wound on his chest began to visibly close, replaced by lion fur. The blood stopped flowing and the edges of the cuts began to fill in, golden hair sprouting where there had been torn flesh moments before. Klein slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on the ground, an unsettling energy emanating from his figure. The air around him seemed to waver, as if distorted by intense heat. 311, Chapter 311, Taming Power Shifts. Julius had risen to his feet. "Abyssal energy," he murmured, low enough that only Selphira could hear him. In a first-year student again, a gold crest no less. In the honor box, the leader's silence increased the tension. Julius Dravenholm, Selphira Ashenway, and Sirius Starweaver had observed the manifestation of abyssal energy with expressions of horror that gradually transformed into fury. Their gazes simultaneously converged on Cassian Goldcrest, who, perceiving the danger, tried to discreetly rise from his seat. "Sit down," ordered Selphira, her voice soft but charged with an authority that chilled the blood. It wasn't a request. Cassian, quickly evaluating his situation, understood that trying to flee would be futile. He was surrounded by three of the most powerful individuals in the world, each capable of neutralizing him. His face adopted a barely credible mask of innocence. "Is something wrong?" 312, Chapter 312, Tamer's Battle Week 47, Taming Shadows. "You seem different," commented Larissa during a brief moment when both caught their breath. "Did something happen?" Luna didn't respond verbally. Instead, a moment later, she disappeared along with her wolf in the shadows. Larissa barely had time to reinforce her mineral defense before Luna reappeared to her left, launching a kick that almost penetrated her guard in the part where she had no mineral armor. Simultaneously, the wolf emerged from a different shadow, attacking from below and making it impossible to defend completely. "It's much more annoying when she uses the wolf independently," Larissa complained, avoiding being completely caught by the creature's jaws but receiving small cuts from the teeth on her leg. "It's like fighting against a second coordinated attacker." 313, Chapter 313, Tamer's Battle Week 48, Pacifists Challenge. The dawn of the following day brought great expectation to every corner of the academy. The stadium was packed beyond its normal capacity. Students from all years crowded in the stands. Late academy years professors who normally showed little interest in first-year competitions had heard the rumors and now occupied the last positions. Ren completed his final preparations. Min and Taro accompanied him, offering words of encouragement with attempts to lighten the tension. "Remember," insisted Min, "don't undress like the day we found you with her in the room." "You'll be in front of many people," added Taro. "You should wait until after the tournament." Ren rolled his eyes, but despite the silly jokes, he was grateful for his friend's support. His mind, however, was already partially focused on the way he would face the upcoming combat. 314, Chapter 314, Tamer's Battle Week 49, Player, Bully, Cheater, Pervert, Patender Comeback. Ren changed his strategy. Instead of continuing to cancel individual attacks, he began to emit pulses of light that expanded in concentric waves from his position. The light waves momentarily transformed the battlefield, altering all shadows simultaneously. Luna was forced to forget about jumping, unable to predict where the new shadows would appear after each pulse. Hand to hand, Luna pressed her lips together, visibly frustrated. She had never faced someone capable of manipulating her environment against her more than she and her team could. For the first time since obtaining her beast, she felt that her special ability was being truly countered. She let out a short laugh, almost incredulous. Didn't you just say you weren't going to hit me?
What are we doing here?
I won't, assured Ren. I'm just going to stop the flow in your belly.
315. Chapter 315 Tamer's Battle Week 50 End.
Luna raised her gaze toward Ren, who was offering his hand to help her up. She thought again about the hug, turned red, and thought he would mock her or her reaction. But she was surprised to find no arrogance in his expression, just simple respect. You were great, said Ren sincerely. It hurt a lot to receive your shadow claw. You surprised me with that last move.
Luna hesitated a moment before accepting his hand.
How do you do it? She asked quietly so only he could hear her. How do you so sincerely believe everything you say? Believe what I say, repeated Ren. I'm not sure if I understand the question, but maybe the right answer is because my parents were always honest with me. Luna thought for a moment and then nodded slowly. For some reason, defeat didn't feel as bitter as she had anticipated. 316, Chapter 316, Taming the Best's Honor. Ren stood outside the arena, surrounded by his friends who were all talking at once about his victory. Not even 3 seconds, you didn't even give him the 3 seconds he gave me. Min gesticulated wildly, recreating the scene with his hands. He deserved it for doing the same to me. Liu's face was priceless. Liu crossed his arms with mock indignation. The light streaming through the arena's high windows cast long shadows across the gathering area, highlighting the contrast between the jubilant Grey Wing team and the dejected expressions of the noble students passing by. Word of their dominance had spread quickly throughout the academy. Lin approached the group, her professional expression slightly softened by an approving smile. Ren, she called, making everyone turn toward her. Congratulations on winning the Best's Honor prize.
317. Chapter 317 Taming the Gift for Home.
To the city, the mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with renewed interest. It's traditional after the tournament, Liu explained, his night bat perched on his head. A small break before the next semester begins. They give us 8 hours to go out or receive visitors. Ren hadn't known this, but his parents wouldn't have been able to come anyway, having to work. I know someone who could manage the shipment, Leora continued, bringing him back to the present. She's a merchant who works for my family. I believe I can ask her for a favor.
I would appreciate that very much, Ren responded sincerely.
Then it's decided, Leora concluded with a smile. We'll meet tomorrow at the main entrance first thing in the morning to go to the city together. Ren noticed that Luna was still avoiding his gaze, her hand clutching something in her pocket. Are you coming tomorrow? Leora asked Larissa. 318, Chapter 318, Taming the Gift for Home 2.
Theodore the Smelling Salts.
Quickly, Finch exclaimed with a choked voice, his face paling dramatically. The mouse frantically scurried across the counter, bringing a tiny flask that Finch opened with trembling fingers. He inhaled deeply, his eyes watering from the sharp scent. Everything, he repeated, as if hoping he had misheard. All 545,000.
Down to the last crystal.
Yes, Ren nodded calmly. I don't know how much they'll charge me to send money to my parents, so I'd rather have a margin. Your parents, Finch exclaimed, momentarily recovering his dramatic flair. His eyes widened behind his spectacles as he clutched his chest. Of course, the young magnate honoring those who gave him life.
What a noble gesture.
Though his expression darkened again immediately, his mustache drooping visibly. 319, Chapter 319, Taming the Gift for Homes 3. Lady Ashenway, Ignatius greeted with a respectful nod, his back straightening involuntarily in her presence. We were just discussing the reward for that very boy regarding the new method he discovered to obtain the bronze rank living tunnel for the first time in recorded history. A minor matter compared to what I believe he will achieve later, according to my predictions and based on my collected information, she dismissed with an elegant gesture. But I come for a more immediate and substantial matter. I will make a deposit on behalf of my granddaughter to young Pattender's name.
Wei and Ignatius exchanged surprised glances.
A deposit? Ignatius inquired cautiously, his fingers steepling together on his desk. 1.5 million crystals, Selphira announced as casually as one might comment on the weather. And I expect the Academy's usual duplication system to be applied. 320, Chapter 320, Taming the Gift for Home 4. While they waited in the VIP room, the door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman with elegant bearing and a perspicacious gaze. She wore an impeccable business suit in turquoise tones, and her hair was pulled back in a perfect bun. Miss Ashenway. What an unexpected pleasure, the woman greeted with a respectful bow. It's been several months since your last commission. Madam Alicia, Leora responded with a nod. I appreciate you receiving us with so little notice. The owner of Pegasus directed her attention to Larissa, recognizing her as well with another bow. And Miss Dravenholm, it is an honor to have two distinguished ladies at the same time. Her inquisitive eyes finally settled on Ren, studying the luminescent mushrooms with particular interest. And these young people are our friends from the Academy, Leora explained, gesturing gracefully. Especially Ren Patender, who requires your services. 321, Chapter 321, Taming the Gift for Home 5. A middle-aged noble with a scar cutting across his face stepped forward to address the Goldcrest leader. Are the reports from the Academy guards true? Did Selphira Ashenway assault and imprison your heir? Karzan nodded gravely, his own golden lion briefly flaring around him, casting ominous shadows on the stone walls. My son was attacked without provocation while visiting his brother during the final exam in the Academy. A blatant belittling of our authority, an aggression that we cannot allow to go without an appropriate response. His voice deepened, resonating throughout the chamber. Or do you all want to let them believe we are cowards? We will not be crushed like the Starweavers, exclaimed another noble, raising his fist. 322, Chapter 322, Tamer's Bouquet. The first gold ring stretched before Zhao like a landscape of intermingled dreams and nightmares. Undulating hills covered in luminescent vegetation contrasted with abrupt cliffs where creatures of enormous power made their homes. The air shimmered with concentrated mana, dense enough to be visible even to the untrained eye. Zhao advanced with caution, his mist owl fused with him, granting the ability to move through the air with stealth. His camouflage raptor remained materialized at his side, ready to conceal him further from immediate threats. This route is much riskier than the previous one, he thought, remembering the relatively safe path he had followed on his prior visit. Every step here required constant vigilance. A moment's lapse could mean death. 323, Chapter 323, Taming Schedules. He hasn't been here for at least several weeks, murmured Zhao, kneeling to examine the floor more closely. His fingers traced the dust patterns and cold ash remains. The owl feathers on his skin pulsed with mana as he enhanced his senses to detect any lingering traces of the king's presence. He rose slowly, a knot forming in his stomach. Victor had assured him that the stubborn king had only one resting place. If Dragorian wasn't here, there was only one possible explanation. He hadn't returned from the Platinum Ring. The implications sent a cold shiver down Zhao's spine. Trouble in battle, he wondered aloud, his voice echoing hollowly in the empty cave. 324, Chapter 324, Taming the Heart. The sunset painted the sky in coppery hues when Fern and Reed Patender returned home after another day in the restaurant kitchens. Their bodies, tired but satisfied from a job well done, moved with the synchronicity that only decades together could achieve. The gentle breeze carried the familiar sense of the outskirts, wild herbs, freshly turned earth, and the aroma of cooking fires. Another new dish that was a success, Reed commented, a note of pride in his weary voice. It could become a permanent specialty. Fern nodded, a small smile illuminating her face. They turned the last corner toward their modest home, conversation flowing naturally between memories and plans for the next day. But something interrupted their habitual routine. 325, Chapter 325, Taming the Heart 2. No, this must be a joke or there must be a mistake, Fern said with a trembling voice, her plant vines briefly contracting. Are you sure this is for us? The messenger consulted his scroll again, running a finger down the ornate script. Fern and Reed Patender, residents in the Twisted Black Oak area, Outer District 15. There's no mistake, ma'am. But 600,000 crystals, Reed insisted, his mature plant's leaves rustling slightly. Our wren used to collect and save rain crystals, but it's an impossible fortune for a first-year child to gather in just 6 months. The messenger shrugged, his professional demeanor unruffled by their disbelief. We only deliver, sir. but if it helps, the sender spoke directly with the business owner. That's not something just anyone can do. They spent the next few minutes bombarding the patient messengers with questions, most of which they couldn't answer. 326, Chapter 326, Taming 1-3. Curzon Goldcrest rode at the front, his imposing figure enhanced by the golden light as he led his men. Behind him, in perfect formation, advanced 100 elite warriors. Each was a silver 2-level tamer or higher, their beasts partially manifested, creating an intimidating spectacle of power. Scales, claws, horns, and wings merged with their bearers in a display meticulously planned to inspire fear. At the academy gates, a smaller but no less impressive group awaited their arrival. Julius, Selphira, Victor, Archero, Ignatius, and Sirius stood in the front line, backed by several dozen warriors from their respective factions. Curzon absorbed his lion mount mere meters from the gate, silently evaluating his opponents. His eyes, the color of pure amber, swept over each face with deliberate slowness. 327, Chapter 327, Taming 4-6. Curzon laughed again, the sound resonating off the walls of the hall. His amber eyes gleamed with predatory amusement as he surveyed the room. With today's poor response, you've shown me that I truly have my territory better organized, he declared with arrogance. The golden patterns beneath his skin pulsed with smug satisfaction. Numerical advantage from the beginning, 100 elite warriors against, how many?
3 dozens.
Don't confuse numbers with power, Selphira responded, her voice cool and steady despite the tension. Your troops don't surpass ours in quality. In a prolonged conflict in the end, we also have more numbers. Our 3 united families exceed your faction 2-1. It is you who is confused, dear Selphira, Curzon answered, leaning forward. Don't believe you're speaking against just the third part of all Yano. His voice took on a darker tone. 328, Chapter 328, Taming 5-8.
Sirius concentrated for an instant.
A dark aura intertwined with the white light of his tiger. He wasn't combining the physical characteristics of his beasts as Curzon did, but rather fusing their essential abilities. His black serpent, normally invisible in his shadow, contributed its dark essence, doubling the power emanating from him. Selphira followed a similar path. The energy of her white serpent integrated with her black turtle as a perfect harmonization of opposing energies. Her aura intensified, also doubling her power. The geometric patterns on her skin began to shift and flow, symbols rearranging themselves into new configurations of power. Curzon observed these transformations with contempt. Impressive, he conceded with sarcasm, his distorted voice echoing strangely in the chamber. But I still surpass you by a factor of 2. 329, Chapter 329, Taming Brotherhood. Klein hesitated only for an instant before making his decision. With no guard in sight and everyone apparently distracted by whatever was happening, it was the perfect moment to satisfy his curiosity and slight resentment. He remembered perfectly where they had taken Cassian on the day of his own confinement. Unlike his comfortable quarters, the cell he had glimpsed for his older brother more closely resembled a crystal prison, guarded by 2 elite guards. The contrast hadn't escaped his notice. At least it wasn't another example of the preferential treatment Cassian always seemed to receive. Perhaps they would allow him to shout him a few things to understand the reason for the betrayal, and then vent a little by yelling at him about how idiotic he had been. In the worst case, they wouldn't let him, but he could ask them for food while shouting anyway. The thought brought a small, vindictive smile to his face. 330, Chapter 330, Taming Brotherhood 2. Klein pulled away and stepped back from the door, looking at his brother through the slot with contempt and pity. Always inventing conspiracies and absurd plans is what damaged your brain and put you in there, to do what you did to me. Cassian observed his younger brother in silence for several seconds. His eyes, once so similar to Klein's, now seemed somehow different, colder, with that strange purple undertone that hadn't been there before. Finally, he let out a sigh of resignation. There's no way to win against an idiot, he murmured, returning to the center of his cell. When everything explodes, remember that I tried to warn you and keep you safe. Your warnings matter to me as much as the planes matter to a dragon, Klein spat, beginning to move away. The distant sound of approaching footsteps hastened his decision even more. The steady rhythm of boots against stone signaled the return of the guards.
Enjoy your confinement, brothers.
331, Chapter 331, Taming Frustrations. Having to share the room with Jin and Kai continued to be a major annoyance for Han, but for another 6 months he had no choice. Feel what? he responded automatically, recovering his facade. Don't play dumb, it was very intense, Jin insisted. That thing. Like someone was crushing the air. Han shrugged, the gesture calibrated to convey casual dismissal. Probably some professor conducting an experiment. An experiment? Kai narrowed his eyes. That was more than a simple experiment, it was tense, aggressive. Shall we investigate? Jin proposed, practically bouncing with anticipation. It could be something interesting. Fine, let's do that, Han responded, accompanying his answer with a smile as false as it was perfectly executed. You two go ahead, I'll put something away and catch up with you. 332, Chapter 332, Taming Frustrations 2. Taro, Min, and Liu observed the exchange with expressions ranging from concern to confusion. Finally, Taro stepped forward. Professor, he began respectfully, what exactly is happening? We felt those energies and then. Lin sighed, not releasing her grip on Ren. Adult business, she responded dryly. Things that don't concern first-year students, however impressive their recent achievements might be. She looked meaningfully at Ren as she said this last part, her gaze leaving no room for argument. But, Ren insisted, looking out the window where his fungus had already disappeared into the shadows. The absence of the mushrooms from his hair left him feeling strangely incomplete, like missing a limb. No buts, Lin declared, her tone final. You'll stay here until the situation normalizes. Ren looked directly into Lin's eyes, abandoning any pretense of submission. 333, Chapter 333, Taming Frustrations 3. In the hall, the atmosphere had become suffocating after Karzan's departure. The 5 leaders remained seated around the table, evaluating their options with the gravity of those who bear the fate of millions upon their shoulders. Lingering traces of corrupted energy still clung to the air. We cannot hand over the boys, Selphira affirmed, breaking the tense silence. If we yield to this first demand, we'll be accepting our political surrender. The next request will be worse, and it won't be the last. But if we refuse, Archero Dravenholm intervened, his Killen's antlers still manifested above his head. We risk starting a war in which we would find ourselves at a clear numerical disadvantage. A 2-to-1 ratio, based on the now blatant alliance between Yino and the Goldcrests. He stood and began creating figures in the air with differently colored minerals, forming a 3-dimensional diagram in the center of the room. 334, Chapter 334, Taming Frustrations 4. So, are we in agreement? Asked Ignatius, returning to the main thread of the discussion. We'll offer Klein as a gesture of goodwill, but keep Cashin in custody as an unequivocal message against abyssal experimentation. One by one, the leaders nodded. Ring, ring, ring. The small fungus's consciousness flowed in ways few beings could comprehend. It didn't think with words, but with sensations, purposes, and an instinctive understanding of the energies surrounding it. Normally, it remained dormant within the human to whom it was bonded, simply facilitating access to information and processing the light of the ring they had already incorporated. A peaceful, symbiotic existence, where its true nature remained in a state of constant hibernation. But that changed when it felt it. 335, Chapter 335, Taming Frustrations 5. You 4, what are you doing outside your rooms at this hour? Lin's voice resonated through the hallway as she pointed accusingly at a group of students who had ventured out to investigate the source of the energy disturbance. The boys, from another section of the Grey Wing, shrank under the intensity of her gaze. Professor Lin, one of them stammered, we just wanted to see what was happening. We felt that strange energy and… Silence, Lin cut him off. Students must remain in their rooms for their own safety, go inside now. While Lin continued her scolding, Min discreetly approached Ren, placing a hand on his shoulder. It's now or never, he whispered, activating his aquatic amphibian. Borrow its invisibility. 336, Chapter 336, Taming Frustrations 6. Han finally raised his face, looking toward where he supposed Ren was. Yino also possesses 2 rings identical to Yano's, except for the third one that you hide, he explained, his voice barely a whisper. The second allows synergizing the powers of 2 tamers into one. Ren realized that was exactly what he had sensed between Sirius and Selphira. And the first helps manifest beasts at a high level without the dangers of abyssal corruption. Han lowered his voice even further, the words barely carrying through the night air. But nobody knows exactly what the third one does. Yino's remains trapped in crystal and will stay that way for almost 10 more years. And Yano's third, somehow you've kept it safe. Ren absorbed this information, connecting it with what he already knew thanks to his world mushroom. The resulting picture became increasingly clear and more concerning with each passing moment. 337, Chapter 337, Taming Frustrations 7. Selphira and Sirius advanced down the main corridor of the administrative building. They had just separated from Julius and his brothers, who would remain monitoring the Goldcrest camp while they took charge of bringing in the problematic heirs. Their footsteps echoed softly in the empty hallway. Leaving the boys with such little surveillance isn't the best decision, Sirius commented, his voice barely audible. Not with Karzan so close and determined to recover them. Allowing him to succeed would be accepting the enemy's superiority, Selphira responded, nodding. But don't worry, I can clearly sense their energies, they're still in their rooms. They had barely left the meeting hall behind when Sirius abruptly stopped, his body tensing slightly. Selphira perceived it instantly too, her sharpened senses detecting the strangely poorly executed jump of a familiar presence. 338, Chapter 338, Taming Frustrations and Timely Intervention. In the Goldcrest's temporary tent, Karzan suddenly sat up from his resting bed. His body had not yet fully recovered from the effort of the abyssal manifestation, but his senses remained sharpened, especially for detecting fluctuations in the surrounding mana. "Do you feel it?" he asked the guard at his side. The Starweaver and Ashenway leaders. Karzan nodded, his face contracting with a grimace of disgust. Selphira and Sirius are manifesting their beasts again. His eyes narrowed, the purple tinge in them becoming more pronounced. But there's something else, something strange. Perhaps the third ring was with the old woman after all. He extended his perception, trying to identify that unknown presence that intertwined with the familiar energies. It was small, incredibly strange, and also disagreeable in some way. The sensation made him nauseous. 339, Chapter 339, Taming the Shadows. Nyath remained motionless, like part of the corridor's shadows themselves. His years of training had perfected him in the art of invisibility, not mere visual concealment but the complete suppression of his presence. His breathing, so slow that it barely disturbed the surrounding air. His scent, so light that the best beast olfactory senses would take several minutes to perceive. And his mana, hidden so deep within his core that it didn't stand out even in the city's almost null mana environment. He observed the three young people and the elderly Ashenway walking away down the opposite hallway. It was time to return and complete his mission. He would withdraw to inform Karzan of what he had witnessed. The information about the strange, glowing creature would be of particular interest to his masters. It was then that he felt it. 340, Chapter 340, Taming Ancient Stories. Silence enveloped the small group as they walked through the quiet corridors. Selphira led the way while the three young people followed at a respectful distance, none daring to break the silence. It was a quick wave of power, emanating from where they had left Sirius, that finally altered the atmosphere. A brief but intense pulsation that made the youngsters momentarily stop in their tracks. Selphira showed no visible reaction, but her eyes narrowed slightly before turning toward the young people. "Ren," she finally said, her voice lacking the accusatory tone the youngsters had anticipated, "why did you let your creature go out alone?" Before Ren could respond, she looked at Luna. "And you, little Starweaver, why did you bring it to us?" Luna lowered her gaze to the floor, her cheeks burning with an intense blush. Her fingers intertwined nervously as she seemed to search for words that wouldn't come. 341, Chapter 341, Taming Reinforcements. The door opened slowly, revealing the imposing figure of Sirius Starweaver. The tension in Klein's shoulders visibly loosened. It wasn't his brother. Anyone was better than Cashin at this moment, even someone as intimidating as the Starweaver Patriarch. "Lord Starweaver," Klein greeted, bowing his head with the respect that his noble training had instilled in him. "I wasn't expecting your visit." Sirius observed him with an inscrutable expression. There was something in his gaze that Klein couldn't fully decipher, an intensity that was uncomfortable but not openly hostile. "Klein Goldcrest," Sirius finally responded, his voice as cold as ever. "Come with me." It wasn't a request but a clear and direct order. Even so, despite his training to obey authority figures, Klein hesitated. Where are we going, if I may ask?" He mustered his courage, fearing the answer but needing to know. 342, Chapter 342, Taming Ultimatum. The tension was almost palpable, each soldier evaluating their counterparts with cautious glances, measuring strengths, anticipating possible aggressions. Inside the tent, the discussion was already advanced. A circular table, another symbol of fictitious equality, perfectly divided the delegations. On one side, Karzan and his 4 newcomers, on the other, Julius, Sirius, Selphira, Ignatius, and Archero. Victor had remained at the academy, supervising the detained and maintaining an additional line of defense. "Let me see if I've understood correctly," said Karzan, resting both hands on the table with feigned calm. "You intend to return only one of them to me." Julius and Sirius nodded simultaneously, maintaining impassive expressions. 343, Chapter 343, Taming the Last Week of Peace. The silence that followed Karzan's departure was as heavy as the threat he had left behind. Julius was the first to break it, placing a hand over his face with evident concern. "We could hand Cassian over to him and keep Klein," he suggested, his voice betraying his exhaustion. "It wouldn't be ideal, but it would avoid an immediate conflict." "Giving them the guilty party would be too obvious a defeat," responded Sirius, his tone cold as ice. "It would make the situation worse more quickly. We would be showing weakness, and Yino never respects weakness." "Besides," added Archero, "if Cassian has truly been experimenting with abyssal corruption, releasing him now would be giving them precisely what they need to accelerate whatever they're planning." Selphira, who had remained silent since Karzan's departure, sighed deeply. 344, Chapter 344, Taming Guidance. Finch was leaning over his desk, counting crystals while whistling an off-key melody that Theodore imitated with small squeaks. The bank office was delightfully empty, as was customary at this hour. "Look at that, Theodore," Finch whispered, observing how his performances kept most clients away. "Just 2 windows open, dozens of students waiting at the other window, and here we are, alone, peaceful, and happy." The mouse nodded enthusiastically, his whiskers twitching as he reviewed an account book with his tiny paws. His small eyes sparkled with intelligence as he calculated interest rates at speeds that would baffle most human accountants. Finch smiled bitterly, thinking about what others said about Theodore. A weak little mouse, useless in combat, barely capable of scratching a baby. "What fools!" 345, Chapter 345, Taming Hearts. The crystal categorization and collection class had gained followers after Professor Song's sacrifice, but in Ren's opinion, it had lost its magic without Zhao's presence as its heir. The substitute auxiliary professor was competent, certainly, but he lacked that special warmth that had characterized Song. And for now, gone were those cunning survival lessons that Zhao had sporadically delivered when he wasn't on mission. Deciding his time would be better spent elsewhere than in an optional theory class, Ren headed toward the library. 3 pending projects awaited him that wouldn't correct themselves, and the library's silence was perfect for concentrated work. Thanks to Finch and Theodore and their dramatic words and performances of encouragement, the knot in his chest had loosened considerably. He still felt responsible for the potential chaos his stolen ring might cause or his parents' situation, but it no longer weighed on him as heavily. 346, Chapter 346, Tamer's Memory Break. Selphira led Ren through the corridors, moving away from the usual student traffic until they reached a small private meeting room. The space was furnished with a dark wooden table, 2 high-backed chairs, and an unlit fireplace whose embers had long grown cold. The walls were covered with intricate runic patterns that Ren understood through his mana flow sophisticated privacy enchantments that would ensure their conversation remained completely confidential. "Take a seat," Selphira ordered, her voice maintaining the formality Ren had expected, though he detected an undercurrent of something else, perhaps curiosity, concern. Once they were settled, the elderly Ashenway went straight to the point, surprising Ren with her first question. "Can you purify anyone who's gone abyssal?" Her eyes gleamed as she studied him. "For example, if I were corrupted by such energy, could you cleanse me?" 347, Chapter 347, Taming Priorities. The force wasn't violent, but it was utterly unstoppable. Like a tide that gently yet firmly rejects an intruder, the mushroom's presence pushed Selphira's mana out of Ren's body. Selphira collapsed to her knees, the mental exhaustion hitting her like a hammer. Her serpent instantly loosened its grip on Ren while she struggled to catch her breath. Blood continued to drip from her face, staining the polished floor. The ancient Ashenway, who had faced abyssal horrors, who had stood in the presence of the king in his full splendor, who had survived battles that would have destroyed most beings, trembled slightly as she gathered herself. 348, Chapter 348, Taming Threats. And what alternative do you propose? Selphira asked. She swept her hand over the glowing map, causing ripples of light that highlighted vulnerable territories. Start a war that we're practically certain to lose, a war that would destroy our families and might even end what we don't yet understand. The ancient Ashenway proceeded to explain about Ren's current limitations in purification but his future potential, about his almost unexplored capabilities, about how his methods could radically transform the city's combat readiness. If only they had time. She deliberately withheld certain important or sensitive details for herself alone, for now. If Yino were so certain of their victory, she concluded, they would have attacked already. The fact that they wait, that they maneuver politically, suggests they harbor doubts. We can use the time these doubts give us to observe the first results. 349, Chapter 349, Taming Negotiations. What the hell are they doing? Muttered Victor, observing the movement in the Goldcrest districts from the sky. His eagle carried him effortlessly on currents of wind, allowing him a comprehensive aerial view of the disturbing developments below. Preparing for secession, Archero responded, his expression somber as he directed his brother's attention with a pointed finger. Look there. He indicated a residential zone where several noble mansions were being systematically dismantled. This wasn't normal demolition. Entire teams with Earth elemental affinity were carefully extracting the most valuable minerals, magical crystals, rare metals, mono-reinforced stones. Approximately 20% of the nobility with residences in the city are already in motion, he continued, and another 10% are preparing to follow them. Mainly opportunists and families with commercial connections in Yino. 350, Chapter 350, Tamer's Election Campaign. 1 week after the negotiation and liberation of Kashin, Archero and Julius met with Selphira in one of the observation towers that dotted the city's perimeter. From this vantage point, they could see the partially empty districts left behind after the Goldcrest migration. The first lower-ranked noble families are already being relocated, Archero reported, pointing towards several locations where construction teams worked diligently, their earth and wood beasts creating new structures with impressive speed. But reinhabiting the vacant districts will take time. Time we may not have, Julius added with concern, his fingers tracing the border markings on the map spread before them. The parchment showed various strategic points highlighted. The plan must work. Selphira observed the city in silence for a long moment, her ancient eyes reflecting the setting sun. Finally, she turned toward the brothers, her expression resolute and unyielding. 351, Chapter 351, Taming New Borders. The sun set over the suburbs, bathing the deteriorated houses with a deceptively warm golden light that belied the hardship within their walls. Goldcrest border patrollers marched through the streets in their impeccable uniforms with their beasts partially manifested, displaying the new reality of the divided city. Day 360, Reed murmured, observing the small calendar where they had been meticulously marking each morning, days of completed ritual. When Ren arrives, at least. The 1,000-day mark remained distant, and the ritual had become both a comfort and a burden. They had already been forced to choose between buying food or keeping the processed materials for the ritual stored safely. They always chose the ritual. Their son's promise, however improbable it seemed, was the only thing they could cling to in these increasingly desperate times. 352, Chapter 352, Taming Vacations. The bronze emblem with 2 gleaming lines shone on Ren's uniform as he observed the landscape through the carriage window. It was a beautiful day, the kind that made even ordinary scenery seem somehow enchanted. Normally, he would be traveling home at night, but Luna, Larissa, and Leora had convinced Julius, Sirius, and Selphira to grant an exception, allowing him to leave early, skipping the closing ceremony where they would have bestowed the honor upon him before everyone. Ignatius had been irritated at having to present the prestigious best's honor in such an unceremonious and hurried manner, but the pressure from the 3 young nobles had been substantial. The old director had muttered something about protocol and tradition before reluctantly yielding to the combined forces of Ashenway, Dravenholm, and a bit of Starweaver influence. 353, Chapter 353, Taming Development. The girls turned so red when they were exposed they looked cute, Ren murmured, gazing out the window to hide his own blush. Yang laughed when he noticed Ren's discomfort, his stone behemoth patterns briefly manifesting around his arms. Remembering something pleasant. Ren choked on his own saliva, and Lin rescued him from further teasing by smoothly changing the subject. "So, how much have you raised this semester with your unorthodox methods?" she asked, her tone casual but her eyes sharp with genuine curiosity. Ren couldn't help smiling when thinking about his bank account. The Academy had officially recognized another 20 of his proven methods for Bronze 1 and 15 for Bronze 2, paying him 100,000 and 200,000 crystals respectively for each one. At Selphira's insistence, these payments had been doubled, resulting in a total of 10 million. 354, Chapter 354, Taming Vexation. The restaurant should be nearby. The carriage advanced along the irregular path that bordered the new territorial division. Wei could see Goldcrest patrols marching on the other side of the improvised frontier. Their black and golden uniforms gleamed in the sunlight, and their beasts prowled at their sides, a deliberate display of power meant to intimidate those crossing over. "I hope there won't be problems crossing, or he commented, more to himself than to his companions. His fingers drummed a nervous rhythm against the windowsill. Lin, seated across from him, decided to ease his tension. "Push the guards aside. Did you work up an appetite for kicking backsides after winning the tournament again, or is the visit making you angry nervous?" "I'm not nervous," Ren replied, though the mushrooms in his hair pulsed with a rhythm that suggested otherwise.
"Just as thoughtful."
355, Chapter 355, Taming Vexation 2. "The Patender family," the patrol leader asked without bothering to hide his disdain. Reed straightened slightly, positioning himself protectively in front of Fern. "What can we do for you?" The man sketched a smile that never reached his eyes. "It seems someone from the Goldcrest wants to speak with you," he explained with false cordiality. "We've taken long to find you because you live on the edge of the dump, and around here there are few houses that aren't hidden in the vegetation. You live like wild beasts." His eyes swept the place with evident repugnance, cataloging every worn surface, every patched piece of furniture. "We had to increase our search efforts on this side and only succeeded on the last day of our deadline," he continued, checking a timepiece on his wrist that showed they'd been searching since early morning. "Fortunately, you had left traces when passing the border. Permission to enter." 356, Chapter 356, Taming Wrath. They took them outside where they would have more space to use the long whip. The procession was slow, deliberate. The man with the whip unrolled his weapon, making it whistle in the air. He spent several minutes practicing his swings, building anticipation and fear. "On your knees," ordered the man with the whip. With dignity, Reed knelt, keeping his back straight. The first lash fell cruelly, tearing through the thin fabric of his shirt. Reed clenched his teeth, determined not to give them the satisfaction of hearing him scream. The second lash. The third, time seemed to slow, each strike carefully spaced to maximize suffering. By the fifth, his shirt was in tatters, and by the 10th, his back showed red lines beginning to bleed. The patrollers took their time between strikes, discussing technique and admiring their handiwork. 357, Chapter 357, Taming Wrath 2.
Ren's POV.
In the distance, a column of black smoke rose toward the gray sky, and just as Ren saw it. "No!" the scream tore from his throat as he leaped from the moving carriage, not waiting for Wei to stop the horses. The wooden frame groaned under the force of his departure. The veins of light in his body blazed with blinding intensity, his hydra fusing instantaneously. His muscles tensed, the fibers merging with those of his beast in a symphony of power. Time seemed to slow as he finally managed to observe the situation clearly. Rage. A blade of pure light materialized from Ren's claws as he ran, cutting through the air with precision. The projectile reached the whip the fire lizard's tamer was attempting to strike against his mother's back, severing it cleanly in half before it could accomplish its purpose. 358, Chapter 358, Taming Aftermath. Reed and Fern had lived long enough to understand the realities of their world. Death wasn't something abstract or distant, it was part of the life cycle that everyone would eventually face. Every citizen served their military duty, everyone killed when the kingdom required it. It wasn't a question of morality but of survival. But seeing their barely 11-year-old son standing over a corpse, blood dripping from his claws, that was different. The metallic smell filled Ren's nostrils, the sticky texture on his hands, the warmth still emanating from the body, the way the man's eyes stared without seeing. Everything was too real, too immediate. His stomach revolted violently. 359, Chapter 359, Taming Shelter. Elder Chen, who had been silently observing, let out a bitter laugh. "Normal, these guys aren't the only ones who mistreat us. But of course, it's nothing new that nobody finds out because we're so few here in the outskirts that statistic collectors don't even bother to come. They simply guess random numbers for their reports. That's true, but that's not what they're talking about, neighbor, Reed clarified, wincing as a wave of pain washed over him. We pretended everything was fine to avoid worrying our son, and although we partly believed that the almost non-existent interest in the area would hide us, it was a mistake. Wei frowned, processing the information. I also thought you were well hidden precisely because Ren has a very obscure origin with a very uncommon surname in the records, but this, he gestured toward the knocked guards, this seems as if they were waiting for Ren to arrive. 360, Chapter 360, Taming Shelter 2. Something for the nerves. 2 crystal flasks containing a slightly luminescent liquid with a pearly glow. The containers themselves seemed almost ceremonial, etched with delicate runes. This will help, Ren continued, offering a flask to each of his parents with a smile that attempted to be reassuring. His fingers trembled almost imperceptibly as he held them out. Fern looked at the potion with suspicion, studying the way it swirled within the glass. What is it? A drink I brought you from the city, Ren responded with feigned casualness, though his eyes avoided direct contact. It will help with fatigue and tension. Reed, too exhausted to question, gratefully accepted the flask. At this point, I would even drink that homemade liquor that our neighbor brought. Lin exchanged a knowing look with Ren, a small smile forming at the corner of her lips reflecting her anticipation. 361, Chapter 361, Taming Shelter 3. Live for him. A silence laden with meaning filled the space between them. Reed furrowed his brow, slowly processing the words. Becoming stronger, taking care of your health, extending your life, Yang elaborated, his deep voice resonating with conviction. Doesn't that sound better than simply fleeing responsibility by dying for those who love you? What good would you do your family by sacrificing yourself when you could be by their side supporting them? The words settled heavily in Reed's heart. He gazed at his wife, then at his son, whose face showed a vulnerability that reminded him of the child he still was despite everything. Your words are wise, Reed finally admitted, a small smile forming on his lips. Being old, I thought I was wise, but one always learns new things. The humility in his voice was genuine, a master cook who recognized when someone else had crafted a better recipe. 362, Chapter 362, Taming Shelter 4. Reed and Fern exchanged looks of surprise. A small house within the city, Ren continued. It's not very central, still about 5 hours from the academy, but the important thing is that it's outside Goldcrest territory. It's a start, so you can visit me mid-year and… His voice carried pride but also uncertainty, the tone of someone who hoped their gift would be well received. A house, Fern blinked, still struggling to assimilate the news. You've already bought a house. The concept seemed almost surreal after months of worrying about making rent. Ren nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. Finch, my favorite banker, convinced me not to spend everything on a more expensive house in the interior. He suggested starting with something modest that I could sell later, when I had more savings, and use that money as a foundation for something better. 363, Chapter 363, Taming Shelter 5. Wei wanted to continue interrogating him to find some way to reduce or avoid the risk, but the resolution on Ren's face was immovable. Reed observed his son, the turtle mirroring his thoughtful posture. How much had Ren really changed in this year? Or had he always possessed this hardness, just waiting for circumstances to manifest it? Fern still struggled to process everything that had occurred in the last few hours. The loss of their home, the attack, the transformation into double tamers, and now her son, barely emerged from childhood, was planning to venture into the deadly outer forest. Are you sure you must do this? She asked, her voice betraying her fear. We've already lost so much today. Ren took his mother's hands between his own. His touch was gentle but firm, the contrast between his child-sized hands and his adult-like resolve making the moment more poignant. 364, Chapter 364, Taming Childhood. SHH, Ren whispered, partially emerging from the hole while holding Li. You're standing right on our exit and not letting us open it. Li's eyes widened like saucers upon recognizing his friend. Tao stood frozen, caught between fear and fascination, his mouth slightly agape. Ren, Tao exclaimed in an excited whisper when Ren finally released Li and completely exited the hole. You were hiding underground. Just like in the Wandering King stories. What were you doing down there? Asked Li, recovering from his initial fright. He brushed dirt from his clothes with exaggerated motions, trying to appear unaffected by the surprise. "And why are the patrols looking for you? Are you a criminal now?" The last question carried a hint of admiration rather than judgment. Ren smiled while moving aside to allow Yang, Lin, Wei, and his parents to emerge from the narrow hiding place. 365, Chapter 365, Taming Childhood 2. The straw war ended when all three collapsed in laughter. For a moment, time seemed to rewind, as if Ren had never left the outskirts, as if he were still just one more among the district's children. But quickly he felt bad again. No, worse. Here in the outskirts, children grew up with modest expectations. Their basic beasts guaranteed them lives of manual labor, perhaps as miners or farmers if they were lucky. Military service would be their first and only contact with the developed part of the city. In contrast, his academy classmates, mostly children of nobles and wealthy merchants, were being prepared for positions of power and influence. Even those who began with seemingly mediocre beasts like Taro, Liu, and Min had prospects these children couldn't imagine. "Hey," Tao suddenly said, sitting up and pointing directly at Ren's head, pulling him from his thoughts. "You haven't told us what those glowing things in your hair are." 366, Chapter 366, Taming Generosity. While the children continued talking about beasts, Tao's face suddenly fell. "Will it be very bad if we stop using the new cultivation methods here? I hate that they're forbidden in Goldcrest territory." His voice dropped to a whisper, eyes darting nervously toward the door as if patrollers might materialize at the mere mention of forbidden techniques. "You stopped today's cultivation?" Ren asked. The casual conversation had suddenly veered into more serious territory. Tao and Li exchanged nervous glances. "Technically the day isn't over yet, but yes," Li admitted in a low voice. "We use them freely at school since it's on the other side of the new border, but not here." "Master Huang told us not to bring any notes home," added Tao, leaning closer as if sharing a dangerous secret. "He says he doesn't know what the patrols might be using to detect if we're using them." 367, Chapter 367, Taming Policy. "What were your exact orders?" Yang asked without preamble, his imposing frame casting a long shadow over the prisoners. The man with the spider, still dazed, blinked several times before responding. They just told us to take the old folks. We didn't know anything else." His voice wavered, a thin thread of desperation woven through his words. Ren, who had silently approached from behind, frowned. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed rhythmically, his eyes capturing the subtle fluctuations in the man's mana. "He's lying," he declared with certainty. Lin needed no further confirmation. Her hand moved with supernatural speed, connecting a precise slap that made the man's head violently jerk sideways. The sound echoed sharply in the confined space of the pit, a crisp crack. "Try again," she suggested with a smile that never reached her eyes. "And this time, remember that we have ways of knowing when you're lying." 368, Chapter 368, Taming Complications. The room's temperature seemed to drop several degrees with Karzan's cold fury. His idiot son went and got himself killed at the worst possible moment. Is the Strawfang group already insubordinate?
"Oh yes, sir."
"They demand immediate retribution for the son of Patriarch Strawfang and his men," the assistant confirmed. Karzan rose from his seat, moving slowly toward the window that offered a panoramic view of his territory. The idiots of the Tiger Clan, he thought bitterly. For generations they had been rivals of the Lion Clan, then after an internal war they had fallen under Goldcrest rule, and now that they had recovered numbers and power, they were relatively subordinate but increasingly independent allies. "If they weren't such a numerous clan with so much prestige in our zone," he murmured, more to himself than to his assistant, "I would never have entrusted this mission to young Strawfang's firstborn." 369, Chapter 369, Taming Trails. "They've spotted us," Lin murmured, her hand gripping Ren's as she pulled him along. Her double enhanced speed gave her a significant advantage, and Ren's light frame wasn't much of a burden. "The magic forest is close," Ren responded, his feet moving faster than they ever had before, yet his breathing remained controlled despite the exertion. "Once there, we'll have a greater advantage to lose the flyers." Lin nodded without slowing her pace. Her speed wasn't at maximum while pulling Ren. She also had to moderate her rhythm to avoid pushing him too hard. Even so, they moved considerably faster than any average pursuer could manage. Her crane and panther beast combination gave her extraordinary velocity. The edge of the magic forest finally appeared, a luminescent line beginning with the iron ring. Behind them, the sound of different horns indicated that the patrols were organizing to avoid losing them. 370, Chapter 370, Taming Trails 2. Darkness enveloped them momentarily until Ren's armor and the light lines of the ring began to glow, even in the absence of his mischievous beast's mushrooms, providing sufficient illumination to see the tunnel stretching before them. "Tell me you know where this leads," Lynn murmured as they advanced, her voice hushed. Her fingers brushed the tunnel wall, testing its stability. "I'm not entirely sure," Ren admitted, the crystalline light revealing his furrowed brow. "But when I had my mushroom on my head, I did know, and the memory of that will have to suffice for now." In the depths, barely visible in the tunnel's penumbra, a small luminous point moved rapidly, bobbing along like an errant firefly. The tunnel narrowed as they descended, forcing them to bend increasingly lower. The damp earth released an ancient aroma that Ren found strangely comforting, like a half-forgotten dream suddenly recalled. 371, Chapter 371, Taming Trails 3. Prepared with their improvised protection, Ren and Lin continued advancing through the tunnel. The density of mushrooms increased exponentially until they were practically walking on a pulsating golden carpet. The air grew denser, charged with invisible spores that danced around them, recognizing, evaluating, but allowing them passage thanks to their disguise. Outside the tunnel, the searchers had deployed in a perimeter around the strange clearing of golden mushrooms, their confusion evident in the glances they exchanged. None dared approach too close to those pulsating structures that seemed to breathe collectively. "What the hell is this?" murmured a tracker. "There shouldn't be anything like this in this forest." "The commander will want a detailed report of this anomaly when we mention it," responded another, his eyes never leaving the mushrooms. "But finding the fugitives has priority. After that, we can take samples." 372, Chapter 372, Taming Origins. The ground trackers converged at the point where the fugitives' footprints abruptly ended. An excavator tunnel opened before them like the mouth of some primitive beast, exhaling dense, humid air that smelled of fertile earth and something else. Something none could identify but which provoked an instinctive wariness. "Are you certain they entered here?" asked the leader, his tiger markings subtly intensifying as he studied the suspicious opening. The lead tracker, a thin man with slight canine features, sniffed the air. "Without doubt, their trail is clear to the entrance then disappears underground." He crouched. The 6 men exchanged uncomfortable glances. All were experienced hunters, all possessed beasts of bronze 2 rank or higher, but none seemed eager to enter that hole. 373, Chapter 373, Taming Origins 2. "Humans created this?" Ren asked, incredulous. The concept seemed to challenge everything he understood about the natural order of their world. "I'm not 100% certain, but that seems to be the case," continued the little voice. "Both I and this organism are part of the same strategy. We were created to connect to the world's mana flow after the sky dragons attacked the invaders and brought the beginning of the final judgment, or something like that." "It says this organism was artificially created," Ren translated for Lin. "That both it and this thing are part of an ancient system designed by humans to connect them to something related to mana and the world, after a final judgment." His own words sounded fantastic to his ears, yet the evidence floated before them. Lin blinked, clearly struggling to process the information. "Ask it, what was this final judgment and what exactly was the purpose of creating them?" 374, Chapter 374, Taming Origins 3. The trembling ceased, and the golden structures returned to their passive pulsating state. The chamber's bioluminescence shifted back to its warm, welcoming glow, the crisis having passed as quickly as it had arrived. At least for Lin and Ren. "There," confirmed the mushroom with something that sounded suspiciously like satisfaction. "Now withdraw your hands slowly and don't break synchronization until all the lines break free from the sphere." Ren obeyed, backing away with slow movements while maintaining his breathing in perfect harmony with the chamber's pulse. The sphere containing the golden liquid gleamed in his hands. "We did it," he whispered to Lin when he reached her position. "Now we can leave exactly as we entered." Lin nodded, her eyes fixed on the small golden sphere. "That's all you needed. You brought that enormous backpack and it seems small." 375, Chapter 375, Taming Trails 4. Both men screamed involuntarily, the Yino soldier from the pain coursing through his arm, the wounded and fainted tracker from some subconscious suffering as several parasitic mushrooms were torn from his system. The sound echoed through the forest clearing. "What happened?" exclaimed the flyer, watching both men writhe in apparent torment. The Yino soldier examined his arm, where the energy seemed to have partially vanished, as if erased by some invisible energy. The purple veins that normally pulsed with abyssal power had been burned away, leaving pale, empty channels beneath his skin. He could feel a strange void where his abyssal energy once flowed. 376, Chapter 376, Taming Trails 5. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, ancient trees bearing witness to another conflict in their endless cycle of growth and death. The abyssal agent hadn't expected his opponents to launch themselves directly at him. Most enemies would try to flee first, especially when facing someone with a clearly superior mana signature in rank and power. But this suited him. He had already spent considerable energy navigating the forest's treacherous terrain, and a prolonged chase through the hole-filled ground would have only further exhausted his reserves. Did they know they were slower and had decided that escape was futile, or was this some type of desperate strategy born of cornered desperation? It didn't matter. The result would be the same. 377, Chapter 377, Taming Trails 6. Lin covered her mouth with one hand, clearly struggling to contain her amusement at watching the agent writhe as he tried to reach his back with his enormous scorpion arms. The transformed limbs designed for crushing and tearing proved utterly inadequate for the simple task of reaching behind himself. "What's so funny?" he snarled, spinning to include Ren in his threatening glare. His voice carried the distortion of his dual transformation, but beneath the mechanical rasp lay something new: uncertainty. The confident predator was beginning to crack. Ren was also smiling, an expression that seemed disturbingly innocent on his young face. He raised both hands slowly, deliberately showing his palms to the agent. His hands were completely covered in a golden, viscous substance that clung to his skin like liquid metal. The material pulsed with its own bioluminescence. The sight alone made the agent's stomach twist with instinctive revulsion. 378, Chapter 378, Taming Trails 7. Lin was about to be crushed. However, the agent received several light cuts on his lower back, shallow wounds that, while not causing deep injuries, were sufficiently unexpected to make him straighten and allow Lin to spin and recover. Ren had struck from afar while the agent was focused on Lin, his light phantom claws finding meat. Each cut purified a small amount of abyssal energy, making for a weak but painful effect. The crane manifested again only in Lin's legs, extending her reach just enough for her feet to connect with the agent's shoulders while her hands found his wrists. She used his own momentum and strength to create a perfect fulcrum, launching herself over him in an impossible arc while dragging him forward by the imbalance. The agent staggered, but instead of falling, he roared and sank his legs into the earth. 379, Chapter 379, Taming the Distraction. Sometime earlier, the small birdway had beat its wings as fast as it could, carrying the encrypted message through the sky. Its feathers blended with the overcast heavens, but not enough to fool the trained eyes watching the border. "Interception," shouted a guard from a watchtower, pointing toward the sky with urgency. "Messenger bird, Sector 7. A four-winged silver eagle rose immediately. Its talons caught the small messenger with perfect accuracy, the predator's enhanced senses making escape impossible. The captured bird struggled just for a moment before resigning itself to its fate, its small black eyes gleaming with an intelligence that seemed disturbingly human. The eagle's tamer smiled grimly as he guided his beast back toward the communication post. Another intercepted message, another small victory in the information war that raged parallel to the political tensions. 380, Chapter 380, Taming the Distraction 2. "We demand immediate vengeance," bellowed Patriarch Stralfang, his tiger markings pulsing with purple-enhanced fury. "My eldest son has been murdered by that damned old usurper's lackeys." The Patriarch's transformation was incomplete but visible emotional stress triggering partial manifestation. His fingernails had sharpened into claws that scraped against the stone table, leaving deep gouges in the marble surface. "And I deeply regret that," Karzan responded with forced patience, though his own beast stirred restlessly beneath his skin. "But you insisted on sending him, and perhaps it was an accident. Understand that we must consider the timing. That same old Ashenway woman you're complaining about is already mobilizing forces at the border. This is exactly what she wants. And what does that matter? All of Yino are our allies." 381, Chapter 381, Taming the Distraction 3. The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Moving almost 100 refugees across a militarized border wasn't a minor operation, it was a full-scale evacuation requiring coordination, timing, and resources they weren't sure they had. "That changes things," Yang murmured, his mind already working through more complications. You and I will need more than a simple distraction. We'll need a real commotion. Maybe those unexpectedly large numbers aren't so bad. Wei smiled for the first time in hours, a plan beginning to form. Chen, how quickly can your neighbors be ready? They're already packing, most only have what they can carry anyway. The old man's voice carried both sadness for what they were leaving behind and hope for what lay ahead. If they'll be given a temporary place to sleep on the other side, while this disgrace that won't let them work to eat ends, that's all they need. 382, Chapter 382, Taming the Distraction 4. Kieran descended after his failed attack, diving directly toward where the Yino agent lay buried up to his neck, with only his head and one shoulder visible among the rock debris. The man breathed laboriously, his eyes glassy with the pain of regeneration, but at least conscious despite the golden mold still corroding his abyssal connection. Lin rose to meet Kieran, her crane manifesting partially even in her arms. But the moment her wings touched the air currents controlled by Kieran, she realized she was at a severe disadvantage. Her flying beast was much less developed than Kieran's. The elemental control was vastly superior in the Silver 3 beast, 240% against Lin's modest 40% from her mature kicker crane specialized in close combat. The air itself seemed to work against her, each movement she attempted becoming clumsy, as if swimming against an invisible current that grew stronger with every wing beat. 383, Chapter 383, Taming the Distraction 5. Lin stopped abruptly on a thick branch, switched to her crane, and launched not forward but backward, directly toward Kieran, who was pursuing her at full speed. The maneuver was so unexpected that Kieran had no time to change direction. His momentum carried him forward like a missile while Lin passed beneath him, using her reverse impulse to grab his transformed legs as she went by. The additional weight and sudden trajectory change caused Kieran to lose control of his flight completely. It was exactly what Lin had been waiting for. She, now in her crane form, rose to kick Kieran in midair, and for the first time in the battle managed to connect a solid hit. Her foot, wrapped in bestial energy, impacted against the flyer's ribs with devastating force, sending him crashing toward the ground in an uncontrolled spiral. 384, Chapter 384, Taming the Fusion. 10 seconds. The sensation was unlike anything Lin had ever experienced. Suddenly, she could perceive mana flows, energy patterns, the very fabric of power that wove through the forest around them. The mushroom's enhanced consciousness merged temporarily with hers, opening perceptions she never knew existed. Lin casually dodged another wind gust from Kieran, who now seemed more concerned with maintaining a defensive position than attacking aggressively. The approaching reinforcements gave him confidence, but also made him more cautious. Survival until backup arrived had become his primary objective. While maneuvering between aerial attacks, Lin glanced toward where Ren continued his battle with the transformed scorpion. She wasn't particularly worried about him. She trained him almost daily and knew his capabilities perfectly. 385, Chapter 385, Taming the Fusion. Kieran tried to retreat, create distance, regroup his scattered thoughts. Lin and her beast launched toward him from opposite angles, moving with a speed that made her previous efforts seem sluggish in comparison. Kieran threw all his remaining wind power, creating a storm of compressed air that should have sent both Lin and her fused beast flying backward. It was everything he had left, his final desperate gambit. But the air blades disintegrated again upon contact with Lin's black feathers and those of her beast. The intensity of the barrier didn't seem to matter. The feathers cut through his power as if it were mist. Kieran barely had time to ascend as a last resort, desperately trying to escape toward where he could hear reinforcements approaching. Height had always been his domain, his advantage. 386, Chapter 386, Taming Misconceptions. In the joint Gold Trestino camp, the abyssal soldier clearly remembered what had happened during transport. The flyer who had been carrying the wounded tracker alongside him had developed small golden marks on his neck and arms, spores spreading slowly from the points of contact like a creeping infection. That's when I realized, he explained to the Yino officer taking his report. My arm had completely recovered after the first contact with the infected. The abyssal energy had burned away the spores, but shortly after it had recovered, I suppose thanks to the abyssal mana core being in the center of our torso. The officer, a middle-aged man, took notes meticulously. So you decided to use more energy from your beast once your arm healed to help your companion. 387, Chapter 387, Taming Misconceptions 2. Wei worked quickly. He removed his travel clothes and dressed in the guard's uniform, which fit reasonably well. The fabric was coarser than he was accustomed to, but it would serve its purpose. He took the man's identification documents and the patrol papers he carried. Now he had identity and reason to be in the camp. Wei tied and gagged the unconscious guard. He hid him behind the bushes where he wouldn't be found easily, arranging fallen branches to provide additional concealment. With the uniform on and some random papers in hand, Wei headed toward the camp. The guards at the entrance greeted him casually, just another patroller returning from his rounds. Once inside, Wei headed directly toward the administrative tent. His story was simple: he needed to deliver official documents. In his experience, people rarely questioned bureaucratic procedures when they seemed routine. Now comes the dangerous part. 388, Chapter 388, Taming the Chaos. Yang approached several groups discreetly, planting the same suggestion in a low voice. I heard from a merchant that they're going to open the gate in a few minutes, something about orders that arrived from the capital. The lie spread rapidly among the anxious crowd like wildfire through dry grass. People began to stand up, gathering their belongings, approaching the closed gate again with renewed hope gleaming in their tired eyes. Yang positioned himself strategically near the front of the group, but not completely at the head. He wanted it to appear spontaneous. Through the gate's bars he could see the two guards, an older man with mole fur covering his muscular arms, and a younger one with the bluish skin characteristic of aquatic toad users. Both Silver 1 rank, formidable against common workers but below Yang's level. 389, Chapter 389, Taming the Chaos. What's all this? Asked the senior guard, a corpulent man with bare fur covering his massive arms. We are workers, Chen responded calmly, his voice carrying the patience of someone who had dealt with stronger people for decades. Many families don't have jobs on the Goldcrest side. You know we must seek opportunities on the other side. The second guard, younger and with the reddish, scaly skin characteristic of infernal salamander users, frowned. This is irregular. We should call for reinforcements. I don't like seeing so many people here. Chen watched the young man make a signal with his hand, expelling a fireball upward, probably trying to contact other patrols. But the signal seemed to receive no response. Yang and Wei's distractions must be working. 390, Chapter 390, Taming the Chaos 3. Karzan moved toward the window, observing his territory stretching to the horizon. To his eyes, each family crossing represented not just loss of labor, but loss of political power. His already precarious 25% popular support was eroding day by day. At this rate, he murmured, I'll have to risk convincing Yino with a direct offensive before I have the numbers I need. It was exactly the situation he had wanted to avoid. A war with only a quarter of the population on his side would be nearly suicidal, but allowing the situation to continue deteriorating would also be fatal to his power position. A knock at the door interrupted his grim thoughts. "Oh, come in." A messenger entered, carrying a scroll sealed with Yino's distinctive white seal. Karzan opened it immediately, expecting more bad news or demands for explanations. What he read completely changed his expression. "Interesting," he murmured, rereading the message. "Very interesting." 391, Chapter 391, Taming the Chaos 4. Leora looked toward Ren, who continued sleeping peacefully, oblivious to the chaos developing around him. "Should we wake him? He might have important information about." "Let him sleep," Selphira said firmly. "When he wakes up, he might have to deal with a lost war and will need energy to hide with you." The messenger cleared his throat. "Is there any response for our observers?" Selphira sealed the first of her orders forcefully. "Tell them to maintain constant vigilance. I want to know the exact moment the first Yino troops cross into our territory." Selphira headed toward her personal wardrobe, where her own combat armor waited. "We'll discover if all these years of enemy preparation have been worthwhile." As the messenger left to deliver the orders, Selphira looked once more toward the bed where Ren slept. War had arrived, ready or not, in the damaged Starweaver mansion. 392, Chapter 392, Taming the Chaos 5. "Victor," Julius said finally, "I understand your point, but Archero also has a point about resources." "So what do you suggest?" Victor crossed his arms, his frustration evident in every line of his posture. "That we surrender." "I suggest we find a third option," Julius stood, moving toward the strategic map that dominated the room. "One that uses our strengths without ignoring our weaknesses." The silence that followed was tense, but at least there was no more shouting. The weight of impossible decisions hung heavy in the air, pressing down on all three brothers as they contemplated their limited options. Julius remained silent for several minutes, his eyes fixed on the strategic map that dominated the central table. His fingers traced supply lines and troop positions, calculating possibilities and probabilities with the methodical mind his father had never possessed. 393, Chapter 393, Taming the Chaos 6. Hagen observed his left arm, where the long extremity of the abyssal acrocinus gorilla had fused perfectly with his original body. The purple-black flesh pulsed with its own rhythm, different but complementary to his human heartbeat. Three beasts ran through his system: the abyssal scorpion that had been his first corrupt addition, the golden griffin he had possessed before the corruption, and now the gorilla whose limbs had replaced those he had lost in the battles in Yano. It wasn't as spectacular as the new sextuples that had emerged among the high ranks. Despite being one of the first test subjects, he hadn't been a double from the beginning. Those monsters had been gold-rank double tamers before abyssal energy, which allowed them to add 3 or 4 additional beasts, 2 silver ones for each gold they had originally possessed. But Hagen had learned that specialization mattered more than brute quantity. 394, Chapter 394, Taming the Chaos 7. Hagen felt the weight of all eyes in the room as he processed the implications of the king's order. "How large will the group I lead be, my king?" he asked, his voice remaining steady despite the magnitude of what was being asked of him. 30 of our best, Kolorin responded without hesitation. Elite soldiers, each with multiple abyssal contracts. This isn't a mission for numbers, Hagen. This is a mission for our elite. Lord Bloodwind leaned forward. Why so many to sweep a manifestation zone? I understand it's important, but reports suggest the affected area is relatively small. Shouldn't we prioritize our strength at the bridge? The king exchanged a glance with Lord Ravenspire before responding, and Hagen noticed the tension that passed between them. 395, Chapter 395, Taming the Chaos 8. A sharp, intense voice pierced the veil of Ren's sleep like a needle through silk. No matter how deeply he had been sleeping, that conversation was impossible to ignore. Ren blinked slowly, his eyes adjusting to the soft light filtering through curtains that definitely didn't belong to his dormitory in the Grey Wing or the old room in his former home. The room surrounding him was luxurious, much more luxurious than any place he had been before. The sheets he had been sleeping on were so soft they felt like clouds against his skin. The furniture was elegant, intricate carvings that spoke of masterful craftsmanship. Even the walls seemed to shimmer with a subtle elegance that suggested this was a place where important people stayed. Definitely not at the academy, he thought, turning his head to orient himself better. 396, Chapter 396, Taming the Chaos 9. The streets of Yino's capital bustled with their usual superficial warmth. Smiling merchants hawked their wares with honeyed voices. Nobles exchanged courteous greetings while mentally calculating how to take advantage of each other. And children played in the squares under the watchful eyes of parents who smiled while secretly planning the next move in their family's social ladder climbing. Hedda walked through the commercial district with measured steps, her jumping spider extending subtle sensory hairs across the skin of her arms. At her recently turned 18 years, she had learned to navigate this social dance with the same precision she used for her most dangerous missions. "Good morning, young Hedda," a fruit vendor greeted her with a smile as bright as it was false. "Does our beloved princess need something special today?" 397, Chapter 397, Taming the Chaos Before War 10. Hedda's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her neutral expression. "Farewell." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Of course you don't," Vex smiled, but there was something different about that smile. Softer, less calculated. It was the kind of expression that broke through years of careful merchant training, revealing the human being underneath the professional facade. Simply an old fool who sees patterns where none exist. He put the crystals back in their box and slid it toward her across the wooden counter. "Take them. Same amount as the last transaction and the box at no cost. Buy good armor with the remaining money. Our cute princess lets you have it if you haggle well right." "Master Vex, these are better quality and," Hedda began, genuinely surprised by the unexpected generosity. In Yino's culture, such gifts always came with hidden costs or expectations. 398, Chapter 398, Tamer's War. Karzan observed the encrypted message for the umpteenth time. He still couldn't believe the moment had finally arrived, with so little opposition and without too much support from his side. The words of the message were etching themselves into his memory after being read so many times with the permanence of irrevocable decisions. The seal of House Hexenmain gleamed faintly under the torchlight, authentic as far as he could determine, but he still couldn't believe it. Operation initiated, forces crossing the Abyss Bridge, coordinated attack required to divide enemy forces, urgent confirmation. The paper crinkled between his fingers when he finally lowered it. For months he had been waiting for this signal, planning every movement, every contingency. But now that the moment had arrived, was he having doubts? Is this really happening, or is it a trap by Yano to force my hand? 399. Chapter 399, Tamer's War, the Immortal 1-2. Longevity was undoubtedly costly. The combination of the black turtle and white serpent was the pinnacle of vitality enhancements, and Selphira had managed by luck to bring both to ranks never before achieved. Enormous luck, unfortunately in a chaotic youth. She hadn't catalogued her chaotic and unorthodox numerous small changes to the family cultivation methods. Her first children had lived long and full lives, dying of old age in their beds surrounded by their own grandchildren. A family with long histories, most showing complications in health or mind only after 200 years. It had been painful, but eventually she managed to accept it as natural. Time heals everything. She seemed to have too much of it, but it was something she understood and could accept. 400. Chapter 400, Tamer's War, the Immortal 2-2. Laura had been born with the strongest will to see the world and had inherited Selphira's love for living to the fullest. The philosophy the long-lived woman had developed after seeing so many people regret, at the end of their lives, not having pursued their dreams. That philosophy, along with that innate love for exploration and adventure, had been what had finally cost Laura her life. Selphira had been left in charge of Leora. The small 3-year-old granddaughter and Lionel had become her absolute priority. But unlike Laura, who had thirsted for adventures, Lionel thirsted for power, and Selphira knew it. She had known it for years. She constantly found herself in a dilemma that ate at her from within. Give him what he wanted like Laura, respecting his autonomy and desires. Or learn from Laura's loss and deny him what could lead him to ruin, even though that also meant denying him the opportunity to fully experience his life. 401. Chapter 401, Tamer's War, the Bridge. Victor soared above the air currents that his giant golden eagle generated effortlessly, his eyes scanning the battlefield with the advantage only an elite aerial tamer like him could obtain. Beneath his feet, the impressive 1.5-kilometer-long Abyss Bridge stretched, the last connection between the two parts of the human world, supporting itself from both sides to traverse the impossible depth of the void. Its twin lanes were divided by a small low wall that separated directions, designed to precisely control the flow of goods between the kingdoms. But now, instead of merchants and caravans coming and going, troops marched in standard formation across both lanes, transforming the massive structure's round-trip flow into a unidirectional tide of war. Cunning bastards, Victor thought while evaluating the enemy force. They didn't wait even a second for us to be ready to stop them. 402. Chapter 402, Tamer's War, Crossing the Bridge. People trembled around Hedda as another wave of magical projectiles impacted the improvised defenses. Around her, soldiers crouched behind walls of water or crystallized earth, the purple material glowing with each impact. The sound was deafening, a constant cacophony of destruction that made conversation nearly impossible. "Stay together," shouted Sergeant Corrin from somewhere to her left, his voice barely audible over the constant roar of combat. "Once we cross completely, we can disperse." Hedda nodded, though she knew the sergeant couldn't see her through the chaos of bodies and magical barriers. She found herself near the center of the bridge and formation, technically protecting one of the army's healers. It was the perfect excuse to avoid being at the front. Her duty, along with several others, was to keep support specialists safe. 403. Chapter 403, Tamer's War, Barricading the Bridge 1-2. Victor observed with the slightest and most minimal frustration how the poorly organized defensive lines of the bridge were beginning to let some flying soldiers and diggers pass through. Some of his soldiers were still arriving, marching from behind in unorganized and hasty formations that spoke of poor professional military training. The delay in their positioning had been unfortunate, but not catastrophic. He had a plan. The soldiers had managed to establish what already seemed like a solid foothold in Yano territory, and their numerical superiority would start showing tangible results if they allowed many more soldiers to cross. 404. Chapter 404 Tamer's War Barricading the Bridge 2-2. Commander Victor, Captain Tors came flying to his side, his own aerial mount showing signs of the intensive combat they'd been waging. The perimeter walls are at 80%. They'll need about 30 more seconds to complete formation. We just need to contain the aerial attacks. I'll give them much more than 30 seconds, Victor responded, directing his eagle toward a new enemy formation. I'll break the front, you maintain constant pressure on the flanks. From the air, he could see how the situation in the artificial bowl was developing exactly as he had planned. The few Yino soldiers who had managed to advance first now found themselves trapped at the bottom of the hole, outnumbered and outclassed by Yano defenders who now had positional advantage and more support. 405. Chapter 405, Tamer's War Side Quest. Hagen observed his group as they descended through the natural tunnel that marked the fastest mapped entrance to the abyss depths. 30 of Yino's best soldiers accompanied him on this critical mission, almost all gold rank, a force that represented nearly 25% of the highest-ranking power in the entire kingdom. It was a massive investment of human resources for Yino, which only had a little over 100 tamers of gold rank or higher compared to Yano's 500. But the mission's importance completely justified it. Each elite soldier was an invaluable asset that couldn't be wasted. Each of these soldiers represented years of training, enormous resource investment, and families who would mourn if they didn't return. The responsibility was staggering. But they were strong people, really hard to kill. 406, Chapter 406, Tamer's War Traitors March. Karzan advanced at the center of his military column, surrounded by the rhythmic thunder of 10,000 soldiers marching toward their destiny. The mass of armed bodies extending both ahead and behind his position provided a sensation of security that had been absent during the last months. Finally, he thought while observing the organized ranks, finally I have the power to decide the course of this war. But frustration continued gnawing at the edges of his confidence like a persistent wound. General Valdris, he called to the commander advancing at his side. Any new reports about the situation at the destroyed section of the wall? Negative, my lord, Valdris responded, his voice carrying the weight of unwelcome news. The wall has been rebuilt, but the intruders continue without being stopped. Patrols report signs of continuous advance toward your castle in our rear guard, but they haven't managed to establish direct contact. 407, Chapter 407, Tamer's War Ensuing Seedlings 1-2. The weight of Leora's words settled over Ren like a stone slab. The war had begun. His parents, neighbors, and teachers who had seemed safe after the rescue were in danger again. How do you know? Ren asked, wanting to deny it even though he could see the truth in Leora's mana patterns. Grandmother Selphira told me not to leave the castle under any circumstances, Leora responded, her voice losing some of its earlier tension but gaining a gravity that made her sound older than her 11 years. She took some of the best soldiers who are always stationed here, and Larissa has been sending me messages. Leora knew. If Selphira was mobilizing her elite forces, the situation was far more serious than a border skirmish. 408, Chapter 408, Tamer's War Ensuing Seedlings 2-2. What's wrong with you? Ren turned toward her, now more confused than ever. The familiar bold girl he had known for months seemed to have been replaced by someone completely different. And why did you run away? I didn't run away, Leora protested, though her defensive position by the window suggested otherwise. I just need a moment to. It's for your own good, Ren insisted, beginning to walk toward her again, though now faster and with more determination. The fusion will make you much more powerful. I know, Leora shook her head vigorously, her hair catching the light from her will-o-wisp. But that doesn't mean it has to be now. Why not now? Another flash of blue light and Leora appeared next to the door. 409, Chapter 409, Tamer's War Shadow Jumpers 1-2. Luna had barely finished the first half of her morning training routine when hurried footsteps in the corridor shattered her concentration. Her light devourer wolf stirred restlessly beneath her skin, responding to the tension that suddenly filled the air of their damaged family home. The beast's unease was a warning system she had learned to trust. It meant trouble was approaching. Her father's closest guards had come for her, escorting her with rushed steps to his office. Their faces bore the neutral expressions of men delivering unwelcome news. Luna, her father's voice cut through the silence. There was no visible emotion in his tone, there never was, but after 11 years of life, Luna had learned to read the subtleties that others overlooked. She had become an expert in the micro-expressions and tiny tells that betrayed what Sirius Starweaver truly felt behind his mask of control. 410, Chapter 410, Tamer's War Shadow Jumpers 2-2. After some minutes of travel that felt simultaneously eternal and instantaneous, they finally emerged from the shadows in front of a familiar but imposing structure. The journey was unusually fast, even by her father's standards. Ashenway Castle rose before them like a mountain of stone and power, its towers reaching toward the sky with the authority that only centuries of unquestioned dominion could grant. Luna had been here before, but always under more ceremonious circumstances, never in what was clearly an emergency situation. "Stay here," Sirius ordered, his voice loaded with an authority that admitted no questioning. "Some of Selphira's most trusted guards will watch over you while I—" He stopped abruptly as if he were about to reveal more information than he considered appropriate. "While Father what?" Luna asked, but she already knew she wouldn't get a direct answer. 411, Chapter 411, Tamer's War Taming Protocol. The tension in the room had diminished considerably, but the air still carried traces of the previous awkwardness. Ren sat on the edge of the bed with his legs dangling like a scolded child, while Luna and Leora remained standing with their arms crossed. "That's actually a very accurate summary," Ren admitted, looking slightly sheepish for the first time. "It's not that simple," Leora mumbled. Luna shook her head. "You two are absolutely hopeless." The guard behind Luna was now making sounds that definitely indicated suppressed laughter. "To summarize," Luna said, "personal space is important for noble maidens." "But it didn't seem like it," Ren protested, gesticulating toward Leora with the confusion of someone whose worldview had just been turned upside down. "Not for you or for Larissa, you've always been normal. How was I supposed to know it's bad?" 412, Chapter 412, Tamer's War Symbolic Walls 1-2. "And the other doubles," Ren pressed, unwilling to give up completely. "Did they take all the letters?" "Archero is relatively available," Wei admitted, "but he doesn't have as much direct contact with me, and his role is more logistical." Ren felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had been planning to offer his fusion abilities to the main commanders, but if they were already in active combat, the window of opportunity had closed. "I wanted to activate everyone I could, the Tamers under the royal family, as well as those under Leora and Luna's families." He opened his backpack, rummaging through his belongings until he found what he was looking for. "Besides," he said, carefully removing a small sealed container and his dagger, "I have something that could be useful." 413, Chapter 413, Tamer's War Symbolic Walls 2-2. Karzan observed as his army began preparing for the assault on their wall. The troops organized themselves into loose formations of small groups, giving each other space. These were formations that reflected the strategy of complete elemental coverage, but also something more fundamental about the nature of warfare in their world. In the world of Tamers, wars were never the same. Everything depended on the level of the highest-ranked fighters, beast choices, and the culture of the era. And this was a particular era in many aspects. The Tamers used in war were primarily those of the highest level, at least Silver 1. Not because a Bronze 2 Tamer couldn't hurt a Silver 1, but for more complex cultural reasons that ran deeper in their minds than simple mathematics. 414, Chapter 414, Tamer's War Single Obstruction 1-2. The constant rhythm of the march had managed to calm Karzan's nerves slightly. His forces advanced without problem even while being so close to the inner city. Perhaps his paranoia had been unfounded after all. The mathematical certainty of his situation was reassuring. He was in the center of 12,000 soldiers now that he had absorbed additional forces from his frontier positions, represented overwhelming power by any conventional measure. No individual, no matter how skilled, could stand against such numbers. "My lord," a messenger landed beside him. "Increased activity at the Abyss frontier wall." Karzan frowned but didn't alarm himself. Activity was expected. Yana would naturally be mobilizing whatever forces they could gather. What type of activity? "Troop movements, my lord. They appear to be reorganizing, but entering and exiting from within the wall makes it difficult to determine their exact numbers." 415, Chapter 415, Tamer's War Single Obstruction 2-2. When a creature reached the 5th of the 10 development phases, it underwent a transformation greater than any previous rank. Platinum rank was the first where creatures truly prepared for their ascension, the metamorphosis to become a dragon, the pupa after the egg. And this came with significant power increases that redefined the rules of combat. The very air around a platinum-ranked creature became saturated with mana so dense it was visible to the naked eye. Hagen and his team could deal with a gold 3 if necessary working together, although they would prefer to avoid it for the sake of a faster mission. The logistics of such a battle would be complex, requiring perfect coordination and likely some casualties if not extremely careful. But a platinum beast was almost unknown territory for most. Although Hagen had some experience in fleeing from them, he was hardly an expert in fighting them. 416, Chapter 416, Tamer's War Bridges Sky 1-2. Victor didn't want to simply stop the advance as Julius had asked him. His proactive aggressive mentality and ego demanded more than a defensive victory. He wanted to win, in a way that would make Yino regret forever having tried to take the bridge to invade them. The very thought of being relegated to a supporting role grated against every instinct that had made him one of the kingdom's strongest, if not the strongest, aerial fighters. Defensive victories were for lesser men. Victor Dravenholm was meant to dominate the sky and crush his enemies so thoroughly they would never dare challenge him again. That's why he had launched himself directly against the enemy leader, confident in easily dominating Maximilian with the superior power of his gold 2 Golden Eagle. The rank difference should have been decisive, especially in aerial combat where his beast had every conceivable advantage. 417, Chapter 417, Tamer's War Sacrifice. King Koloran observed his daughter. Celthia remained seated cross-legged before the massive grand crystal, her small hands resting on her knees while her closed eyes moved rapidly beneath her eyelids. The sight never failed to unsettle him, his little girl communing with something ancient and alien, serving as a bridge between human understanding and cosmic intelligence. King Koloran watched his daughter with paternal pride but also growing anxiety. At 11 years old, Celthia seemed impossibly small next to the abyssal energy emanating from the pulsating core of their power, but her hydra moved happily beneath her skin. The creature's agitation was a constant reminder that his daughter's body was fine. 418, Chapter 418, Tamer's War Bridges Sky 2-2. As he held his daughter's hands, King Koloran crossed the final line between reluctant leader and willing monster. The transformation was complete, sealed by a father's love. The grand crystal pulsed with approval as if it could sense his resolution. Soon, very soon, they would have the power to reshape the world according to their will, and his little star would see her mother again no matter the cost. Victor fused with his Killen and his transformation was spectacular. Yellow scale armor covered his body like a second skin, while golden horns sprouted from his forehead, pulsing with power that made the air around him distort with pure energy. The contrast with his corrupt opponents was so marked that for a moment, everyone on the bridge stopped simply to observe. 419, Chapter 419, Tamer's War Promised Anxiety. Karzan kept his attention fixed ahead as if he could see through the wall. There ahead, a solitary figure surely still stood disrespecting his army on the road forward. According to reports, Sirius Starweaver seemed to be slowly retreating, keeping himself just outside the range of foot soldiers as if he were carefully measuring the distance. He didn't seem to be doing anything threatening. He was just there, observing the advance with the patience of someone who perhaps expected something specific to happen. Karzan didn't understand what kind of purpose or utility such behavior had. Was it really a distraction, or simply the arrogance of a man who refused to accept the reality of being outnumbered and outpowered? The numbers should have been overwhelming for anyone. 20,000 soldiers against one man, no matter how skilled, should be an inevitable victory. Yet something in Sirius's calm demeanor suggested he knew something Karzan didn't. 420, Chapter 420, Tamer's War Promised Intervention. Sirius hadn't received the message about the battles beginning from Selphira but from Julius. She was always like that with him, ignoring him when he tried to be serious, treating him like a child despite everything. Even despite the fact that she needed the ring he carried to demonstrate her maximum power, it seemed she was always reluctant to give him major responsibilities. This time had been no exception. The pattern was frustratingly familiar. Selphira would make grand pronouncements, issue dramatic threats, and then proceed as if everyone else was merely a supporting character in her personal drama. But at least Julius had people paying attention to warn him the moment Selphira moved. Both knew that any promise Selphira made wouldn't be in vain. When she said she would have someone's head, that someone ended up unable to stop that prophecy. Karzan was dead. 421, Chapter 421, Tamer's War Minor Interruption. Karzan recovered abruptly, as if awakening from a deep sleep, only to find that his army's front line was in total chaos. The methodical advance he had been observing minutes before had stopped completely, with soldiers running to reorganize formations that had been shattered by something he couldn't see clearly. Valdris seemed to be trying to calm things down, moving between section commanders while discreetly directing some of the closest leaders to form a protective semicircle around Karzan. It was obvious they had been trying to hide his switched-off state from the rest of the army. The realization was deeply disturbing. How long had he been unconscious? What had happened during that gap in his awareness? The questions multiplied in his mind. "What happened?" Karzan asked, his voice sounding hoarser than usual. 422, Chapter 422, Tamer's War Temporal Captivity. The end of the message contained a direct request from Archero, reports on the battle situation and whether he had made contact with Selphira and Sirius. Julius mentally reviewed what he knew. Sirius had executed his first attack according to plan, causing significant disruptions in the enemy advance. The second attack was charging now, and from what Julius could observe from his position, it would be even more devastating than the first. The effect it had on Karzan's army also seemed more significant than expected for some reason. But he still didn't have very relevant information about general progress or the strategy of what would be Selphira's plan. She's always been like that, fair and participative but distant from others. He needed to stop Karzan and his army a bit longer for Selphira to arrive, and then see what exactly her plan would be once she was in position. 423, Chapter 423, Tamer's War Numbers. The soldiers could clearly see the dust cloud that the enormous serpent's swift advance generated, a trail of destruction approaching inexorably toward their positions. Although it really wasn't the rear guard that would encounter it, geographically it was hitting more the flank of the army's advance entering the expanded wall. Still, the poor soldiers had trouble deciding what to do against such a threat to their right side. A squadron leader took command when it became clear that orders wouldn't arrive from the main chain of command soon enough. "Attack together when it reaches range," she shouted, trying to organize a defensive response. "Don't let it get closer." 424, Chapter 424, Tamer's War Resonance. Karzan knew attacking indirectly was risky. If Sirius managed to bring down too many monsters before falling or escaping, his soldiers' damage capacity would fall dramatically for maybe even days. Even more so when beasts were generally clumsier when not receiving direct orders inside their tamer. But he considered that being so many against just one, Sirius would surely have to retreat and finally allow the advance. "Let's see if your conceited individual power can handle overwhelming numbers," he thought while his beasts began their advance toward where Sirius was preparing for another bombardment. The air filled with roars, hisses, and other varied sounds of massive beasts moving toward battle. It was a rarely used and frowned-upon tactic in military confrontation, but facing an army with a single person wasn't exactly common either. And if it worked, Karzan would finally have a clear path to reach and support efforts at the bridge. 425, Chapter 425, Tamer's War Impact. The explosion gradually cleared, revealing a transformed battlefield. Sirius gasped after the tremendous effort, feeling how every fiber of his being protested against the power he had channeled. Knowing the cost of maintaining fusion any longer, he decided to cancel it immediately. That way he would still have some energy to jump in shadows and try to escape, as long as enemy beasts had been badly wounded and couldn't follow him at full speed. But retreating had to wait. He wanted to make sure he had achieved something significant. If the lion was near death or dying, perhaps it was worth trying to finish the job before fleeing. When visibility returned completely, his heart sank. Unfortunately, the lion was still standing, though it was quite wounded. Its golden fur was stained with fluids that could have been blood or dispersed energy, and several deep wounds marked its left flank, but it had survived and Sirius could see why. 426, Chapter 426, Tamer's War Last Second. The process turned out to be more complicated than they had initially anticipated. Even with protective equipment, some accidents happen when people touched golden spores with uncovered body parts, an exposed elbow here and unprotected wrist there. But thanks to Mushito, a nickname both Ren and the mushroom continued using reluctantly because everyone else had adopted it, there were no serious problems. The little mushroom could absorb and control golden spores that accidentally came into contact with people's bodies, neutralizing them before they could cause adverse effects. "Careful," Leora shouted when Luna almost touched an open container with her sleeve. "I've got it," Ren murmured, taking Luna's hand and directing Mushito to absorb the few spores that had escaped. Luna became a moon tomato. 427, Chapter 427, Tamer's War Opportunity. Hedda felt a shiver down her spine that had less to do with the heat of the attack than expected. By covering Lyanna with her body, she had received the worst part of the fire attack, but her corrupt Burntwing Bee Queen had protected her back from direct heat, so that physical sensation wasn't what had bothered her most. What had disturbed her was something more subtle but equally unsettling, a sensation of purification that had accompanied the attack. She couldn't know it, but Director Ignatius's contribution to the last bombardment had imbued the fireball, result of combined effort from several fire and wind tamers, with traces of purifying power that Ren had unknowingly injected into the Director's phoenix during their encounter, just as he had with Victor. 428, Chapter 428, Tamer's War, Storm Queen 1-3. Selphira finally reached the range where she felt most comfortable using her devastating attacks. It wasn't that she couldn't launch them earlier or at greater distance than the novices she was about to face. After 400 years of experience, her range surpassed that of any other tamer present, but rather a matter of pure efficiency. Launching mana at long distances was considerably more costly than using it in the immediate vicinity. And besides, she had a powerful beast that required proximity for maximum effectiveness, her gold 2-white serpent. It wasn't the most powerful beast or the most defensive she had, those titles belonged to the other creature in her arsenal, but it was the one that moved fastest and created the most waves of destruction when deployed appropriately. That's why Selphira preferred using it to overwhelm this kind of soldier formations when they were densely grouped. 429, Chapter 429, Tamer's War, Storm Queen 2-3. Selphira raised both hands toward the sky, channeling centuries of experience into a construction that would redefine the battlefield. What she created was an enormous ice wall that extended for several kilometers, connecting and absorbing part of the new frontier wall Karzan had built. The gap that Yino forces had opened during their advance now closed again, and not only that, the walls on the sides had also been reinforced with ice structures that rose 50 meters toward the sky. It was a barrier that would effectively divide Karzan's army into two separate groups. The construction was a masterwork of magical engineering, each ice crystal precisely placed for maximum structural integrity. 430, Chapter 430, Tamer's War, Storm Queens 3-3. The assault was expertly executed. While she focused on the primary threat of the Cobra, the secondary attackers exploited her divided attention, forcing her to fight on multiple fronts simultaneously. Pain shot through Selphira's side where the bat's claws had found their mark, but she didn't allow it to slow her down. 4 centuries of combat had taught her to fight through pain, to use injury as fuel for rage rather than weakness. Impressive coordination, she shouted, though there was sarcasm in her voice. But it's not enough. 431, Chapter 431, Tamer's War, Final Ingredient. King Kolar and Hexenmane received the war report from outside a closed door, the messenger's words filtering through like whispers of failure. The bridge remained blocked with no signs of real progress. It was expected for a distraction, but still felt unpleasant to think about the massive resources he had invested for mobilization. And there was still no news from Hagen. They were taking longer than expected for some reason he couldn't determine from his position, and his group had the most important mission they all had to wait for. The only relatively good news was that the traitor on the other side, in whom they had also invested so much time and resources, was finally bearing fruit. Though not without problems either. Ravenspire had to be sent to rescue Cashin, a mission that seemed it would succeed without too many problems with his high-level flying squadron, but represented a waste of valuable resources. 432, Chapter 432, Tamer's War Payload. Ren's bombs arrived through a supply chain designed for emergencies. Tamers with large beasts of good comfortable cargo capacity were the ones who transported them, creatures whose broad backs could carry the cargo without compromising flight maneuverability. Detailed explanation had been given to the designated bombers about the weapon's nature. They were dangerous and fragile, requiring careful handling since they could also significantly hurt or even kill non-abyssal tamers if broken prematurely. Once in Victor's flying squadron's hands, they first distributed them to the most agile flyers, 1 bomb per soldier for initial testing. The selected creatures were beasts with speed necessary for rapid delivery and immediate escape if something went wrong. Victor, now more accustomed to the constant rhythm of enemy attack and defense after hours of sustained combat, studied the battlefield from his elevated aerial position. 433, Chapter 433, Tamer's War Liability. Julius took Selphira underground alongside the wall army. For the moment, attacks had stopped. Without Sirius at the front or Selphira pressuring the rear guard, Carzan's army wouldn't have many reasons not to attack them full force in the worst-case scenario. So striking now that they had halted their march and enraging them was unnecessary. Only some aerial fights for information dominance continued happening consistently, scouts from both sides trying to maintain surveillance over enemy movements mostly without engaging in serious combat. Julius was taking advantage of this respite to absorb more soldiers from the Abyss Wall. His numbers had grown to 5,000 soldiers, and Archero's report indicated that 2,000 extra soldiers were already gathering at the castle as strategic reserve and continuing to increase. But Carzan's army wouldn't take long to reunite, surrounding Selphira's wall and recovering the strong structure of their frontal formation. 434. Chapter 434 Tamer's War Liability 2. Hedda didn't fully understand the nature of the threat, but she wasn't curious enough to voluntarily advance into a danger zone either. Her training as a spy had included lessons about observing from safe positions. She hid among the non-abyssal soldiers, trying to go unnoticed as she had been doing throughout the battle. Master Vex's collar continued functioning effectively, keeping her invisible to most casual observers. But she ended up seeing what was happening when the infection finally reached the wall of abyssal soldiers that divided the bridge entrance, the point where they had precisely separated the last common soldiers from those with corruption. A soldier completely covered in golden spores who was trying to flee desperately from the bridge was hugged by several abyssal tamers who screamed upon making contact. Strange smoke emerged from the contact points. The person fainted, but there were no major complications. 435. Chapter 435 Tamer's War God's Desires. Larissa considered the question carefully. It was a complicated request, taking an 11-year-old child, talented and probably very important for the future like Ren, directly to an active combat zone. Archero won't approve that, she said honestly. But if we can present it as essential for cleanup and control of the biological weapon, maybe they'll bring soldiers one by one after the war ends. She stopped, clearly thinking through possibilities, though perhaps waiting would mean more casualties. It would have to be after the main combat ends, during cleanup operations when it's relatively safe for you. And if it doesn't end soon? If the Abyssals fight for a long time, will we let most of them die? But even if we tell my brothers they won't, Larissa paused. I have an idea, but you'd have to promise to follow all safety measures I decide, nothing heroic, nothing dangerous. 436. Chapter 436 Tamer's War Coordinated Storm. Selphira had rested well in the underground shelter Julius had prepared. Ashenway recovery pills, combined with constant support from water tamers specialized in regenerative techniques, had maintained her at the highest possible level of recovery during the extended break. With such careful attention, her energy had recovered to 75%. Instead of the 6 hours she had initially calculated, Carzan's army had taken a full 8 hours to resume movement. So Julius had convinced her to rest a bit longer and reach this quite acceptable energy level. The delay had been worth it. She could feel the difference in her mana reserves, the steady pulse of power that flowed through her connection with her beasts. Her white serpent stirred restlessly within her, eager for the coming battle, while her turtle's defensive energy provided a calming counterbalance. 437. Chapter 437 Tamer's War Fractured Lines. Instead of 1 or 2 infection points that could have been contained, there were now dozens of different sites where golden spores began expanding throughout the army. The transformation was devastating to witness. What had been orderly formations just minutes before now resembled a patchwork of chaos, each infection site creating its own circle of disruption that rippled outward like stones thrown into still water. Situation report. Carzan roared while watching his ordered formation convert into multiple chaos zones. His voice carried across the command area with the desperate expression of a leader watching his plans crumble in real time. The sound of distant screaming and confusion provided a grim backdrop to his demands for information. 438. Chapter 438 Tamer's War Hidden Advance 1-2. Again, Larissa shouted, extending her hand toward Ren while the mineral fairy within her pulsed with luminous energy amplified by mineral crystals. Her beast power had grown substantially since reaching bronze rank 2, allowing feats that would have been impossible before. The light jump enveloped them, and for an instant Ren felt that strange sensation of being everywhere and nowhere at the same time. When they reappeared, they had advanced almost 50 meters. The experience was unlike anything in his life. For those brief moments during the jump, reality became fluid, distance became meaningless, and the physical laws that governed normal existence seemed to bend around them. "It's an incredible sensation," Ren murmured, still not quite accustomed to Larissa's new ability. 439, Chapter 439, Tamer's War Hidden Advance 2-2. The smell emanating from the container was unlike anything they had encountered before, a combination of rotting vegetation and chemical sharpness that seemed to assault the senses from multiple directions. "God, that's disgusting." Luna instinctively moved away, her wolf-enhanced nose clearly detecting something horrible.
What is that thing?
"The new fermented essence," Ren responded with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Your mushito will help us eliminate it afterward. It will completely change our scent." The little mushroom in his hair pulsed with what seemed like agreement. "And we have to put that on ourselves." Leora looked at the vial with horror. Her will-o-wisp flickered nervously, its pale blue flame dimming as if the smell affected even spiritual creatures. "Just a few drops this time," Ren began applying the liquid, trying not to grimace at the smell. "It will confuse any beast that's tracking our original scent." 440, Chapter 440, Tamer's War Sky Tasty. Ren stopped at the corner of a street that seemed to be the limit of a relatively safe distance for approaching the march. He studied the horizon above the houses where dust and occasional mana flashes could be seen marking the position of Karzan's army march. After thinking for a moment about his next course of action, "We could use a look from an elevated place," he murmured, squinting his eyes. Not having any beast among the four of them that could fly very high was a problem.
"Maybe we can throw you very high, don't even think about it."
Then, Ren looked at the girls. "Without knowing exactly how things are, we shouldn't advance further. The right moment for us to enter is when the fighting ends and the infected are down. Rushing into active combat would accomplish nothing except getting them killed. So any ideas of a good high place?" 441, Chapter 441, Tamer's War Sky Tasty 2. When they finally reached the top, only small winged clams summons were passively resting there. They were iron rank and didn't seem likely to attack if the garden plants weren't damaged. The view was completely worth the effort. From the Sky Tasty Tower rooftop, they could see practically the entire combat zone, and what they saw left them speechless for a moment. "My God," Larissa whispered after some seconds passed. The scope of the destruction was beyond anything they had imagined. What they could see from ground level had been only a fraction of the true chaos unfolding across the battlefield. The war was at its maximum height and the Goldcrest seemed to be losing quite badly. The chaos was indescribable, soldiers running in all directions while attacks came from the flank opposite to the one the children were observing from. 442, Chapter 442, Tamer's War Decisive Momentum. The self-inflicted psychological warfare had exceeded all expectations. What should have been a disciplined military force had become a collection of individuals more concerned with their own contamination than with defense. Selphira smiled. "That boy's weapons have proven more effective than expected. They can't trust each other. For a while they don't know who's infected and who isn't."
Julia studied the enemy behavior. "Indeed, it's like they're fighting against themselves."
Their enemies had become their own worst enemy, suspicion and fear accomplishing what direct assault might never have achieved. "Exactly," Selphira nodded, her impatience finally showing again. "So it's about time to put your numbers to work as you declared more than an hour ago." One of the veterans cleared his throat, bringing attention back to immediate military concerns. "Orders, sir." 443, Chapter 443, Tamer's War Convergence of Fury. Karzan finally had no excuses left. Valdris and the others could no longer hold him back, the moment had arrived. It was time to let his rage run free, to face the old woman who had dared attack his castle, who had humiliated his family, who had turned his home into crystal ruins. The corrupted fury that had been boiling inside him for hours finally had a clear target, a focus for all the accumulated rage and desperation that threatened to consume him from within. "Get aside." He roared at his subordinates while walking to the front and pushing them, his multiple abyssal beasts stirring under his skin like hungry serpents. "This is between her and me." His subordinates scrambled to obey, recognizing the futility of further restraint. 444, Chapter 444, Tamer's War Frozen Fury. Karzan was being heavily dominated by Selphira. The superiority she had achieved through fusion was translating into a dominance that no amount of desperate attempts could overcome. "Wake up, support the Liberator," Valdris roared, his voice cutting through the air like a command whip. "All at once, don't give her a chance to breathe." The desperation in his voice was unmistakable. Watching his leader being systematically dismantled by a single opponent was breaking the morale of the soldiers who had followed Curzon lies. Curzon's allies launched forward like a wave of golden and corrupt destruction. Aerial beasts dove while terrestrial creatures charged from multiple angles, creating coordinated chaos that should have overwhelmed even Selphira. But Julius wouldn't allow something like that. 445. Chapter 445, Tamer's War Fury's Embrace. Curzon was frozen, his extremities transformed into ice statues that pulsed with purple pain where purification fought against abyssal corruption. But his claws held Selphira's spear firmly embedded in his flesh, and his monstrous smile stretched across the three mouths that adorned his face. The crystalline prison that should have meant his defeat had become a stalemate, his supernatural strength allowing him to maintain his grip even while most of his body remained immobilized. "Did you think it would be so easy?" he growled, vapor emanating from his wounds where pure ice met corrupted blood. The purification hurt him, but his 6 beasts and he were now one entity. They couldn't be purified so easily while regenerating each other retroactively. The corruption had deep roots that would require more than surface cleansing to eliminate. 446. Chapter 446, Tamer's War Crystallized Fury. Selphira retreated, surprised by Curzon's sudden release of power, but was already preparing her next attack. On the ground, Valdris's body lay motionless, having paid the final price for decades of unwavering loyalty. Curzon's roars of pain over Valdris's death resonated across the battlefield, but something deeper was happening. Pure emotion, unfiltered rage had broken not only the ice chains, but also the last barriers he maintained between himself and abyssal power. The transformation was more complete than anything he had experienced before, not just physical enhancement, but the absolute abandonment of everything that had once made him think as a human. Curzon let himself go completely. He allowed the beasts to take his body, fusing at a level that transcended simple symbiosis. His form reconfigured, muscles and bones flowing like malleable clay while 6 creatures became a single perfectly integrated entity. 447. Chapter 447, Tamer's War Tasty Calculations. Ren and the girls felt part of the energy too, but couldn't completely understand the ominous nature that Mushido could perceive. "Did you feel that?" Leora asked, rubbing her arms as if she had felt a chill. Her will-o wisp flickered nervously, its pale blue flame responding to energies that its mistress could barely feel. "Like something very big is." Watching, Luna nodded, her wolf moved like a restless shadow at her side. The dark wolf's supernatural senses were clearly detecting something that made it uncomfortable, its form wavering between materialization and dissolution as if it couldn't decide whether to fight or flee. Larissa looked toward Ren with concern. "What's happening?" But Mushido had completely lost his previous tranquility. The little creature that had been so relaxed and confident just moments before now radiated anxiety that was almost scary to witness. Its usual composure had been replaced by panic. 448. Chapter 448, Tamer's War Peak Powers. Shortly after, Leonel was unconscious but alive, his body motionless on the marble floor that had once been a living room. "The seal on young Leonel's chest will disappear sooner than the previous ones," Ravenspire explained to Cashin while they observed the unconscious body, so young Cashin shouldn't worry about it being discovered easily. There was something almost professional in his tone, as if he were explaining the side effects of an improved medicine rather than describing the results of abyssal corruption. "Perfect," Cashin nodded, satisfied with the result. "Now, before going to that school," said Ravenspire with an expression that had become more serious, "we're going to support your father a bit. Obtaining the bridge is imperative for the next step toward the castle." 449. Chapter 449, Tamer's War Turning Points. Victor had fought with all his power. His gold rank 3 Killen had provided him massive earth control, creating barriers and mineral projectiles that should have been decisive due to his elemental advantage against any aerial opponent. His resistance should also have been extraordinary with that matchup. His eagle had few rivals in the sky. Speed, maneuverability, elevated attack power, and very high precision. But none of that had mattered. Venmont's gold rank 2 Wyvern was no longer simply his equal. The power of 5 other gold rank 1 beasts flowing in perfect synchrony had created an advantage that Victor had no way to overcome. 450, Chapter 450 Tamer's War Turning Points Failed Promise. All fallen soldiers lost the infection quickly. The golden fungi that had been growing on their bodies withered and disappeared, absorbed by the light roots. Their breathing became more stable, their colors healthier. The intense glow that began emanating from Ren finally attracted the attention of infected soldiers who were still conscious in the vicinity. "What is that light?" one of them murmured, approaching instinctively. Several more followed him, and when their bare feet or broken boots touched the roots that now extended widely across the ground, something extraordinary happened. The roots began healing them too. "It's healing," shouted a soldier upon seeing how the spores on his arms vanished. "Look, the infection is going away." It was like a savior appearing in the middle of misfortune that many of them had never wanted to experience. 451, Chapter 451, Tamer's War Turning Points Failed Promise 2. Moments before Ren's POV. Things were going extraordinarily well for Ren's energy network. Each healing provided him more power, each infected soldier who touched the roots added energy to the system. He could feel how his capacity grew exponentially, as if he had directly connected with an enormous power source that expanded his consciousness. Mushido was ecstatic. Incredible, so many golds and high silvers shouldn't be underestimated. He communicated with emotion that Ren rarely had felt from the small mushroom. Practically the entire space covered by the infected is already very close to being trapped in our network. His companion's enthusiasm was contagious. Ren could feel the network extending farther and farther, connecting soldiers he couldn't even see from here. 452, Chapter 452, Tamer's War Turning Points Failed Promise 3. Moments before. From his elevated position in the sky, Cashin complained of pain and perhaps felt enormous frustration that he tried to hide. "Arg," he groaned, bringing his now closed hands to his torso and hunching over. "My threads broke. It's impossible just when I was feeling more energy than ever through them." Ravenspire was genuinely surprised, looking down where he could see the residual glow of the final battle. "Did they really break so soon?" he asked, evaluating the implications. The war hadn't even lasted a week. Cashin, annoyed by the loss of connection with his control network, responded with irritation. "Shut up, this means nothing for my lineage. I have much more potential than that showed." The defensive posturing was obvious, but the underlying concern was real. 453, Chapter 453 Tamer's War Turning Points Failed Promise 4. Victor had a clouded consciousness, floating between battle dreams and stabbing pain. He managed to focus enough to see he was passing through a large reinforced stone gate, its edges familiar even through the fog covering his mind. He was entering the castle. The soldier who had extracted him from the battlefield had succeeded. But at what cost? Questions swirled in his mind like nightmare fragments. How many would have already fallen holding back Venmont and his dragon? How many of his men had died buying the minutes necessary for him to be evacuated? Victor tried to speak, asked the soldier carrying him about casualties, about the state of defenses, but his voice emerged as an unintelligible moan. The soldier ran faster. In the castle's depths, Archero prepared the last resistance. 454. Chapter 454, Tamer's War No Escape, 1-2. Julius was on guard. He had turned before giving his hand to Ren and now had his back to him to protect him along with the others. But the piece of his mutilated arm made his defensive position seem even more desperate. Cashin laughed, a sound that carried years of accumulated resentment. "You guys put up a great fight," he admitted with false admiration, "but you have nothing left. What are you going to do?" "Bleed on me." The mockery was casual and cruel, the kind of taunting that came from someone who finally held all the power in a situation that had once been beyond their control. Julius discreetly moved his hand behind his back, signaling Ren to retreat, but there was something he didn't understand about Cashin's attitude, something that deeply disturbed him. To buy time for the kids, he asked something that had been bothering him. 455, Chapter 455, Tamer's War No Escape, 2-2. Cashin smiled and launched a casual attack, completely underestimating a Ren with the pendant that hid his true mana level after 6 months since Cashin had last seen him. He had considered that day's purifying light in the children's battle against Klein as simple nonsense that had seemed revolutionary. It had to be only an intelligent use of the infection that Ravenspire had just cured in his own soldiers. However, He realized he was somewhat wrong when Ren dodged his attack with impossible fluidity and hit him full in the face. Unfortunately, the light claws didn't cut Cashin, instead breaking owing to the fact that there was a big mana density difference. The punch connected exactly like Selphira had done that same day, though the old woman had ended up restraining herself. Cashin stepped back surprised, though not truly hurt, more from shock than physical damage. However, rage grew uncontrolled within him. 456, Chapter 456, Tamer's War from the Depths. An enormous wooden creature had been digging to reach the surface. It was the thing Hagen and his group had sensed before reaching the deep gold zone, and that thing was emerging too fast. So fast that Ravenspire hadn't sensed it until very late despite its big mana trail, and even Ren had had difficulties detecting it and dodging in time. Only Mushito's expanded perception network had given him the critical moments of warning. The speedy underground displacement was beyond anything they had witnessed. The route that had struck Ravenspire curved toward the ground with organic movement, like a massive tentacle seeking support. "Retreat!" Ren shouted to all allies, and more roots shot out from the ground at high speed. Fortunately, they didn't hit anyone else but created an effective barrier between the groups. 457, Chapter 457, Tamer's War Return. It wasn't a cross, it was someone carrying an injured person on their shoulders. Julius made an unintelligible sound of confusion and surprise, the kind of noise that escaped when the mind struggled to process something completely unexpected. It was the unmistakable mana of his father. The energy signature was impossible to mistake, but feeling it here, now in this desperate moment, seemed like wishful thinking made manifest. Dragarian emerged completely, carrying Zhao with the casual walk of someone who had never experienced the need to make haste before. But there was something strange that Ren recognized immediately thanks to Mushito's analysis. The professor had an extreme case of mana poisoning. Not only were the energy lines in his body visibly damaged, but he also showed severe signs of medicine toxicity. 458, Chapter 458, Tamer's War Dragon. Archero found himself at the top of the castle's highest tower, desperately struggling to maintain structural defenses while observing Venmont's silhouette standing on his beast's back, floating arrogantly in the sky. The sight filled him with impotent rage, their castle reduced to a target for casual bombardment, while the enemy commander posed like some conquering hero from a children's tale. The enemy commander wasn't fused. His corrupt wyvern dragon was, in his opinion, much more imposing when outside his body. Venmont expected no attack. Why would he? His soldiers had established a perfect perimeter around him, their formations tight and relaxed despite the chaos below. He was simply dedicating himself to systematically bombarding a castle that could do nothing more than cover itself pathetically from below. It was the perfect predator playing with its helpless prey, savoring the anticipation before delivering the killing blow. 459, Chapter 459, Tamer's War Dragon 2. Venmont launched forward with speed that would have been invisible to observers with lesser capabilities, his multiple extremities seeking to tear, pierce, and dissolve everything they touched. The assault was beautiful in its coordination and terrible in its intent, 6 gold-rank beasts moving as one organism inside their tamer. Dragarian dodged without moving too much. It wasn't that he had moved so fast Venmont couldn't follow him. He simply wasn't where Venmont had attacked, as if space itself had reconfigured to accommodate his intentions. The evasion seemed casual, almost lazy, like someone stepping aside to avoid a puddle rather than dodging a lethal assault from one of the most powerful tamers alive. "Good try," Dragarian commented from a position that should have been impossible to reach under the intense attack. 460, Chapter 460, Tamer's War After Storm. Hagen and what remained of the group continued the mission despite devastating losses. Bloodwind had sent a few warriors back with the bodies of the fallen and the most gravely wounded. Only 15 soldiers remained who could still advance toward the objective. They were wounded and in a pathetic state compared to the force they had begun with, but Hagen maintained his fixed determination. They pressed forward because turning back was not allowed, and doing so would also make those losses meaningless. He still felt wounds that abyssal power somehow couldn't heal easily. The marks left by his encounter with the underground creature pulsed with constant pain, as if something in the wounds resisted corrupt regeneration. The sensation was deeply unsettling. His enhanced healing had always been one of the primary benefits of abyssal corruption, but these injuries seemed to exist at levels beyond what his enhanced regeneration could address. 461, Chapter 461, Tamer's War After Storm 2. Ren was again carrying Larissa, who remained unconscious from extreme magical exhaustion. Her breathing was stable, but her face remained pale, showing consequences of having forced her abilities beyond the limit. The weight in his arms was not only physical but also emotional, carrying someone who had risked any safety to help him, whose sacrifice had made the difference between success and failure. "Are you sure it will be safe?" Leora asked, looking toward the horizon where occasional flashes from the aerial battle could still be seen. Julius smiled with confidence. "My father may seem casual," he admitted, "but he's not stupid and won't be defeated. It's complicated to explain, but he has ways of handling situations others would consider impossible." The certainty in his voice carried a childhood of experiences watching the impossible become routine when Dragarian was involved. 462, Chapter 462, Tamer's War Broken Threads. Klein looked up from his books, and immediately his expression hardened with the accumulated resentment. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice letting out months of repressed frustration. "I've come to take you to the new home where you will belong," Cashin responded, slowly advancing toward the room's center. The small number of teachers and guards tensed, being silver or lower since all school gold ranks participated in the war. No one dared move. There was something in the two visitors' presence that promised instant violence to anyone who interfered. "I don't want to go with you," Klein declared, remaining seated but with his jaw clenched. "I'm sick of your lies and how you hog all of Father's attention." 463. Chapter 463, Tamer's War Broken Threads Price of Freedom. Cashin was about to respond when Ravenspire intervened impatiently. "Time, Cashin. We don't have all day." Another reminder of not-so-distant battles that could reshape kingdoms while they wasted precious moments on family drama. Cashin sighed again and looked at his younger brother with what might have been pity. "It's for your own good," he declared. "So if you don't want to suffer more than necessary, I recommend you stop resisting." He attempted to subdue Klein completely, forcing neural threads toward connections that would allow total control. The violation was not just physical assault, but fundamental erasure of everything that made Klein himself, reducing him to extension of Cashin's will. But in the end, after Klein resisted with every fiber of his being, screaming until his voice broke, something unexpected happened. Cashin's threads inside his head failed to connect. 464, Chapter 464, Tamer's War Victory's Illusion. Ignatius was with one of the bombardment squadrons that had done exemplary work during the conflict's early stages. Their power was impressive. Basically 60% of all Yano's gold-rank fire and wind tamers were distributed among these specialized squadrons. Although there were fewer than 100 gold ranks, and most of the more than 5,000 bombardment squadron participants in this defense war were Silver 3, the coordination with them had been masterful. Ignatius had the honor of personally knowing the vast majority of the strongest, having seen at least a third during their years at the academy. Many of them were names that would appear in history books, masters whose techniques were studied in advanced courses, and perhaps without knowing it, today they had contributed new details that Ignatius would add to the curricula. His academy had to maintain itself above the schools of the dusty hag and the wet jester. 465, Chapter 465, Tamer's War, The Cost of Victory. "I need to appear whole so they don't come. Let's hope they don't feel like testing their luck until I really recover. It seems I wasn't the only one trying to get stronger." Archero immediately understood the implications and decided to take him to the castle where Victor was being attended by the best available healers. "I don't need healing," Dragarian protested while they flew. "I'm not sick or injured, just fatigue from the long journey. Nothing that some rest, drink, and good food can't fix." The protest was casual but telling. Someone accustomed to solving problems through overwhelming force, now reduced to hoping rest and nutrition, would be sufficient to face the challenges ahead. But when they arrived in a few minutes and were ready to enter, Victor waited at the castle's main entrance, clearly having sensed the moment of their arrival in the mana they emanated. 466, Chapter 466, Tamer's War Medical Experts. Moving through the castle corridors, Ren gradually realized the structure was truly enormous, much more than he had anticipated from the already imposing exterior. A bunch of people with different tasks seemed to live here permanently. There were cooks running with trays, cleaners maintaining tapestries, scribes carrying documents, guards patrolling in rotations, and dozens of other workers whose specific functions Ren couldn't identify. Most looked busy and hurried, though he didn't know if this was normal or if the current frenzy was because of the war. The scale was impressive. a self-contained city within the castle walls, hundreds of people whose lives revolved around maintaining and supporting the royal family and their operations. After considerable time moving through different corridors and stairs, many more than Ren first expected, they finally arrived where Julius wanted to take them. 467, Chapter 467, Tamer's War, Unorthodox Medical Progress. Have you considered using beast materials to absorb those crystals from his processing system? Ren asked. The experts looked at him with curiosity but much more skepticism. The question was unexpected, coming from a child who should have been overwhelmed by the technical jargon they had just delivered, yet spoke with confidence that suggested a weird, genuine understanding. What type of materials can do something like that? The first expert asked, his tone carrying the patient indulgence of a professional humoring a child's question. Tentacles from beasts with absorption capacity, Ren began, naming a material that made both experts raise their eyebrows. To dissolve solidified crystallizations. Beasts with that capacity break down crystallized mana back to its semi-ethereal state. 468, Chapter 468, Tamer's War, Pure Dragon. Ren had begun treatment with the help of several healers who applied healing exactly where and how he asked them to, though they were all somewhat confused by the peculiar situation of being guided by an 11-year-old child. His movements were precise and confident, directing his seventh processed tentacle towards specific points in Zhao's mana system, while carefully monitoring his body's reactions to each intervention. The tentacle writhed slightly in his grip, a secondary problem from the absorption and preparation process he had to skillfully adjust in real time. Where it touched Zhao's skin, faint wisps of energy began to dissipate, the crystallized mana responding to the absorption properties exactly as predicted. Everything was going surprisingly well. 469, Chapter 469, Tamer's War, Pure Goals. Everyone remained confused by what they had just witnessed, especially Dragorian, who clearly wanted to ask questions about the mysterious creature. The silence stretched uncomfortably as everyone processed what had just occurred. Healers exchanged glances, their professional composure shaken by witnessing something that defied their understanding of beast behavior and mana manipulation. Ren, with cold sweat beading on his forehead, breathed deeply and said with an awkward voice, "Now it's much better for working." The words came out strained, as if he were trying to convince himself as much as everyone else. His hands trembled slightly as he reached for the next tentacle, the weight of royal attention still pressing against him despite Mushido's intervention. But he took a long breath. He had to save Zhao now. He immediately returned to the treatment, trying to ignore everyone present while concentrating on the delicate process. 470, Chapter 470, Taming the Gold 2 Ring. The transition to the second gold ring was marked by a fundamental shift in the ecosystem that left Zhao momentarily breathless. Where the first ring had contained patches of golden noses scattered across varied terrain, the second ring was dominated by a single, massive forest of the creatures. They had evolved here, grown larger and more sophisticated. Sweet dragon of, Zhao caught himself before the curse could fully form, aware that even whispered words might carry farther than intended in this place. The golden noses here stood at least twice as tall as their younger cousins. Their multiple trunks together were now thick enough that a dozen men almost couldn't wrap their arms around them. Their golden horns had developed intricate branching patterns that created a canopy of deadly spikes high overhead, while their long snouts had gained longer beaks that glowed faintly with accumulated mana. Most unsettling of all, they moved a lot more. 471, Chapter 471, Taming the Gold 3 Ring. Zhao noticed movement. At first he thought they were shadows cast by the massive trunks, but soon he realized that the dark shapes sliding between the branches were something much more alive. The former predators, he murmured, watching how a large feline creature moved gracefully through the bark of one of the giant trees. The creature he was now studying had been, in previous rings, one of the dominant predators, a royal shadow cat of gold 3 rank, but now, in this transformed ecosystem, it had become something very different. They adapted. It was apparently thinner than its relatives from lesser rings, or at least had much less fluffy fur, its muscles redesigned for climbing. Its claws had developed specialized hooks that allowed it to adhere to the smooth bark of the giant trees, and its eyes had evolved bigger to detect the mana fluctuations that indicated when a fruit was ripe for harvest. The adaptation was remarkable to observe. 472, Chapter 472, Taming the Golden Light. After the gold 3 depth, everything else had been quite easy. When they broke through to the surface, the first thing that struck Hagen was the silence. "Where are we exactly?" Bloodwind asked, his enhanced senses scanning the horizon. Hagen consulted his mental map, cross-referencing their emergence point with the landmarks he could see through the near forest and the plains. Near the edge of the Iron Forest at the end of Goldcrest territory, he admitted with slight embarrassment. The war had indeed emptied this area. Where normally there would be patrols, border guards, or at least some signs of human habitation, now there were only the natural sounds of the forest. They had emerged quite near Ren's old house, but they didn't know it. The new abyssal formations confused my navigation more than I expected. But we're not too far off course. 473, Chapter 473, Taming the Golden Light 2. Bloodwind's corruption manifested like a storm. 3 out of his 6 beasts fused with him simultaneously. Dark wings spread from his back while his hands grew elongated claws designed for more than simple combat. The absorbed power from the deep Leviathan worm flowed through him, and when he released it, the very air seemed to recoil. The corruption struck the mushroom field like a tidal wave of darkness. Where the golden fungi had pulsed with gentle light, now there was only withering shadow. The creatures of light dissolved on contact, their radiance extinguished as if they had never existed. The mana they had consumed was cancelled by the one in the darkness, leaving behind only scorched earth. Effective, Hagen commented, watching the destruction. But as the corruption cleared the field, something unexpected happened. 474, Chapter 474, Taming Opportunism. Zhao barely had time to process the massive shadow plummeting from the heights before his survival instincts launched him into a desperate flutter to one side. Death brushed past his left shoulder. The body of the cat bear, an enormous creature 20 meters tall, crashed into the ground with an impact that made the earth tremble. Damned cursed luck, hissed Zhao, canceling his silent flight while moving away from the crater the creature had created. The massive feline rose slowly, golden blood dripping from multiple wounds. The marks of pincers and perforations in its fur told the story of the recent lost encounter against the hunting trees. It had escaped, but barely. The wounds were showing a desperate struggle. Deep gouges where the tree's specialized appendages and massive claws had found purchase, puncture wounds and patches of missing fur where the sharp beaks had pierced through its natural armor. 475, Chapter 475, Taming Opportunism 2. These weren't the jumps of a desperate predator driven by hunger or territorial instinct that was behind Zhao. They were those from apex predators with too much time and power. They had moved into the realm of recreational violence. The feline appeared in his peripheral vision, moving from trunk to trunk with speed that seemed impossible for its size. Zhao didn't stay to see how interested the creature was in him. He flew. The long flight that followed was a nightmare of speed and terror. The playful cat wasn't just fast, it was intelligent. It anticipated Zhao's movements, cutting angles and using the positioning of the forest trees to shorten distances. 476, Chapter 476, Little Tamer Doctor. The small mana crystals had finally disappeared completely from Ren's mana vision. He observed with satisfaction how the last crystallized fragments dissolved in Zhao's circulatory system, converted back to their semi-ethereal state and absorbed by the processed tentacles. The professor lay more relaxed now, his breathing less labored, the lines of tension in his face gradually softening. The transformation was remarkable. Where before Zhao's mana channels had been clouded with crystalline obstructions, now they flowed with unbelievable ease. Each dissolved fragment represented another step back from the brink of death. Phase 2, Ren murmured, wiping his hands before reaching for the transparent gel they had obtained from amphibian tissues. 477, Chapter 477, Taming the Platinum Ring. The playful cat roared again, a sound that now had strange echoes in the dense air of the Platinum Ring. Each step it took toward Zhao sent massive vibrations through the ground in this new environment. Zhao maintained his desperate flight, but now struggled against the growing pressure of mana. Behind him, the giant bear cat accelerated, its body also gradually adapting to the new territory, but the powerful vibrations it sent through the ground were impossible to hide, and something had noticed them. The ground trembled with a different rhythm. These weren't the heavy steps of the playful cat. This was something emerging from below, multiple presences moving beneath the surface. Zhao felt the change in mana before seeing it. Energy networks activating, underground communication systems lighting up like a giant neural network. 478, Chapter 478, Taming the Platinum Ring 2. For the flying cats, Zhao would simply be another threat to eliminate. I need to find a gap in their coverage, he murmured, studying the patrol patterns. But the more he observed, the more he realized there were no gaps. The cats had established a surveillance network that covered every cubic meter of airspace. It was a system refined by centuries of war against invading moths. Each cat maintained perfect spacing from its neighbors, their patrol routes overlapping in ways that ensured no intruder could slip through undetected. Zhao tried flying lower, but the platinum sprout's tentacles rose immediately, sensitive to any movement in their aerial domain. He tried flying higher than the canopy, but the air became so thin due to the insane altitude of the gigantic trees that he could barely stay airborne, and all the time mana accumulated in his system. 479, Chapter 479, Taming the Platinum Ring 3. Zhao observed his surroundings with new eyes. The clearing, the medicinal grass, the carrion sprouts waiting patiently beneath the surface, the claw tree guarding its secrets in an almost closed hand. "What would you do here, boy?" Zhao asked aloud, studying the landscape with a new perspective. The answer came gradually, like pieces of a puzzle fitting into place. It wasn't about brute force or perfect stealth. It was about understanding the ecosystem well enough to become part of it. Zhao thought about his options. The underground route was even worse than the sky. He had considered entering the tunnels in previous rings for barely a few minutes before completely discarding the idea. There were 200 meters in silver, 350 meters depth from gold rank, and 500 meters in platinum, from which 50 meters would be dominated by beasts of the same rank as those on the surface. 480, Chapter 480, Taming the Platinum Ring 4. The second platinum ring turned out to be easier for completely different reasons than expected. Zhao had expected to have to dodge the mobile creatures of the vine forest, but soon realized the beasts were too busy fighting each other to pay him any attention. The ecosystem was in an intense warfare. The dragon egg symbiotic fusions between trees, animals, and sprouts looked like mountains constantly crashing against each other, living structures fighting for some reason. The conflict was brutal, each representing a different strategy for dominating the new mana concentration place. Zhao flew between epic battles, observing how they struck and confronted each other, affecting control over mana intersections. Victory meant access to prime mana nodes, defeat meant stagnation and longer waits again. 481, Chapter 481, Taming the Platinum Ring 5. The first days were manageable. Zhao established a rudimentary camp at the entrance. Fortunately, the tunnel offered protection and a clear view of the corridor for a good stretch, and it was empty. The mountain seemed to be full of passages and chambers reflected in the crystal, but exploring them without the king was guaranteed suicide for a silver rank. The mana mountains of the rings had high-level trials, beasts, and natural traps that required real power to overcome. Or that had been the intelligence that Victor brought. And not just that. The underground platinum sprouts and other species couldn't enter, but there were high-level species that had entered at some point before the dragons long ago and adapted differently inside here. After a few days of tension, Zhao understood that the monsters inside the mountain didn't seem to move from their place. 482, Chapter 482, Taming Curiosity. Zhao opened his eyes. Slowly, as if he were emerging from a dream that had lasted little more than an instant. The first face he saw was Ren's, who was stepping away from the medical table with an expression of exhausted satisfaction. The blue fungi that had been applied as final treatment gradually faded from Zhao's skin as they counteracted the intoxication, leaving behind a healthy color he hadn't had in weeks. The transformation was remarkable to witness. The crystalline quality that had been creeping into his features was completely gone. "Does it work that fast?" Julius asked, his voice full of natural disbelief as he watched his most valuable soldier blink to focus his vision. The two medical experts exchanged glances of amazement. Decades of experience hadn't prepared them to witness such complete recovery from a case they had considered terminal. 483, Chapter 483, Corrupt Tamers Against the Golden Light. The tunnel had transformed into something unrecognizable. What had once been a passage infested with golden spores was now a nightmare highway, gradually expanded by the constant flow of abyssal creatures spilling through it like a living river of self-destruction. The walls had been scraped and eroded by thousands of claws, teeth, and appendages seeking to carve their way toward their objective. Hagen clung to a rocky protrusion as another wave of beasts passed by him. "This is insane," he shouted over the constant roar of moving creatures. "They're going to crush us." Bloodwind, however, seemed strangely comfortable amid the chaos. His enhanced form glided between the beasts with grace, using the abyssal flow currents like an expert navigator would use ocean currents. "Just stay close," he responded, his voice amplified by the power flowing through him. "They're too focused on their objective to worry about not hurting us." 484, Chapter 484, Taming Malfunction. The interior was disappointingly small, barely the size of a modest room, with crystal walls that still radiated residual heat from the energy battle that had just ended. In the center, almost lost in the space, was a mana vein so small it was easy to overlook. "That's all," Bloodwind murmured, disbelief in his voice. "After all this, that's all our natural enemy had." The vein was too small even to be worth taking its mana for Yano. Hagen approached carefully, his explorer's instincts analyzing every detail. The mana vein pulsed weakly like a dying heart. Something had been feeding on it but had been destroyed without leaving a trace. They searched for hours, examining every inch of the chamber but found no trace of the golden energy that had filled the space. It was as if it had never existed. 485, Chapter 485, Taming SSS Dragon's Records. The king asked the experts to withdraw, which they obeyed reluctantly but immediately. However, not only did he allow his son Julius, he also let the girls and Zhao follow him for some reason. The door opened toward a staircase that descended deeper than any of them had imagined possible. "How far down does this go?" Julius asked, his voice echoing strangely in the cavernous space that opened before them. "To the other side of the world, hahaha, or so some believe," Dragarian responded, beginning the descent while carrying Ren. "Though in my opinion it's less deep than it should be." The small fungus jumped ahead of them with renewed determination, as if it were finally approaching its destination. Its movements had become more deliberate, faster, guiding them through a staircase carved from living rock and with intricate symbols that seemed to have been built by a civilization that knew no resource limits for geometric artistic finishing. 486. Chapter 486, Taming the Keys. While everyone processed the implications of the revelation, the small fungus continued forward, the sound of its small feet echoing on the crystalline floor. "That means the slight changes we've seen in the underground," Julius began. "I'm not sure what they did in my absence, but yes, their side may be affecting ours from their main vein," Dragarian nodded. Ren's small fungus was still walking through the chamber, completely ignoring everyone present. Dragarian observed the small being with growing curiosity, his eyes following the trajectory toward where it was headed. "If what you told me about a beast that speaks is true and it lost its way of communicating, I think it will go straight to the golden crystal," he murmured, pointing toward the lower section of the mural where the diamond blue crystal gave way to a golden window that pulsed softly. 487, Chapter 487, Taming the Inheritance. Finally, the small world mushroom, who still didn't use the ridiculous name Mushito for himself despite letting them call him that, felt a wave of relief as the massive door opened before them. He had been hurried, desperate to recover the connection that was gradually deteriorating. Despite having gained quite a few advantages lately, he was now slowly losing energy from Ren, who kept his core and information to be able to project himself in mana. The situation was more complex than any of the humans could imagine, but the resolution had turned out much better than expected. "I never thought they would let me get down here without too many obstacles," he reflected while observing how the door finished opening. "Everything has flowed so naturally, so many things have aligned." The series of events that had led him here, perhaps they weren't such bad luck after all. 488, Chapter 488, Taming the Inheritance 2. The control chamber was surrounded by a barrier that caught Julius's attention because it only kept the mana crystals out, but let everything else pass through. Ren's beast was in the middle of the chamber, atop an enormous and perfectly circular golden crystal that served as a pedestal. And its mouth was completely full of something oval, almost spherical, that seemed to be almost the same size as itself. "What does it have in its mouth?" Luna asked, fascinated by the image of the small fungus struggling to swallow something so large. Surrounding the golden crystal were just over 100 pedestals illuminated by mana, with potions on each of them, forming a perfect circle around the great transparent barrier that protected the center. Most interesting was a column that seemed to be the one distributing the main mana ray to all systems. It had 7 crystals of different colors embedded in its surface, each pulsing with a unique rhythm. 489, Chapter 489, Taming the Probing Roots. The destruction of the first core had been a masterstroke. Now it shouldn't be able to expand as it should, Koloran explained, rising from his throne to walk toward them, looking at Cashin with special interest. Its complete form can no longer be. The other cradles no longer make sense without the main core that would coordinate them. It was a victory that compensated for many of the recent small losses. Without the Golden Light's ability to coordinate and expand systematically, their enemies had lost one of their most dangerous weapons. And what had once been a network of interconnected threats had become isolated pockets of resistance, each vulnerable without the central coordination that would have made them so formidable. Cashin nodded with approval, but Ravenspire remained more cautious. The enemy had used the light in the war, and his refined instincts were detecting other nuances in his king's mood. He was right. 490, Chapter 490, Taming the Inheritance 3. Ren pointed toward the golden crystal pulsing in the center of the chamber where they were. The crystal is already under Yino's castle too, he explained. It's taking over that side of the tower. The revelation hit Dragorian like a fist. He had assumed the threat was external, a corruption growing at civilization's margins. He hadn't believed that it was already infiltrating the fundamental infrastructure. This wasn't an enemy they could meet on a battlefield. It was something that had already embedded itself in the very systems that kept their world functioning. It only has control of the golden crystal from the first chamber for now, Ren continued. But if it takes over the second one, the one surrounded by the 7 diamond-rank dragons. He paused, carefully choosing his words to not reveal too much about the seed his fungus had consumed. 491, Chapter 491, Taming the Resources. Julius immersed himself in deep reflection while observing the treasures surrounding them, especially the potions. In Yano there were still many powerful people, even numerous doubles who hadn't participated in the war for various selfish reasons. Many of them quite old and retired to their mansions or their areas of influence, accumulating personal power while the kingdom faced existential threats. The problem of simply distributing the double potions among the most powerful available tamers was obvious. Julius had lived through enough politics to understand the long-term ramifications. Who could we give these advantages to without it later becoming a similar situation? He murmured to himself, observing how power had corrupted entire families in the city. 492, Chapter 492, Taming the Resources 2. The resource collection process was efficient thanks mainly to Julius's beast. Having internal space was truly convenient. The king and Julius stored the most important artifacts and potions, plus the maximum possible amount of crystals to transport above. Archero, a half-brother and 2 half-sisters were trusted people who also had wolverines, though with lesser storage capacity, but with their help they could significantly increase the transfer speed. We can move a good part of the crystals to the kingdom's coffers, Julius calculated while supervising the operation. We need to inject everything possible into the city's recovery. The city had entered panic after recent events and threatened an economic recession that could be as devastating for the poorest as any military attack. The crystals could stabilize both the economy and public morale. 493, Chapter 493, Taming the Longing. After the first group was completely healed, Dragorian made the decision to extend treatment to other important family members. We should go heal Victor and Archero too, he declared, his new energy level making every task seem not just possible but urgent. Especially Archero would significantly help collect crystals, and maybe they're still together in the recovery wing. Julius immediately nodded, recognizing the practical logic. With the crystal resources they needed to move, every capable pair of hands counted, especially those of people with beasts that had facility in big or complex logistical operations. Also, Ren added, exchanging meaningful glances with Luna and Leora, we should heal Larissa too. For a moment Julius seemed uncomfortable and ready to argue, but before. We insist she deserves to find out soon that her help was relevant, Luna declared firmly. 494, Chapter 494, Taming Rewards. The group that had entered the castle in pieces and almost made pieces was now complete, everyone healed and gathered in one of the main chambers. Dragorian was about to ask Ren some important questions after he had sent his letter, but the boy got ahead with his own agenda. First of all, Ren said, approaching the group members who still hadn't received a certain special ability, I want to give to those who are missing it the power to fuse their beasts without needing to touch the second ring. He had already done this with Lynn, the girls, and Selphira during previous events, but Victor, Archero, Julius, Sirius, Dragorian, and Zhao could still obtain the upgrade. All the doubles who now had sufficient energy to not be too affected by being transformed for a bit could benefit significantly from that last resort card. 495, Chapter 495, Taming Synergies. Ren knew too much about beasts. It was both a blessing and a curse. With the expanded knowledge his fungus provided, he could see the potentialities and evolutions up to platinum rank of practically any creature. There were so many fascinating options that thinking about which one he wanted had been difficult since acquiring complete knowledge. But since the day he had chosen the Hydra as his first beast, he knew why he had done it. It hadn't been the immediate abilities or how cool it might look in the short term. He had deliberately rejected the possibility of flying at early levels, teleporting, or even cool abilities like becoming invisible or controlling sound. Capabilities he had suggested to his companions when helping them choose. "I'm betting on the future," he had told himself at that moment. On the best possible synergies at higher ranks. 496, Chapter 496, Taming the Third Beast. The group divided to attend to multiple urgent responsibilities. Some headed to handle the situation of prisoner soldiers in the mines, ensuring they were appropriately managed and interrogated. Others focused on the logistical management of moving the crystals, a process that required specific beasts. The selection of candidates for double potions also required immediate attention, evaluating loyalty, competence, and strategic potential. Ren decided to stay with Luna, Larissa, and Leora, awaiting the arrival of his egg and his teachers. It was an opportunity to plan his next development steps while writing a new guide. After a few hours, while the Wolverine Tamers continued extracting crystals, something unexpected began to be seen. "Is that part of a mural?" asked one of Julius's half-sisters, pointing toward where crystal removal had revealed carved patterns on the wall. 497, Chapter 497, Taming the Purification. Ren was completely fascinated with his new elemental powers, experimenting with different manifestations like the true child discovering new toys he was. Making small pebbles or sparks had been all he could create before obtaining the latest increases in his elemental control. Now he could control or form large blocks of earth, create flames that dance between his fingers, manipulate strong water currents, and generate wind gusts that could move objects with considerable force. "This is incredible," he murmured, creating a small stone figure that began fighting with another one made of wood. His elemental attacks would be useful since they now operated at the level of a Bronze 1 Tamer with a specialized Tier 3 beast, but in any element he chose to use. 498, Chapter 498, Taming Drama. For the 3,000 soldiers who had remained as prisoners, along with a considerable part of Karzan's army, especially those with corrupt beasts, an attempt was being made to organize them for work. But the problem was complex on multiple levels. They were quite strong, which meant few tamers had the necessary strength to keep so many at bay. Gold-rank tamers capable of supervising prisoners of that caliber were expensive and scarce, resources the kingdom needed for other urgent priorities. Additionally, despite established control, due to their abyssal power, there was always the latent fear that they could attract beasts from the depths to facilitate their escapes, though it was an unfounded fear. Since not all had the rare crystals necessary to make such summons, crystals that only Yino's main crystal had been selectively distributing for specific missions. 499, Chapter 499, Taming Drama 2. And so, he concluded, through a combination of ingenuity, courage, financial acumen, and emotional maturity that defied all reasonable expectations. "We emerged triumphant in our mission to save the young boy," Finch finished, while Theodore made a bow so elaborate that he actually did a complete somersault. "Although not," he added, "without learning valuable lessons about humility, friendship, and the true meaning of sacrifice." Theodore nodded solemnly, then wiped away what appeared to be an imaginary tear. Ren had been watching this entire performance with suppressed laughter. The absolute commitment that both Finch and Theodore showed to their narration was both impressive and completely ridiculous. 500, Chapter 500, Taming Opportunities. Ren saw the director limping slightly while helping coordinate the purifications and immediately approached Selphira. "Could you please heal his leg completely?" he asked, pointing toward where the director was working. Selphira followed his gaze and nodded immediately. "Now I can make them perfect," she murmured, approaching the director. "You've been limping for too long." When Selphira applied her healing magic amplified with the elixir and the turtle's purification, the director experienced a more intense resonance than when Ren purified him. His phoenix, sensing the energy, began to glow with a warmth that extended beyond personal healing. "Incredible," the director murmured, testing his completely restored leg. "I had become so accustomed to the inconvenience that I had forgotten how it felt to be whole." 501, Chapter 501, Taming Opportunities 2. Fern had fantasized for a long time about having her own establishment, where she could experiment privately without having to adapt to her boss's creative filters. She and Reed possessed culinary skills that had been appreciated by everyone who had tasted their food. The ingredients sang under their hands. Spices that others used carelessly became symphonies of flavor when Fern touched them. Reed could turn the simplest vegetables into something that made people close their eyes and sigh with contentment. Yet despite their talents, despite their new status as doubles with a well-known Tier 3 beast like the longevity turtle, the stigma was difficult to overcome. They had been seen as citizens of the lowest class for so long that the idea of presenting themselves as inner-city entrepreneurs felt unnatural, almost as if they were pretending to be someone they weren't. 502, Chapter 502, Taming Opportunities 3. Ren had disabled the corrupt beasts under his fungus's supervision, in what seemed like almost permanent damage to their general summoning ability. For him, it had felt cruel. Imagining himself being unable to summon was perhaps worse than what his original situation with the spore could have been. Watching those soldiers desperately trying to connect with beasts they could no longer reach. Their faces had been the worst part. The confusion, then the growing panic as they reached for power that was no longer there. Some had fallen to their knees, hands pressed against their chests where their beast cores used to pulse with energy. Others had simply stared at their empty palms as if willing their companions to materialize through sheer desperation. 503, Chapter 503, Taming the Other Side. A few days ago beneath Yino's castle. The descent down the long stairs to the crystallized mana chamber was very different from Yano's. This one was like entering the entrails of a living creature. The stone steps, perfectly carved in previous eras, were here intertwined with purple veins that pulsed with a rhythm similar to the peristaltic movement of a creature's innards. The light they emanated projected shadows on the walls, creating the illusion of constant digestion. Each pulse sent ripples through the air, an organic rhythm that made his skin crawl. Cashin tried to maintain his composure while following the group, but each step downward made his stomach contract more. The veins in the crystalline walls weren't simple decorations. He could feel how his mana responded to them as if something was gently pulling at his vital energy. 504, Chapter 504, Taming the Other Side 2. Cashin felt his blood turn cold. One thing was political warfare, territorial maneuvering, even conquest, but this sounded like something completely different, something existential. Survival? He asked with a tense voice. Celthia opened her eyes and looked at him directly, and for a moment Cashin saw something in that gaze that was no longer childish, something that reminded him this girl had been in communion with incomprehensible forces for years. If they're allowed to use the power, she said with seriousness that made the air in the chamber feel heavier, we're going to lose. All the people of Yino are in danger of dying, and the attack will most likely come before the crystal can deliver them the eternal paradise. The words fell over the chamber like stones in still water, creating ripples of understanding that spread through each person present. 505, Chapter 505, Taming Diamond Rank. Back in the present beneath Yano's castle. The chamber, still filled with crystals but somewhat altered, felt strangely empty after Ren's first visit. The regular extraction of treasures had changed the space. What had once been a cavern packed almost to the ceiling with crystalline wealth now showed gaps, pathways, evidence of human intervention in what had been an untouched sanctuary. Only the mural side wall got emptied and revealed its true architectural magnificence. But there was not only an ice wall. A tunnel that Selphira and Dragorian had created with ice, and minerals provided direct and functional access to the center of the chamber at the bottom, though it stripped away some of the majesty of the original discovery. The first visit had been about wonder, about the breathtaking realization of what lay hidden beneath their feet. This time it was about utility, about converting ancient power into present advantage. 506, Chapter 506, Taming Diamond Rank 2. The sense of urgency from his fungus grew. Ren felt tension accumulating in his shoulders. Did something change? So far there haven't been any sudden movements in Yino, at least not among their people. But I can definitely sense a great amount of enemy activity. Something is changing. Ren turned toward the king, who had been patiently observing his silent communion with his beast. If you're ready, it's time, Ren declared, and his tone became serious. But I insist this is an enormous power. I warn you again that carrying it for too long is a bad idea. The warning wasn't casual concern but genuine fear. The power of 7 crystallized dragons wasn't meant for mortal bodies, no matter how enhanced. Even Dragorian's legendary constitution had limits. Dragorian smiled with that absolute confidence that radiated even in the most dangerous moments. 507, Chapter 507, Taming Diamond Rank 3. The shine that emanated from Dragorian was rainbow-like that of a perfect diamond exposed to brilliant light. It wasn't just light, it was power made visible, the essence of 7 ancient dragons condensed into the body of a single man. The patterns on his skin, normally platinum and blue-green, now danced with all the colors of the spectrum, creating a living kaleidoscope of primordial power. Each hue represented a different aspect of dragon essence. There was an enormous number of spectators, almost 50,000. The response to the call after the announcement of rewards from the new wealth had been surprisingly effective. 508, Chapter 508, Taming Diamond Rank 4. The people who had remained in the city were, according to their mana signature, bronze-level civilians and below, so there was no reason to attack the city if all the soldiers were outside it. Even in war, some lines remained uncrossed for him. Dragorian smiled. So that was the strange mana signature I was sensing, he murmured, analyzing the war formation from his privileged position. Such a large mobilization in the outskirts. His enhanced perception could read the situation like an open book. Numbers, positions, power levels, everything was visible to his dragon-enhanced awareness. Easily 200,000 troops extended across the landscape like a purple stain covering kilometers. For any other commander, it would have been a daunting sight, a force that would require months of siege and thousands of casualties to overcome. 509, Chapter 509, Taming Diamond Rank 5. Dragorian's first decision was simple: completely avoid everything, even the trap they had prepared with the most powerful to stop him. Very much in Dragorian's style. If they want a war of attrition, it's fine, he murmured, accelerating toward the enormous purple crystal already visible on the ground. But they'll have to catch me first. His plan was equally direct. Use his superior speed to break through enemy lines before they could react, reach the crystal, and end everything before the sextuples could even touch him. It was, again, a very characteristic strategy, direct confrontation backed by overwhelming power. But Coloran had anticipated exactly that line of thinking. The enemy king's Nyan manifested first, and immediately Dragorian knew something had changed in it. This wasn't the monstrous armored lion he had faced before. This was something that belonged to a new rank, a corrupt one. 510, Chapter 510, Taming Diamond Rank Dominion. The declaration fell over the battlefield like a stone in still water. The dragon's power began to increase uncontrollably, and for a moment even the paralysis effects wavered before such overwhelming force. The energy radiating from Dragorian shifted from controlled flow to chaotic cascade, each pulse more intense than the last. "You're insane," Coloran shouted with a doubled voice that didn't sound like his own as he felt the true scope of true diamond rank. "That immense power is going to kill you." The corruption within him understood exactly what was building in his opponent, and it was afraid. "But it's going to kill all of you first," Dragorian admitted with that smile his children had learned to fear and his enemies had learned to respect. And then he exploded. There was no other word to describe what happened. 511, Chapter 511, Taming the Beasts. The Tree of Light radiated purifying power like a beacon. The corrupt soldiers closest to the tree immediately began to flee, writhing in agony as the pure light burned the corruption from their systems. Screams that weren't completely human filled the air as the abyssal transformation began to disintegrate against their will. Coloran, or what remained of him, writhed against the roots. His body, swollen and deformed by concentrated corruption, convulsed violently as the tree's light attacked every corrupt fiber of his being. It was like watching someone being electrocuted, but the pain was spiritual as much as physical. The tree's roots continued expanding, brilliant filaments of pure light that sank into the corrupt earth like healing fingers. Each tendril carried cleansing force that promised to restore what had been twisted, to bring light back to places where only darkness had reigned. 512, Chapter 512, Taming Fragments. The second chamber in Yano had been converted into an improvised research center. Ren found himself surrounded by a carefully selected team, high-value tamers for their knowledge and analysis beast skills, plus some he had allowed to enter with his relative authority. The space hummed with urgent activity as tamers worked to understand their enemies' capabilities. Wei worked intensely with one of the chamber's minor artifacts, a frequency crystal that could detect certain types of corruption within a tamer. His obsession with technical details finally found practical purpose in analyzing Han's corrupt mana flow. The device, ancient but functional, responded to Wei's careful adjustments with precise readings. Yet, the readings are fluctuating erratically, Wei murmured, examining the young man. As if something is interfering with the normal patterns. 513, Chapter 513, Taming Fragments 2. The advance of the ground forces toward Yino's castle had been surprisingly smooth. Despite not being able to fly like the king and his aerial vanguard, the increases to their physical capabilities meant the vast majority were faster than common three-horned horses. Selphira had established a relentless pace, her serpent gliding over the terrain as if it were liquid. Others like her rode directly on their beasts. Lionel on his own serpent kept his head low just behind his mother. Several minor nobles also mounted on creatures or simply running with superhuman speed. "Maintain formation," Selphira shouted as they approached the castle's outer walls. "We don't know what kind of..." She stopped abruptly upon realizing the castle gates were wide open. The sight was unexpected, unsettling. "A trap," Lionel murmured, instinctively positioning himself behind her.